Chapter 1. The Bone Burial Ground. A realm eternally shrouded in darkness, enshrouded by swirling black mist, serves as a sanctuary for the denizens of the netherworld. From the majestic bone dragon to the diminutive skeleton creatures, each finds its rightful place within this eerie domain. At the periphery of the bone burial ground lies a gathering spot for the most rudimentary of skeleton creatures. These undead beings, such as skeleton monsters, are often regarded as mere fodder, even by their own kind. After all, they possess little in the way of intellect, and their offensive and defensive capabilities are alarmingly feeble. Beyond their grotesque appearance, which could easily reduce a child to tears, they lack any semblance of intimidation. In other words, this is a race that is utterly devoid of merit, save for its unsightly visage. Thus, among the throngs of skeleton monsters, those deemed the most unsightly garner the greatest respect from their peers. Conversely, those with more appealing features find themselves ridiculed by their fellow skeletons. For instance, at this very moment, one skeleton creature is being ostracized by its companions due to its unfortunate appearance. Hey, look over there. That skeleton is rather handsome. Skeleton gently tugged at the arm bone of its companion, gesturing toward a solitary skeleton beneath a distant tree. Where? Let me see. Oh my, it truly is handsome. My eyes. My eyes. Skeleton B glanced from afar and promptly turned away in disdain. It is worth noting that the term handsome carries a pejorative connotation within the skeleton community. As for the ostracized skeleton, it appears rather indifferent to its exclusion. Not only is its inner state unperturbed, but is also engrossed in a book of uncertain origin. Wait, why would a skeleton be reading? This defies logic. Well, to be fair, the very existence of skeletons is rather unscientific. This particular reading skeleton is named Gu Xiaobai. The book was salvaged from the remains of adventurers who perished within the bone burial ground. As for why he understands it, Gu Xiaobai himself cannot quite articulate. He simply possesses a natural intelligence that surpasses that of his fellow skeletons. Needless to say, do ordinary skeletons name themselves? No, that group of dimwits is only worthy of names like Skeleton A or Skeleton B. In his leisure hours, Gu Xiaobai wanders about the vicinity, hoping to unearth a few books from the heaps of bones. Though the odds are slim, with sufficient patience, he invariably finds some reward, and on lucky days, he might even stumble upon several tomes at once. Of course, more often than not, he merely uncovers the journals of adventurers, yet even these he finds thoroughly enjoyable. In addition, this scholarly skeleton harbors a peculiar fondness for detaching his head and tossing it about like a ball. For a skeleton, removing one's head poses no problem. After all, it does not affect the body, and it can be reattached at any moment. What Gu Xiaobai truly cherishes is the dizzying thrill experience during the act of head tossing. Just now, having finished reading a novel titled Diablo 3, he instinctively set the book aside and deftly detached his head from his body. However, it is essential to consider the setting. One should refrain from tossing one's head in areas near trees. A miscalculation could result in the head becoming lodged in the branches, making retrieval quite troublesome. Thus, Gu Xiaobai typically opts for more open spaces to indulge in his head-tossing pastime. Oh, it seems something is approaching. With his head loftily thrown into the air, Gu Xiaobai, through his airborne skull, discerned a cloud of dust swirling in the distance. As the saying goes, throw it high to see far. In an effort to ascertain what it is, Gu Xiaobai hurled his skull once more. This time, he finally recognized the approaching Creaturia hellhound. Not only was it well built with robust limbs and sharp fangs, but it also emanated a pungent odor. Wait, a pungent odor? A gust of wind swept through, stirred up by the hellhound as it leapt past Gu Xiaobai. Gu Xiaobai stood frozen in place, maintaining the posture of preparing to catch his head, yet he realized he could no longer retrieve it. That hellhound had seized his skull while passing by. The foul stench wafting from the creature was incessantly assaulting Gu Xiaobai's very essence. To snatch away his head and leave how audacious. With the cold wind blowing, the headless Gu Xiaobai appeared somewhat bewildered. He raised his hand, intending to scratch his smooth skull as usual, only to find nothing above his neck. Ah, that accursed dog! In a fit of exasperation, Gu Xiaobai resolved to devise a plan to reclaim his head. Although the hellhound was swift and had already vanished from sight with his skull, Gu Xiaobai, as a skeleton, could sense the general location of his head. He simply needed to stealthily retrieve it while the dog was distracted. As he focused on locating his skull, he wobbled in that direction. If his sensing was accurate, the hellhound had already dashed beyond the confines of the bone burial ground. Do not assume that Gu Xiaobai is blind without his head. Remember, skeletons lack eyeballs entirely. They perceive the world through the soul energy contained within their bones. In other words, every bone serves as an eye. Thus, even without a head, Gu Xiaobai is not significantly hindered. However, can a headless skeleton still be called a skeleton? It is merely a framework of bones. In any case, Gu Xiaobai resolutely stepped beyond the boundaries of the bone burial ground in search of his skull. Venturing outside the bone burial ground means he may encounter unforeseen dangers. Who knows when a human might leap out from somewhere, shouting and launching an energy blast at his facio right. He no longer has a face. Just as Gu Xiaobai's thoughts spiraled, a human girl unexpectedly leapt from the nearby bushes, shrieking loudly. Is she crouching in the grass for an ambush? Wow, society has become perilously treacherous. Gu Xiaobai's heart let out a silent cry of despair. Yet, contrary to his expectations, the anticipated energy blast did not manifest. Instead, he was met with the girl's delighted voice. Wow, could this be the Headless Knight, a high-ranking undead warrior? My luck is astonishing. Huh, a Headless Knight? Gu Xiaobai scrutinized his surroundings and realized that aside from himself and the human girl, there were no other creatures present. Is this girl perhaps a bit dim? There is no Headless Knight here, merely a headless skeleton. A headless skeleton? Good heavens! Gu Xiaobai suddenly realized the gravity of the situation and panicked, attempting to retreat back toward the bone burial ground. However, the girl was evidently unwilling to grant him that opportunity. With remarkable agility, she lunged at Gu Xiaobai and pinned him to the ground. To be so easily toppled, you must have just emerged from a fierce battle. That's why you were so weak, even losing your mount. The girl, engaging her imagination, began to weave a dramatic narrative around Gu Xiaobai. No fierce battle occurred. A dog merely snatched my head away. And I am not a headless knight. Could you kindly get off me? Gu Xiaobai futilely flailed his arms, striving to convey his thoughts to the girl. Alas, the girl could not hear his silent pleas. Instead, she continued to attempt to sway the valiant and unyielding headless knight with her words. I know you must wish to return and continue battling, but you are far too weak at present. If you do not mind, would you consider becoming my companion? Simply sign this unequal pact, and from this day forth, I shall be your masterno, your battle partner. Hey, I heard that. You just referred to yourself as my master, didn't you? You wish to contract me as your magical pet, right? And what is this dubious, unequal pact? Stop right there, you wretched soul. Seeing you so excited, you must have agreed. The girl gazed at the joyful and animated Gu Xiaobai, her big, watery eyes shining brightly. If that is the case, let us proceed with the pact without delay. As she spoke, a luminous, double-ringed magic circle materialized in her palm, inscribed with intricate runes that flowed with a faint whisper. Without a moment's hesitation, the girl thrust the magic circle into Gu Xiaobai's skeletal frame, merging it with his soul energy in an instant. No, if Gu Xiaobai could weep, his tears would have surely submerged the entire bone burial ground by now. What is the meaning of this? Why would someone force a contract upon a skeleton creature? Ooh, where's the headless horseman I was promised? Why must it be this lowly skeleton instead? The girl's lament echoed through the skies above the outer reaches of the burial ground, lingering in the air. I had warned you not to act recklessly, yet you chose to disregard my advice. Gu Xiaobai conveyed a sense of exasperation to the girl. How was I to know? You skeletons communicate solely through mental channels, and at that moment, we were not even on the same frequency. So are you implying that I brought this upon myself? Upon the signing of the contract, a certain connection was established between the girl and Gu Xiaobai, enabling her to hear his thoughts. However, it was precisely this connection that drove her to a state of frenzy. It was akin to sitting down for a meal, anticipating a hearty piece of meat on one's plate, only to discover, upon taking a bite, that was merely a piece of despair resembling ginger. After a bout of hysteria, the girl despairingly retrieved a staff from her bosom and began to redraw the magic circle, mumbling, "Oh, what bad luck. I should swiftly dissolve this contract and seek a more advanced undead creature instead. Oh, how splendid that would be." Gu Xiaobai felt no sense of abandonment after all. He was no stranger to being looked down upon. Moreover, as a contracted entity, he bore no benefits and would lose his freedom with no advantages whatsoever. Besides, he was merely a skeleton, just as he had been powerless to prevent the girl from forcibly signing the contract. He would be equally powerless now that she wished to dissolve it. Even if he wished to resist, it would be a futile endeavor. Furthermore, who would want to resist? Why bother being a contracted entity when one could relish the freedom of being a solitary skeleton? Gu Xiaobai watched as the girl infused the completed magic circle into her being, patiently awaiting the dissolution of the contract. 1 minute passed. 2 minutes elapsed. Why can't I dissolve it? The girl exclaimed in frustration, throwing her staff to the ground. Gu Xiaobai scrutinized the staff, pondering after a moment. Is that not merely an ordinary twig? Taken aback by his skepticism, the girl's cheeks flushed slightly, yet she rallied and retorted, "What nonsense! This is a high-grade staff I bought from that wretched weasel for 20 coins. How dare a mere skeleton pretend to be knowledgeable here? Is that so? Yet, as far as I know, the price of a typical staff is generally several hundred silver coins. Do you think 20 coins is enough for a meal at a tavern?" Gu Xiaobai replied, "How do you know that? It is written in the adventurer's logs of others." The girl could not help but regard this skeleton with newfound respect. From now on, if anyone dared to claim that skeletons were all mindless creatures in her presence, she would be the first to leap up and strike that person with her staff. However, that was of little consequence. The pressing issue remained. What must be done to dissolve this accursed contract? The magic circle for dissolution must be flawless. Thus, the issue must lie with the parties involved in the contract. The girl believed that she was not at fault. So, it was evidently this peculiar skeleton before her who was the hindrance. As it happens, where is your head? After circling around Gu Xiaobai several times, the young girl suddenly experienced a moment of clarity. She finally realized that a headless skeleton creature was inherently abnormal. Just now, it was taken away by a dog, and I was in pursuit, Gu Xiaobai admitted candidly. The girl nodded in understanding, saying, "No wonder. It turns out you are not yet a complete skeleton creature. So the contract array cannot take effect. In that case, I shall graciously assist you in retrieving your head." Gu Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback. "Are you sure you want to help? I doubt even together we could defeat that dog. TSK, do you think I am as weak as you? How could I fear a mere dog? Truly, a skeleton creature is just a skeleton creature," the girl scoffed, then inquired, "By the way, do you know where that dog is now?" Gu Xiaobai pointed towards the southwest, as long as we know its location. "Now describe the dog's specific characteristics that IT will make it easier to find, since dogs generally all look quite similar." Suddenly, the girl fell silent. For Gu Xiaobai had transmitted the image of the hellhound he had previously seen. The atmosphere became somewhat awkward. The dog you mentioned is actually a hellhound. Are you joking with me? You were the one who said you would help me find my skull. Isn't a hellhound still a canine? Gu Xiaobai relayed with a hint of concern. You just said you could assist. But that's an 8th tier magical beast. 8th tier? Are you expecting me to defeat it with this twig? The girl nearly went MAD. In this world, strength is classified into 9 tiers, with the first tier being supreme. Although 8th tier may not seem high in such a remote place, an 8th tier beast is enough to dominate all. What tier is a skeleton creature? 9th tier. No, that's impossible. A skeleton creature, which is hardly even considered cannon fodder, has no tier at all. Thus, the girl faced 2 challenging choices. Either abandon the contract with a powerful creature and focus on nurturing this headless little skeleton, hoping it might grow into a formidable entity over time, or assist this little skeleton in reclaiming its head, thus nullifying the contract. The unreliability of the former was akin to raising a common chicken into a phoenix, while the latter, though seemingly pragmatic, pose the risk of being toppled by the hellhound. Jiu Xiaobai observed the girl, pacing anxiously, and kindly communicated, "If it comes to worst, you should return and cultivate diligently. From your appearance, you must be a summoner, right? I recall that a 9th-tier summoner can have 2 contract slots." "Shut up. How long will it take me to reach 9th tier? I must become stronger as swiftly as possible. Otherwise, why should I waste my breath explaining so much to a skeleton creature?" The girl gritted her teeth and resolutely declared, "It's just a hellhound. I shall go all out." Gu Xiaobai silently sensed the emotional fluctuations emanating from the girl, which contained fear and regret, but more prominently, determination. "How strange. Humans are such incomprehensible beings," he mused. "Hey, don't you dare speak ill of me in your heart." The girl scolded loudly. After the contract was established, regardless of Gu Xiaobai's thoughts, the girl could accurately and clearly sense them. "It will be fatal," Gu Xiaobai transmitted. "Then why aren't you afraid?" The girl retorted, "I need to retrieve my head. Otherwise, it will be quite dull." Gu Xiaobai responded earnestly. The girl was momentarily perplexed. What did having no head have to do with boredom? How strange. Skeleton creatures are indeed difficult to comprehend, she thought. "Hey, don't speak ill of me in your heart." Gu Xiaobai expressed his dissatisfaction. "So it's fine for you to say things about me. But I can't respond. Is that it?" The girl scoffed, shaking her head. "Instead of dwelling on that, it would be better to think of a way to retrieve that cursed head." Impatiently, she waved her hand and stepped forward. Gu Xiaobai hesitated for a moment, but ultimately followed her. As they walked, the girl suddenly brightened and excitedly exclaimed, "Right? I just had a very constructive idea. What if we find a head from another skeleton creature to attach to you? Would that work?" Gu Xiaobai silently kept pace beside her, saying nothing. Nonetheless, the girl could distinctly feel the disdain emanating from his soul. "Fine, let me pretend I never said that. The southwest of the burial ground lies a continuous mountain range, home to countless magical beasts, known as the Death Mountains. It is said that following the Death Mountains will lead to the territory of the demon race. At least, that's what the adventurer's logs claim." Though Gu Xiaobai could not ascertain the truth. After all, this was his first time leaving the burial ground in his life. Regarding the outside world, aside from the knowledge gleaned from books, he was entirely unacquainted. However, judging by the current circumstances, while it was uncertain whether this led to the demon territory, the presence of numerous magical beasts in the mountains had indeed been confirmed. "Hey, are you sure that dog ran in here?" The girl hid behind a massive rock, her petite form trembling, her complexion pale. Clearly, she was frightened. After carefully sensing the surroundings, Gu Xiaobai communicated, "Indeed, it is definitely here. The sensation from the skull tells me that the dog has just tossed my skull into a foul-smelling place. Hopefully, that isn't its dung pitso. I think we should hurry inside." The girl shot Gu Xiaobai an exasperated glare, gritting her teeth, and speaking in a hushed tone, "Do tell me how to hurry inside. There are magical beasts everywhere." Just as the girl remarked, outside the rock where they were hiding, 2 groups of magical beasts were currently locked in a fierce standoff. In places like the Death Mountains, where magical beasts reside, it is quite common for different races to engage in combat. However, if you're going to fight, why not choose a more open area? Why block the entrance of the Death Mountains? It was not that they couldn't wait for the beasts to finish fighting. The crux of the matter was that this group of beasts had been glaring at each other for a solid hour. And heaven knows how much longer they would continue. The situation now was that Gu Xiaobai and the girl were trapped at the junction of the burial ground and the Death Mountains, with dozens of magical beasts occupying the territory just 20 meters ahead. Fortunately, they were in a downwind position. Otherwise, if that group of beasts caught wind of the human's presence, the consequences would be unimaginable. By the way, as a skeleton creature, do you possess any formidable skills? Perhaps something that could easily topple that bunch of magical beasts? The girl struggled to make conversation, attempting to divert her attention to alleviate her inner fear. Without a moment's thought, Gu Xiaobai replied, "Be realistic. My dear, I am merely a skeleton creature. While I may not be able to easily topple those beasts, I can certainly disassemble myself into a pile of bones." As soon as he finished speaking, a clattering sound echoed by the girl's ear. When she focused her gaze, the headless version of Gu Xiaobai had transformed into a disassembled version of himself. Are you a pig? What use is such a bizarre skill? The girl covered her eyes and despaired. It's of no use, but don't you find it amusing? Gu Xiaobai responded. Reassembling is a bit of a hassle. Though, could you help me with my leg bone? Why don't you have me help you put yourself back together while you're at it? That would be splendid. Get lost. The girl angrily kicked away a rib bone before her. The bone arced gracefully through the air, fortuitously landing upon the head of one of the magical beasts. Whoa! The beast, which had been growling fiercely at its adversary, was caught off guard by the falling bone. Instantly losing its intimidation, the atmosphere shifted to something peculiar. Oh my, what foolish thing have I just done? The girl murmured, her gaze vacant. In response, a series of furious roars erupted. The girl jolted, instinctively turning to flee. However, upon seeing the pile of Gu Xiaobai's bones scattered at her feet, her steps abruptly halted. Oh, this is truly a ghostly encounter. With great difficulty, she managed to squeeze out a single phrase through her clenched teeth. In her haste, she grabbed a few larger bones, intending to stow them away, only to realize that her outfit lacked any pockets. In a moment of desperation, she shoved the bones into her socks and attempted to flee. Hey, where do you think you're running off to? I haven't even reassembled myself yet. I was at least a skeleton before. Now, thanks to you, I'm not even that. Gu Xiaobai complained with dissatisfaction. Shut up. Those monstrous beasts are coming for us. And you're worried about this? The girl shouted, disregarding everything else. Who says those beasts are coming? Gu Xiaobai questioned again. That can't you see for yourself? The girl suddenly realized that there seemed to be no monsters pursuing them. Given her speed, she knew she would have been caught in mere moments otherwise. Turning back, she noticed that the two groups of monsters were inexplicably engaged in a fight. The beast you hit was the leader of the left group. Your kick caused it to be mocked by the opposing leader, Gu Xiaobai explained, and that's how the brawl started. The girl was taken aback. How do you know that? Gu Xiaobai communicated, I saw it with my rib. You might not be aware, but I can use each of my bones as an eye. For instance, right now, I can clearly see the color of the underwear you're wearing through the two bones you stuffed into your socks. You despicable skeleton. Shut your mouth. The girl's face flushed crimson with embarrassment and anger as she yanked Gu Xiaobai's bones out of her socks and tossed them away without a glance. Ow! Two innocent beasts were caught in the crossfire. Observing the ferocious melee among the monsters, the girl clapped her hands and nodded with satisfaction. Indeed, I am a master strategist. A simple trick, and they are at each other's throats. Why do I not believe that? Came a response from the other end of the contract. If you keep talking, I won't help you collect your bones anymore. All right, I believe you, thus, due to the girl's fortuitous blunder. The two groups of monsters began to engage in a fierce battle. If this continued, once they finished and retreated, the girl could lead Gu Xiaobai into the Death Mountains. Of course, before that, she needed to gather Gu Xiaobai's bones back together. By the way, I just discovered something interesting. Suddenly, Gu Xiaobai sent a message to the girl. What is it? She asked curiously. Look at the two groups of monsters fighting ahead. One of them is a tiger-like creature with a scorpion tail. Scientifically known as the scorpion-tailed giant tiger, a high-grade 9th-tier monster that primarily inhabits the central region of the Death Mountains. It shouldn't be appearing in such a place. The other is a creature with a single horn, called the moon-watching rhino, a mid-grade 9th-tier monster that also resides in the mountain's heart. It's hard to imagine why these two types of monsters would show up on the outskirts of the mountains and fight so fiercely. By the way, there's a piece of my leg bone at your feet. Could you pass it to me? Please don't kick it away this time. Thanks. The girl looked at the scattered bones of Gu Xiaobai with a strange expression and finally couldn't help but ask, Are you really a skeleton? Why do you seem to know more than I do? Well, everything I mentioned can be found in the comprehensive guide to monster distribution in the Death Mountains, which is priced at 3 taels in the bookstore. Clearly, someone like you, who could only afford a twig wand for 20 coins, wouldn't be able to purchase it. With a loud thud, the girl's expression turned cold as she retracted her leg, sending Gu Xiaobai's leg bone flying far away. Another 2 hours passed, and finally, Gu Xiaobai and the girl were ready to set off again. It wasn't that the two groups of monsters had fought for that long. In fact, the battle had only lasted 20 minutes. The remaining hour and 40 minutes had been spent piecing Gu Xiaobai's skeleton back together. Hence, the girl was quite resentful. She tread carefully forward, muttering that as soon as she found Gu Xiaobai's head, she would immediately dissolve their contract. Hey, have you found your head yet? We've been walking for half an hour. First of all, we have only just entered the Death Mountains, and it's barely been 10 minutes. Secondly, in those 10 minutes, you've already asked the same question 3 times, Gu Xiaobai replied. The girl fell silent for a moment and argued, You just don't understand. In our human society, there's a well-known saying, important things should be said 3 times. I'm emphasizing. Is that so? I guess I still don't understand humanity's social nuances well enough. Wait, I think I sense a monster ahead. Gu Xiaobai suddenly raised a hand to halt the girl's advance. What? Another monster? Oh heavens, will we ever be able to live? The girl couldn't help but cry out in despair, dragging Gu Xiaobai behind a nearby rock. After crouching there and confirming that no monsters were pursuing them, she let out a long sigh of relief, only to realize something fell off. Hey, didn't you say there was a monster? Where is it? And why do you feel so light all of a sudden? The girl peered out, glancing about as she quietly inquired. Could you let me finish? What I meant to say is that there are traces left by monsters ahead. Gu Xiaobai sent a wave of exasperation. And if you have a moment, you might want to look down at what you're holding. The girl paused, then glanced down at her hand. What the heck? She was holding a stark white arm bone, the upper end of which should have been connected to Gu Xiaobai's body, but now. The girl raised her head and looked back at where they had been standing earlier, seeing a headless skeleton waving its remaining arm at her pathetically. The scene was so comical that she couldn't help but burst into laughter. Hey, the quality of your bones isn't great. They just fall apart with a light tug. I told you, this isn't my fault. The girl, still smiling uncontrollably, stepped out from behind the rock to help Gu Xiaobai reattach the arm bone. This probably isn't my issue. It might be because it wasn't secured properly during the last assembly. Gu Xiaobai stood still, allowing the girl to assist in reattaching the arm bone. At that moment, a giant wolf suddenly leaped out from the mountain path to their left. Its fur was a dull gray, and its eyes glowed with a ghostly green light, baring its teeth at Gu Xiaobai and the girl, ready to attack at any moment. Monsters! The girl jumped up in fright. Gu Xiaobai, however, remained calm and communicated. Oh, that's a nether wolf, a mid-grade 9th-tier monster that's massive, powerful, and possesses excellent speed and carrying capacity. It seems the traces I noticed earlier were left by it. Now is not the time to flaunt your knowledge of the Death Mountains monster distribution. Focus on how to escape, the girl exclaimed, her voice trembling. Gu Xiaobai responded, You're mistaken. This information isn't from the Monster Guide, but from a book titled Characteristics of Demon Armies. This book costs 30 taels more than the Monster Distribution Guide. So someone like you, who could only afford a twig wand for 20 coins, wouldn't know. The girl exploded with anger, even disregarding the looming nether wolf, as she raised the arm bone and began to strike Gu Xiaobai, shouting, I'll let you look down on my wand. Just because it costs 20 coins doesn't mean it's not a wand. What is so great about knowing about demon armies, even if I haven't read it? So what? Demon armies. The girl's cold sweat broke out in a flash. Realizing too late, she slowly turned her neck to face the nether wolf, murmuring, Oh, ancestors of the Song family, please let it be a wild nether wolf. How could there possibly be a demon army in this cursed place? Unfortunately, it seemed the ancestors of Song family had no intention of granting her wish, just as her words hung in the air. Another figure appeared from the mountain path, wielding a large sword and wearing a black mask, standing over 2 meters tall, with a muscular upper body exposed to the air. From this perspective, it is indeed a formidable and imposing demon soldier. If his hands were not resting upon his belt, his presence might have been even more intimidating. Observing this demon soldier, it appears he is merely a scout, whose combat prowess is typically the least among the ranks. Gu Xiaobai offered reassurance. The young girl, with a forlorn expression, lamented, Even if the combat ability is minimal, binding us together would still be insufficient to overcome him. In the midst of their conversation, the demon soldier hastily tightened his belt, took a deep breath, and bellowed, Teddy, how many times must I tell you not to run around while I'm using the restroom? Why do you never listen? I've told you before there are no she-wolves here. Nor any males for that matter. Stop filling your head with such thoughts. The girl, Gu Xiaobai. Suddenly, the demon soldier seemed less terrifying than previously imagined. The Yomi wolf turned its head and let out a long howl. What? discovered a human girl and a skeleton creature. It was only then that the demon soldier noticed the trembling girl and the scattered bones of Gu Xiaobai. The reason the girl remained rooted in place was that she was being intently watched by the Yomi wolf, which made her too frightened to flee. She felt that if she even dared to move, the wolf would pounce on her without hesitation. As for Gu Xiaobai, hey, when did you fall apart again? The girl then realized that Gu Xiaobai had activated his disassembly skill once more, leaving a scattering of his bones all around. I think if I say this, the demon soldier might overlook me. Gu Xiaobai replied candidly, Wow, you this skeleton creature are surprisingly cunning. The demon soldier stared in bewilderment as the human girl jumped up and down, shouting at the pile of bones beside her. Momentarily at a loss. What is going on here? Never mind, such matters do not concern me. Who would have thought a human girl could be found in this death mountain? At such a time, I simply need to capture her and take her back. The rest can be handled by others, and I shall receive a nice bonus. How delightful. The demon soldier laughed heartily, seizing the girl and tossing her onto the back of the Yomi wolf, before leaping up himself and whistling to depart. Amidst the scattered bones, Gu Xiaobai silently breathed a sigh of relief. If the demon soldier had taken him away, how would he ever find his way back? It seemed to have been overlooked by the demon soldier, as for his unfortunate master. Well, he wished her a safe journey. Wait, I want to report, the girl shouted as she struggled on the wolf's back. Gu Xiaobai immediately felt an ominous premonition. The demon soldier halted his actions and looked down at her. What do you intend to do? Report. The girl pointed vehemently in Gu Xiaobai's direction. That skeleton creature is my summoned beast. If you let him go, he will undoubtedly spread the news of your demon tribe's presence here. In essence, the girl's message was clear. Do not let that skeleton creature go. The demon soldier pondered for a moment and realized that the girl had a point. Thus, he dismounted from the Yomi wolf, frowning as he surveyed the scattered bones, appearing somewhat troubled. I really have to take all these bones back. It feels rather cumbersome. It's not cumbersome at all. I can reassemble him first, and then you can toss him onto the wolf's back. The girl volunteered eagerly. Gu Xiaobai, lying on the ground, silently regarded the girl. Although skeletons lack organs like hearts, he nonetheless felt an inexplicable sense of exhaustion. The adage, a woman's heart is the most poisonous, truly held its weight. The general summoned me to patrol the mountains. Oh dear, patrolling the southern mountains, patrolling the northern mountains. Hey-ho! The demon soldier hummed a tune as he rode the wolf. However, his singing was far from commendable, sounding akin to someone scraping sandpaper against eardrums, disturbing and grating. Yet the demon soldier was unperturbed, for he was in high spirits. When one is in good spirits, singing is natural. Conversely, Gu Xiaobai, tossed onto the wolf's back, was far from pleased. Throughout the journey, he not only had to endure the demon soldier's discordant melody, but also the incessant chatter from the girl. Humph. Let us see if you dare to abandon me again next time. The girl appeared quite smug, showing no awareness of her status as a captive. You often say, a dead friend is better than a living one, Gu Xiaobai communicated. And what exactly are you so pleased about? Neither of us can escape now. How dare you say a dead friend is better than a living one? You are now my contracted companion. How can one abandon their master to survive? This isn't about abandoning. It's about survival. Be quiet. No more excuses. Gu Xiaobai was not unwilling to use his disassembly escape technique. However, the girl's hand was tightly gripping his arm bone. This meant that if he dared to disassemble, he would lose an arm forever. With no other option, Gu Xiaobai had to endure. Moreover, to his surprise, through the mental link with the skull, he discovered that the distance to the skull was rapidly decreasing. This meant that the hellhound was lurking somewhere ahead. This ride was quite comfortable, but regrettably, it was akin to a black market ride. No getting on or off freely. Gu Xiaobai began to seriously contemplate whether his head or arm was more critical. Unfortunately, before he could reach a conclusion, he felt the great wolf beneath him gradually slow its pace until it came to a halt. Concurrently, a cacophony of noise began to emerge from ahead. Brothers, look at what I've caught this time. The demon soldier bellowed with laughter. The girl trembled and made an effort to lift her head to peer forward, lamenting. It's over. Gu Xiaobai also glanced ahead, where dozens of tents were pitched in a basin that if we estimate 5 demon soldiers per tent, then the demon army here must comprise at least 100. Numerous Yomi wolves were tethered at the edge. Some sitting, some standing, all glaring menacingly. Upon seeing this, Gu Xiaobai silently shrank his bones a little closer. He could only hope that these Yomi wolves did not have a taste for bones as a group of demon soldiers rushed out. And upon seeing the human girl on the wolf's back, their eyes gleamed with envy. "This is a spy sent by the humans. Brother, you've made a great contribution." The returning demon soldier laughed heartily, leaping down from his Yomi wolf named Teddy, and declared, "Once I claim my reward, I'll treat the brothers to a drink." Instantly, the camp was filled with a joyous atmosphere. That moment, a man donning an eagle mask strode out, sternly admonishing, "What are you lot making such a racket for? Report to the captain." While on patrol, I discovered a human girl infiltrating the Death Mountains. The demon soldier promptly stood at attention and replied loudly. The man, referred to as the captain, immediately perked up. "Oh, a human girl? Where is she? Did you bring her back?" The demon soldier quickly stepped aside, revealing the Yomi wolf and the girl with the skeleton behind him. "Ha ha! Excellent. Just by bringing back this human girl, you shall earn a significant merit." The captain's face lit up with excitement. "Quick, bind this human girl and take her to General Long's tent. The general will personally interrogate her." Upon hearing this, the demon soldiers exchanged knowing smiles. That it is said that General Long has a weakness for beautiful women, particularly young ones. If she were to be sent to the general's tent, who knows how long the interrogation would last? The girl lay on the wolf's back, looking bewildered, and turned to Gu Xiaobai, asking, "Hey, why do I feel like they're all smiling weirdly?" Gu Xiaobai paused for a moment before responding. "Perhaps it's best if you remain unaware of this." The girl looked utterly perplexed. Soon after, a demon soldier fetched a long, thick hemp rope, binding the girl's hands behind her back with a simple knot. Accompanied by the captain adorned with an eagle mask, they proceeded towards the largest tent at the heart of the camp. "Captain, what shall we do about this skeletal creature?" A soldier of the demon race suddenly remembered, noting the presence of the skeleton awaiting resolution. Without so much as a glance back, the captain waved his hand dismissively. "Feed it to General Long's pet dog. Who knows if it will suit its palate?" "Understood." Thus, Gu Xiaobai found himself being forcibly escorted by a towering demon soldier towards the opposite side of the camp. The demon soldiers held little regard for binding him with ropes. After all, he was merely a weak skeletal monster, posing no real threat. Gu Xiaobai seemed to understand that any resistance would be futile, displaying a compliant demeanor throughout the journey, with no hint of an escape attempt. After walking for approximately 5 minutes, the demon soldier pinched his nose in distaste and halted before a spacious tent. He raised his foot and unceremoniously kicked Gu Xiaobai inside, turning on his heel and fleeing as though the contents of the tent were dreadfully terrifying. Once inside, Gu Xiaobai trembled uncontrollably, lying motionless on the ground. His emotions were a tumultuous blend of fear and joy. The source of his terror lay in the fact that at the center of the expansive tent lay a hellhound. Although the creature's eyes were closed, suggesting it was asleep, Gu Xiaobai could not ascertain whether it was genuinely slumbering or merely resting its eyes. The joy stemmed from the realization that this very hellhound was the one that had previously stolen his skull. Its presence here indicated that Gu Xiaobai's skull must also be within this tent. Furthermore, due to the mental connection he shared with his skull, he sensed that it was indeed situated within these very confines. Gu Xiaobai cautiously scrutinized the hellhound, inching his way around the tent in search of his skull. The tent appeared to be maintained by designated personnel, for it was devoid of filth or refuse. Yet there was no sign of Gu Xiaobai's skull. He circled the tent entirely. Still finding nothing, he endeavored to establish a connection with his skull, but the only image that returned was an expanse of darkness, accompanied by an overpowering stench. However, upon closer inspection, this tent housed nothing but a sleeping hellhound. Could it be? Gu Xiaobai, clinging to a shred of hope, maneuvered to face the hellhound directly. To his astonishment, he discovered something bulging beneath the slumbering beast. "Ah! I knew my skull would be here." He reveled in this realization for a moment, only to be beset by anxiety. How could he possibly retrieve his cherished skull from beneath the resting dog? It was quite the conundrum. Just as Gu Xiaobai grappled with this dilemma, The hellhound suddenly twitched its nose and slowly opened its eyes. Indeed, it had awakened. Gu Xiaobai's entire skeletal frame quivered in response. And a passage from Adventurer's journal involuntarily surfaced in his mind. If you find yourself unfortunate enough to encounter a hellhound, do not panic. Remain calm and composed. First, take a deep breath, an exceedingly deep breath. What skeleton can even manage such a feat? Doing so will help alleviate your anxiety and sharpen your wits. Next, stand still, unwavering, and lock eyes with the hellhound. How can I even manage that when my head is still pinned beneath its body? Following this, you will inevitably provoke the hellhound, which will promptly end your life. This method merely aims to lessen your suffering and death. Attempting to flee from a hellhound is futile. Gu Xiaobai began to question whether his extensive reading of adventurer journals had been a blessing or a curse. The hellhound lazily stretched, exhaling a long breath that wafted directly onto Gu Xiaobai's ribs. He dared not move, fearful of disturbing the very creature that had pilfered his skull. Yet this caution proved fruitless. As the hellhound, upon finishing its stretch, fixed its gaze upon Gu Xiaobai, unyielding in its focus. Please don't eat me. A skeletal creature's bones are dry and brittle, utterly unappetizing. Gu Xiaobai's mental state was in turmoil. Just then, the hellhound suddenly opened its maw wide, displaying an expression of excitement, and extracted a round object from beneath itself that bore a striking resemblance to something familiar. Wait a moment. I assentee that my skull. Gu Xiaobai nearly fell apart at the seams. This accursed dog. No wonder he had sensed an indescribable odor emanating from his skull. It had been using it as a cushion beneath its rear. How could it endure such discomfort? Just as Gu Xiaobai prepared to leap forward recklessly to reclaim his skull, the hellhound surprisingly picked it up gently and placed it right before him. Gu Xiaobai, who had already resigned himself to his fate, was taken aback by the hellhound's unexpected compliance, returning his skull without hesitation. Perhaps it was indeed a rather endearing creature. What could Gu Xiaobai do but choose to forgive it? As this thought flickered through his hollow mind, the hellhound arched its body, its fluffy tail wagging excitedly, panting as if anticipating something. What could it possibly want? Gu Xiaobai pondered for a moment, realizing he could not decipher the whims of a dog. He decided to temporarily ignore it and focus on reattaching his skull to his neck. Woof! The hellhound raised its front paw and knocked Gu Xiaobai's skull from his grasp, its eyes betraying a hint of displeasure. After a brief silence, an absurd idea struck Gu Xiaobai's mind. Hesitating, he picked up his skull once more and, as was customary, tossed it a short distance away. The hellhound leapt up with a howl, bounding toward the thrown skull. Moments later, it returned, proudly carrying the very skull that had been beneath its rear. It was evident that the hellhound was in high spirits. However, despite its good mood, each time Gu Xiaobai attempted to place his skull back upon his neck, he was met with resistance from the hellhound. It seemed that the skull was merely on loan to Gu Xiaobai for the time being. Once it grew bored, it would reclaim its prize. Understanding the hellhound's intentions, Gu Xiaobai felt a profound sense of disillusionment. Why? It was undeniably his skull. He had been the first to possess it. At that moment, a demon soldier entered the tent, lifting the flap as he carried cleaning supplies, clearly intending to tidy up. However, upon stepping inside, he was met with the sight of not only General Long's beloved pet, but also a skeleton clutching its skull at a skeleton. What in the world is happening here? The soldier was momentarily taken aback, while Gu Xiaobai, in a panic, instinctively hurled his skull at the demon soldier with all his might. What a joke! If anyone discovered that he had yet to be devoured by the hellhound, who could fathom what fate awaited him? Unfortunately, the skeletal creature's thrown attack lacked any real potency. The demon soldier did not even flinch, simply reaching out to catch Gu Xiaobai's skull, a smirk of mockery gracing his face. As if to ridicule Gu Xiaobai's audacity, what happened next took him by surprise. As soon as he grasped the skull, the hellhound's eyes ignited with a crimson glow. With a fierce howl, it leapt into the air, landing directly atop the demon soldier. With a soft thud, the demon soldier met his indeed. It was inevitable. An average hellhound weighs over 500 pounds. Moreover, this particular specimen appeared exceptionally well developed, likely tipping the scales at around 700 pounds. Given that 1 pound equals 500 grams, and considering its aerial assault from a height of approximately 1 meter, the gravitational potential energy exerted by the hellhound could be calculated using the formula EP-mgh. Gu Xiaobai counted on his fingers, silently calculating for a moment before ultimately resigning himself to defeat. Alas, human physics proved to be far too challenging. Meanwhile, a young girl, bound and helpless, was escorted by the demon captain to the exterior of the largest tent within the camp. General Long, I have urgent matters to discuss. The captain stood outside the tent, addressing with utmost respect. Soon, a languid and indifferent voice emerged from within. This general is currently occupied, unless it's of paramount importance. Let us discuss it tomorrow. The captain seemed to have anticipated such a response, and without hesitation, continued, this matter is of extreme urgency. The patrol team has just discovered a human spy in the Death Mountains. A human spy? The voice replied dismissively. Just interrogate them briefly, and then eliminate them. Oh, I really need to instruct you on such trivialities? The general's tone was tinged with annoyance. The spy is a young girl. The captain added, and no sooner had he spoken than the tent flap was abruptly drawn aside, revealing a formidable-looking demon man clad in armor and wielding a spear beyond mere appearance. He could indeed be described as imposing. However, why emphasize by mere appearance? Because this General Long was rather diminutive. Indeed, while most demons towered above 1.9 meters, this General Long stood at a mere 1.6 meters, barely taller than the girl at that moment. The general's eyes gleamed with interest as he appraised the girl up and down, making an audible sound of admiration while wearing a rather lecherous grin. However, he quickly realized that many demon soldiers were present and refrained from indulging in any unbecoming behavior. He cleared his throat, adjusted his expression, turned back into the tent, and announced in what he believed to be a commanding tone, "Bring this spy inside. I shall conduct a thorough interrogation." "Wait, but I'm really not a spy. I am just a girl," she hastily protested, eager to defend herself. Yet, the captain showed no inclination to hear her out, impatiently pushing her directly into the tent. The girl blinked, her expression a mix of fluster and uncertainty. For reasons unknown, the absence of that insufferable skeleton creature left her feeling as though she had lost her anchor, leaving her unsure of her next move. Oh well, I suppose I'll just take it one step at a time. Perhaps this demon General 1T extract the information he seeks, and will let me go, she thought naively. Jiu Xiaobai cautiously glanced at the hellhound, noticing its tail wagging like a fan, utterly oblivious to the fact that it had just crushed one of its own. Interesting, Gu Xiaobai mused, and then quietly lifted the tent flap, extending a bone outside. It appeared that there weren't many demon soldiers guarding this vicinity. Of course, while there may not have been many, there was still a soldier standing outside, frowning as he occasionally waved his hand near his nose. Evidently, the odor emanating from the hellhound's tent was quite overpowering, causing the soldier considerable discomfort. At that moment, as if sensing something, he suddenly turned around. Years of military experience had sharpened his awareness of danger, and he could distinctly feel someone staring intently at him from behind. Just as the demon soldier turned, he found himself face to face with a skeleton creature. If memory served correctly, this skeleton had been brought in about 10 minutes ago. He was surprised to see it still alive. Now that he thought about it, the skeleton had seemed headless back then. How was it suddenly holding a head? Oh, is this skeleton waving at me? Is it trying to greet me? The demon soldier found himself in a quandary, unsure whether he should respond. Not responding felt impolite, yet he hesitated. As he pondered, the skeleton unexpectedly tossed the skull it was holding directly at him. Instinctively, he reached out to catch it, staring blankly at the skull in his hands. His emotions surging that, this skeleton must be trying to convey its goodwill. It even offered its precious skull. How touching, though the skull felt sticky, as if coated with some creature's saliva. Saliva? The soldier's expression shifted to one of perplexity. Before he could react, a shadow burst from the tent, soaring high and enveloping him. Looking up, he saw the hellhound and couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, a flying dog!" The demon soldier met his end shortly thereafter. In just a few minutes, Gu Xiaobai had successfully dispatched 2 demon soldiers, leaving him feeling rather smug. See? Who says skeletons are all weaklings? I can effortlessly take down 2 demon soldiers. However, he mused, this method of slaying seemed somewhat slow. Was there a quicker approach? As he pondered, his peripheral vision caught sight of a long spear lying next to the crushed demon soldier. Oh, a spear? But I still need something else. Jiu Xiaobai thought for a moment and rummaged through the tomato paste that was once the demon soldier, finally extracting a leather strap. This discovery thrilled Gu Xiaobai. He threaded one end of the strap through the eye sockets of the skull and tied a knot, securing the other end firmly to the tip of the spear. Throughout this process, the hellhound merely lay on the ground, curiously observing Gu Xiaobai's actions. Sensing that something amusing was about to unfold a minute later, the hellhound looked somewhat bewildered as Gu Xiaobai crawled onto its back. To be honest, Gu Xiaobai felt a bit anxious, fearing that the hellhound would roll over and crush him into bone dust. Fortunately, it seemed the dog had no intention of resisting, which was a relief. With both hands gripping the spear, Gu Xiaobai swung it forward. The skull, tethered by the strap, flew into the air, hovering just within the hellhound's reach. This is what I call dog fishing. The hellhound, eager to catch the skull, dashed forward but couldn't quite reach it. However, it appeared the foolish creature was having a splendid time, clearly enjoying the chase. That Jiu Xiaobai lifted the spear again, prompting the hellhound to leap high, inadvertently toppling 2 passing demon soldiers as it landed. I didn't see anything. That Jiu Xiaobai continued his dog fishing. The emotional fluctuations from the contract indicated that the girl was still unharmed. Yet, the lecherous gaze of the captain from earlier left him feeling inexplicably annoyed. Fine, I suppose I should lend her a hand, he concluded. This girl is too naive. Without someone watching over her, who knows what might happen? With that thought, Gu Xiaobai redirected the skull and guided the hellhound toward the largest tent in the camp. I really am not a spy, the girl insisted, striving to appear harmless as she blinked innocently. General Long gasped. So adorable. He had long sought a girl shorter than himself for a wife, and since most demon girls stood over 1.7 meters tall, he had reluctantly turned his attention to other races, such as humans. Look at this girl, barely 1.6 meters tall. How charming. General Long felt a stir of excitement. He cleared his throat, adopting a serious expression, and said, Do you think I will believe you merely because you say so? Who knows if you're hiding a map or something in your clothes? Want me to believe you're not a spy? Fine, strip down so I can conduct a thorough inspection. That in truth, he could have done it himself. But that lacked much of the fun. Rather than doing it himself, he preferred to watch the girl, tears of humiliation brimming in her eyes, her cheeks flushed, slowly remove her garments. Now, that would be a visual delight. As General Long imagined the scene of the girl disrobing, he was taken aback when she nodded without hesitation. All right, but if I have nothing else on me, can you let me go? Wait, that reaction doesn't seem right. General Long thought, momentarily dumbfounded. Wasn't she supposed to be shy and demure? Yet he nodded, indeed. Great. Then could you help me untie these ropes? My hands are still bound, and I can't take them off. The young girl, tormented, turned around to reveal her hands bound behind her. General Long gazed at her delicate hands, as white as jade, and swallowed hard, hastily moving forward to untie her. Thank you so much. This rope was quite uncomfortable, she said, flexing her wrists and flashing a sweet smile at General Long. In the next moment, however, her expression shifted dramatically. You wish to see me disrobe? You may as well wait 100 years. A staff appeared in her right hand, seemingly out of nowhere. As she summoned her inner energy, a blade of azure light shot forth from the tip of the staff, whistling straight towards General Long's face. This was the only offensive spell the girl had mastered, known as Wind Blade Technique. While its name was rather unassuming, its rank was hardly impressive, merely a low-grade 9th tier, yet at such close range. Even this seemingly insignificant attack could inflict severe damage upon the enemy. At least, that was what the girl believed. Thus, when she witnessed the demon general effortlessly absorb the blow with his face, her heart was filled with shock. Did you think I was unaware of your intentions to ambush me? Such trivial tricks have long been accounted for in my calculations, General Long declared with pride. But you're clearly bleeding. Is that also part of your calculations? Ahem, that S merely sweat. The sweat of demons is red. Did you not know this? Oh, then you certainly have been sweating profusely, with their banter concluded. General Long revealed a sinister smile and mercilessly shoved the girl to the ground. Since you refuse my hospitality, do not blame me for being impolite. The girl closed her eyes in despair. Had she indeed underestimated the situation? After all, how could a dignified demon general be easily defeated by a mere wind blade technique? It seemed today would indeed mark her end. Yet, she thought to herself, even in death, she could not allow this wretched demon to tarnish her purity. Just then, a voice suddenly resonated within her heart. A commotion erupted outside the tent, causing General Long to tense up momentarily. Furrowing his brow, he grasped his spear and hurried towards the entrance. However, at that moment, the demon captain rushed in, flustered, exclaiming, "General, the pet dog you just captured has, for some unknown reason, rebelled." General Long froze at the mention of rebellion. Rebellion? Could it be that the humans have discovered our encampment? Upon hearing the general's inquiry, the captain's expression turned peculiar, as though he found the truth hard to believe. Not humans, it's a skeleton monster. General Long was taken aback once more. A skeleton monster? And just one, though I am loath to admit it. That is indeed the case, the captain replied, looking quite troubled. So, you're saying that a single skeleton monster has turned my recently captured hellhound against me and is causing chaos in the camp? General Long's eyes widened in disbelief. What the hell? Are you all completely useless? You can't even handle a single skeleton monster. The captain hesitated before speaking again. But, General, the skeleton monster is currently riding your beloved dog. And everyone is afraid of accidentally harming it, so they're reluctant to act. What use are you all? General Long exclaimed, swinging his hand dismissively as he strode towards the tent's exit, muttering angrily, "You lot, always appearing so tall and imposing, yet faltering at the critical moment. Just watch, once I step in, I'll make that dog behave." However, he never finished his sentence, as a colossal creature burst through the top of the tent, landing squarely atop him and the captain. The hellhound had executed a double kill. It was now unstoppable. Feeling something hard beneath him, the hellhound even playfully nudged with its head. Well, this was certainly a way to ensure a definitive end. Gu Xiaobai sat upright on the back of the hellhound, observing the girl, who remained seated on the ground, her expression one of astonishment. He suddenly flung his spear in her direction. The head of a skull, tethered by a string, dangled right in front of her, its jaw opening and closing in a comical manner, conveying, "Do I not resemble a headless knight now?" Just as the message reached its conclusion, the hellhound seized the opportunity and unceremoniously bit down on Gu Xiaobai's skull. The smile on Gu Xiaobai's face froze as he felt a large tongue licking his cranium, drool dripping down both sides of his face. Ugh! Just the thought of it was revolting. The girl, still with remnants of tears in her eyes, could not help but burst into laughter. Puffed. What kind of pathetic headless knight are you? All right, enough of this idle chatter. There's chaos outside. We must make haste, Gu Xiaobai urged, patting the hellhound's head and signaling the girl to swiftly mount the creature. The girl quickly rose, wiping away her tears, and was about to climb onto the dog's back when she noticed something glimmering on a table behind her. Curiosity piqued, she turned her head and gasped. This is the general's insignia. Every demon general possesses a unique insignia, a symbol of their rank and authority, which can also serve as a token of command. The girl hurried to the table, snatching the insignia, and saw the name Long Tao inscribed upon it. So, this demon general is called Long Tao. What a generic name. The author must have put no thought into this at all. She mused, quickly. The demon soldiers are coming. Gu Xiaobai urged again. They're coming. They're coming. The girl quickly scanned the table once more, grabbing a beautifully wrapped long box, then took a few running steps and leapt gracefully onto the dog's back. Gu Xiaobai transmitted, exasperated. Hey, why are you taking everything? Hee, this looks quite valuable, especially with such an upscale package. There must be a treasure inside. The girl grinned with a greedy expression. You, a skeleton monster, could never understand how hard life is for us humans. I don't know about others, but you with a mere 20 coins to your name surely don't live a life of luxury, Gu Xiaobai replied sincerely. The girl's cheeks flushed as she playfully slapped Gu Xiaobai on the shoulder, exclaiming, "You talk too much. We should be escaping instead of chatting." Gu Xiaobai straightened up, raising his spear to direct the hellhound forward. Yet he soon lowered his hand again. What's wrong? A sense of foreboding washed over the girl. This dog won't let go of my skull, Gu Xiaobai admitted after a lengthy pause. The girl blinked, pondering for a moment before bending down to gently pat the hellhoundess back, saying, "Doggy, there are some bad people outside who want to take your bone. Woof?" The hellhound turned its head to glance at the girl, not loosening its grip, but instead biting down even harder. "Ouch! What are you blabbering about? This damn dog is going to crack my skull." Gu Xiaobai trembled in pain. Before the girl could explain, a horde of demon soldiers burst through the tent flap. Upon entering, they were greeted by a strong scent of tomato sauce, which immediately alarmed them. When they beheld the two pools of fresh tomato sauce on the ground, they stood frozen in shock. Could it be that the captain and the 1-meter-6 General Long had been slain? Look, the left pool is noticeably smaller. Only our 1-meter-6 general could achieve that. Had it been anyone else, there would have been more. The right pool must belong to the captain. There is no mistaking it. Ah, they were actually able to kill our captain and the 1-meter-6 general. The soldiers of the demon tribe erupted into chaos in an instant. Gu Xiaobai quietly observed the group of demon soldiers before him, sensing the palpable malice embedded in their words. That 1-meter-60 figure, General Long Tao. Oh no, if he were to witness this scene, he would surely weep even in the depths of the underworld. What of being 1-meter-60? What have I done to provoke you? Apologize properly to him. At that moment, a keen-eyed demon soldier spotted the exquisite box held by the young girl and shouted, "Look, it's that one. They actually stole that. Brothers, let's retrieve it." The hellhound's ears twitched, and a low growl rumbled from its throat. Though it could not speak, it understood perfectly. Had these demons lost their minds, attempting to snatch a bone from a dog? Outrageous! Enraged, the hellhound couldn't help but bark fiercely, providing Gu Xiaobai with an opportunity to pull out its skull. "Don't worry, we'll keep it safe for a while. Let's leave first," the girl hurriedly reassured. The hellhound, observing the aggressive demeanor of the demon soldiers, felt a twinge of doubt. It wasn't fear of being outmatched. Rather, it was concerned about the possibility of those numerous beings seizing its bone. So, it took a few steps back and leaped, astonishingly vaulting over the heads of the demon soldiers. "Damn it, we can't let them escape. Chase after them." The demon soldiers cried out in pursuit. "This won't do. Do you have any ideas?" Gu Xiaobai communicated. Without hesitation, the girl replied, "Let's head directly to Misty Hidden Town. There are many stationed soldiers there. This demon army is only about 100 strong, and they certainly won't dare to follow us." "All right," Gu Xiaobai decisively relayed the message, directing the hellhound to run towards the outskirts of the Death Mountains. He was familiar with Misty Hidden Town, as the majority of adventurers who perished in the Graveyard of Bones hailed from there. Thus, it was only natural that he carried a map from Misty Hidden Town to the Graveyard of Bones in his backpack. However, it felt odd for a skeleton creature to recklessly venture into human habitation. Never mind. Now is not the time to ponder such matters. Preserving one's life is paramount. Misty Hidden Town lies at the very edge of human territory, adjacent to the Graveyard of Bones to the north and the Death Mountains to the west. Serving as the first line of defense against foreign invasions, due to its strategic significance, thousands of soldiers are stationed there year-round. With so many soldiers, it's inevitable that some share the same name. Thus, each soldier has a unique identification number. During their daily duties, they typically address each other by these numbers to avoid confusion. Soldier 76 is one among the many stationed human soldiers. When he enlisted, his exceptional eyesight earned him a position in the Lookout Battalion, serving as a squad leader on ordinary days. The lookout soldiers are responsible for guarding the walls and providing early warnings that if an enemy attack occurs. They are the most formidable snipers that on this day. It happened to be Soldier 76's turn to guard the walls. Although the work was somewhat monotonous, he remained vigilant, diligently observing his designated monitoring area. He had been in this position for nearly 2 years, fully aware of the importance of his role. As dusk approached and the sun neared the horizon, Soldier 76 exhaled quietly, preparing to hand over his duties to the evening shift. Another peaceful day, he mused. Just before turning to leave, he cast a casual glance towards the distant horizon, only to find himself frozen in place. "Hey, 76, why are you standing there like a fool? Haven't you had enough of your shift?" joked a colleague arriving for the handover. However, a look of confusion crossed Soldier 76's face. He beckoned his colleague closer and pointed into the distance, saying, "Do you see that? Is that a hellhound? A hellhound? What are you joking about? That's an 8th-tier magical beast. How could it possibly appear here? Wait, it really is a hellhound." His companion, initially dismissive, found his disbelief shattered as the figure racing towards them became clearer. The unmistakable physical characteristics left him momentarily tongue-tied. Soldier 76 furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the sight for a moment before his tense expression relaxed slightly. "That hellhound must be tamed. I see a girl riding on it." "But there's another one. I clearly see 2 figures on it," remarked the other soldier, whose eyesight evidently lacked Soldier 76's acuity. He could only vaguely discern 2 silhouettes. Soldier 76 hesitated before speaking again. "I can't be sure about the other one, but it appears to be an undead creature." As he spoke, the hellhound had already dashed to within 500 meters of the city gate. To be on the safe side, Soldier 76 called out loudly, "Hellhound up ahead, please slow down and do not attempt to force your way through the city gate. I see you," perhaps having heard Soldier 76's shout. The hellhound slowed its pace and came to a halt about 100 meters from the gate. This distance, everyone could clearly see that on the back of the hellhound sat a human girl and a skeleton creature. No, that couldn't be right. What skeleton creature would dare to sit atop a hellhound? Surely, that would be courting death. Besides, this creature appeared to lack a head. Could it be the headless knight, an advanced undead soldier? Soldier 76 exclaimed in astonishment. His companion hesitated before replying. "Well, I thought headless knights were supposed to be more robust. Just look at this one point. One cannot judge a book by its cover, nor can one judge an undead creature by its appearance." Soldier 76 imparted sagely to his companion. Clearly, this undead being was a headless knight, and the hellhound was its steed. As for the human girl, although her presence was perplexing, it seemed likely that this headless knight was her contracted beast. It was astonishing that this girl, who appeared to be merely 13 or 14 years old, could forge a contract with such a powerful undead creature. Truly enviable. The girl dismounted from the hellhound and, facing the soldiers who had taken a defensive stance, waved her arms and shouted, "Don't attack. We are allies." "Who are you?" Soldier 76 called out. The girl responded without hesitation, "I am a resident of Misty Hidden Town, and I have urgent intelligence that must be reported immediately." She paused before adding, "It concerns the movements of the demon tribe." Upon hearing this, the soldiers on the wall began to stir. Under normal circumstances, they would scoff at such intelligence, especially coming from a girl barely in her teens, thus diminishing its credibility. Yet, given the current situation, with a formidable hellhound and a powerful headless knight standing behind her, the veracity of her claims warranted serious consideration, but a look of gravity crossed Soldier 76's face as he inquired, "Do you have any evidence to support your claims?" Anticipating this, the girl produced a gleaming golden square object from her pocket. "This is the insignia of a demon general. Now can you allow me to enter?" In the mayor's office, within the conference hall, the room typically lay idle, only called to action in cases of utmost urgency. At this moment, seated within were Li Qing, the mayor of Misty Hidden Town, General Du Ming, stationed at Misty Hidden Town, along with the girl who had just returned from the Death Mountains, and Gu Xiaobai. The insignia that once belonged to Long Tao now rested quietly on the table before them. General Du Ming squinted, studying it intently for a while before slowly nodding, a serious expression etched upon his face. Indeed, this insignia is exclusively worn by individuals of the demon general rank. Li Qing turned his gaze to the girl and Gu Xiaobai, weighing his words carefully. "However, you claim to have personally slain a demon general. What evidence do you have to substantiate that?" Just as the girl was about to respond, Du Ming raised a hand, saying, "Regardless of the truth behind that claim, the presence of a demon army within the Death Mountains can be verified." He inhaled deeply, gazing intently at the young maiden before him, and inquired, "What is your name?" The girl's eyes sparkled with a radiant light as she proudly answered, "I am Song Qiu Xuan, hailing from the Song family." "The Song family?" Du Ming furrowed his brow slightly, momentarily taken aback. Unable to discern which Song family she was referring to at that moment, Li Qing discreetly whispered a few words into Du Ming's ear. And a look of understanding suddenly appeared on Du Ming's face as he nodded. In that case, we shall handle the subsequent matters. Miss Song, you may return home to rest. Upon verifying the discovery of the demonic army and your achievement in slaying a demonic general, we will ensure the reward is delivered to your residence. The maiden's eyes instantly brightened. A reward. How much? Li Qing cleared his throat and replied, based on your accomplishments, if what you claim is indeed true, you will be entitled to a total reward of 30,000 taels of silver. 30,000 taels. The girl felt as though she might faint from the overwhelming joy. However, she quickly regained her composure and asked eagerly, by the way, since I have achieved such a significant feat, can there be a public announcement or something of that sort? Du Ming shook his head, amusement dancing in his eyes. Miss Song, merely slaying a demonic general does not warrant such a grand proclamation. Even if we were to report it, it would likely be dismissed by our superiors. However, a local announcement in Misty Hidden Town would be more than sufficient. Well, that works too. Even a mosquito's leg is still meat. The girl remarked, her face momentarily clouded with disappointment at the disparity between her expectations and reality. Yet, she swiftly brightened again, donning her previous lively smile as she turned to Li Qing and Du Ming, saying, if there is nothing else, shall I take my leave? Yes, indeed. By the way, is this the headless knight you have contracted? Du Ming inquired curiously, glancing at Gu Xiaobai, who stood beside the maiden, a knowing smile gracing his lips. The girl, feeling somewhat guilty, averted her gaze and chuckled awkwardly. That's about right. And why hellhound is still outside, and if left unattended, it may cause some trouble, so I must be off. The Gu Xiaobai offered a slight bow to Du Ming and Li Qing before following the maiden out. As the girl's figure vanished from sight, Du Ming remained silent for a long while before abruptly letting out a sigh, saying, the once mighty Song family now rests upon the shoulders of a mere teenager. How ironic. Li Qing shook his head, a look of pity crossing his face. Indeed, I have heard of Song Qiushuan. It is said that in her generation, she is the last of the direct lineage. Her parents having passed away early, it appears she is striving to restore the Song family's former glory. Speaking of which, that so-called headless knight was clearly just a skeleton monster. Why did you not expose it? General Du Ming, with a bemused expression, cast a sidelong glance at Li Qing that I believe the mayor is a bit muddled. That was indeed the headless knight. Li Qing paused, then suddenly realized, yes, that was indeed the headless knight. I must be getting old and forgetful. The two exchanged knowing glances, smiles appearing on their faces. I'm back. The girl burst through the crimson-painted wooden door, arms outstretched, taking a deep breath before exuberantly exclaiming. However, no one responded. The courtyard was empty, devoid of any presence but her own. Yet, she seemed unfazed, bouncing into the house with glee. Gu Xiaobai, leading the hellhound, stood outside, curiously surveying the dilapidated courtyard. The first thing that caught his eye was the plaque above the red door inscribed with the words Song Residence. Crafted with remarkable attention to detail, clearly intended for a prominent family. Yet now, it hung above the entrance of a run-down courtyard, creating a stark contrast. Additionally, the courtyard walls were overrun with a certain type of green plant, which Gu Xiaobai had never encountered before, leaving him unable to name it. However, through the gaps in the foliage, he could see that the walls had turned a shade of gray. It was easy to imagine that the outer wall had once been a pristine white. But after countless years, it had faded to a dull gray. Gu Xiaobai observed the width of the door, realizing it was only wide enough for two people to pass side by side. Certainly too narrow for the hulking form of the hellhound. Thus, he gently patted the side of the hellhound and gestured toward the wall. The hellhound looked bewildered. With no other option, Gu Xiaobai stood beside the wall and tossed the skull he had painstakingly retrieved into the courtyard. The hellhound understood at last. Gu Xiaobai's intent was for it to enter through the side. It promptly charged at the wall, creating a large hole, and squeezed through. Gu Xiaobai had harbored a nagging suspicion that this hellhound might be somewhat peculiar. Despite its striking black and white fur and bright, alert eyes, it exuded an air of foolishness. He began to wonder if he had encountered a counterfeit hellhound. Hey, what is going on? I thought I heard a commotion outside. My wall. How did it collapse? The girl dashed out of the house in a frenzy, only to find that her already modest wall had been smashed open, leaving a gaping hole over a meter wide. And she let out a distressed cry. The culprit lay on the ground, appearing guilty, seemingly aware of its recent misdeed, neglecting even to lick the skull. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Xiaobai quickly retrieved the skull and affixed it back onto his neck. He had previously discovered something quite fascinating. The hellhound was solely interested in the separate skull. Once Gu Xiaobai placed the skull back on his neck, the hellhound showed no further interest in it. He wondered if this phenomenon applied to other skeleton creatures as well, as every time the hellhound bit the skull, he was filled with dread that it might break. Well, it seems I need to find an opportunity to procure a scapegoat. After all, there are plenty of skulls in the burial grounds. Xiao Xiao, you must not act recklessly next time. Do you understand? Our family cannot afford to repair the wall. The girl knelt before the hellhound, earnestly admonishing it that if you behave, the money saved could buy you meaty bones. Setting aside the question of why she named such a large creature Xiao Xiao, Gu Xiaobai communicated, just look at this beast. How much meat would it take to satisfy its hunger? The girl's cheeks flushed. I can name it whatever I like. It's none of your business. And as for the bones, well, I can always go hunting in the woods outside the town. I will find a way. That could work, but didn't he, the general, just say he would reward you 30,000 taels of silver? With that amount, not only could you care for a dog, but your entire life would be secure. Gu Xiaobai surveyed the courtyard, and you could even afford a better house. Unexpectedly, the girl reacted as if someone had stepped on her tail, springing up with determination. No, I need that 30,000 for something else. And as for this house, I like living here. Do you have a problem with that? Seeing the girl's sudden indignation, Gu Xiaobai tilted his head in confusion, unable to comprehend her sentiment, and simply nodded. All right, I was just making a casual remark, as long as you're content. The girl soon realized her reaction had been somewhat excessive. After a moment's hesitation, she said, forget it. You don't know my family's situation, so let us just drop it. Speaking of which, could I trouble you with a small favor? Yes. What is it? Could you please pretend to be a headless knight for a few more days to help maintain appearances? Once the commotion dies down, I'll send you back to the burial grounds. All right? Gu Xiaobai pondered for a moment before suddenly communicating, then you must bring me a few books. The girl was taken aback. What kind of books? Books that introduce human societal phenomena or cultural customs. I am quite interested in such topics. However, you must understand that typically, adventurers do not carry such items. Gu Xiaobai helplessly shrugged his shoulders. Upon hearing this, the young girl fell silent for a prolonged moment, and finally cast a resentful glance at Gu Xiaobai, sighing, oh dear, even a mere skeleton monster is more dedicated to learning than I am. I suddenly feel like a failure at life. She turned and entered the house, gesturing for Gu Xiaobai to follow. Gu Xiaobai patted the hellhound, instructing it to lie down in the yard before stepping inside after the young girl. The interior of the house was far more rudimentary than Gu Xiaobai had envisioned. At a glance, there was scarcely any decent furniture. Only a bed, a table, 2 chairs, and a row of bookshelves, nothing more. The young girl rummaged through the bookshelves for a while, eventually selecting a few slightly yellowed tomes and handed them to Gu Xiaobai. Here, these books should keep you occupied for some time. As your reward, you must pretend to be a headless knight for a few days. Gu Xiaobai accepted them, nodding as he inquired through a message. No problem, but may I ask why? The young girl opened her mouth to respond, but was suddenly interrupted by a cacophony of noises outside. Growing closer, her expression abruptly darkened. She hastily removed Gu Xiaobai's head and tucked it beneath the blanket, then pulled him outside. You'll find out soon enough. For now, just help me put on a show. As they stepped outside, a group of individuals stood beyond the courtyard wall, commenting on the large hole that had been created by a minor collision. TSK, did you see that? The daughter of the Song family is indeed different. They even had to dig a hole in the wall. What an eye-opener. This is how the wealthy conduct themselves. In my opinion, Song Xiaoshuan will surely fail to contract anything decent in the burial grounds. At best, she'll bring back a skeleton monster. Come on, with her capabilities, managing to contract a skeleton monster would be extraordinary. The last 2 remarks reached the ears of the young girl, who had just emerged from the house. Causing her face to darken ominously, Gu Xiaobai exchanged a knowing glance with her, now understanding why she had insisted he pose as a headless knight. Drawing a deep breath, Song Xiaoshuan strode purposefully towards the courtyard wall. Outside, two boys and a girl stood, their ages seemingly comparable to Song Xiuxuan's, but their attire appeared far more refined. These three were classmates of Song Xiuxuan. "Oh, I sent that our little song princess? You seem to be in high spirits. It appears your expedition to the burial grounds was quite fruitful," remarked a boy with a face covered in acne, his tone exaggerated and his smile insincere. Song Xiuxuan shot him a glare, retorting coldly, "Wang Zijuan, since when did my affairs become your concern? Are we even acquainted?" Now, Song Xiuxuan interjected another boy beside Wang Zijuan. "We're only here out of concern for you. With your meager skills, we were worried you might perish in the burial grounds." "Even if Lu Tao were to perish, I would undoubtedly thrive." Song Xiuxuan spat disdainfully at Lu Tao's feet, causing him to take a few hurried steps back. "You!" Lu Tao exclaimed, both startled and furious, rolling up his sleeves as if to confront her. Just then, the girl standing behind him let out a melodious laugh and spoke leisurely. "Sister Xiuxuan, I've been quite worried for your safety. Ever since you mentioned going to seek contract creatures alone yesterday, I've been so troubled that I could hardly eat. The moment I heard you returned safely, I rushed over." This girl wore a pure white lace hat, her slightly curled hair cascading down her back. Her complexion was fair and lovely, but the most striking feature were her eyes, which seemed to possess an alluring charm. Anyone who inadvertently met her gaze would find themselves ensnared. Unable to escape, it was evident that this girl, though merely in her teens, possessed a captivating beauty that, once fully matured, would surely make her a stunning beauty. Song Xiuxuan crossed her arms defiantly, her tone laced with sarcasm. "Oh, I don't recall having a sister like you. Lu Xiaoxiao, don't go claiming kinship with me." Lu Xiaoxiao smiled sweetly. "Sister Xiuxuan, that remark doesn't sit well with me. Regardless, I was born a few months earlier than you. By age, is it inappropriate for me to call you sister?" Her voice was bright and cheerful, particularly her laughter, which was enough to captivate hearts. Nonetheless, Song Xiuxuan found Lu Xiaoxiao as pretentious laughter irksome. Mimicking her, she let out a series of mockingly cheerful laughs. "Hee. If I recall correctly, Wang Zijuan is actually a year older than you. Why haven't you called him brother?" Upon hearing this, Wang Zijuan briefly entertained the thought of Lu Xiaoxiao addressing him as Zijuan brother, causing him to feel exhilarated, a foolish grin spreading across his face. Lu Xiaoxiao cast an indifferent glance at him, a flicker of disgust appearing in her eyes, though it vanished as quickly as it had come. She covered her mouth with a laugh. "Sister Xiuxuan, this is merely a term of endearment between girls. What does it have to do with boys?" Seeing that Song Xiuxuan was about to retort, Lu Xiaoxiao quickly interjected, diverting the topic. "By the way, speaking of which, you almost made me forget the purpose of my visit. I heard you contracted a headless knight. I'm exceedingly curious about it." "Exactly. I've never seen a headless knight in my life. Why don't you summon yours out, Song Xiuxuan, so we can behold it?" Lu Tao chimed in eagerly. Song Xiuxuan opened her mouth, ready to respond, but the words caught in her throat. She still lacked the confidence to summon Gu Xiaobai before them, that if they discovered that he was merely a skeleton monster, her reputation in class would be utterly ruined. Perhaps sensing Song Xiuxuan's hesitation, Wang Zijuan smirked. "What's the matter? Is the esteemed Song princess unwilling to let us country bumpkins have a glimpse? How unkind." "Hey Zijuan, don't say that. I suspect Song Xiuxuan didn't catch any contract creatures at all. She might not have even gone to the burial grounds, perhaps just hiding outside Misty Town for the day." "Right, Song Xiuxuan, everyone knows your abilities. As long as you can summon your contract creature for us to see today, I'll leave without another word, even if it's just a skeleton monster." Song Xiuxuan stood there, head lowered and silent, her fists clenched tightly. She knew that if these three discovered the truth, that she had merely contracted a skeleton monster, she would soon become the laughingstock of the entire academy. It was truly disheartening. Observing Song Xiuxuan's state, Lu Xiaoxiao and the others had already gathered a sense of understanding. They had heard rumors that Song Xiuxuan returned with a headless knight, which they found utterly unbelievable, prompting them to hurry to her home for confirmation. Now, they were nearly certain that the so-called headless knight was nothing but a figment of imagination. Lu Xiaoxiao chuckled lightly, about to speak, but the mocking words caught in her throat and refused to come out. Suddenly, from the large hole in the courtyard wall, A massive claw emerged, a black and white furred beast lumbered forward, exuding an air of pride as it surveyed the onlookers with disdain. "This is a hellhound." Lu Tao gasped, his face a mask of disbelief. Yet that was not the most astonishing part. Perched atop the hellhound was a solitary figure, cloaked in a flowing black cape, wielding an ancient longsword. The area above his neck was eerily vacant, emanating an aura of desolation. At this moment, Lu Xiaoxiao and the others were truly left speechless. The facts are laid bare before us. The hellhound and the headless horseman have emerged from the courtyard of Song Qiushuan's home. And at this very moment, they stand silently behind her, awaiting her command. Song Qiushuan turned around, lifting her gaze towards the figure seated upon the back of the hellhound, her form trembling slightly. This is not good. Could it be that Song Qiushuan is angry and seeking revenge against us? Wang Jun murmured in a tone only audible to the two beside him. Lu Tao hesitated for a moment, then turned to Lu Xiaoxiao. "Xiaoxiao, should we perhaps retreat for now?" Lu Xiaoxiao's face fluctuated between shades of blue and red, her chest rising and falling rapidly, until finally she stamped her foot in anger and turned to leave. Wang Jin and Lu Tao hurriedly followed suit, the three of them fleeing in disarray. However, Song Qiushuan seemed utterly oblivious to their departure, staring blankly at Gu Xiaobai, who was perched upon the diminutive hellhound. After a long pause, she tremulously spoke. "Hey, where did the cloak on your back come from?" "Huh, you can't even recognize your own bedsheet." "Isn't my bedsheet white?" "Indeed, but a white cloak just feels rather odd. So I painstakingly dyed it black with soy sauce. It shouldn't have raised any suspicions, right? Damn it. If I don't dismantle you, this cursed skeleton creature, today, I swear I shall no longer bear the surname Song," upon seeing her bedsheet completely soaked in soy sauce. Song Qiushuan burst into tears. "Good heavens! Do you know that I only have this one bedsheet at home? Now that you've ruined it, where am I supposed to sleep tonight?" Gu Xiaobai weakly transmitted. "Just wash it. You should still be able to sleep on it, though it might smell a bit strong." "Sleep? Are you kidding me? Look at the mess you've made. Dyeing it with soy sauce is one thing. But why did you have to tear my bedsheet to shreds?" Song Qiushuan pointed to the tattered remains of her bedsheet. Her voice choked with emotion. Gu Xiaobai appeared quite aggrieved. "Did you not tell me to dress up like the headless horseman? From what I know, the cloaks of those headless horsemen are all tattered. Besides, I didn't tear your bedsheet. I refuse to take the blame for that." Song Qiushuan seemed to come to a realization as she turned to glance at the hellhound. "Xiao Xiao." Xiao Xiao offered her a gentle smile, through which a few fibers could be seen caught between its teeth. For some reason, Gu Xiaobai felt that at that moment, Song Qiushuan's demeanor had suddenly turned gray. "Well, if all else fails, can't you just buy a new bedsheet?" Gu Xiaobai suggested hesitantly. Song Qiushuan shot a fierce glare at the ground. "Do you think buying a bedsheet comes without cost? I have barely managed to maintain a balance between income and expenses." The reason for her glare at the ground was that just moments ago, she had demonstrated to Gu Xiaobai what it meant to dismantle a skeleton with her own actions. Gu Xiaobai hadn't even had the chance to use the skill of disassembling before he had already been reduced to scattered bones strewn across the ground. "Oh, by the way, where did you get that sword in your hand?" Song Qiushuan inquired, her eyes landing on the ancient sword lying nearby, her expression puzzled. "I don't recall having such an item at home." "You mean this? It's just the sword that was packed in that box we brought back from the demon camp." Gu Xiaobai replied nonchalantly. "Earlier, I opened it out of curiosity and found only a rusted sword that looked like it could break easily." Song Qiushuan was taken aback. Such a beautiful box, and inside it was just this sword? Gu Xiaobai attempted to shrug, but quickly realized he was still in a disassembled state, so he merely moved his shoulder blades to convey a gesture. "While I too find it regrettable, your hopes of selling this item for money are likely to be in vain. Although perhaps it might fetch a price slightly higher than that staff you bought for 20 coins. Song Qiushuan feigned a kick. "Are you trying to provoke me? Do you have to bring up the staff? I haven't even settled the score with you for ruining my bedsheet. Nevertheless, I was merely trying to help you save face, wasn't I? When faced with those who look down on us and the option of purchasing a new bedsheet, which would you choose? Clearly, you would opt to buy it. You'd rather endure their mockery than spend a few coins." Song Qiushuan interrupted Gu Xiaobai mercilessly. "I've been subjected to their ridicule long before today. I have grown accustomed to it. In comparison to mere money, What is pride? Yet despite her words, there was no regret in Song Xiuxuan's heart. Truth be told, she was deeply touched that Gu Xiaobai had stood up for her at that moment. For the first time in her life, someone was willing to stand by her side. Don't forget, we are still bound by our contract. I can sense your thoughts. Gu Xiaobai's teasing voice echoed in Song Xiuxuan's mind. Based on my understanding, your situation seems to fit the archetype of a Thunder T that moment. Song Xiuxuan felt a mental thread, named reason, snap with a resounding pop. With a swift kick, Gu Xiaobai's hand bone was sent flying to the rooftop. Keep an eye on the place. I am off to buy a new bedsheet. Song Xiuxuan tossed her hair dramatically and turned to leave. Don't forget to buy a bottle of soy sauce on your way back. I just ran out. Ha! You cursed skeleton creature. Hurry up and die already. Song Xiuxuan hastily departed, feeling that if she lingered in that courtyard any longer, she might very well be driven to madness. Gu Xiaobai watched her retreating figure, silently sighing. Though, of course, a skeleton cannot truly sigh. Although his hand bone had been tossed to the rooftop, he could still manipulate any bone within his body to move. It was just a slower process, not a significant issue. What truly troubled him was the hellhound, Xiao Xiao, gnawing on his thigh bone. Indeed, Xiao Xiao displayed no interest in the skeletal version of Gu Xiaobai, but rather seemed to relish chewing on his scattered bones. Just moments ago, Song Xiuxuan had reduced Gu Xiaobai to a pile of disassembled parts. Hey, you mangy dog, I warn you, do not bite my bones. For heaven's sake, do not bury my bones in the ground. Are you planning to use me as food storage? Gu Xiaobai broadcasted his mental distress, though sadly, aside from Song Xiuxuan, no one could perceive his mental messages. Let alone that hellhound. He watched his thigh bone being clutched in Xiao Zhao's mouth, while its front legs dug eagerly into the earth. Gu Xiaobai felt an overwhelming sense of despair. His mental waves filled with cries of woe. Yet just then, a strange voice suddenly echoed through the courtyard. Damn it, it's so noisy. Can't you keep it down? Gu Xiaobai's mental transmission abruptly ceased, startled by the sudden, quacking voice. What is happening? Are there others in this courtyard? Or is the voice coming from that foolish dog digging a hole for my bones? Over here, look this way. I'm lying beside your right arm bone. The voice called out again. Gu Xiaobai followed the instructions, searching around until his gaze landed on the rusty sword. At you. He cautiously sent a mental pulse. Yes, it's me. The rusted sword trembled slightly. You can hear me speaking? Of course, the sword replied, its tone dripping with irritation. That I've been tolerating you for several minutes. You know, the one gnawing on your bones is that foolish dog, not me, if you're upset. Take it out on that dog instead of bombarding me with your mental messages. I'll file a complaint against you for disturbing the peace. Good grief, I can't believe it. A talking sword. Gu Xiaobai was astounded as the sword continued its tirade. Do you think it's easy being a sword? I was peacefully resting underground when suddenly I was unearthed. Fine, at least I was placed in a box, allowing me to continue my slumber in comfort, but then you all came along and snatched me away. And you know what? You jostle me all the way here. Do you have any idea how that feels? After much effort to regain stability, I am now once again bombarded mentally. Heaven knows how desperately this sword wishes to pierce you through. Oh, but wait, you are merely a skeletal creature. Even if I were to stab you through, it would be of no consequence. Gu Xiaobai stood there, dazed, listening to the incessant complaints of the sword before him. And for a moment, he felt as though his entire worldview had been reconstructed. This was no longer a mere case of a sword that can talk. This thing was nothing less than a chatterbox. With a loud crash, the soy sauce that Song Xiuxuan held slipped from her grip and fell to the ground. She stared in disbelief at the broken sword in her courtyard, which was incessantly chattering away at the half-assembled Gu Xiaobai. What on earth is happening here? Song Xiuxuan suddenly felt overwhelmed, as if she had inadvertently picked up a bizarre skeletal creature. And to her astonishment, the sword she casually collected could actually speak. Is such a thing even possible? Upon hearing the commotion, Gu Xiaobai waved in Song Xiuxuan's direction and greeted her. Hi, you're back. Hi, you big-headed ghost. I'm talking to you, do you know that? This is a blatant display of disrespect. The broken sword shouted angrily. Though I am merely a sword, that does not give you the right to discriminate against me. Do you dare to challenge me to a duel? In a fit of excitement, the sword stood upright on its own, the hilt on the ground, bouncing up and down, presenting a rather comical sight. However, at that moment, Song Qiuxuan found it impossible to be amused by this scene. She stammered, pointing at the broken sword, and asked Gu Xiaobai, "Hey, can this sword actually hear your mental messages?" Gu Xiaobai gave a thumbs up to Song Qiuxuan, affirming, "Indeed, that is precisely the case." The ignored sword was furious, shouting, "You too! How dare you disregard me? Do you know that when I was at the height of my power, you weren't even born yet? In the past, who have dared to overlook me? This is utterly outrageous. In the past, at the height of your power." Song Qiuxuan's eyes lit up with curiosity as she squatted down before the broken sword. "So, you were once a renowned sword? Of course. I am impressive." The broken sword, seeing Song Qiuxuan's interest, immediately adopted a tone of self-importance. My name is Qingfeng. Back in the day, there was no one who didn't know of me. I ranked among the top 10 swords. Top 10 swords. Cheng Feng's sword. Song Qiuxuan blinked, admitting to herself that her knowledge on the subject was quite limited. Moreover, as far as she knew, there seemed to be no contemporary ranking of 10 famous swords, let alone having heard of the Cheng Feng sword. Furthermore, judging by the current state of the sword, its blade was covered in rust, giving the impression that it could be easily snapped in half with a firm grip. If such a ranking existed, Song Qiuxuan mused, perhaps it was based on how much one could talk. Cheng Feng's sword, observing the shift from eagerness to skepticism in Song Qiuxuan's eyes, could no longer restrain itself and began to shout, "See, you don't believe me! When did this sword ever need to prove its identity like this? I truly wish to pierce you through." Song Qiuxuan pointed at Gu Xiaobai, saying, "Go ahead, you see all those gaps in him? He'd be easy to pierce." The Cheng Feng sword scrutinized Gu Xiaobai for a moment before replying, "That actually makes some sense. With his bones visible, as long as I find the right gap, I should be able to strike without breaking." The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. The hint of a strange smile appeared on Song Qiuxuan's face as she remarked, "Break? I believe I just heard a formidable term. The so-called number 1 sword among the top 10 swords is afraid it can't withstand a lowly skeletal creature's bones. You truly are a counterfeit. You bully the sword." Cheng Feng's sword exclaimed in indignation. "Is it so wrong to accidentally let slip a truth? Besides, I've been buried underground for so many years, my blade rusted like this. It's only natural that I worry about breaking." As Song Qiuxuan was about to continue her teasing, she received a message from Gu Xiaobai. "Hey, pick it up and check if the hilt has the characters for Cheng Feng engraved on it." Startled, Song Qiuxuan followed Gu Xiaobai's instructions and grasped the Cheng Feng sword. The hilt felt rough in her hand, also covered in rust, but she could barely make out 2 characters that resembled ancient script. Whether they were indeed the words Cheng Feng, she could not be certain. Upon hearing Song Qiuxuan's description, Gu Xiaobai conveyed, "If that is the case, then it appears that it truly is the Cheng Feng sword. The 2 characters you saw are written in the script used by the Great Xia Kingdom 700 years ago, and this sword was wielded by the mightiest human warrior of that time. However, after that warrior fell, the Cheng Feng sword vanished. Who would have thought we would find it in the Death Mountains?" "Hey, wait a moment." Song Qiuxuan quickly raised her hand to interrupt Gu Xiaobai. "I must ask, are you even a skeletal creature? Who among us is truly human? How come you know more about human history from 700 years ago than I do? This makes it quite difficult for me. Knowledge is power. You see, to be honest, I have read more books in the burial grounds than you have on your bookshelf combined," Gu Xiaobai replied, despite lacking a head. Song Qiuxuan could almost feel the sympathetic gaze emanating from him. "Truly, even your own human history is less familiar to you than it is to this skeletal creature. Perhaps you ought to study a bit more?" "Exactly. This little skeletal creature speaks the truth." The Cheng Feng sword, held in Song Qiuxuan's hand, chimed in to support Gu Xiaobai. "Even a skeletal creature can reveal my identity, yet you, a human, dare to doubt me. This is utterly ridiculous compared to you. I would rather choose that little skeleton over there as my steed." With that, it abruptly wriggled free from Song Qiuxuan's grasp, bouncing joyfully over to Gu Xiaobai, and leaped right into his skeletal hand. "Song Qiuxuan, Gu Xiaobai, what is happening now? Can I ask what you meant by steed just now?" The Cheng Feng sword haughtily scoffed. "Do I really need to explain? I'll lend myself to you as a weapon, and in return, you must run with me. Otherwise, I'd be jumping on the ground all day, exhausting my strength, and how could I fight then? Gu Xiaobai had never heard of needing to exert strength when fighting with a sword. Uft, Song Qiushuan couldn't he help but chuckle. Before you say such things, perhaps you should consider how rusted you are. Don't worry, don't worry. Cheng Feng's sword replied, nonchalantly, as the top sword among the 10. I still have this much confidence. Ouch. What are you doing, you wretched skeletal creature? Gu Xiaobai paused his actions and responded earnestly, I merely wish to test whether you would truly snap so easily. Is that your reason for trying to break me in half? The Cheng Feng sword looked incredulously at its forcibly severed body. Broken, Song Qiushuan stared blankly at the Cheng Feng sword in Gu Xiaobai's hand, unable to process what had just occurred. Wasn't he it supposed to be the top sword among the 10? Didn't he claim that it was once renowned? She had thought that despite its rust, it might still be a valuable antique, potentially fetching a handsome sum if sold. Yet now, right before her eyes, with a sharp crack, the sword had broken. Of course, the one most distressed was not Song Qiushuan, but rather the self-proclaimed, extraordinary Cheng Feng sword. I had believed that a sword as remarkable as I would ultimately meet my end in battle, shattering valiantly against an enemy, fulfilling my destiny as a sword. But now I find myself shattered by the hands of a mere lowly skeletal creature. The broken sword murmured softly, its voice laden with profound disappointment. For hundreds of years, buried beneath the earth, I have experienced countless awakenings and slumbers. Yet whether awake or dreaming, I would often reminisce about the battles alongside my clumsy partner. Song Qiushuan blinked her beautiful eyes, suddenly feeling an overwhelming sense of sympathy for the broken sword, which seemed to carry the weight of ancient sorrow, akin to a hero in decline. And the broken sword continued to lament. What I never anticipated was that after finally seeing the light of day again, I would meet my end at the hands of the most basic of skeletal creatures. Alas, it seems my life is destined to conclude here. I merely wish that, in light of the protection I have provided you throughout this journey, you would grant me the honor of being laid to rest in this courtyard, that it would bring me solace to have you commemorate my memory in my grave during festive occasions. Song Qiushuan gazed at the broken sword with a peculiar expression, murmuring softly, I have never heard of anyone on the brink of death who could utter such a plethora of nonsense. What do you mean by providing protection all along? Clearly, you have remained ensconced within that box without ever emerging. Such trivial details should not be of concern. I am but a sword nearing its end. Is it too much to ask for a modicum of leniency? The voice of the broken sword grew fainter, evoking a sense of fragility akin to a wisp of smoke on the verge of dissipating. A melancholic hue surfaced on Song Qiushuan's countenance as she silently nodded, reaching out to take the 2 fragments of the broken sword from Gu Xiaobai's hands, intending to bury them in a secluded corner of the courtyard. Gu Xiaobai, fixated on the 2 pieces of the broken sword, showed no inclination to relinquish them. Hey Gu Xiaobai, it's in such a state, why are you still holding on to it? Are you truly devoid of compassion? Song Qiushuan voiced her dissatisfaction. Indeed, I am in such a pitiable state, and yet you deny me the peace of resting in the earth, lamented the broken sword, its tone laden with sorrow. Aren't you on the verge of death? How can you still speak? Gu Xiaobai communicated. The broken sword hesitated momentarily before retorting. This is merely the phenomenon of a last flicker of life. I am about to meet my demise. Do you genuinely believe a sword shattered into 2 can continue to exist? Gu Xiaobai was poised to respond further, yet the broken sword abruptly interrupted with a loud exclamation. Ah, I am dead. Song Qiushuan. Gu Xiaobai. This is the first time I've encountered someone who adds so much theatrics before dying. Gu Xiaobai remained still, his hands still gripping the 2 fragments of the broken sword. Song Qiushuan also remained motionless, but a look of realization crossed her face as she regarded Gu Xiaobai. Soon, a flush of indignation colored her cheeks as she fixed her gaze on the broken sword in Gu Xiaobai's grasp. After nearly a minute had passed, the broken sword could no longer endure and weakly inquired. Why haven't you buried me yet? Song Qiushuan snorted coldly. What is your current condition? You've already used the last flicker of life as your excuse. The broken sword hesitated, tentatively asking, can we call a false resurrection? False resurrection, you say? Song Qiushuan retorted, hands on her hips, cursing without regard for her image. The broken sword sighed. Alas, it seems my earlier performance was indeed a tad excessive. Very well, I confess. I merely sought a place to continue my deep slumber. Back in the day, when that naive fool took me on campaigns, to be honest, I was already wearied. If I could be buried and allowed to sleep undisturbed, that would be splendid. Hey, little skeleton, what are you up to? Goose Yaobai was examining the severed blade of the broken sword, and upon hearing its question, he answered honestly, I am in search of differences. What? The broken sword expressed its bewilderment. How should I put it? When I was resting in my burial ground, I came across a book titled Ancient Weapons Compendium, which contained a description of you. The broken sword trembled slightly, but bravely retorted, And what of it? This sword is so remarkable that it is only natural for there to be relevant descriptions. Meanwhile, Song Qiuxuan discerned a deeper meaning in Gu Xiaobai's words. Her eyes brightened as she eagerly asked, How is the Chengfeng sword described in that ancient weapons compendium? Gu Xiaobai pondered for a moment before conveying. If I recall correctly, the description read, Unmatched sharpness, indestructible. Song Qiuxuan blinked, half comprehending. Are you suggesting that the Chengfeng sword is indestructible, and thus, in theory, should not be so easily broken? Yet, as you can see, after all these years, this sword has long since rusted, and it breaking is quite normal. The broken sword chimed in, Indeed. Look, half of my blade is already rusted. A once great sword has aged. Gu Xiaobai tossed the severed blade to Song Qiuxuan, then shook the intact portion of the broken sword, conveying, If you observe closely, you will notice that all the rust is concentrated on the severed blade I handed you, while this portion remains pristine and unblemished. If rust were to occur, it could not possibly only affect the upper half perhaps this is due to my rust being rather stubborn. The broken sword attempted to argue. At that moment, Song Qiuxuan noticed something amiss. Hey, why does the remaining portion of the blade appear somewhat odd? Not odd, but perfectly normal. Gu Xiaobai sent a wave of smug emotion to Song Qiuxuan, revealing that the Chengfeng sword was originally a short sword. What? Song Qiuxuan was taken aback. The broken sword fell into an unusual silence for a long while, a rarity for one so loquacious. Finally, it spoke softly. All right, you got me. Indeed, that rusted blade was merely something I picked up by the roadside and attached to myself as a disguise. I thought it was foolproof. Yet here I am, exposed, and I must say, little skeleton, you are quite intriguing. I have seen much in my time, but encountering a skeleton like you is a first. Fascinating indeed. You wouldn't happen to be a high-level undead creature in disguise, would you? Gu Xiaobai pondered this question carefully for quite some time before uncertainly transmitting. Actually, I am a headless knight. This was in reference to Song Qiuxuan's earlier request for him to masquerade as a headless knight. The broken sword exclaimed, Get lost! After shedding its disguise, the Chengfeng sword glimmered with a faint cold light, appearing significantly more refined than its previous dilapidated state. The blade of the Chengfeng sword was approximately 60 centimeters long, noticeably shorter than a typical sword, yet longer than a dagger. Its hilt was designed in a spiral fashion, and the guard resembled flowing clouds, curving gracefully at both ends to provide excellent protection for the hand gripping the hilt. In this regard, the Chengfeng sword indeed possessed an appealing aesthetic, suggesting it could fetch a handsome price. Song Qiuxuan nodded in satisfaction. What? I suddenly feel a chill from the sword body. You two aren't secretly speaking ill of me, are you? The Chengfeng sword trembled slightly, unable to restrain itself from speaking that I am a good skeleton. I never speak ill of others in my heart, Gu Xiaobai transmitted, but I can discreetly inform you that just now, Song Qiuxuan was contemplating selling you to cover her food expenses for the next month. Cough, cough. Hey, Gu Xiaobai, don't forget that we are bound by contract. How dare you think of selling me? This is outrageous, Song Qiuxuan asserted with her hands on her hips, completely ignoring her earlier intention to sell the Chengfeng sword. Naturally, the Chengfeng sword, as the subject of this discussion, protested. What? You actually thought of selling me? Let's be reasonable here. How can you do this to me? Where would that leave my dignity as a sword? Moreover, the most important thing is I am so remarkable. I cannot possibly be worth just a month's worth of food. Surely, I ought to be worth at least a year's, if not two. Song Qiuxuan was momentarily taken aback. What? 2 years' worth of food. You are worth that much. Humph, indeed. Now you understand my value, the Changfeng sword declared with pride. Gu Xiaobai and the hellhound Xiao Xiao were silently observing this curious interaction, inexplicably feeling a sense of harmony between the two, as if they were naturally well suited to each other. Both exhibited a certain lack of intellect. Just then, a loud gurgle emanated from Xiao Zhao's small belly. Song Qiushuan and the Changfeng sword turned simultaneously to look at Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao lay listlessly on the ground, opening its mouth to indicate its hunger. Well, Xiao Xiao, you must understand that at your current size, you're simply too overweight, Song Qiushuan earnestly advised. This is affecting your health, you know? So, be obedient and cultivate the good habit of skipping dinner. In time, you will slim down. Xiao Xiao let out a plaintive woo, clearly unwilling to miss out on dinner. Look at Gu Xiaobai, and then at this broken sword. Neither of them has mentioned food. They are your excellent role models. Song Qiushuan pointed at Gu Xiaobai and Cheng Fengjian. Speaking to the little novel, Ji Xiaobai hesitated for a moment and transmitted, "Who says skeleton monsters don't need to eat?" That's sheer racial discrimination. Upon hearing this, Song Qiushuan was taken aback. What? As a skeleton monster, you actually need to eat. That's utterly unscientific. Just look at you, you don't even have a digestive organ. Gu Xiaobai earnestly countered. No, your line of thinking has led you into a cognitive fallacy. Besides, I've long told you that the existence of skeleton monsters is inherently unscientific. Now, let us discuss something serious. Have you ever studied the law of conservation of energy? Song Qiushuan opened her mouth but found herself at a loss for words. It wasn't that she was unaware of the law of conservation of energy, but rather that it was a bit mind-boggling to hear it articulated by a skeleton monster. Well, please don't mind the details. After all, I am a cultured skeleton monster. Gu Xiaobai transmitted he had successfully read Song Qiushuan's current thoughts through their contract connection. Since you know the law of conservation of energy, I want to reiterate the concept. Thus, as a skeleton monster who has been following you for such a long time, I must be consuming energy, right? If I need to consume energy, I must replenish it. Correct? Only then can we achieve energy conservation, right? Song Qiushuan gasped. She actually found Gu Xiaobai's reasoning quite compelling. Then what do you eat? In my current form, I can only absorb a bit of vitality. The food of humans is not suitable for me at the moment. Upon hearing the term vitality, Song Qiushuan suddenly had an ominous premonition. Cheng Fengjian interjected, "How foolish. As the name suggests, vitality refers to the essence derived from the primordial soul. Under normal circumstances, he could rob other skeleton monsters of their vitality in the burial grounds, but now that's unnecessary. You two have a contract, so you can simply provide him with that portion of vitality directly." Song Qiushuan shuddered at the thought, her mind conjuring an image of Gu Xiaobai gripping her head and siphoning her vitality. "Stop right there. It's not what you think." Gu Xiaobai quickly transmitted, "I just need a small portion of your vitality through the soul channel established by the contract. Even if a bit is depleted, it can be replenished." Hey, judging by your expression, are you really a summoner who doesn't know this? Song Qiushuan awkwardly turned her face away. "Humph. I've been cultivating all on my own without guidance. Is that my fault? But even that broken sword knows this," Gu Xiaobai pointed out. "Show some respect. This sword is among the top 10 famed swords, all right?" Cheng Fengjian said seriously. "Furthermore, this sword has seen many summoners like you. By the way, the official term for summoners providing vitality to their undead summons is called energizing. For some reason, Song Qiushuan felt that the term energizing sounded rather unrefined. In any case, thank you for the informative lesson." She replied. Cheng Fengjian slightly twisted its blade. "You're welcome. To be honest, I'm a bit hungry too." Song Qiushuan's smile froze on her face. "Ahem, you know I've been buried underground for several hundred years, right? I haven't eaten in all that time. It's really getting hard to bear," Cheng Fengjian admitted somewhat sheepishly. Song Qiushuan remained silent for a long while before gritting her teeth and asking, "You don't mean you also want to absorb my vitality, do you?" No. This sword is completely different from that skeleton monster. Absorbing vitality is a unique method for undead beings to replenish energy, which does not apply to me," Cheng Fengjian hurriedly explained. "Then what do you want to eat?" "Haha, it's simple. Just find me some metal. I need to absorb metal to strengthen myself." Upon hearing this, Song Qiushuan breathed a sigh of relief. If it was merely a matter of finding some metal, That was indeed manageable. She remembered that there were many discarded metal items in the storage room. Since they couldn't be sold, she might as well feed them to this broken sword. Like what? Cloud-patterned silver, extreme cold meteorite iron, starlight gold. Just a few dozen pounds will suffice. This sword doesn't he have a large appetite, Cheng Fengjian added. Song Qiuxuan chuckled softly. Everything Cheng Fengjian just mentioned was, without exception, top-tier metals, let alone dozens of pounds. Even a mere fist-sized piece would be enough to equip a several hundred-strong army to the teeth, an essence heir of a fallen family. Where was she supposed to find these metals for Cheng Fengjian? I'm digging in. Song Qiuxuan lifted the porcelain bowl placed before her and took a delightful sip. Gu Xiaobai silently watched Song Qiuxuan, who was now thoroughly satisfied, and could not help but send a message. Is this really your dinner? Song Qiuxuan naturally replied with an then pointed to the pickled radish on her plate. And this too. Pickled radish pairs perfectly with rice porridge. The taste is simply exquisite. You call this bowl of watery substance rice soup? Gu Xiaobai exclaimed in shock. Who says this is just plain water? Look at the bottom of the bowl. There are rice grains. Song Qiuxuan held the bowl out to Gu Xiaobai, and indeed a few pitiful grains of rice lay at the bottom, which Gu Xiaobai could count with just one hand. Cheng Fengjian lay at the edge of the table, clicking its tongue in astonishment. Song girl, you really eat too frugally, don't you? With just this, how can you ensure your nutrition? Oh, it's fine. I've been living like this for years. Song Qiuxuan waved her hand dismissively. Look at me now. I'm full of energy. You do indeed seem energetic, but perhaps a bit underdeveloped, Gu Xiaobai remarked as his gaze subtly shifted downward from Song Qiuxuan's face. Quite flat. Gu Xiaobai. Song Qiuxuan slammed her hand on the table, her face flushed with embarrassment and fury. Oh, you want to be disassembled again? No. After what you did to me before, it took me hours to piece myself back together. It was quite the effort. Gu Xiaobai quickly begged for mercy. Cheng Fengjian was also scrutinizing Song Qiuxuan's figure, pondering aloud. Actually, this sort opposes the little skeleton's opinion that I think your figure, Song girl, is quite nice. Upon hearing this, Song Qiuxuan's heart lifted. She could tell that Cheng Fengjian's words were sincere and devoid of flattery, which made her genuinely happy. Her gaze towards Cheng Fengjian softened considerably. Conversely, Gu Xiaobai felt the weight of Song Qiuxuan's hostile glare once more. Hey, broken sword, are you serious? You actually think this figure is good? Gu Xiaobai risked disassembly again to ask, Of course, does this sword need to lie about such matters? I have no need to flatter Song girl. Cheng Fengjian scoffed that a straightforward figure like this is the epitome of a perfect body. Song Qiuxuan exclaimed, What do you mean straightforward? It's simply true. Look at the shape of this sword. Isn't it aesthetically pleasing? Now look at Song girl. Aren't you quite similar? This is what we call a golden ratio. Cheng Fengjian asserted that Gu Xiaobai examined both Cheng Fengjian and Song Qiuxuan closely, and suddenly an epiphany struck him. Indeed, there were similarities between the two. For instance, both sides of Cheng Fengjian were very flat, and similarly, both sides of Song Qiuxuan were also flat. That it made sense. One had never heard of a sword being crafted with curves. So perhaps, according to Cheng Fengjian's aesthetic, Song Qiuxuan's figure truly was a golden ratio. Song Qiuxuan didn't know whether to feel delighted or disheartened. As for Cheng Fengjian, Song Qiuxuan found herself with limited options for handling it. After all, this sword was different from Gu Xiaobai. It was an antique with potential commercial value, and she couldn't just treat it carelessly. But then again, was her figure really that lacking? Song Qiuxuan felt a wave of despondency wash over her. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Xiaobai quickly sent a message to Cheng Fengjian, roughly explaining the aesthetic standards of normal humans, and Cheng Fengjian soon grasped the situation. So that is how it is. I misunderstood. However, Song girl, you needn't be so hard on yourself. I just recalled that back when I traveled the world with that simpleton, I acquired a secret formula. If taken day and night, it can help a girl's figure become, more curvaceous. Song Qiuxuan leaped to her feet, her eyes ablaze with fervor. What secret formula? Let me think carefully. I can't afford to misremember the prescription, Cheng Fengjian said, meticulously recalling for several minutes before finally recounting the secret formula it had stored in its memory to Song Qiuxuan. After Song Xiuxuan meticulously transcribed the medicinal formula, she appeared overjoyed, as if she had discovered a treasure, and merrily dashed towards her room, clutching the paper filled with notes. Cheng Fengjian, observing Song Xiuxuan's retreating figure, inquired softly, "Hey, little skeleton, do human girls truly place such immense importance on their figures? To me, those two protrusions on their chests seem nothing more than a burden. They not only complicate balance, but also hinder running speed." Gu Xiaobai pondered for a considerable time before reluctantly messaging back. "I'm merely a skeleton monster. How could I possibly comprehend human thoughts? However, it appears this matter pertains to the dignity of young women. Does it not?" "Oh, so it is of such significance." Cheng Fengjian nodded in understanding. Jiu Xiaobai rose and made his way outside. Having absorbed a modicum of vitality from Song Xiuxuan earlier, he felt rejuvenated and not fatigued. Fortunately, he was merely a skeleton. Had he been a higher-ranking undead creature, while his power would have surged, so too would his consumption have escalated. Given Song Xiuxuan's current cultivation level, it seemed she could only afford to sustain Gu Xiaobai. The reason he could only be sustained was that, apart from Gu Xiaobai, Song Xiuxuan also kept a large canine magical beast at home. At this moment, Xiao Xiao lay on the ground, looking quite aggrieved, with a bowl of rice soup and a plate of pickled radish set before it. "All right, I truly apologize for your predicament." Gu Xiaobai gently patted Xiao Xiao's head. He couldn't fathom what Song Xiuxuan was thinking. Allowing the hellhound to dine on such a meager meal for dinner, did she believe that the hellhound was a herbivore? Nevertheless, to Gu Xiaobai's surprise, the bowl of rice soup placed before Xiao Xiao, while still scant, contained significantly more rice than Song Xiuxuan's own bowl. At least this time, Gu Xiaobai could see a thin layer of rice grains at the bottom of the bowl, perhaps out of sheer hunger. Xiao Xiao began to lap at the rice soup. Given its size, that bowl of rice soup would only suffice for a light snack and would not resolve its hunger, as for the plate of pickled radish. Gu Xiaobai initially thought Xiao Xiao would leave it uneaten, yet unexpectedly, the radish proved quite to Xiao Xiao's liking, and it effortlessly rolled its tongue around, devouring the entire plate. Seeing Xiao Xiao's look of unfulfilled desire, Gu Xiaobai patted its head and turned back towards the house. Indeed, now that he was here, he might as well devise a plan to assist that fellow Song Xiuxuan. Such a dinner of rice soup and radish was something even he, Gu Xiaobai, found difficult to endure. In Misty Town, the mercenary guild stood as the most bustling locale, where nearly all mercenaries would gather, whether for business or leisure, ensuring they could seize new missions at the earliest opportunity. Moreover, when employers sought to hire a group for tasks, they would often come directly to the guild for recruitment. Consequently, the atmosphere within and outside the guild was perpetually vibrant, as one of the busiest staff members responsible for new mercenary registrations. Lin Ling was often inundated with work, attending to hundreds of hopeful new members daily, while also verifying their information, a rather tedious endeavor. Fortunately, Lin Ling was a remarkably patient young woman, capable of fulfilling her duties with a smile, serving all who came to her without a hint of impatience, regardless of the low ranks of the mercenaries engaging her. As a result, she had earned the affectionate nickname Flower of Misty Town over time. Each day, when Lin Ling arrived at work, a throng of idle mercenaries would greet her with cheerful smiles. "Hey, goddess, you look even more stunning today. Truly deserving of the title Flower of Misty Town. You are simply magnificent. Lin Ling, do you have some free time tonight? Would you do me the honor of dining together?" To all these advances, Lin Ling responded with a radiant smile, displaying no signs of annoyance, nor did she disregard those of lower rank. This was her daily routine, and she had long since grown accustomed to it. That morning, as Lin Ling settled at her desk, ready to assist clients as usual, she noticed a figure cloaked in black sitting before her. The individual appeared somewhat diminutive, standing at approximately 1.60 meters, with a long hood concealing their features, rendering it impossible to discern gender. Lin Ling hesitated for a moment before softly inquiring, "Hello, are you here to register as a mercenary?" A low HM emanated from beneath the cloak. From this response, it was evident that the person concealed beneath was a man. This was not Lin Ling's first encounter with such a client. Occasionally, individuals, for various reasons, preferred to mask their identities. In her career, she had encountered several such cases, so she merely murmured to herself and shifted into a professional demeanor. Name? Chung Gu Xiaobai. For some unknown reason. The cloaked man suddenly changed his phrasing. Lin Ling paused, her pen hovering above the paper, her brows slightly furrowing as she asked, "I'm sorry. Could you repeat your name?" This time, the cloaked man did not hesitate. "My name is Gu Xiaobai." Chung for the surname, Gu for the given name, Xiaobai for white. Lin Ling penned Gu Xiaobai on the form and continued her inquiry. Age? The cloaked man paused longer than before, taking a moment before replying. 18.18. So you have just reached adulthood this year, correct? Lin Ling remarked, a hint of surprise in her gaze as she pondered whether this individual might be the son of a prominent family within Misty Town. The Mercenary Guild had regulations stating that only individuals who had reached the 9th rank could register as mercenaries, and this was primarily to reduce the casualty rate among mercenaries. Families of wealth typically disapproved of their children becoming mercenaries. For the work was arduous and fraught with peril. Unless driven by necessity, few would choose such a profession. However, there existed a vocation known as a bard, whose role involved composing songs about the adventures of mercenaries to spread their tales, thereby promoting the mercenary profession. In such contexts, many impassioned youths dreamt of becoming honorable mercenaries upon reaching adulthood, which was quite normal. When the individual before her mentioned his name, he seemed to instinctively articulate the sound of Chung, leading Lin Ling to deduce that he was likely the young master of the Chung family. Lin Ling recalled that the Chung family held a notable reputation in Misty Town, and their only son was reportedly only 16 years old. As an employee of the Mercenary Guild, Lin Ling was generally well informed. Yet, sometimes being overly informed could lead to misconceptions or Gu Xiaobai. Am I correct? Lin Ling, believing she had pieced together the truth, smiled and continued, "Could you kindly provide some form of identification?" The cloaked man clearly hesitated, eventually managing to say, "I accidentally lost my ID." Presenting your household registration would suffice. Lin Ling suggested that I lost that too. The cloaked man's voice sounded strained. "What about your home address?" "You must have that, at least. It's a vast world. I consider the whole realm my home." As the cloaked man spoke, Lin Ling became increasingly convinced that he was indeed the Chung family's young master. Otherwise, there would be no reason for him to go to such lengths to conceal his identity. Lin Ling was acquainted with the Chung family's young master, and noting how the figure before her had kept his head down since entering, she realized he was likely trying to avoid being recognized. Given the circumstances, Lin Ling decided to lend him a hand, thinking that perhaps one day, the young Master Chung might generously reward her for her kindness. Moreover, there had been instances where superiors indicated that such matters could be overlooked with a blind eye. The young masters are merely seeking novelty. Once the excitement wanes, it will be as if nothing happened. Contemplating this, Lin Ling decided to disregard the remaining information entirely, placing a black iron plate that signified a mercenary's identity directly on the table. With a smile, he remarked, "Very well, Mr. Gu Xiaobai. Congratulations on becoming the newly minted mercenary of Misty Town. This plate represents your identity as a mercenary, and you can earn points through completing mercenary tasks to level up. Best of luck to you." "Thank you," the cloaked man said, reaching out to take the token from the table. Lin Ling keenly observed that a thick bandage was wrapped around the right hand of young Master Chung. Remarkable. To conceal one's identity to such an extent is truly fascinating. The thoughts of a child from a wealthy family are indeed difficult to decipher. Lin Ling mused inwardly. Now, let us rewind time to an hour prior. I could see that moment. The Mercenary Guild had yet to open its doors, and the young lady known as Flower of Mist had not yet commenced her duties. Gu Xiaobai remained unchanged, and all was as it should be. However, everything shifted when Song Qiuxuan declared, "You all must take good care of the house. I'm off to school." School? Gu Xiaobai gazed at Song Qiuxuan in astonishment, as if her attending school was an unfathomable concept to him. "Isn't that quite ordinary? I am merely 15 years old. 2 years of compulsory education remain." Song Qiuxuan huffed lightly through her nose, insisting that they stay put to guard the house, stating she would return around sunset. "Oh, very well. Take care, Song girl. Education is of utmost importance," Chung Fengjian replied, momentarily dazed before abruptly becoming animated and warmly bidding farewell to Song Qiuxuan. Meanwhile, out of her sight, Gu Xiaobai discreetly gave Cheng Fengjian a thumbs up. Song Qiuquan cast a suspicious glance at Cheng Fengjian. Why do I feel as if you are hiding something from me? Ha! How could that be? Such notions are utterly unfounded. After all, I am merely a sword. Cheng Fengjian chuckled, urging her to leave hastily to avoid being late for class. Although Song Qiuquan's instinct warned her that this loquacious sword was indeed concealing something. She recognized, as Cheng Fengjian had pointed out, that if she did not leave immediately, she would genuinely be late. After reiterating her instructions, she donned her pink backpack and hurried out of the courtyard, leaving Gu Xiaobai and Cheng Fengjian watching her retreating figure. Only after she vanished around the corner did they simultaneously break into mischievous laughter. Who would have thought? I was planning to concoct an excuse to send her away. Yet she left on her own accord, Gu Xiaobai relayed with satisfaction. Cheng Fengjian chuckled. I too did not anticipate such ease, but this fortuitously benefits you. By the way, have you prepared the items I asked you to gather? In response, Gu Xiaobai retrieved a pure black robe from a corner of the courtyard. Here it is. I found it in the storage room last night. Quite good, though what appears a tad worn. It remains usable, Cheng Fengjian remarked approvingly. Put it on and don the hood that I will handle the communication task. You need only manage the mount. Due to Cheng Fengjian's inability to move freely, he had to rely on Gu Xiaobai for transportation. Thus, in a sense, it could be said that Gu Xiaobai was Cheng Fengjian's steed, that Gu Xiaobai deftly donned the robe. Upon seeing this, Cheng Fengjian beamed. Perfect, it conceals you from head to toe. Now pull the hood over. Of course, Gu Xiaobai replied, extending his pale skeletal hand towards the hood. Wait, that hand of yours will certainly raise suspicions. Cheng Fengjian interjected hastily to go find some bandages and wrap it well. The more layers, the less likely anyone will notice. Minutes later, fully equipped, Gu Xiaobai secured Cheng Fengjian at his waist, adjusted the hood, and gently patted its small head, signaling it to guard the house well. Once all was prepared, Gu Xiaobai pushed open the gate of the Song residence, excitement coursing through him. By the way, do mercenaries truly earn substantial profits? Gu Xiaobai inquired as he proceeded. Absolutely, based on my understanding of human society. Being a mercenary is undoubtedly the most suitable profession for you, Cheng Fengjian asserted in a hushed tone, full of conviction. That is reassuring. But do you know the location of the mercenary guild? Gu Xiaobai asked. Well, I am not certain, but in such cases, one merely needs to ask someone nearby. With their combined efforts, Gu Xiaobai and Cheng Fengjian spent over 10 minutes locating the mercenary guild. Remarkably, their timing was impeccable. Upon Gu Xiaobai's arrival, the guild had just opened its doors. Although it was June and the weather was warming, Gu Xiaobai exuded an aura of chilling coldness, causing many mercenaries to instinctively distance themselves from him. Gu Xiaobai, however, was unfazed, as this inadvertently made his surroundings feel more spacious. He turned his head to scan the area and noticed a sign on the right that read, Mercenary Application Registration. Now, it's your turn. Not a problem. After a brief exchange, Gu Xiaobai seated himself before a young woman tasked with reception. A small nameplate pinned to her right breast read Lin Ling, presumably her name. Hello, are you here to complete the mercenary registration? Lin Ling inquired. Cheng Fengjian emitted a confirming sound from Gu Xiaobai's waist. Name? The young woman asked. Cheng Fengjian instinctively began to announce his name. Yet Gu Xiaobai frantically sent messages through their mental link, forcibly halting him. Hey, calm down. Shouldn't you be stating my name at such a time? Who would name themselves Cheng Fengjian? Despite his desire to reveal his own name, Cheng Fengjian reluctantly conceded that Gu Xiaobai made a valid point. Thus, Gu Xiaobai simply introduced himself as Gu Xiaobai. The young woman appeared somewhat perplexed by the abrupt change in name. I'm sorry, could you repeat your name? Somewhat disgruntled at having his naming rights stripped away, Cheng Fengjian's tone grew more rigid. I am Gu Xiaobai. The Gu from the look back, Xiao for small, and Bai for black and white. Understood. In your age? 18. Cheng Fengjian had indeed given this matter careful thought. An ancient sword. It was somewhat aware of the mercenary guild's peculiarities. In this context, claiming to be 18 was the most prudent choice. Very well, Mr. Gu Xiaobai. Could you please present your identification? Lin Ling requested. Beneath the black robe, both Gu Xiaobai and Cheng Fengjian trembled in unison. Damn sword, you never mentioned anything about needing identification, Gu Xiaobai communicated. How was I to know? Previously, such documents were unnecessary, Cheng Fengjian replied, his voice lacking conviction. After a moment's contemplation, Cheng Fengjian mustered the courage to say, My identification, I seem to have misplaced it. The household registration book will suffice. Cheng Fengjian's voice quivered. I also lost the household registration. Your home address? In a state of desperation, he resolved to abandon all pretense. Without identification or a home address, this application for mercenary status was likely doomed. Even Gu Xiaobai felt a flicker of discouragement. However, to their astonishment, the young woman suddenly broke into a smile, retrieving a black iron plate from beneath the table and informing them that their mercenary identity had been successfully registered. This unexpected outcome filled both Gu Xiaobai and Cheng Fengjian with elation, even if they were uncertain of the reasons behind it, that I suspect it was my magnetic voice that captivated the young lady. Cheng Fengjian mused. Cheng Fengjian proclaimed with a sense of pride, No, 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 you must not have seen it. That young lady's gaze was fixated on my face, clearly overwhelmed by my striking appearance. Gu Xiaobai replied with unwavering confidence. Bah! Even if you were wearing a hood, as a mere skeleton creature, what semblance of beauty could you possibly possess? Cheng Fengjian scoffed disdainfully. Gu Xiaobai pondered deeply, suddenly feeling an impulsive urge to retreat to a corner and draw circles. Oh, do not be disheartened. Perhaps there is indeed a task suitable for you? Cheng Fengjian attempted to offer solace. All right, let's first check the task area to see if there are any suitable assignments for us. Since we VE promised to assist Song Yadu in earning some money, we must put in the effort. Mercenaries are classified into various tiers, starting from the lowest, black iron, white jade, brass, emerald, crimson gold, and culminating at the highest tier, star diamond. Only by continuously completing mercenary tasks corresponding to 1S rank and accumulating mercenary points can one elevate their status. Gu Xiaobai, having just acquired mercenary qualifications, was naturally a novice at the black iron level. Within the entirety of Misty Hidden Town, the majority of mercenaries were also of the black iron tier, numbering around tens of thousands. The white jade tier was relatively scarce, yet still boasted a few thousand. However, among the higher ranks, there were only 4 brass mercenaries in the entire town, let alone the emerald, crimson gold, or even star diamond levels. Attaining the emerald tier would signify a considerable degree of strength, earning one respect wherever they went. The crimson gold mercenaries numbered merely in the hundreds throughout the human territories, while the star diamond tier could be counted on one hand. Of course, all of this seemed far too distant for Gu Xiaobai at present. The most pressing matter was to devise a way to help Song Qiushuan earn some living expenses. Given the relatively small size of Misty Hidden Town, the tasks available were predominantly of the black iron level, with white jade tasks being rare and brass ones exceedingly scarce. With Gu Xiaobai as current mercenary level, he could only select tasks that were either of his own tier or one tier higher. Little Bone, quickly tell me what tasks you've come across. Cheng Fengjian grumbled from within the robe. I can't see a thing. Gu Xiaobai stood before the task board, gazing up for a considerable time before reciting the tasks aloud to Cheng Fengjian, without missing a single word. The family's pet pig has gone missing. Seeking assistance. Goodness, there actually exists such a mercenary task. It sounds troublesome and pays poorly. I refuse to take it. The family's white pig was eloped with by the neighbor's pig. The request is to retrieve the white one by the end of the month. This task's issuer must be colluding with the higher-ups to create chaos. I shan't accept it. Dry fish left at the door was stolen by some unknown pig. Curse it, why is it always about pigs? Lil Bone, can you not pick some normal tasks to read aloud? Do you have some peculiar obsession? Gu Xiaobai transmitted helplessly. Let us be reasonable, given our current configuration. Do you truly expect me to undertake 2 monster-slaying tasks? Why not? Cheng Fengjian retorted boldly. Let us not forget that I was once ranked as the foremost among the 10 famed swords. In this small locality, as long as you can draw near, I guarantee that I shall pierce through those beasts in no time. Gu Xiaobai subtly glanced down at Cheng Fengjian, nestled within the robe, and after a pause conveyed, Do you really think I can get close? I'm merely a skeleton creature. Cheng Fengjian contemplated before replying, What is there to fear? I sent there that foolish dog, if you take it along. It can certainly intimidate those beasts, and then I can swoop in for the finishing blow if I bring along that little one. What use would you be? Gu Xiaobai sent a disdainful sentiment. Moreover, wouldn't he that expose our identities? That is true. Cheng Fengjian's voice trailed off, while Cheng Fengjian fell into silence. Gu Xiaobai suddenly transmitted again. By the way, there's several other tasks here that I find somewhat intriguing. Oh, pray tell. Cheng Fengjian's tone conveyed a hint of disinterest, as those trivial tasks failed to pique its curiosity. After all, having witnessed grander spectacles, such mundane tasks could only be described as tedious, its a bit lengthy. So let me summarize, Gu Xiaobai began. Essentially, there's a pig that ran away and has been causing quite a ruckus, and multiple tasks relate to this troublesome pig. If we accept all of these tasks, they would collectively yield approximately 32 taels of silver, enough to sustain us for a while. Cheng Fengjian couldn't help but express surprise. What? Just one pig is worth over 32 taels of silver. The previous two tasks combined didn't even amount to 20 coins. What kind of trouble is this pig causing? Thus, after deliberation, Gu Xiaobai and Cheng Fengjian resolved to accept all tasks pertaining to this pig. Although there were 12 tasks in total, which seemed rather cumbersome, both believed that if they could capture this mischief-making pig, all issues would be swiftly resolved. So, what type of creature could be so troublesome? It certainly piqued one's curiosity. After a few minutes, Gu Xiaobai successfully accepted all 12 tasks, but he distinctly felt the pitying gaze of the receptionist upon him. Everyone look! Another novice is taking on the task of capturing a pig. A burly mercenary guffawed loudly, showing no signs of restraint. Indeed, are novices nowadays truly this naive? If it were such an easy task, how could it possibly remain unclaimed? A gaunt mercenary leaning against the wall scoffed. The mercenary hall erupted into a chorus of mocking laughter. This was to be expected, as these mercenaries spent their days in idleness, and any opportunity for amusement was not one to be missed. Unfortunately, their target of ridicule was none other than a skeleton creature, one that had long been the subject of derision in the land of the dead. That Gu Xiaobai paid little mind to this commotion, especially since skeletons by nature possessed no hearts. Holding the image provided by the mercenary guild, Gu Xiaobai studied it intently for a while, deep in thought. Hey, little bone, don't just stare at it yourself. Let me see what it looks like. Cheng Fengjian complained. Oh, right. Gu Xiaobai hastily tucked the image into his clothing. Cheng Fengjian cast a glance at the image and suddenly exclaimed, Wait, this one looks strangely familiar. Gu Xiaobai was taken aback. Didn't you claim to have lived for hundreds of years? If it's familiar to you, wouldn't that mean it's also several centuries old? Surely you're not mistaking it. Nay, I have a strong feeling it's indeed the one, Cheng Fengjian gasped, its voice tinged with tension. That if it truly resembles what the task describes, a yellow-white striped creature that delights in causing chaos, then I would wager it's most likely it. Accompanied by Cheng Fengjian, Gu Xiaobai first made his way to the residence of the individual who had issued the task to find the pig. Although the task had already marked various characteristics and the last known location of the pig, Cheng Fengjian insisted on visiting the task issuer's home. As it put it, it simply could not believe that the damned pig would actually seek out a poor person as its master. With that thought in mind, Cheng Fengjian urged Gu Xiaobai to follow the address indicated in the task, eventually arriving at a modest earthen house located in the southern part of the town. This earthen dwelling appeared quite primitive. Several of the roof tiles were missing, hastily filled with thatch, and it was easy to imagine that rain would soon lead to leaks within. Such houses were relatively uncommon in misty hidden town. However, given the abundance of similar earthen homes nearby, it did not stand out at first glance that Gu Xiaobai slightly parted his robe to allow Cheng Fengjian a view of the outside scene. Cheng Fengjian gasped in disbelief. How curious! That damn pig would choose a poor person as a master. Surely, I must be mistaken. So, what exactly is the situation with the pig you mentioned? I find myself somewhat confused. Gu Xiaobai could not help but send a message. Just as Cheng Fengjian was about to explain, a weak voice suddenly called out from the front. Are you the mercenary here for a task? Both Gu Xiaobai and Cheng Fengjian were taken aback and instinctively turned their gaze forward. They beheld a slender young girl clad in simple, unadorned clothing, her hands resting against the doorframe as if to steady herself. Her eyes shone with hope and anticipation, clearly delighted by Gu Xiaobai's presence. She possessed a delicate beauty, exuding a gentle aura, yet her pallor suggested she was gravely ill or had only recently recovered from a serious condition. It was evident that the young lady's health was quite precarious. Without hesitation, Gu Xiaobai stepped forward to support the frail girl, while Cheng Fengjian, in a synchronized manner, inquired, "My dear lady, are you all right?" The girl looked at Gu Xiaobai with gratitude, ready to express her thanks. However, as her gaze slipped beneath the hood of his robe and fell upon Gu Xiaobai's face, her pupils dilated slightly in surprise. "You," she murmured, her lips parting in astonishment. "Why are you wearing such a large cloth bag on your head?" Indeed, concealed beneath the hood, Gu Xiaobai's skull was shrouded in a brown sack, which had been meticulously crafted with 2 small holes for him to observe the world outside. The reason for this peculiar disguise was, of course, to remain incognito, just in case. "Apologies, but due to certain special circumstances, I must keep my identity hidden that I hope you understand," Cheng Fengjian explained. Naturally, from the girl's perspective, it was Gu Xiaobai who was speaking. Who could have imagined that a sword would possess the ability to converse? Yet, since this mercenary had already offered an explanation, she felt it inappropriate to pry further. Recognizing the matter as one of personal privacy, "First, I need to confirm, is this task of finding the fat one something you initiated?" Cheng Fengjian asked. The girl nodded, her eyes reflecting concern. "Yes, I posted this task nearly a week ago. But until now, Meow Meow has yet to return. You think something unfortunate has happened to it?" Indeed, something unfortunate had transpired. It had caused quite a commotion among the residents of Misty Hidden Town. Moreover, it was uncertain where the little white creature was frolicking at that very moment. However, such thoughts remained unspoken, as revealing the truth would likely exacerbate the girl's already fragile condition. Thus, Gu Xiaobai discreetly relayed a few messages to Cheng Fengjian, who assured her, "Rest assured, your beloved pet will certainly be safe. Is that truly the case?" "That would be wonderful." The girl's face blossomed with a rosy hue, elated by Cheng Fengjian's reassurance, even though no concrete evidence had been provided. Gu Xiaobai mused to himself, "What a pure-hearted girl. I have come to inform you that I will be taking over this task. You need only stay at home and wait. I shall return with your fat one," he declared. Cheng Fengjian nearly blurted out the term fatty but managed to restrain itself just in time. The girl beamed at them with a lovely smile. "Thank you, mercenary sir. With your words, I feel much more at ease." "Oh, would you like to come in for a glass of water?" "I don't have much to offer, just some plain water." Gu Xiaobai quickly waved his hand in refusal, while Cheng Fengjian chimed in. No, I must hurry off to search. Water will have to wait." "Then, mercenary sir, please be sure to stay safe," the girl said, giving a slight bow to D. "Oh, not worry. With me around, there'll be no issues," Cheng Fengjian affirmed. "What on earth? Are you out of your mind?" Just then, Cheng Fengjian was interrupted by a sudden mental message from Gu Xiaobai, prompting an involuntary exclamation. The girl flinched slightly and cautiously looked at Gu Xiaobai, asking, "Have I done something wrong, mercenary sir? Please do not be angry that no, it's not you that I merely, had a sudden thought that puzzled me," Cheng Fengjian hastily clarified. The reason for Cheng Fengjian's sudden outburst stemmed from Gu Xiaobai's suggestion that the girl appeared too pitiful. They should offer her their meager possessions. She had mentioned that her home only had plain water, implying a lack of provisions. Moreover, a frail girl like her deserved something nourishing. Heaven knows why a skeleton would inexplicably feel compassion. But Gu Xiaobai had made his decision with unwavering resolve. When they slipped away, they had discreetly taken 20 coins from Song Qiushuan, initially meant for operational expenses. However, with no clear direction for their task, they had already depleted their funds. Such is the burden of responsibility. "Hey, Bonehead, I have 2 pieces of news for you. One is bad news, and the other is also bad news. Which would you like to hear first?" Cheng Fengjian remarked. Hiding within the robe, Gu Xiaobai scratched his head, feeling uncertain as he responded. "Let us hear the first one. The first piece of bad news." Cheng Fengjian scoffed. "The fact that you pilfered money from Song's girl for operational expenses? She will undoubtedly discover it when she returns home tonight. Given her character, 20 coins would feel like a death sentence. So are you prepared to face her wrath? As a being of the undead?" Gu Xiaobai shuddered, every bone in his body turning cold. However, he quickly realized that Cheng Fengjian had distanced itself from the situation, which irked Gu Xiaobai. Unable to hold back, he sent a message. Can we discuss this reasonably? Broken sword? You were the one who suggested stealing the money. You said it was better to have some funds for our operations. Besides, I didn't steal it alone. You were right there too. Cheng Fengjian remained unyielding. Discuss reasonably. You want to reason with a sword? Fine. When the time comes, you can explain it to Song. After all, I'm just a sword, without hands or feet, unable to stop you. If she asks, I will simply say I tried my best to dissuade you, but you insisted on going through with it, fearing I would expose you to. Do you think Song will believe me? Gu Xiaobai was utterly taken aback. What? This is outrageous. He felt incredulous at the turn of events. But let's return to the matter at hand. If we can find that fat one and complete the task, I can earn a substantial reward, and then Song Qiuxuan will have nothing to say. Are you thinking that if you complete the task, not only will you repay the 20 coins, but you will also have some left over, ensuring Song will not blame you? Cheng Fengjian scoffed. How naive. That leads me to the second piece of bad news. Clearing its throat, it continued. When we passed by earlier, I sensed the lingering presence of that fat one. I can now definitively tell you that this task is doomed. You will not succeed. The fat one you seek is the very same troublemaker, elusive and unpredictable. Even when being pursued by a group, it manages to evade capture. Heaven knows why that creature has decided to reside here, shamelessly cohabiting with a human girl for so long that Ji Yu Xiaobai instantly felt a sense of foreboding. Moreover, Cheng Fengjian continued. The tasks you have taken on, such as stealing fish from others or snatching heirloom rings. If they were my time, people would simply think the fat one had turned over a new leaf. However, with my knowledge of it, that creature is undoubtedly biding its time to cause mischief. Then what shall we do? Gu Xiaobai asked anxiously. What can we do? You ask me, and I have no answers. Regardless, you must first ascertain its whereabouts, for when that creature causes chaos, no one can find it. Ji Xiaobai fell silent for a moment before inquiring. And if we do find it, Cheng Fengjian retorted. Ah, are you joking? Such a scenario does not exist. Cheng Fengjian expressed disdain. No, I truly mean it. You must see. Gu Xiaobai parted his robe slightly, allowing Cheng Fengjian a glimpse of the outside world. They found themselves positioned in the bustling commercial district to the east of Wuyin town, where a steady stream of people flowed by, their conversations creating a lively it was precisely this vibrant atmosphere that emboldened Cheng Fengjian to engage in conversation with Gu Xiaobai, confident that its voice would be easily masked amidst the cacophony. However, the fact that that rotund creature was also present in this very place, already marked as a target by the mercenary guild, it had the audacity to mingle among the crowd. This creature was indeed bold. Cheng Fengjian peered through the small opening and soon spotted a yellow and white striped creature lazily lounging atop the fountain sculpture at the center of the commercial area, squinting in the sunlight. Hey, this is far too brazen. Gu Xiaobai approached the fountain, looking up at the languidly content creature, feeling a wave of disillusionment wash over him. Hadn't it been promised that its movements were unpredictable? Hadn't it been said that no one could locate it? It had taken only 2 chapters since they accepted the task. Cheng Fengjian was at a loss for words, as it could clearly sense that the creature before them was indeed the one they sought. The creature twitched its whiskers, half opening its eyes to glance down, just in time to catch sight of Gu Xiaobai's bag-like face beneath the brim of his hat, along with the sword peeking through the gap in the black robe. Meow. The creature stretched lazily, then, with a nimble leap, landed squarely atop Gu Xiaobai's head. That Ji Xiaobai thought, what kind of turn of events is this? This creature has audaciously presented itself. Look what I've discovered. A skeleton creature dwelling among humans. And a short sword that vanished hundreds of years ago. The creature spoke with great interest. Ji Xiaobai was taken aback. This creature can talk. After all, it had lived for centuries. What was so surprising about that? I can speak too. Cheng Fengjian interjected. If my memory serves me correctly, you must be Cheng Fengjian, right? The creature perched atop Gu Xiaobai's head, looking down with excitement at the sword concealed beneath the robe. That I never expected to see something from my era. This is quite the surprise. I am equally astonished that you, a creature known for courting disaster, are still alive, Cheng Fengjian responded, its voice tinged with the joy of encountering an old acquaintance. But tell me, how have you managed to survive until now? The creature chuckled. Oh, it's nothing much, just extended my life a bit. Otherwise, even a monster would have kicked the bucket by now, seeing that the creature and Cheng Fengjian were becoming engrossed in conversation. Gu Xiaobai felt anxious. Hey, we're here on a mission, don't just chat. Only then did Cheng Fengjian remember their task at hand. Clearing its throat, it spoke up, brother, I have a matter I'd like your assistance with. Oh, go on, the creature replied, its tail swaying with evident delight. Cheng Fengjian quickly laid out the details of their situation. The creature nodded knowingly. Ah, I see. Hey, you two are being utterly dismissive. Be serious. Gu Xiaobai seemed on the verge of losing his composure. It's fine. After all, this is meant for the readers to understand. They only need to know the gist. If we were to repeat the plot, it would only invite complaints about wordiness later. Cheng Fengjian reassured him. Well, that does make some sense. After hearing their exchange, the creature squatted on Gu Xiaobai's head, pondering for a moment before stating, since we've crossed paths, it must be fate. Given that, I shall not assist you. With that declaration, seizing the moment while Gu Xiaobai and Cheng Fengjian were caught off guard, it used Gu Xiaobai's head as a springboard and swiftly vanished into the crowd as the sun began to set. Casting a brilliant glow, it was time to return home. Point 1 could not say whether Gu Xiaobai and Cheng Fengjian were fortunate or unfortunate. They had indeed encountered the troublesome creature, but had been coldly rebuffed when they sought its help. Moreover, it seemed to deliberately evade them. Jiu Xiaobai searched tirelessly around Wayne Town, but could not find the creature again. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, he reluctantly began heading towards Song Qiushuan's house. The closer he got to Song Qiushuan's home, the heavier Gu Xiaobai's steps became. That moment, he recalled the fear that had once dominated him, along with the humiliation of having been laid bare. Wait, hadn't Song Qiushuan gone to school? Perhaps she had yet to return. If that were the case, he might still have time to gather his belongings and sneak back to his burial place. Oh, planning to flee after stealing my money, are you? Gu Xiaobai, who gave you such audacity? Gu Xiaobai was lost in thought when a voice suddenly rang out in front of him, startled by the familiar voice. Gu Xiaobai looked up in a panic. There stood Song Qiushuan, casually leaning against the pillar at her doorstep, arms crossed and a knowing smile playing on her lips, her eyes glinting with a sharpness akin to blades. With a sudden clatter, Gu Xiaobai's skeletal frame collapsed in disarray. I admit my fault. I'll handle it myself, he transmitted to Song Qiushuan. From beneath the robe came an ouch, the startled exclamation of Cheng Fengjian as it fell to the ground. Oh, broken sword, you're here too. Can you explain why you and Gu Xiaobai have only just returned? Song Qiushuan's voice, though seeming calm, concealed a palpable threat within. Song family girl, please let me explain. Things are not as you imagine. Cheng Fengjian declared with righteous fervor, its tone filled with a sense of integrity. In fact, when little Gu stole your money, I opposed it vehemently and even scolded him loudly. Song Qiushuan raised an eyebrow. Oh, is that so? To mask its own unease, Cheng Fengjian raised its voice several notches. Indeed. However, you must understand, little Gu would not heed my advice. Look at me. I'm merely a sword, utterly incapable of retaliating. I could only watch helplessly as he pilfered your money and he even forced me to stay with him to prevent me from reporting him. Song family girl, I am indeed a loyal subject. You cannot wrongfully accuse me. Gu Xiaobai chimed in. All right, let us assume everything you say is true. However, I have one question. Why didn't you call for me when Gu Xiaobai was stealing my money? Song Qiushuan inquired. Cheng Fengjian stammered. Well, I was under his control at the time. Oh, skeleton creatures are truly cunning. But this morning when I went to school, you were shouting quite loudly, urging me to be cautious. How do you explain that? Why didn't you alert me then? Cheng Fengjian was rendered speechless. Congratulations, you've hit a wall. Gu Xiaobai thought gleefully as he transmitted the message. He had initially believed Cheng Fengjian could talk its way out of the situation. But it seems Song Qiushuan had a clever side as well. Though they were surely doomed this time, at least Cheng Fengjian was there to face the music with him. Having a companion on the road to the underworld made the journey less lonely. What are you daydreaming about? I haven't yet decided how to deal with you. Song Xiaoshuan huffed, turning to enter her home, leaving Gu Xiaobai and the fallen Qing Fengjian to exchange bewildered glances. Wait, she's just letting us off the hook like that. Qing Fengjian exclaimed, astonished. This defies logic. Has she turned over a new leaf? No, I suspect there is a grand conspiracy behind this. We must tread carefully. Did you not notice that she only begrudgingly spent 20 coins on her staff? We have traded our 20 coins for a new staff. It's no wonder she is upset. Gu Xiaobai cautioned, suggesting that there might be some hidden trap awaiting them. So, according to you, are we to remain here lying around? That is hardly a solution. Qing Fengjian voiced its frustration. In any case, just wait a moment. I'll reassemble myself first. Once we enter, we must be cautious, it added. Very well. Ever since meeting Song Xiaoshuan, Gu Xiaobai had already fallen apart 4 times in the past few days. Thus, he has gained some insights in assembling himself and is now considerably faster than before. In just a little over 10 minutes, he has reassembled himself. So, can I go in? Gu Xiaobai inquired. All right, Qing Fengjian replied. That am I really going in? Damn it, stop talking nonsense. Are you going in or not? To be honest, I feel a bit weak in the knees. This place feels far more terrifying than the core of a burial ground. Core of a burial ground. If I recall correctly, that should be inhabited by undead creatures like bone dragons. Right? Are you really that afraid of the Song family girl? Oh, don't worry. She won't eat you. She won't eat me, but have you forgotten there's a dog inside? Oh damn, I really forgot about that. Do you think that dog would eat the sword too? Gu Xiaobai and Qing Fengjian stood outside Song Xiaoshuan's door, muttering to themselves, too afraid to step inside. Eventually, from within the door, Song Xiaoshuan's impatient voice rang out. You too, if you don't come in soon. You can sleep outside tonight. With such a statement hanging in the air, Gu Xiaobai had no choice but to take Qing Fengjian and enter the house. To their surprise, Song Xiaoshuan had not prepared rice porridge and pickled radish for dinner that night. Instead, there was a lavish spread of delicious dishes laid out. Even the small rice bowl was piled high with meat bones. Gu Xiaobai was the first to react, sending a message. Has the reward from the city lord's mansion arrived? Song Xiaoshuan feigned indifference and nodded. Yes, I initially wanted to return home early to share this good news with you, but who would have thought you two would be absent and secretly take the 20 coins from my pocket? Actually, at first, I intended to buy you something nice as a treat, but now that it's come to this, there's no share for you two. Observing the despondent expressions on Gu Xiaobai and Qing Fengjian's faces, Song Xiaoshuan remained impassive outwardly, yet inwardly, she felt a sense of triumph. That if you don't act recklessly, you won't meet misfortune. But it's such a simple truth. How come these two don't understand it? What? You've registered as a mercenary? Song Xiaoshuan's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Gu Xiaobai, who was lowering his head in a guilty manner. She found it puzzling. As a skeleton creature, Gu Xiaobai didn't require food or clothing. So what was the point of stealing 20 coins from her? A careful inquiry revealed that he intended to use it as activity funds for mercenary tasks. It goes without saying that this was undoubtedly the influence of that broken sword. Song Xiaoshuan shot a glare at Qing Fengjian, who trembled violently, then desperately maintained his composure, attempting to disguise himself as an ordinary sword, one that neither spoke nor moved. So, why are you two wasting your time registering as mercenaries? Is it really that entertaining? Song Xiaoshuan furrowed her brows. It's because we saw you eating so poorly that we thought about earning some money. Gu Xiaobai messaged back. Song Xiaoshuan was a loss for words. Staring blankly at Gu Xiaobai, a wave of emotion suddenly swelling within her. How long had it been since anyone cared about her life like this? These two guys, having known her for only a few days, had gone out of their way to earn money for her. What was the necessity of going to such lengths? Just as Song Xiaoshuan was touched, Gu Xiaobai added, I was thinking that if we earned money, perhaps you could improve your living conditions, and the taste of the vitality might become more pleasant. You know, the bit of vitality I absorbed yesterday, it had a pickled radish flavor that almost made me spit it back out. Hey, little bone, that's a bit excessive. Qing Fengjian couldn't help but interrupt Gu Xiaobai's message, indignantly exclaiming. Song Xiaoshuan's eyes glistened with tears. At a crucial moment, Qing Fengjian truly was a loyal friend. Quick, rebut that damned skeleton. At least you still have vitality that tastes like pickled radish to absorb. What about me? I've been starving for hundreds of years, unable to eat anything. And to make matters worse, you, who have food to eat, are still being picky in front of me. Cheng Fengjian's voice sounded filled with grief and indignation. However, in the next moment, he shifted his tone. But, seriously, I can understand your plight. After all, from my perspective, look at the pile of junk in Song's household. Although it can be eaten, I simply cannot bring myself to consume. By the way, Song girl, those 30,000 taels of silver could buy a little over a pound of starlight gold. I wouldn't mind if you let me have a bite to eat. Song Xiaoshuan stared expressionlessly at the two troublemakers before her, then spat out a single word: "Get lost." Nevertheless, after obtaining the 30,000 taels of silver, Song Xiaoshuan still went to the blacksmith shop to buy 3 pounds of ordinary secret silver. The reason for only purchasing 3 pounds was not due to the high price of ordinary secret silver or her stinginess, but rather because the blacksmith shop in Wuyin Town had only that much secret silver available, all of which Song Xiaoshuan bought. Cheng Fengjian stared at the 3 pounds of secret silver for a long time before muttering, "Sigh. I've been eating this for hundreds of years, and now I still have to eat this. It's becoming quite unappetizing." However, his voice was so quiet that Gu Xiaobai and Song Xiaoshuan did not hear him. After everyone had finished dinner, Song Xiaoshuan picked up a plate to head to the kitchen next door to wash the dishes. Just as she was about to leave, she casually asked, "Oh, by the way, that black robe looks somewhat familiar. Where did you find it?" "In the storage room," Gu Xiaobai answered honestly. "Storage room? Why would there be a black robe in the storage room?" Song Xiaoshuan blinked, pondering for a moment, but could not recall anything significant, so she shrugged and continued to the kitchen. After all, if she couldn't remember it, it likely wasn't important. Once Song Xiaoshuan left, Gu Xiaobai leaned closer to Cheng Fengjian and messaged, "Hey, broken sword, now that Song Xiaoshuan has money, should we still go through with that mercenary task?" Cheng Fengjian let out a long sigh, saying, "We must view this issue from a perspective of sustainable development. Think about it. The 30,000 taels of silver the Song girl has, while it may seem considerable, will be spent quickly. Don't forget, there's a hellhound at home. Keeping that creature requires quite a bit of expenditure. In my opinion, even if we only consider the cost of food and drink, those 30,000 taels would only sustain us for a few years. Point 1. Must understand that 30,000 taels could fulfill the needs of many families for a lifetime. Yet for Song Xiaoshuan, it could only last a few years. Point 1. Can only imagine how alarming the consumption rate is. Jiu Xiaobai pondered deeply for a moment and said, "So according to you, we still need to take on that mercenary task and find that fat one." Cheng Fengjian chuckled. "So you see, little bone, you're still a bit too naive. What I just said was merely to convey a fact. The largest expense in our household does not stem from you or me, nor from Song Xiaoshuan, but rather from that big fat dog. Therefore, if we can find a way to get rid of that dog, we will essentially be free from worry about food and clothing for the rest of our lives. And we won't need to undertake any ridiculous mercenary tasks." Gu Xiaobai suddenly had an epiphany. "Wow, I never expected that as a sword. You could be so cunning and devious, but I like it." "Ha, you flatter me," Cheng Fengjian said, brimming with pride. "After all, this sword has existed for a long time, and its perspective is certainly not something a mere little skeleton can compare with." The sword and the skeleton, both believing they had come up with a brilliant plan, began to engage in mutual flattery. Thus, the following morning, Gu Xiaobai and Cheng Fengjian stared at the rice soup and pickled radish set before them. Somewhat lost in thought, that wasn't it said that the 30,000 taels of silver reward had already arrived? Why are we back to eating this? Gu Xiaobai's spirits plummeted as he recalled the pickled radish flavor of Song Xiaoshuan's vitality, causing him to tremble involuntarily. Song Xiaoshuan raised her head and shot Gu Xiaobai a glare. "Honestly, can't you manage your life better? Do you understand what it means to be frugal? Last night was a special occasion. I treated myself to a nice meal to celebrate. On ordinary days, we must adhere to a simple and frugal lifestyle. Besides, pickled radish is actually quite tasty. Just look at how happily the little one is eating." Gu Xiaobai silently turned his head to watch the hellhound devouring the food with gusto, a deep sense of desolation washing over him. This hellhound had lost all dignity as a hellhound. "Oh, and regarding those 30,000 taels of silver, after deducting what was spent yesterday, there remains 29,846 taels, which I have deposited in the bank. Without my signature, no one can withdraw it." So you two should abandon any ideas of getting your hands on it, Song Xiaoshuan said, wiping her mouth, satisfied, as she stood up. Well then, I'm off to school. Gu Xiaobai watched Song Xiaoshuan's departing figure and then messaged Cheng Fengjian. What do we do now? Cheng Fengjian remained silent for an extended period, gritting his teeth before finally uttering, let us take matters into our own hands and ensure our sustenance. We shall seek out that wretched creature. Given that the elusive target had already hidden itself away, locating it proved to be quite a challenge. Consequently, Gu Xiaobai and Cheng Fengjian resolved to alter their strategy and explore alternative approaches. Since a change in tactics necessitated a war council, it was imperative to secure a meeting room. Naturally, Song Xiaoshuan's residence lacked any formal meeting space, comprising merely 4 rooms: a living room, a kitchen, a bedroom, and a storeroom. Clearly, neither the kitchen nor the storeroom was conducive to conducting a meeting, and Song Xiaoshuan had expressly forbidden entry into her bedroom without her consent, under threat of dire consequences. The mere thought of such repercussions sent shivers down Gu Xiaobai's spine, for one could only imagine what cruel and inhumane fate that cunning woman might devise for him. Thus, Gu Xiaobai and Cheng Fengjian ultimately opted to convene their war council in the living room. Silence, silence. The inaugural meeting of the capture of Fei commences now. Gu Xiaobai sat upright in his chair, striving to adopt a serious demeanor. Cheng Fengjian, positioned in the chair opposite him, leaned back against the chair's support. Mimicking Gu Xiaobai's tone, it inquired in a grave voice, "So, Mr. Gu Xiaobai, do you have any brilliant ideas to share?" Gu Xiaobai nodded. "Indeed, I have a suggestion. I implore you all to listen attentively." "Very well. This sword shall await your words with bated breath." "But who are these all you speak of?" "Is it not just I, a solitary sword?" Cheng Fengjian suddenly realized, "Little Bone, your phrasing is a bit flawed." However, before Cheng Fengjian could finish, it heard a sudden bout of heavy panting behind it, accompanied by a sticky substance dripping onto its form. "Ah, woof!" Xiao Xiao yelped joyfully, as if to say, "Such an amusing affair, how could I possibly miss it?" "Very well, continue speaking. I shall listen intently. However, might I request a hand to assist in wiping off this drool?" Cheng Fengjian grumbled, "This dog's saliva is rather overwhelming." Gu Xiaobai hastily grabbed a piece of cloth and wiped it haphazardly across Cheng Fengjian's surface, then discarded the cloth, returning to his seat to commence his strategic analysis. "First and foremost, we must clarify whether there is any discernible pattern to this creature's activities within Wuyin Town. Thus, I have undertaken an analysis of the mission we received yesterday and documented several key details. Following this, I stumbled upon something quite intriguing. The creature's behavior is not entirely devoid of rhyme or reason, though." Cheng Fengjian's interest piqued. "Do go on." "Aside from the tasks involving the girl who commissioned us to find the creature and her neighbor who sought assistance in retrieving Bai, who had run off with it, the remaining tasks offered substantial rewards, the highest of which reached 6 taels of silver, while the lowest started at 1 tael. It is noteworthy that such a high bounty is offered merely for dealing with a mischievous creature, indicating that the individuals involved are likely quite affluent. Hence, we can hypothesize that the creature targets only the wealthy households. Gu Xiaobai articulated. Cheng Fengjian pondered this for a moment, recognizing the validity in Gu Xiaobai's analysis. "Moreover, have you not observed that the girl who posted the task resides in the southern part of Wuyin Town, while the creature seems to deliberately avoid her, consistently appearing in the northern direction? This leads me to speculate, should the creature continue its mischief, it will likely choose to strike in the north. There are only 11 relatively affluent families residing in that area, meaning that if it intends to act, its target is likely the last wealthy household remaining in the northern part of the town. If my memory serves me correctly, that household is engaged in commerce, the head of which bears the surname Cheng, responsible for the majority of grain sold in Wuyin Town. That if we merely lie in wait, we stand a considerable chance of capturing that creature." "By the heavens, bravo!" Cheng Fengjian exclaimed. "You are the most astute skeleton I have ever encountered." "Bar none. However, I must ask, where did you procure this information?" Gu Xiaobai transmitted a wave of prideful emotion towards Cheng Fengjian. "Is it not simple? Just ask Song Xiaoshuan. She is well versed in these matters. Ah, and by the way, I have also prepared a route map. With this, our journey to the Chung household will be much simpler. Wait, where did my route map go? I distinctly remember placing it on the table. Broken sword. Have you seen it? Chung Fengjian recalled. Indeed, I remember something being on the table earlier, but I did not examine it closely. Ji Xiaobai grew anxious. It was the fruit of his labor. Heaven knows the difficulty of a skeleton wielding a pen. As he glanced around, he described to Chung Fengjian, it was a square sheepskin scroll, quite similar to the cloth I just used to wipe your drool. Suddenly, he faltered, a sense of foreboding washing over him. The truth is often harsh. When Gu Xiaobai reluctantly unfolded the sheepskin scroll, suppressing his nausea, he despaired upon realizing that the contents were nearly illegible, smeared with the sticky drool. Well, it appears your efforts were in vain. Chung Fengjian remarked, reveling in his misfortune that, no matter, we can manage without the route map. It's merely a matter of taking a bit more time to find our way. Ji Xiaobai sighed, crumpling the sheepskin scroll to discard it. When suddenly Chung Fengjian interjected, wait, where did you acquire that sheepskin scroll? Gu Xiaobai paused, halting his actions. I found it in the pocket of that robe from yesterday. Why? Does it contain something? Why not unfold it and take another look? I believe I glimpsed some peculiar patterns that seemed somewhat familiar, Chung Fengjian said with an air of intrigue. Following Chung Fengjian's suggestion, Gu Xiaobai opened the scroll once more, only to find several mysterious ink patterns emerging from its surface. Gu Xiaobai was certain that these markings were not of his own making. I once heard tales of certain special techniques that allow one to conceal recorded information, which can only be revealed through specific means. Submerging in water is indeed one such method, Chung Fengjian mused, contemplating the drool-soaked sheepskin scroll. But why would Song Qiushuan's family possess such an item? Is there something they wish to keep secret? Moreover, these patterns appear to resemble the controls for activating some sort of mechanism. For the undeciphered sheepskin scroll, Gu Xiaobai and Chung Fengjian deliberated for quite some time, yet failed to make any significant progress. They submerged the entire scroll in water, and shortly thereafter, a rather exquisite yet uncomplicated pattern design emerged. Hey, broken sword, aren't you well-traveled? Quickly, ascertain what this pattern is meant to activate, Gu Xiaobai urged. Good heavens, where do you expect me to find an answer? Chung Fengjian retorted, while I may be well-versed in many things, how on earth would I know where that cursed mechanism is located? Isn't it inscribed somewhere? Gu Xiaobai inquired. Can you not read? The entire scroll has been soaked. Aside from this pattern, there is nothing left. Chung Fengjian snapped. Ji Xiaobai gazed at the sheepskin scroll in frustration for a moment before returning it to the inner pocket of the black robe. It seems we must first uncover the origin of this robe. After all, it was found in the storeroom. Why would Song Qiushuan claim to be unaware of it? Chung Fengjian contemplated. This suggests that the garment never captured her attention from the start. I suspect it might have been left behind by her father, perhaps intended to inform her of a substantial inheritance he had bequeathed to her somewhere. Of course, this is merely speculation. If that is indeed the case. Then when Song Qiushuan returns this evening, we shall present her with the sheepskin scroll for safekeeping, Gu Xiaobai proposed. Very well, I have no intention of coveting another's inheritance, Chung Fengjian remarked nonchalantly. Thus, this little interlude came to a temporary halt. As Gu Xiaobai and Chung Fengjian resolved to continue their unfinished mercenary endeavors, clad in a tattered black robe and donning a palm-colored cloth hood, Gu Xiaobai secured Chung Fengjian at his waist and let out a hearty laugh as he stepped outside, only to be unceremoniously kicked back by a dog. Xiao Xiao, with an expression of dissatisfaction, gazed at Gu Xiaobai, her meaning unmistakable. You both sneaked out to play yesterday, leaving me, a mere dog, alone at home. How outrageous. I refuse to be left behind. I too wish to accompany you on your adventures today. Do not inquire how Gu Xiaobai deciphered such a wealth of information from Xiao Xiao's gaze. He simply did. After all, despite being a formidable 8th-tier demon beast, Xiao Xiao was still, at heart, a dog. And being a dog, it required walks that it had now been 3 days since they arrived at Song Qiushuan's residence, and ever since entering the Song family's courtyard. Xiao Xiao had not ventured outside, making its current boredom entirely understandable. However, bringing such a large dog onto the streets would undoubtedly attract excessive attention, especially since this dog appeared to be larger than a steed. Moreover, the crux of the matter was that Gu Xiaobai and Cheng Fengjian were planning to lie in wait, and if Xiao Xiao accompanied them, their ability to remain concealed would be utterly compromised. Wherever it went, it would be the center of attention. Just as Gu Xiaobai found himself in a quandary, Cheng Fengjian suddenly seemed to have an epiphany and grinned. "No worries, little bone. We shall take it along." "Ah, wouldn't that alert the prey? What if that fat one sees us and changes its target?" Gu Xiaobai expressed his confusion. "You simply do not grasp the situation," Cheng Fengjian replied with a smug tone. "I never said we would act alongside it. Bringing it along is merely a means to conceal our movements. Pray tell, enlighten me," Gu Xiaobai humbly inquired. "Consider this. The Cheng family is affluent, and surely they have bodyguard at their disposal? Under such circumstances, that rotund creature would need to find the opportune moment to infiltrate if it suddenly discovers that the Cheng family's guards are distracted by an unexpected hellish demon dog, thus lowering their vigilance over the area they are meant to monitor. What do you think it would do?" In this moment, Cheng Fengjian's long-standing advantage in reading human emotions came into play. Gu Xiaobai's combined could not rival his acuity. Gu Xiaobai pondered for a moment and found some merit in Cheng Fengjian's reasoning, nodding vigorously. "Very well. Let us proceed." Earlier, Xiao Xiao had inadvertently created a large hole in the wall of Song Qiushuan's residence. In that night, she had worked diligently until the early hours to restore the bricks. The reason she did not hire a construction crew was simply that she believed such minor matters could be managed without incurring expenses, and she could handle it herself. The Gu Xiaobai mused that if this continued, Song Qiushuan would inevitably grow into a brawny and muscular woman. The current issue, however, was that with the wall now repaired, it had become significantly more challenging for Xiao Xiao to venture outside. How could they enable Xiao Xiao to leap over the courtyard wall? After careful contemplation, Gu Xiaobai decided to employ the previous method used in the demon camp, baiting the dog. By gently lifting the skull upwards, Xiao Xiao would naturally jump up, making the wall an insignificant obstacle. With this idea in mind, Gu Xiaobai moved swiftly. He soon prepared the necessary props and positioned himself atop Xiao Xiao. "Jump for me." Gu Xiaobai secured the skull to a long pole with a rope and lifted it high. Xiao Xiao, filled with excitement, leaped into the air in an attempt to catch the skull in its mouth. It jumped. Gu Xiaobai could not help but feel elated. However, his joy was short-lived, as he soon sensed that something was amiss. There was the sound of bricks crumbling under pressure. Indeed, Xiao Xiao had jumped, but having been lounging in the courtyard for several days, its hind legs had grown somewhat numb, and the exertion lacked the requisite force. Thus, Gu Xiaobai silently returned the skull to its place and turned to observe the wall, now once again collapsed. Whether it was intentional or accidental on Xiao Xiao's part, the section that had fallen was precisely where Song Qiushuan had painstakingly repaired the night before. Heaven knows what expression she would wear upon her return. It could very well be a look that would haunt even a skeletal creature like Gu Xiaobai in nightmares. Enough of that. The matter at hand is of utmost importance. A person of great ambition must not be bogged down by trifles. The best course of action is to retreat, that Gu Xiaobai muttered to himself as he led Xiao Xiao, with a sense of guilt akin to that of a thief, into a nearby alley. Meanwhile, the goddess of most male mercenaries, known as the Mist Veil Flower, Lin Ling, sat in the office of the Mercenary Guild president, facing none other than the president of the Mist Veil Town Mercenary Guild, one of the town's only 4 bronze-tier mercenaries. The renowned West Ridge Tiger, Shangwan Lai's son, Shangwan Shao, A.S. Shangwan Lai, was currently away on a mercenary mission. The guild's affairs were temporarily overseen by Shangwan Shaolai, although managing such a large organization might seem daunting. The guild's well-established system allowed most matters to be handled by subordinates independently. Thus, while Shangwan Shaolai occasionally found himself flustered, he managed to keep the guild's affairs in order most of the time. Moreover, Shangwan Lai's actions were intended to groom Shangwan Shaolai as the next president of the Mist Veil Town Mercenary Guild. In regional branches like the Mist Veil Town Mercenary Guild, if the incumbent president does not commit any major blunders during their tenure, they can submit a succession list to the headquarters, with candidates chosen by the original president. Once the headquarters conducts an inspection and confirms everything is in order, the handover process can commence. Shangwan Shaolai had followed his father since childhood, naturally developing a profound passion for the mercenary profession. For this reason, During the days his father was absent from the guild, Shangguan Shaolai practically lived in the mercenary guild, fearful of any unforeseen incidents. Today, however, he learned that a subordinate named Lin Ling had processed mercenary registration for an unidentified individual, which incensed Shangguan Shaolai. The guild's regulations clearly state that individuals without a genuine and identifiable identity cannot be granted mercenary status. Shangguan Shaolai slammed his palm against the mahogany table, producing a resounding echo. But you are already a veteran employee of the guild. Can you not recall even this simple matter? Lin Ling bit her lip. Her gaze lowered, and after a lengthy pause, she spoke softly. I thought he was the young master of the Chung family. The president had previously instructed that in such cases, we should issue a black iron badge to extend favor. Yet, before she could finish her explanation, Shangguan Shaolai interjected with a cold scoff. You thought? If he truly were the young master of the Chung family, your actions would be justifiable. But what if he is not? Lin Ling's heart suddenly sank. Indeed, from beginning to end, everything had merely been her own conjecture. The other party had never mentioned the Chung family. As she observed Lin Ling's complexion darken, Shangguan Shaolai showed no intention of letting her off the hook. Instead, he continued unrelentingly. Have you considered that if he is not the Chung family's young master, then your actions amount to sullying my father's name and causing trouble? After all, no one knows if this unidentified individual might engage in actions that could tarnish the reputation of our Mist Vale Town Mercenary Guild. If such a situation were to arise, Lin Ling, could you bear the responsibility? Lin Ling abruptly lifted her head, her lips moving as if to say I can, yet no words would escape her throat. Even if you resign in disgrace, you cannot restore the reputation of the Mist Vale Town Mercenary Guild, and it may even implicate my father. Have you thought about all this? Shangguan Shaolai leaned forward, his piercing gaze fixed on Lin Ling's beautiful eyes, his voice chilling. Lin Ling took a deep breath, summoning her courage to ask, Vice President, has it been confirmed that he is not the Chung family's young master? Shangguan Shaolai fell silent for a moment, then sank back into his chair, his expression grave. Not yet, he replied, but I've already dispatched someone to investigate, and I believe results will be forthcoming soon. Upon seeing Lin Ling's despondent demeanor, Shangguan Shaolai added, If he is indeed the Chung family's young master, I shall overlook this matter. But if he is not, you know what must be done? Do you not? Yes, I understand. Lin Ling responded softly. Due to the attention garnered by Song Qiuxuan and Gu Xiaobai when they previously rode Xiao Xiao into the city, many people had already taken notice. Thus, when Xiao Xiao appeared outside the Chung residence, it did not take long for someone to recognize it as the hellhound that had been tamed a few days prior that Jiu Xiaobai, cloaked in black, concealed herself in a narrow alley. Observing the commotion at the Chung family from a distance, it was evident that, despite the rumors of this being a tamed hellhound, no passerby dared to approach it closely, only daring to watch from afar. Meanwhile, the entrance to the Chung residence was firmly shut by the family servants. After all, should the hellhounds suddenly take an interest and decide to wander into their home, they might not even know how they met their demise. Jiu Xiaobai cautiously scanned her surroundings, finding no trace of Fei for the moment. With nothing else to occupy her, she began to scrutinize the architecture of the Chung residence. It was apparent that the two doors of the Chung residence were crafted from pear wood, coated in a layer of black lacquer, with a plaque made of peach wood hanging above. Inscribed with the words Chung Residence. Chung Residence. Gu Xiaobai recalled that the plaque at Song Qiuxuan's home bore the inscription Song Mansion. The distinction between mansion and residence. Was there a particular significance? Gu Xiaobai was not well versed in such matters, but fortuitously, there was an expert present. Chang Fengjian, upon hearing Gu Xiaobai's inquiry, casually remarked, Song Mansion. I hadn't noticed until you mentioned why this nomenclature. Could it be that the Song Girl-S family once had officials? Is that true? It's completely unnoticeable. Gu Xiaobai was taken aback. Well, only those of noble lineage are entitled to refer to their abode as a mansion. Ordinary wealthy families can only use residence, Chang Fengjian elucidated. With this explanation, Gu Xiaobai grasped the concept that moment. The gates of the Chung residence were suddenly flung open, and a group of brawny men, armed and formidable, surged forth from within, encircling Xiao Xiao. Upon closer inspection, It seemed that Fei might seize this opportunity to slip inside unnoticed. Cheng Fengjian exclaimed Jiu Xiaobai, not daring to be negligent. Observe her surroundings with increasing vigilance. Indeed, almost as soon as Cheng Fengjian's words were spoken, an orange figure darted like a flash of lightning, effortlessly vaulting over the high wall of the Cheng's side yard, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Cheng Fengjian witnessed the entire event unfold. He then cleared his throat and addressed Gu Xiaobai. Prepare yourself. It is our turn to take the stage. At Wuyin Advanced Academy, in Class 6 of the 3rd year, Song Qiuxuan sat by the window in the last row. Resting her chin on her hand, quietly listening to the teacher at the front of the classroom impart knowledge. All right, we shall conclude this lesson here. Please take a short break. In the next class, I will introduce the interrelations and interactions among various magical disciplines. The teacher adjusted his black spectacles, using this statement as the conclusion of the session. As the following period was still his class. He casually placed the lesson plan on the podium and strode towards the classroom door. Watching the teacher exit, Song Qiuxuan exhaled in relief, her entire being languidly slumping onto the desk. The excitement from last night's bounty of 30,000 taels had kept her awake until the early hours, resulting in her lethargy throughout the morning's lessons. Hey, did you feel that Teacher Li seemed a bit distracted during class? Song Qiuxuan heard a classmate remark nearby. Indeed, I sensed it too. Normally, he is all smiles. But today he has been frowning. Perhaps he is unwell. Another classmate responded. Song Qiuxuan paid little mind to this, as she had barely managed to endure until the class ended and was eager for a moment of respite. However, she did not anticipate that as soon as she lay her head down, someone would tap on her desk a few times. With a sigh, Song Qiuxuan laboriously lifted her head, her bloodshot eyes revealing confusion. Only upon recognizing the visitor did a hint of irritation cross her face. Lu Xiaoxiao. What do you want now? Lu Xiaoxiao smiled faintly. Oh, nothing much, just wanted to confirm something with you. Qiuxuan. Song Qiuxuan frowned. Whenever Lu Xiaoxiao wore such a smile, it often indicated she was concocting some mischievous scheme, and one that she felt confident about at that I'm busy right now. Go find someone else. Also, Lu Xiaoxiao, how many times must I tell you? Stop trying to get close to me. Calling me sister sounds nauseating. Oh dear, why is Qiuxuan so irritable? Lu Xiaoxiao observed her with a knowing look, her eyes shimmering with an enigmatic light. I was merely perusing some materials at home last night when I stumbled upon something intriguing that I wanted to share with you. What you read has nothing to do with me. Song Qiuxuan scoffed, feigning indifference, while a foreboding premonition began to brew within her. Lu Xiaoxiao, undeterred by Song Qiuxuan's disdain, continued, ever since I encountered your so-called headless knight, I was quite taken aback. However, upon further reflection, I felt something was amiss. Thus, last night, I delved into the comprehensive guide on undead creatures to ascertain what exactly was off. A sudden jolt of alarm shot through Song Qiuxuan. She now understood the source of Lu Xiaoxiao's triumphant demeanor. Noticing the sudden panic in Song Qiuxuan's eyes, Lu Xiaoxiao became even more certain. She leaned closer, whispering into Song Qiuxuan's ear, that so-called headless knight of yours is actually just a skeleton creature, isn't it? No, Song Qiuxuan turned her head in a flustered attempt to defend herself. However, she did not anticipate that her swift motion would catch Lu Xiaoxiao off guard, resulting in their lips meeting unexpectedly. Lu Xiaoxiao, who had initially worn a victorious grin, found her expression shifting rapidly as the air fell into an abrupt silence. Subsequently, a simultaneous chorus of shrill, panicked screams erupted in the classroom, startling everyone. The two girls reacted in perfect synchrony, both leaning back in shock, hands covering their mouths, their faces flushed, and eyes wide with bewilderment. Lu Xiaoxiao's cheeks turned crimson as if blood were about to drip from them. She no longer had the inclination to taunt Song Qiuxuan, stamping her foot angrily before swiftly departing for Song Qiuxuan. Her drowsiness had vanished entirely, her mind echoing with the thought, my first kiss, just like that, it's gone. Soon, the class bell rang, and the middle-aged teacher briskly entered the classroom. Wearing an odd expression, he did not rush to begin the lesson, but instead announced a momentous piece of news. The academy has just received a celebratory notice from the mayor's office. Our classmate Song Xiaoxuan has slain a small contingent of demonic forces attempting to invade our human borders in the Death Mountains, including a demon general. This news fell like a bombshell in the classroom, eliciting incredulous gasps from the students. What nonsense! Song Xiaoxuan took down a demon general. Song Xiaoxuan herself was momentarily stunned, not because of the announcement from the teacher, but rather in disbelief that the mayor's office would directly send a congratulatory notice to the school. It seemed that soon her exploits would become common knowledge throughout Wuyin Town. During this class, neither teacher Li nor the students had any focus left, their gazes frequently drifting towards Song Xiaoxuan, which secretly delighted her. Who would have thought? I am quite formidable indeed. Of course, the fact that General Longtao had actually been crushed to death by Xiao Zhao's weight was something Song Xiaoxuan chose to conveniently overlook. After finally enduring through the class, Teacher Li gathered his lesson plans and suddenly called out, "Song Xiaoxuan, please come to my office." Elated, Song Xiaoxuan stood up and, amid the envious gazes of her classmates, jogged towards Teacher Li. Especially as she passed Lu Xiaoxiao's seat, she deliberately let out a triumphant chuckle. This feeling is simply exhilarating. Teacher Li led Song Xiaoxuan into the office, which was devoid of anyone else at that moment. "Song, please take a seat." Teacher Li gestured towards the stool opposite himself. Still basking in the thrill of her bravado, Song Xiaoxuan failed to notice the shadow of gloom that clouded Teacher Li's brow. With a cheerful tone, she inquired, "Teacher Li, did you summon me because the Academy is awarding me a scholarship?" Teacher Li, caught in a dilemma about how to broach the subject, couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing her words. Rest assured, a scholarship is indeed forthcoming, and according to the Academy's tradition, there will likely be public commendations during the morning assembly. However, the reason I called you here today pertains to a personal matter I wish to discuss with you. Song Xiaoxuan blinked in curiosity. A personal matter? Yes, but before we delve into that, could you clarify whether you truly defeated that demon general solely through your own prowess? After a moment's contemplation, Song Xiaoxuan considered that Gu Xiaobai was her contracted spirit, and that Xiao Xiao was now her pet dog. Thus, she confidently asserted, "Absolutely, it was entirely through my own strength." Observing the unwavering confidence in her eyes, Teacher Li felt somewhat reassured and proceeded. "The situation is as follows. My family has recently encountered a rather troublesome affair." The issue troubling Teacher Li was not particularly complex, and within a few minutes, Song Xiaoxuan grasped the essence of it all. However, she soon fell into a state of stunned silence. Throughout this time, Teacher Li remained silent, patiently allowing her the space to process the information. "So, Teacher Li, are you saying your home is haunted?" Song Xiaoxuan's voice betrayed her incredulity, as she had never anticipated that the personal matter Teacher Li referred to could be something of this nature. With a wry smile, Teacher Li nodded. "It does sound rather far-fetched, doesn't it? Yet, the truth is indeed as I described. I hardly slept last night, barely managing to keep myself awake until dawn. I even contemplated returning home after class to pack my things and move out for a while. However, that is hardly a sustainable solution. I cannot simply avoid my home for the rest of my life." Song Xiaoxuan touched her nose, her gaze flickering as uncertainty crept in her heart. It was quite absurd to summon a female student to assist with a haunting, considering that most girls are inherently fearful of ghosts. Noting her hesitation, Teacher Li sighed. "I have heard that you have contracted a spirit creature, which led me to believe that you might possess some expertise in this area. Of course, if it proves too daunting, you need not feel pressured. You may disregard everything I've said today. If I may ask, Teacher Li, when did you first notice the haunting in your home?" After some deliberation, Song Xiaoxuan resolved to gather more information. Teacher Li did not hold back, stating plainly, "It was around 10 o'clock last night that I see." What exactly transpired? Song Xiaoxuan pressed for specifics. Teacher Li took a moment to reflect, seemingly concerned about omitting any crucial details to be precise. There were moments when I would catch a glimpse of a white shadow flitting through the corridor, or hear the inexplicable sound of a woman weeping. Initially, I dismissed it as a prank, until I was preparing for bed and suddenly heard a voice whispering in my ear. What did it say? Song Xiaoxuan's interest piqued. Teacher Li hesitated before revealing. She said she felt so lonely and isolated, asking me to stay with her. Song Xiaoxuan instinctively interjected. "Well, That's rather convenient. I recall you are still single. Teacher Lee. This could be a fortuitous opportunity. Forget I said that. Teacher Lee shot her an exasperated glance, and upon seeing her sheepish silence, continued, while I acknowledge that requesting my student to undertake such a perilous task is somewhat inappropriate. Qiu Xuan, given that you have a spirit creature as your contract and experience in confronting demonic forces, perhaps you could assist me in resolving this dilemma. Song Qiu Xuan remained silent, seemingly in contemplation. Oh, and after the task is complete, I shall reward you with 5 taels of silver. How does that sound? Upon hearing the word reward, Song Qiu Xuan seemed invigorated, her spirit rekindled. Rest assured, teacher, I shall take care of this matter and ensure its successful resolution. Teacher Li placed a key on the table, saying, Nanyang Avenue. The 8th room from the left in the 4th row. That is my home. Without a moment's hesitation, Song Qiu Xuan grasped the key eagerly. All right, I'll head home after class today to prepare and aim to resolve this matter swiftly. You might just be able to return home by tomorrow. Teacher, noticing her unwavering confidence, Teacher Li hesitated before cautioning. Be safe. Don't worry. Nothing will go awry. Song Qiu Xuan assured him with unyielding conviction. Yet the unspoken thought lingered in Teacher Li's mind. Could it truly be as simple as she envisioned? Meanwhile, on the other side, the hellhound Xiao Xiao lay comfortably on the ground, disregarding the burly men encircling IT. IT was laughable. How could these individuals pose any threat to a being of 8th grade demonic status? Gu Xiaobai had inquired whether there were any 8th grade martial artists in Wuyin Town, to which Song Qiu Xuan replied that while there were some, they were quite rare. The 4 bronze-level mercenaries in Wuyin Town were all 8th grade warriors, 3 of whom were lower tier, with only the guild leader reaching mid-8th grade. As for whether the garrison station in Wuyin Town contained any formidable warriors of 8th grade or above, she was uncertain. However, Gu Xiaobai had his own assessments. At the very least, the General Du Ming he had previously encountered was undoubtedly above 8th grade. Gu Xiaobai and the Chengfeng Sword believed that within the overall strength of Wuyin Town, the bodyguard of the Cheng family were likely of mid to upper tier 9th grade. Yet, even if these bodyguards were indeed upper tier 9th grade, they would still be no match for an 8th grade demonic beast. Observing the anxious expressions of the bodyguards, Gu Xiaobai could easily discern their trepidation, revealing their awareness of their own inferiority. In light of the circumstances, it was nearly time for the experts to make their appearance. With a flourish of confidence, Gu Xiaobai strode forward, forcefully parting the crowd, extending his bandaged arm to halt the impending actions of the bodyguards. However, nothing transpired as expected. The Chengfeng sword, which was supposed to aid him, feigned ignorance. Jiu Xiaobai stood there with his arm outstretched, appearing rather foolish, as all eyes turned to him in astonishment, eager to discern the intentions of this sudden intruder. The onlookers, the figure draped in a pure black cloak, with their face obscured by the hood, exuded an air of mystery. In the current scenario, everyone except the Cheng family's bodyguards had kept their distance from the hellhound. Only this individual stood resolutely forward, performing a peculiar gesture that resembled the incantation for casting a spell. Could it be that this person was suffering from a delusion of grandeur? Hey, broken sword, don't falter at such a crucial moment. Hurry up and recite your lines. Gu Xiaobai was frantic, yet the Chengfeng sword remained unresponsive. In desperation, he lifted his left hand from within his robe to prod it, only to find that he had merely struck air. What is going on? Where is the Chengfeng sword? In this moment of scrutiny, was Gu Xiaobai to perform a silent act? This was utterly preposterous. Unbeknownst to Gu Xiaobai, he was far too preoccupied to ponder the whereabouts of the Chengfeng sword. He realized that if he did not act promptly to salvage the situation, his FAAD would collapse entirely. At this juncture, it seemed he had no choice but to seize the moment. With his right hand still extended, fingers splayed wide, he awaited the unfolding of events. Originally, according to the established plan, Chengfeng Jian was supposed to shout stop at this moment, drawing everyone's attention and simultaneously elevating Gu Xiaobai's presence. However, now, regardless of the circumstances, at least Gu Xiaobai has successfully captured the attention of all present, which counts as a partial success. I suppose that as for what happens next, it will depend on Xiao Xiao. Suddenly, the little figure that had been crouched at the entrance of the Chung family home sprang up in a flurry, turning to flee. The onlookers hastily parted to create a path, fearful of being caught in the chaos. Gu Xiaobai then slowly withdrew his hand, remaining still in place, exuding an air of detachment. The bodyguards of the Chung family exchanged bewildered glances, still grappling with how the hellhound had suddenly lost its nerve. Could it be that the figure cloaked in black could frighten a hellhound merely with his aura? If that were the case, then this black-clad individual must possess a power of at least the 8th rank. It is worth noting that in the entire Misty Hidden Town, there are only 4 mercenaries whose strength exceeds the 8th rank. Clearly, this black-robed figure was not one of those 4, but moreover, it seemed that there had never been any reports of a black-clad mercenary in Misty Hidden Town. Just as the bodyguard were speculating about Gu Xiaobai's identity, a middle-aged man resembling a steward suddenly rushed out from the Chung residence, with a warm and radiant smile upon his face. He dashed past the bodyguards and approached Gu Xiaobai, bowing deeply. "Esteemed hero, it was you who drove away the hellhound for us, wasn't it?" Gu Xiaobai remained aloof and did not respond in truth. Even if he wished to reply, he would have been unable to. The steward, perceiving the silence as acquiescence, continued with a smile, "My master has instructed me to express our gratitude by preparing a small token of appreciation. And we hope you will accept it." Gu Xiaobai merely nodded. Seeing this, the steward turned and led the way, with Gu Xiaobai leisurely following behind, effortlessly entering the Chung residence. This situation had actually been anticipated by both Gu Xiaobai and Chung Fengjian. As a prominent family in Misty Hidden Town, it would be unwise for them to neglect the need for reciprocity after benefiting from another's aid, lest they earn a poor reputation. Thus, even if the head of the Chung family harbored doubts, he would not allow them to surface easily. After all, anyone capable of effortlessly subduing a hellhound was undoubtedly worth befriending. As the crowd dispersed, realizing there was no longer any spectacle to behold, some individuals noticed a slender young boy squeezing through the throng, panting as he rushed towards the Chung residence. This little fellow must have heard of the commotion and hurried over to witness the excitement, only to find he had arrived too late to see anything. However, unbeknownst to them, the boy was not there for mere entertainment. He sought to verify a matter of importance. Yet, just as he was nearing the entrance of the Chung residence, he suddenly spotted a figure clad in black, accompanied by the steward, gracefully stepping through the gates, surrounded by a group of bodyguards who regarded the black-robed individual with evident respect. This sight left the boy momentarily stunned. He stared wide-eyed as the figure entered the Chung courtyard, eventually muttering to himself, "Could it be that this person in black is truly the young master of the Chung family?" Upon returning from the office, Song Xiaoshuan appeared somewhat distracted, though she felt a pang of envy at the 5 taels of silver mentioned by Teacher Li. To obtain that sum, she needed to deal with the female ghost that Teacher Li had spoken of. While she had exuded confidence in the office, assuring everyone she would accomplish the task with flying colors, once alone, her resolve began to waver. After all, we are talking about a female ghost. If pressed, one might categorize ghosts as a type of spectral being, which indeed falls under the category of undead creatures. In Teacher Li's view, having already contracted with a skeletal being, Song Xiaoshuan should have been emboldened when facing another type of undead. But skeleton monsters and ghosts are entirely different entities. Song Xiaoshuan could tolerate cohabiting with a skeleton, a creature consisting solely of bones, but she simply could not endure the thought of living with a ghost day in and day out. After all, at least the skeleton was tangible. Moreover, she had always thought Gu Xiaobai, the skeleton, was rather endearing but there is no point in overthinking it now that as long as she sets out early while it's still light. Bringing Gu Xiaobai and Chung Fengjian along, she should be fine even if they encounter a ghost, right? Just as Song Xiaoshuan was lost in her thoughts, a sudden commotion erupted outside the academy, startling her from her reverie and causing her to furrow her brow. Before long, a teacher dashed into the classroom, panting heavily and barely catching his breath before exclaiming, "Which one of you is Song Xiaoshuan?" There's a hellhound rampaging through the streets. Without waiting for the teacher to finish, Song Xiaoshuan sprang up from her seat, her face a mask of shock as she rushed out of the classroom. "What is happening? Xiao Xiao has run out?" Is Gu Xiaobai just idly sitting by while a hellhound runs amok? Wait, could it be that he has ventured out again on some mercenary task? As she sprinted towards the academy's exit, her heart sank. If her suspicions were correct, and Gu Xiaobai had indeed gone out with Chang Fengjian, then by the time they returned, the sun would certainly have set. Was she truly expected to confront a ghost on a dark and windy night? No, absolutely not. The mere thought sent chills down her spine, even with Gu Xiaobai and Chang Fengjian by her side. She was utterly unwilling to seek out a ghost in the dead of night. It was clear Song Qiushuan had, as anticipated, lost her nerve. Chang Fengjian was feeling quite vexed. IT had initially been poised to assist Gu Xiaobai by shouting out lines as planned. Yet unexpectedly, as Gu Xiaobai struggled through the crowd, Chang Fengjian felt a hand intrude into its robe, cautiously probing before seizing the hilt. What the hell? Who was this little thief attempting to pilfer from the sword itself? How outrageous! Chang Fengjian longed to voice a reprimand. However, a sudden realization struck. If it spoke, revealing that it was a talking sword, its predicament would undoubtedly become even more precarious than no. It had to remain silent for the time being, hoping Gu Xiaobai would notice soon. This thought lingered in Chang Fengjian's mind as it shifted its focus to the little thief that IT was determined to discover who possessed the audacity to steal from one of the 10 legendary swords. To its astonishment, the thief's face seemed familiar, as if it had appeared in its dreams countless times. God knows how long ago that memory was, so distant that it was nearly forgotten. Lungzi. Chang Fengjian murmured involuntarily. Yet, it quickly regained its composure. Lungzi had long since departed this world. The person before it could not possibly be him. In other words, this individual had deliberately disguised themselves as such. To know Lungzi's appearance, could this person be a powerful entity who had survived for hundreds of years? What nonsense! In this day and age, could anyone truly live for several centuries? Where was the sense in that? Once the little thief had the sword in hand, he wordlessly slipped away from the crowd and dashed into an empty alley. Only then did he smugly declare, "Hey, stop playing dead. See me now." "Aren't you shocked?" Chang Fengjian remained silent for a moment before asking, "Who are you? Why are you masquerading as Lungzi?" The little thief chuckled. "Well, weren't you waiting for that little skeleton to come find me for quite some time? And now that I'm right in front of you, you dare ask who I am? TSK. I can't even be bothered to respond to that." Chang Fengjian was taken aback. "You're that dead fatty. I thought you had secretly infiltrated the Chang family. What are you doing here? Cut the nonsense. Who said I'm dead fatty?" The little thief retorted without hesitation. Then, with a grin, he added, "Not dead fatty, but living fatty." Chang Fengjian scrutinized Fatty's face for a long moment before finally stammering, You can actually transform into human form. Over the course of these several centuries, what have you truly experienced?" After contemplating for a moment, Fei replied, "Well, I cannot disclose that to you just yet, as I have yet to comprehend it myself. Once I have unraveled it, I shall share it with you. For now, I would appreciate your assistance with a small favor." "What favor?" "You shall find out shortly." "Thank you, noble hero, for your willingness to lend a hand. A modest token of gratitude, not meant to be taken as a grand gesture." Within the confines of the Chung family estate, the head of the Chung family, with a beaming smile, presented a small iron box to Gu Xiaobai. Gu Xiaobai instinctively accepted it with both hands, casually lifting the lid to take a glance inside, only to discover several thin sheets of white paper. Is it customary for humans to express gratitude with white paper? How peculiar, Gu Xiaobai mused. Nevertheless, he paid it little mind, adhering to the adage of adapting to local customs. Regardless of what was gifted, one ought to express appreciation. Thus, he nonchalantly tucked the iron box into his embrace and inclined his head slightly towards the head of the Chung family. This gesture stirred something within the Chung family head. What he had just gifted was certainly not mere white paper, but rather several silver notes, each amounting to 100 taels. In total, the iron box contained 5 notes, which meant that this head of the Chung family had casually given away 500 taels of silver. 500 taels, that was no trifling sum. In Wuyin town, it could sustain an ordinary family of 3 for 5 years without worry. Yet this man in the black cloak appeared utterly unfazed. Could it be that he regarded 500 taels as a mere trifle? However, there was another possibility. Perhaps for this man in black, 500 taels was not a significant amount. For some reason, the head of the Chung family leaned towards the latter to be able to intimidate a hellhound with mere presence. Even the 4 bronze-ranked mercenaries of Wuyin Town would likely find that impossible. Such a formidable individual, surely Wu Ti lacked for money. Would he? With this thought, the head of the Chung family's smile grew even brighter. He signaled to the steward waiting nearby, who understood the cue, bowed to the 2 men, and swiftly departed with a group of servants, closing the door behind him. Thus, the hall was left with only the head of the Chung family and Gu Xiaobai. Allow me to introduce myself. My surname is Chung, and I am known simply as Sure that I engage in modest business ventures here in Wuyin Town, earning a little extra. May I ask how to address the noble hero? Gu Xiaobai sat silently in his chair, offering no response, exuding an air of aloofness. Chung Shure's eyes darted, and he chuckled, "How thoughtless of me! If the noble hero wishes to keep his identity concealed, let us skip this question. The truth is, I have summoned you here because I seek your assistance." After a brief pause, noticing Gu Xiaobai's lack of further reaction, he continued, "You see, I perceive your extraordinary prowess, capable of instilling fear in a hellhound with the slightest gesture. You must be no ordinary individual. Coincidentally, I have a shipment that I wish to sell, and I require a strong protector for its escort. Might I trouble you to undertake this task? Upon completion, I assure you a generous reward out of course. If it is inconvenient for you, I would not impose." The latter statement was merely a formality, a polite gesture. As Chung Sure had no real expectation that the other would abruptly take offense and leave, especially after having just gifted 500 taels. Indeed, as anticipated, the man could not resist temptation. He stood up and turned to leave. "Wait, you can't just abandon me like this. Where is your sense of loyalty?" Chung Sure exclaimed in alarm. His earlier gesture of offering 500 taels was primarily to secure the services of this formidable individual, only to find that the man intended to take advantage and depart without a word. How disrespectful! Just then, a sudden commotion erupted outside, with hurried footsteps approaching, accompanied by a strange cry. The door was flung open, and the steward rushed in, panic etched on his face, whispering urgently to Chung Sure. Chung Shure's expression shifted dramatically, and he slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming furiously, "What a waste of my money! Did I hire a bunch of useless fools?" Meanwhile, Gu Xiaobai paused. A glimmer of joy crossing his face, he recognized that the strange cry from outside was the sound of the Chung foam sword. If there were 2 things in this world that could make Fei pause and take notice, they would be the enticing aroma of dried fish and the delightful presence of a charming little cat. Thus, when the Chung foam sword witnessed Fei emerge from the Chung family warehouse, carrying a small white kitten, it was utterly devastated. It had never anticipated that Fei would commit such an inhumane act towards an innocent young creature. Hey, enough of that. Fei, having transformed in a human form, flicked the Chung foam sword with irritation, admonishing, "Don't mislead the readers with your narration. This behavior is simply inhumane." The Chung foam sword cleared its throat, showing no sign of embarrassment at being called out. Instead, it observed the slumbering white kitten in Fei's arms with keen interest, retorting, "I am not human. How can I be bound by notions of humanity? But tell me, what is the reason for your elaborate entrance? Were you simply here to steal a cat? You're completely mistaken. The true thief is the master of this estate. I am merely a vigilante acting in defense of the innocent," Fei scoffed. "Regardless, this is not the place for idle chatter. We should find a safer location." The Chung foam sword readily agreed. "Indeed, but we cannot leave Gu Xiaobai behind. We must find a way to take him with you. Gu Xiaobai? Who is that?" Fei inquired. Momentarily perplexed that would be the little skeleton creature, the Chung foam sword clarified. "Gu Xiaobai is the name it has given itself. Quite adorable." Fei, upon hearing this, couldn't help but chuckle. What a peculiar time we live in, where even skeletons have the audacity to name themselves. Just as he was about to ask how the Chung foam sword planned to notify Gu Xiaobai, it unexpectedly let out a loud, piercing howl, startling Fei so much that he nearly dropped the kitten. "All right, little skeleton should be able to recognize my call. We can make our exit now." the Chung Feng sword declared, satisfaction evident in its tone. Fei shook his ears in discontent, grumbling, "Next time, please give me a heads up before you do something like that, so I can brace myself. Thank you." The Chung Feng sword chuckled, "Oh, don't sweat the small stuff. Let us hurry. We don't want to get caught. Think they can catch me? Not a chance. I assure you, not a single soul in this estate could hold a strand of my fur." Fei asserted confidently. Jiu Xiaobai let out a sigh of relief. His previously tense demeanor gradually calming, he had been concerned about the Chung Feng sword encountering some mishap, but now, from the recent outcry, he discerned that it was not only safe, but likely had stumbled upon something advantageous. With that in mind, he knew he must seize the opportunity to slip away unnoticed. When Changshi had invited him to assist with the shipment, although he hadn't explicitly stated what was being transported, Gu Xiaobai had perceived a hint of avarice in his eyes, which he found distasteful. Thus, even with the promise of a handsome reward, Gu Xiaobai had resolutely decided to leave. Even as a mere skeleton, he felt compelled to adhere to his principles. He would rather absorb the noxious energy of pickled radish than become an accomplice to wrongdoing. But the truth was that last statement was a facade. Who wouldn't he want to earn some money? The critical issue was that Gu Xiaobai lacked the capability, especially when the Chung Feng sword was not in his grasp. What could a humble skeleton possibly achieve? In this era, mercenaries typically boasted at least a 9th-tier low-level strength, while skeletons, as previously mentioned, possessed no power whatsoever and hardly qualified for any rank. Although Gu Xiaobai appeared somewhat more astute than the average skeleton, it ultimately mattered little. In summary, Gu Xiaobai felt intimidated. The high price that Changshi was willing to offer for a guard indicated that this task would not be simple in the slightest. Thus, seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos of the Chung family, Gu Xiaobai resolved to make his escape. As he raised his foot to step outside the living room, an overwhelming sense of crisis suddenly surged within him. Compelling him to halt abruptly, he turned around, scrutinizing Changshi intently, and observed that the rotund head of the Chung household, now resembling a mere ball, wore a pallid expression devoid of color, with beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, appearing as if he had seen a ghost. In fact, upon reflection, ever since the steward had rushed in and whispered a few words in a Changshi's ear, his countenance had turned grim. It was evident that he was aware of the unfolding events. How distressing, Gu Xiaobai thought to himself. If only this fellow could hear me. However, to his astonishment, just as this thought crossed his mind, a strange mental message infiltrated his consciousness. "Save me, save me, save me." Gu Xiaobai stood dumbfounded for a moment before replying. "Can you hear me?" Yet after sending this message, he waited patiently for a long time without receiving a response. Just as he began to suspect he had imagined it, that voice echoed again in his mind. "Please, help me. Who are you? Where are you?" Gu Xiaobai inquired, scanning his surroundings. For reasons unknown, with the emergence of that mental message, his sense of foreboding intensified, causing him to feel increasingly unsettled. This time, the response came swiftly, but its content left him bewildered. Who am I? Why can't I remember?" "It's all right if you can't recall. Take your time. First, tell me where you are and how I can save you." I am right behind you," the voice replied. Startled, Gu Xiaobai quickly turned around. Almost immediately upon doing so, he beheld a figure, hair obscuring its face, its body decayed and tattered, standing directly behind him. Simultaneously as he pivoted, a suffocating aura of death enveloped him. "I am so hungry. I feel like I might starve. Hand over your vitality." As the figure spoke, it slowly raised its head, revealing a ghastly pale face devoid of color, with flickering flames of spirit dancing in its eyes. Jiu Xiaobai was instantly filled with dread. A ghost. He stood frozen in place, gazing at the female apparition before him. He then glanced back at Changshi, who was huddled in a trembling ball, and the steward beside him, who had fainted from fright. Truly, they looked as if they had seen a ghost. Yet, pondering further, why would a ghost suddenly materialize in the Chung family's residence? Moreover, Gu Xiaobai noticed that the look in Changshi's eyes was filled with terror, anger, and confusion, yet devoid of the bewilderment one would expect upon encountering a spectral being in their home. As if he had known all along that a ghost resided within. Could it be that this ghost was secretly nurtured by him? This peculiar thought flitted through Gu Xiaobai's mind, but he soon cast it aside. The pressing issue at hand was that the ghost before him had expressed hunger, craving to absorb some vitality. Compared to skeletons, the combat prowess of a ghost was evidently far superior. It should be noted that the term ghost here does not merely refer to the lingering spirit of a deceased individual, but rather to a vengeful spirit transformed from an ordinary residual soul through the infusion of deathly power. For instance, despite its tattered appearance, Gu Xiaobai was acutely aware that this entity possessed strength, at least at the lower tier of the 9th rank. The lower tier of the 9th rank for a ghost is an entirely different concept than for a human, as ghosts can be regarded as incorporeal undead beings. In other words, ordinary physical attacks would be utterly ineffective against them. "Great hero, please, save me," Cheng Shi practically cried out in desperation. In truth, when the steward conveyed this alarming news to him, he had already been preparing to flee, only to find that the ghost had reacted so swiftly, blocking the entrance to the hall without hesitation. Had it not been for this unknown hero standing in his way, he could scarcely imagine what fate awaited him. It seemed this hero, despite facing a ghost, maintained an air of calmness, displaying no signs of panic or intent to flee, likely due to their formidable strength. Rendering the specter inconsequential in their eyes, Gu Xiaobai remained oblivious to the fact that his image in Cheng Shi's mind had elevated several notches. In truth, his refusal to flee was quite simple. What was one ghost? After all, he had encountered many in burial grounds. Moreover, Gu Xiaobai could distinctly sense that this ghost bore no malice toward him, even as it clung to his back, uttering phrases like, "I am so hungry. May I absorb a bit of your vitality?" He could intuit that this little ghost had no intention of attacking. There was merely a sense of kinship shared among beings of the undead. Well, if you truly wish to express such kinship, could you refrain from uttering phrases that might lead to misunderstandings? The behavior of demanding to consume you while clinging to you is rather awkward. There's no need to play the lovesick role. So, returning to the earlier query, why would there be a ghost here? It felt rather odd. "Hero, quickly eliminate this ghost, destroy it, and whatever reward you desire, I shall grant." Cheng Shi's voice trembled, his entire being collapsing to the ground. Limbs quaking, he could not comprehend why the hero stood idly, merely exchanging glances with the ghost, as if it were some amusement. Gu Xiaobai found himself in a quandary. As a skeleton, he possessed no weapons to speak of. Even if armed, he could not possibly contend with a ghost of the 9th rank's lower tier. Furthermore, considering they were both beings of the undead, it felt inappropriate to resort to violence. Even Gu Xiaobai, at most, would seek to absorb a bit of vitality from other skeletons when on the brink of starvation. And even then, it would be an accident if one were to perish in the process. Undead beings share a bond of mutual affection. Yet before he could act, the ghost suddenly turned, casting a fierce glare toward Cheng Shi, her eyes aflame with rage and resentment. With a piercing shriek, she lunged directly at him, fingers splayed wide. Cheng Shi's face drained of color as he scrambled behind a chair, calling out in panic. "Hero, save me, hero," Gu Xiaobai thought to himself. "What can I do? I cannot fight her." Nevertheless, he decided to try, sending a mental message to the ghost. "Hey, could you please pause? Killing is ultimately not a good thing." To be honest, Gu Xiaobai did not expect his message to halt the ghost. Yet, to his surprise, she did indeed stop, turning to face him, transmitting a wave of confusion in response. "Why do you wish to stop me?" The ghost inquired. "Well, as beings of the undead, we ought to abide by the rules. Wouldn't you agree? Resorting to violence at the slightest disagreement is the act of a fool." Gu Xiaobai strained to articulate his words, attempting to persuade the ghost to abandon her murderous intent. However, after a moment of silence, the ghost suddenly transmitted, "But he killed me." Gu Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback. "It was he who turned me into this wretched state. I despise him." The ghost communicated in fragmented phrases, as if still unaccustomed to this mode of interaction. Nevertheless, the few statements she conveyed to Gu Xiaobai were sufficient for him to grasp the reason behind her desire to harm Cheng Shi. This ghost may have once been an ordinary human girl, cruelly slain by Cheng Shi, and through some nefarious means, transformed into a ghost under his control. However, something had occurred that led to her liberation. Thus, one should refrain from engaging in wicked deeds. It appears that retribution has indeed come to pass. Furthermore, for reasons unknown, Gu Xiaobai harbored a vague suspicion that this incident was undoubtedly linked to the Chung Feng sword. After all, how could it be that upon its mere utterance, a ghost suddenly manifested within the room? Gu Xiaobai scratched his skull through the cloth bag. He was unaware of the torments the ghost had endured in life. After all, as a skeleton, Gu Xiaobai held a rather indifferent view towards matters of life and death. Additionally, Cheng Shi's actions had effectively contributed to the population growth of the undead species. However, for that innocent ghost, this must have been an unforgivable grievance. Even if she were to commit murder, Gu Xiaobai felt it was not an insurmountable issue. If that were the case, then do as you wish. I have nothing more to say. After conveying this message, Gu Xiaobai hurriedly dashed out of the house without looking back, taking advantage of the current chaos within the Chung family. His foremost priority was to escape swiftly behind him. A heart-wrenching scream echoed from Cheng Shi. Soon after, the wailing abruptly ceased, as if nothing had transpired. The entire Chung residence erupted in turmoil, be it the bodyguards, the servants, or the family members. All were struck by the chilling cry that emanated from the hall. Every person who heard that scream felt an icy shiver surge from their feet to the crown of their heads, involuntarily sending chills down their spines. The head of the Chung family, Cheng Shi, had met a tragic end within his own hall. It was evident that if word of this incident were spread, it would undoubtedly cause quite a stir in the hidden town of Wuyin. Of course, such matters were of no concern to Gu Xiaobai. Comparatively, a more pressing issue loomed before him. If not adeptly managed, it could lead to even greater troubles. "Why must you follow me?" Gu Xiaobai inquired bitterly as he navigated through the desolate alley. Behind him, the female specter maintained the same pace as Gu Xiaobai, neither advancing nor falling behind. No matter how swiftly he ran, he could not shake her off. After receiving Gu Xiaobai's mental message, the specter tilted her head in contemplation before responding hesitantly. "Your scent feels very familiar." "Well, naturally. We are both beings of the afterlife. It's only expected," Gu Xiaobai retorted. "If that's the case, why not go to the burial ground? Surely, it would be even more familiar there." "I've never heard of such a place," the specter replied candidly. Doesn't matter if you haven't heard of it. I can tell you the direction. You see, just keep walking in the direction we are facing now, and you'll get there in no time. It's quite easy to find." After a moment of silence, the specter suddenly asked, "Do you dislike me?" Gu Xiaobai panicked at once. Her tone seemed somewhat off. He quickly mustered his courage to respond. No, why would I dislike you? Although we are not of the same kind, we are both part of the afterlife. Right? We should coexist peacefully." When he uttered the phrase coexist peacefully, he deliberately intensified his mental output to emphasize his sincerity. He realized that this specter was likely newly transformed, still grappling with many things, and in a state of confusion. Thus, when she sensed the similar aura of death emanating from him, it was only natural for her to follow him. In other words, the specter regarded Gu Xiaobai as one of her own. From a certain perspective, they were indeed both beings of the afterlife, so it was not inaccurate to consider each other as kin. However, the crucial issue was that Gu Xiaobai was merely a powerless skeleton creature, while this specter, despite her seemingly foolish demeanor, possessed genuine ninth-tier strength, an entity he could not contend with in any way. Moreover, this specter was entirely oblivious to the world, acting purely based on her own whims. If one were to describe her using a term from human society, it would be a mischievous child. In any case, when it came to matters involving a mischievous child, it was sure to lead to trouble. Not to mention, if this specter were to throw a temper tantrum and, for some trivial reason, decide to absorb him, it would mean the end of the story for the protagonist. Thus, even though Gu Xiaobai felt an overwhelming sense of panic towards the specter, he had to force himself to maintain a calm and pleasant demeanor to placate her. After all, his life was at stake. "You dislike me," the specter reiterated, her previous inquiry now transformed into a statement of certainty. Gu Xiaobai could even sense the waves of negative emotions emanating from her. "No, I do not dislike you at all. You are completely mistaken." Gu Xiaobai nearly wept, feeling that if he didn't provide an adequate explanation soon, he might be drained by this specter in the next moment. Then why are you afraid? The specter probed. Gu Xiaobai stammered for a while before a sudden flash of inspiration struck him. Because I like you. The specter abruptly halted, her expression blank, and her previously pale face darkened slightly. Please do not misunderstand. For a specter, a darkening complexion does not signify displeasure, but rather indicates a different emotion, shyness. That Gu Xiaobai himself felt quite anxious, especially when he received no response from the specter for an extended period. He almost believed he had utterly failed. However, when he finally mustered the courage to glance back, he found the specter blushing, her face a mix of red and dark hues, and his heart raced with renewed hope. There was a chance. He decided to take his time and not rush off, as the alley appeared deserted, providing ample opportunity for persuasion. Indeed, it is true. From the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I was irresistibly drawn to you. Although I am but a skeleton creature and you are a specter, belonging to different species, love is inherently irrational. Gu Xiaobai feigned sincerity while desperately recalling the myriad of chaotic novels he had read in the burial ground. But he felt exceedingly fortunate, realizing that reading novels occasionally had its benefits. At critical moments, they could even save one's life. As for why I am afraid, yes, I truly am afraid. I fear that you will coldly reject me due to our differing natures. Yet, even so, I must boldly confess my feelings for you. Perhaps if I miss this moment, I shall never find the courage to express such sentiments again. Gu Xiaobai fixed his gaze upon the specter's eyes, declaring, Do you know? I like you, my mind and my heart. Every single organ within me is proclaiming my affection for you. Admittedly, such lines were utterly mortifying for a skeleton creature. Gu Xiaobai himself was baffled as to why he had even read such types of novels. Nevertheless, judging by the current situation, this tactic seemed quite effective. After all, observing the specter's silly smile, Gu Xiaobai felt he had successfully deceived her. However, before he could exhale in relief, the specter remarked, But you are a skeleton creature. What do you have a brain and a heart? Gu Xiaobai was taken aback, stammering for quite some time before finally managing to respond. You could interpret that as a rhetorical device. But that is not important. What matters is, will you accept my feelings? The specter remained silent for a long while before finally conveying, I accepted. Okay, I knew you wouldn't accept. After all, it is love that transcends species, not you and I. I expected you to refuse, Gu Xiaobai said, but was abruptly interrupted as he processed her earlier statement. Wait, what did you just say? Gu Xiaobai exclaimed, suddenly realizing, and the entire skeleton was momentarily dumbfounded. No, this defies logic. When did flirting become such a simple affair? What does this mean for the millions of single souls in the world? The specter gazed affectionately at Gu Xiaobai and softly said, Now you cannot drive me away. Gu Xiaobai could only lament in disbelief. Who was it that just called this girl foolish? She was clearly quite astute. So, this is the reason you returned with a specter girl after your little outing? Cheng Fengjian's voice brimmed with incredulity, the entire sword trembling with astonishment. IT was shocked that it had only been less than an hour since parting ways with Gu Xiaobai, and yet he had already managed to charm a girl. Had it truly become this easy to flirt in this day and age? Gu Xiaobai felt equally helpless, secretly transmitting to Cheng Fengjian, I had no choice. It was a matter of survival. What if I got absorbed? You saw how fierce this specter was. Cheng Fengjian trembled even more violently. You dared to call that affectionate gaze and coy demeanor fierce. Do you think I'm blind or foolish? As a sword that had been single for centuries. Cheng Fengjian felt immense pressure. Well, we can discuss that later. I would like to ask, I brought back a girl, yet you return with a man? What does that mean? Gu Xiaobai eyed the man sitting at the edge of the table, who was currently nodding and smiling at him. This is a long story. However, you have actually met this fellow before. He is the one they call the dead fatty. What the hell? You are even more remarkable than I am. I am merely dealing with a specter girl, while you have directly crossed species for love. Gu Xiaobai was equally astonished, pondering how a sword and a creature could even play together. Could it be that it's truly astonishing? The scene is so beautiful that I can hardly fathom it. Cheng Fengjian remained silent for a long while before responding. Indeed, In the future, steer clear of those chaotic novels. Perhaps your worldview could still be salvaged. Presently, after escaping from the Chung family, both Chung Fengjian and Gu Xiaobai opted to sneak back to Song Qiuxuan's residence. Coincidentally, they returned with guests in TOW this moment. Chung Fengjian reclined on the table, while Gu Xiaobai and Fei occupied the chairs on either side. Behind Gu Xiaobai floated a ghostly maiden. Perhaps out of shyness, she had been hiding behind him and remained silent since entering. This ghostly maiden had appeared somewhat terrifying when she was at the Chung family, with her hair disheveled. However, for reasons unknown, she had now carefully combed her hair with her hands, although it still looked a bit untidy. It was significantly better than before, at the very least. If one disregarded her ghostly identity, her appearance still bore a hint of gentle elegance. Allow me to elucidate the prior events. The speaker was Fei, who evidently possessed the most extensive knowledge among the peculiar beings present. First and foremost, let me introduce this little creature. It is the source of the recent disturbances in Wuyin Town. As he spoke, Fei lifted a white creature that was peacefully sleeping on his lap and gently placed it on the table, allowing everyone to see it clearly. You might think it is merely an ordinary pet. Indeed, at first glance, this little white creature resembles an average household pet. However, as one who has lived for several centuries, I can discern certain distinctions. This is not an ordinary pet. It is an immature, still growing wraith spirit. Upon hearing the term wraith spirit, both Gu Xiaobai and Chung Fengjian shuddered simultaneously. Gu Xiaobai, well versed in the compendium of magical beasts, held a strong impression of such beings, while Chung Fengjian, having lived for hundreds of years, was naturally not unfamiliar with this species. That it was precisely because of this familiarity that they found themselves so astonished. Wraith spirits are classified as mid-tier magical beasts of the 8th rank, possessing remarkably low combat capabilities. To illustrate, if a mature wraith spirit were present, its combat power would barely suffice to suppress Gu Xiaobai. Should a casually encountered 9th-tier low-level beast decide to bully a wraith spirit, it would have no trouble at all. So, why is such a feeble creature rated as mid-tier in the 8th rank? The answer is simple. Every wraith spirit possesses an innate ability known as spirit convergence. What does spirit convergence entail? In essence, it allows them to summon various undead beings and command them to fight on their behalf, bearing some resemblance to summoners among humans. The sole distinction lies in the fact that human summoners can summon a diverse range of creatures according to their specialization, whereas wraith spirits can only summon the undead. Nevertheless, it cannot be denied that even with this limitation, the power of wraith spirits is formidable, for they can summon without incantation, as long as there is a corpse nearby. They can directly transform it into a zombie that retains its pre-mortem strength. If the corpse has only recently passed away, they can even summon an additional ghost that, of course, spirit convergence is subject to certain limitations. Specifically, the wraith spirit's mental strength, that if their mental energy is depleted, then a wraith spirit is no different from an ordinary pet. However, it is said that several decades ago, a wraith spirit reached the 6th rank and, through its own efforts, summoned a wave of undead creatures that caused a stir across the continent. Unfortunately, wraith spirits are inherently frail. They must guard against attacks from other magical beasts while also being wary of human hunters, resulting in a rather low survival rate. To be honest, I am uncertain why a wraith spirit exists in this small town. Fei spoke in a low voice, his expression grave, but when I discovered it, it had already caught someone's attention. Gu Xiaobai's thoughts stirred. Are you implying the Chung family? Fei nodded slightly. Yes, but that's not entirely accurate. To be precise, is several prominent families within Wuyin Town. They seek to exploit this wraith spirit for their own gain. You mentioned earlier that you received some tasks related to me from the Mercenary Guild, correct? Most of them were deliberately orchestrated by me, merely to infiltrate those prominent families' homes in search of evidence. While I understand that interrupting you might not be appropriate, how does stealing someone else's dried fish from their doorstep relate to gathering evidence? Gu Xiaobai asked weakly. Fei's expression shifted slightly. He cleared his throat a few times and replied, of course, it is directly related to Oh. Is that true? Gu Xiaobai was astonished. Could something like this genuinely relate to evidence gathering? Absolutely, Fei affirmed seriously. If one is not well fed, How could they possibly have the energy to create chaos? No, I mean to collect evidence. Gu Xiaobai, Chang Fengjian. This certainly seems like a stretch. Moreover, you just let something slip. You were indeed planning to cause chaos, weren't you? On the living room table lay 12 neatly arranged task notices, all of which demanded the capture of certain Fei, who was causing disturbances throughout Wuyin Town. Indeed, they referred to the very being sitting across from Gu Xiaobai, pretending to admire the scenery. First and foremost, I must clarify a fact. Fei began earnestly, gesturing towards one of the task notices on the table. This one, claiming I absconded with his white creature, is utter nonsense. That to be fair, it was clearly his white that was captured, and I was merely going to rescue it. How could I be so unjustly accused? Chang Fengjian chuckled. As the saying goes, where there's smoke, there's fire. Akati must be that you have done something to provoke the master's misunderstanding, causing them to believe you absconded with it. Yet, it is indeed rather chilling. Considering you both are male, what could you have done to create such an impression? Fei awkwardly averted his gaze. How would I know? Regardless, I am quite certain that I only have affection for adorable little female cats. Not for other males. Gu Xiaobai scrutinized Fei's expression for a while before decisively nodding. There is definitely some illicit affair going on. I can see it. You damn little skeleton, do you believe I won't spit in your face? Fei shot a fierce glare at Gu Xiaobai. Can we not discuss serious matters? Gu Xiaobai shrank his head, pretending as though he had said nothing. Thus, the idle chatter concluded, and the group returned to serious discussions. Fei glanced at the remaining task notices, selecting 2, and remarked, 3 families are involved in this scheme. Aside from the Chung family we just visited, the other 2 are the Su family and the Wang family. The remaining task notices were casually swept aside by Fei, leaving only the 2 he had specifically pointed out. These 2 tasks were issued by the Su family and the Wang family. The Su family claims I stole their family heirloom, while the Wang family accuses me of demolishing half of their residence. Foolish humans, did you truly steal the Su family's heirloom? Gu Xiaobai could not help but inquire. Fei scoffed. Pa, do you really believe the words of humans? They claim it is a family heirloom, but it is clearly a soul pearl used for storing souls. The 3 families, Wang, Su, and Chung, collaborate. The Wang family stealthily captures homeless beggars. The Su family secretly executes them, and then uses the soul pearls to siphon their souls. Ultimately, the filled soul pearls are delivered to the Chung family, who utilize wraith spirits to transform these souls into ghosts and control them. The ghostly maiden behind you likely came about in this manner. Gu Xiaobai's mind trembled violently upon hearing such inhumane actions. Even as an undead being, he began to feel a surge of righteous indignation. He turned to glance at the ghostly maiden behind him, noticing that her eyes still held a hint of confusion. Yet, amid that confusion, there lingered a trace of sorrow. Perhaps, deep within her soul, the last remnants of her former life's memories still resided. Thus, when she heard Fei's earlier words, those memories were touched, manifesting as the faint sadness now reflected in her eyes. All right, do not be afraid. Everything is fine now. Gu Xiaobai comforted here. No one can harm you. The ghostly maiden stared blankly at Gu Xiaobai, then softly responded with an nuzzling against him. It is as if doing so would grant her a sense of security. Chang Feng's sword let out a mournful cry and exclaimed, Enough, little bone! Do not feed this sword any more dog food, or I shall be compelled to pierce you through. I haven't, she replied. Fine, I won't argue with you about this. Gu Xiaobai, turn away. Resuming the previous topic, so Fei, those Yuan Han beads. Of course, they were destroyed by me. Probably shattered more than 10 in total. Fei stated nonchalantly to Gu Xiaobai, immediately understood, as far as he knew, a single Yuan Han bead was worth no less than 100 taels. Thus, Fei's casual destruction of over 10 would amount to more than 1,000 taels. And no wonder the Su family was so frantic as to post a bounty on Fei at the mercenary guild. If it were him, he would surely find it hard to swallow such a grievance. That task from the Wang family must have been a frame-up, right? How could a single bone possibly dismantle half a house? It is simply unrealistic to even think about it, Gu Xiaobai remarked. Fei cleared his throat awkwardly and replied, Well, they weren't entirely wrong. I did indeed demolish a significant portion of their residence. What? Gu Xiaobai was taken aback. The thing is, I sneaked into the Wang family's courtyard, hoping to find any clues related to a bai. A bai is that creature napping on the table. As Fei recalled the events, his expression grew increasingly peculiar. Initially, I merely intended to gather some information. However, upon entering, inadvertently stumbled upon something that incited public outrage. Gu Xiaobai pressed for details. What was it? It must have been something truly outrageous for you to go so far as to demolish a house. Naturally, Gu Xiaobai was intensely curious. Good question. Fei nodded, a look of righteous indignation on his face. You cannot imagine the scene at that time. I hardly know how to describe it. You see, they were actually... Gu Xiaobai suddenly fell silent, feeling momentarily at a loss. What did you just say? Did you just say they were? No, I must have misheard. How could mere observation of others lead to such destruction? It was inconceivable. Perhaps it was a homophone like, well, nothing came to mind. Was this creature merely lacking in intellect? Observing others should not correlate with demolishing a house. Who says it's unrelated? It's highly relevant, Fei asserted earnestly. After all, I've been single for so many years, not even managing to flirt with a single female cat. Yet there they were, gathering to indulge in such activities. And they were with a beautiful and adorable female cat. How could they commit such an act in broad daylight? Damn it, I want to indulge too. Hey, you just spilled your true feelings, seeing Fei grow more agitated. Gu Xiaobai had to interject, oh, my apologies. In any case, I was furious upon witnessing it and lost control of my power, causing a minor leak that Gu Xiaobai could not help but interrupt again. Wait, a minor leak caused half a house to collapse. There must be limits to boasting. However, before Fei could explain, Cheng Feng's sword, lying on the table, interjected on Fei's behalf. Though this foolish Fei may be unreliable, he is not exaggerating this time. Just consider it, to have survived for several centuries until now. His strength cannot be insignificant, Ji Xiaobai hesitated before retorting, but how could a mere thread of power bring down half a house? Even an 8th grade beast could not accomplish that. At this, Fei scoffed disdainfully. 8th grade? You underestimate me. Have you not noticed that since the previous chapter, I have been able to receive every mental message you sent? With a sly smile, Fei continued, I do not fear revealing this. Only beings or beasts of 7th grade strength or above possess the ability to intercept mental messages. Moreover, I can transform into human form, a skill only attained by 5th grade beasts, so, do you still think I'm boasting? Gu Xiaobai, taken aback by the smug grin on Fei's face, found himself unsettled. The IT was akin to discovering that a seemingly snot-nosed child living next door. Clutching a tattered teddy bear was, in fact, an unparalleled powerhouse capable of annihilating a 1st grade master with a mere sneeze. Absurd, right? Indeed. Yet even more absurd was the realization that it might actually be true. IT felt as if the entire world was playing a joke on him, leaving him wanting to express his utter disbelief with a simple WTF. Gu Xiaobai remained silent for a long while, finally accepting that this seemingly foolish Fei was, in fact, a formidable entity. Cautiously, he inquired, so, what grade of beast are you really? Based on the indifferent glance Fei had cast when mentioning 5th grade beasts, Gu Xiaobai suspected that Fei's true strength might exceed that threshold. Could be 4th grade. Do not judge by appearances. Fei sneered, his eyes gleaming with a disdainful brilliance. Since you have sincerely asked, I shall graciously inform you. I am, in fact, a 7th grade lower-tier beast. What? 7th grade? That is impressive. Fei, do you need a leg ornament? Do you think I would suit the role? Not 1st grade, but 7th grade. Gu Xiaobai's excited mental transmission abruptly halted. After a long moment, he finally responded, staring blankly at Fei, and managed to stammer out, Are you kidding me? Fei shrugged. How am I kidding you? I've never claimed to possess strength above 5th grade, but you just said that only beasts of 5th grade and above can transform. Yet I never claimed that this was a transformation. As soon as Fei's words fell, a cloud of smoke erupted around him. When the smoke cleared, only a lazy orange cat remained reclining against the chair's backrest. This technique is called mimicry. Entirely different from transformation, it has a time limit and can be easily dispelled, unlike transformation, which is far more stable. Moreover, if confronted by someone or a beast of superior strength, it can be seen through instantly. Yet, mimicry has its advantages, such as allowing one to assume the appearance of any creature at will. And it's easy to learn, making it quite effective for intimidating weaker opponents. Fei explained that Jiyu Xiaobai was taken aback. If it's merely imitation, isn't it just ordinary illusion magic? Fei lazily lifted his eyelids and chuckled. Illusion. There is no comparison between illusions and mimicry. After all, mimicry can perfectly replicate every aspect of the object it imitates. Perfectly replicate, Gu Xiaobai repeated, feeling instinctively that this skill might be quite remarkable. Fei licked his paw, grooming his fur while casually stating, for example, if you were a skeleton creature who found it inconvenient to show your face, you could use mimicry to take on the appearance of any person, whether real or imagined. However, if you wish to replicate someone else, you must first use a spell called scanning before mimicry. Once scanned, you can imitate at will. Hey Fei, why have I never heard of these two spells? Chung Feng, sword shouted, of course. Fei shot him a glance. These are spells I created myself. Where would you have heard of them? Well, my friend, double-click 666. But if what you say is true, if I could scan a first-grade, unparalleled master, Wu Ti, that mean I could dominate the world. Chung Feng's sword's tone hinted at intrigue. You wish. The stronger the target, the more magical power mimicry consumes. Even attempting to replicate a higher grade would be tantamount to courting death that a weakling like you could at most imitate a human. And that too one with exceedingly poor talent. Otherwise, if you exceed your magical capacity, not only will the imitation fail, but you will also suffer a backlash from the spell, potentially leading to your demise. Chung Feng's sword nodded in understanding. I thought as much. So, are you suggesting that you intend to teach these two spells to Little Bone? Fei grinned widely. Don't you think it would be amusing? Just imagine a skeleton creature walking in human society. That thought alone is quite delightful. Gu Xiaobai was no fool. He could discern a great deal from Fei's earlier descriptions of the spell. Although this spell known as mimicry comes with numerous limitations, it is undeniably powerful and quite suitable for his current self. After all, he has sensed the inconveniences of living as a skeleton in human society over the past few days. Mastering this spell would undoubtedly make his future days considerably more manageable. However, it also means he would owe Fei a significant favor. So, Little Bone, do you wish to learn? Fei inquired with a grin. Gazing intently into Gu Xiaobai's eye sockets, Jiyu Xiaobai nodded earnestly. Yes, absolutely. Very well. I shall remember this favor. If I ever require your assistance in the future, I will seek you out, Fei replied, stretching languidly before nimbly leaping onto the table. With a graceful stride, he approached Gu Xiaobai and gave a hearty pat on his skull. As the impact reverberated, Gu Xiaobai felt a surge of energy rush into his consciousness, swiftly revealing the methods for utilizing both the mimicry and scanning spells. Remember, at your current level, if you wish to disguise yourself as a human, it's best to avoid adults. Generally, it's easier to simulate the forms of younger children, who are less likely to retaliate, Fei instructed before hopping back to his previous spot. It was evident that his energy was somewhat depleted compared to earlier, likely due to the magical exertion involved in imparting the spells to Gu Xiaobai. Filled with excitement over mastering the new spells, Gu Xiaobai eagerly sought a target to transform into. The Chung Feng sword and Fei were clearly not viable options, as both were ancient beings from centuries past, nor could he transform into the little white cat lounging on the table. For it was a mid-tier 8th-grade magical beast. Perhaps Song Xiuxuan could be a candidate, though she was likely still in class at school. Besides, there was a hellhound at home. Wait, a hellhound? Gu Xiaobai suddenly trembled, abruptly pushing his chair back and standing up. What's wrong with you, Little Bone? You nearly startled me. The Chung Feng sword complained. Is learning a new spell really that thrilling? Yet Gu Xiaobai remained fixated on the Chung Feng sword. His mental waves agitated the north of Wuyin town. Along the main road, near the Wuyin Advanced Academy, a massive dog was frolicking about, causing startled exclamations from passers-by. Xiao Xiao, stop right now, Song Xiuxuan gasped. Trailing behind Xiao Xiao, her breath ragged. Only now did she realize how woefully inadequate her stamina was. Perhaps she should jog a few laps around the yard during her free time for some exercise? The thought barely crossed her mind before she dismissed it. After all, as a sorceress, it wasn't particularly strange for her physical fitness to be lacking, was it? Yes, that must be it. Truly, her self-control was commendable. She needed to maintain such calmness in the future. Otherwise, she might find herself in trouble, as she nearly did moments ago. Pleased with her own reasoning, Song Xiaoshuan continued her pursuit of Xiao Xiao, only to suddenly notice that Xiao Xiao had inexplicably come to a halt, fixated on a certain direction, emitting low, rumbling growls. Song Xiaoshuan understood that such sounds often signified the dog sensed a threat, but what could possibly threaten a hellhound like Xiao Xiao in Wuyin Town? Following Xiao Xiao's gaze, she found herself increasingly puzzled. There were no pedestrians on either side of the road, all having distanced themselves in fear, leaving only rows of residential buildings. Could it be that a formidable individual resided within one of those houses, instilling fear in Xiao Xiao? As she pondered this, she decided to coax Xiao Xiao to leave, wary of causing further disturbances that might attract the city guards. However, just as she was about to avert her gaze, a doorplate caught her eye, reading Nanyang Avenue 4-7. Nanyang Avenue. That sounds familiar. I believe I just heard someone mention it today. Wait, this is Nanyang Avenue. Song Xiaoshuan suddenly realized, despite the bright sunshine enveloping her in warmth, an inexplicable chill crept down her spine. Nanyang Avenue was in fact where her homeroom teacher resided. Nanyang Avenue, the 8th house from the left in the 4th row. That was her home. She distinctly remembered Teacher Lee stating it that way. Trembling, Song Xiaoshuan cautiously shifted her gaze to the right, where Xiao Xiao had been staring intently. Nanyang Avenue, for -8. My goodness, judging by Xiao Xiao's reaction, could there truly be a ghost in that house? Song Xiaoshuan felt her legs weaken, immobilized by an inexplicable fear. How on earth did she end up here? With Gu Xiao by and the Chengfeng sword absent, she was too frightened to investigate alone. What if she opened the door and a bloodied, disheveled female ghost sprang forth? That would be disastrous. Casting a glance at Xiao Xiao, she swiftly abandoned the notion of bringing the hellhound with her inside. It wasn't that she doubted Xiao Xiao's strength. Perhaps a small part of her did harbor such concerns. After all, once Xiao Xiao got riled up, no amount of persuasion would rein him in. Yet the most pressing issue was that Xiao Xiao's head was far too wide to fit through the door. Best to retreat for now. As for how to deal with the ghost in Teacher Lee's house, Song Xiaoshuan decided it was wiser to wait until she could return with Gu Xiao Bai and the others for a more assured approach. Just as she contemplated sneaking away with Xiao Xiao, she heard a resolute "awoof" as Xiao Xiao dashed toward Teacher Lee's doorway. By the time Song Xiaoshuan reacted to stop him, it was already too late. Amidst the cacophony of noise, the door to Teacher Lee's house met its untimely demise. Xiao Xiao charged through the threshold, barreling into the living room. Even from outside, Song Xiaoshuan could hear the thunderous barking echoing within. Truly, a hellhound's bark was formidable. No, this was not the moment to dwell on that. Realizing that if she didn't intervene soon, Teacher Lee might not need her help in exorcising ghosts anymore, but rather find a new residence instead. Xiao Xiao, take it easy. Don't demolish my homeroom teacher's house, Song Xiaoshuan cried, rushing into the house. Bark, bark, bark. Xiao Xiao's barks remained fierce, accompanied by the sounds of various objects crashing to the ground. That if you wreck my teacher's house, there will be no more meat bones for you, Song Xiaoshuan continued to shout. Soon, the house fell silent. Excellent. It seemed meat bones were indeed effective. Stepping over the remnants of the door, Song Xiaoshuan barely took in the decor of Teacher Lee's home as she hurried inside. There, she found Xiao Xiao lying on the living room floor, surrounded by scattered household items. Although it appeared chaotic, everything seemed intact and usable, which relieved her greatly. Xiao Xiao, this isn't our home. If you mess up someone else's place, we'll have to pay for it. Next time, no meat bones for a month. Song Xiaoshuan scolded with hands on her hips. Xiao Xiao emitted a pitiful whine, nuzzling against Song Xiaoshuan's side. Only then did she take a moment to survey her surroundings. Thankfully, Teacher Lee's living room was spacious. Otherwise, with Xiao Xiao's antics, the repair cost would be exorbitant. As Xiao Xiao had burst through the door, sunlight streamed in through the wide-open doorway, bolstering Song Xiaoshuan's courage in broad daylight. Surely a ghost wouldn't just appear out of nowhere, right? A peculiar laughter echoed from an unknown source, its eerie resonance imparting a sense of distance, accompanied by a haunting surround sound that in an instant, Song Xiaoshuan was seized by a chilling dread. Without a moment's hesitation, she leapt to the side of the small creature, clasping its fluffy tail with an iron grip, her voice breaking into a desperate wail. What the hell? There's a ghost! Gu Xiaobai, save me! Though she was acutely aware that Gu Xiaobai was nowhere to be found, and that her cries were futile, an inexplicable comfort washed over her at the mere thought of his presence. Why was that? After all, he was merely a skeletal creature lacking any real power. However, before Song Xiuxuan could ponder this further, a familiar voice resonated within her mind. What had begun as an instinctive call for help unexpectedly yielded a response, indicating that Gu Xiaobai was indeed close by. But why was he here? A wave of confusion washed over Song Xiuxuan. Never mind that. Now was not the time for such musings with Gu Xiaobai nearby. It stood to reason that the Chengfeng sword had come along as well. Yet, whether the sword could inflict harm upon a ghost remained uncertain. As sunlight streamed through the doorway, it was abruptly obstructed by an intruding figure, casting a shadow that darkened the living room. Surprisingly, this brought a sense of calm to Song Xiuxuan. Indeed, despite Gu Xiaobai being merely a skeleton, he proved unexpectedly reliable. Then, she heard his voice echoing in her mind, asking, "Hey, are you alright? TSK, this skeletal creature actually showed concern for her. How thoughtful." "I'm fine," she replied softly, a faint blush creeping on her cheeks. Really? Gu Xiaobai transmitted a wave of skepticism, surveying the surroundings. "What are you doing here? Skipping school for demolition work? While I have no objections to you finding part-time work, dragging Xiao Xiao into this is another matter. I've been searching high and low with this broken sword. And it took us ages to get here." Song Xiuxuan was taken aback. "Wait, are you here to find a dog? Not specifically to rescue me." Damn it, a skeleton is still a skeleton, utterly lacking in romantic sensibility. She must have been struck in the head by a donkey to think he was gentle and considerate. As Song Xiuxuan's expression shifted to one of indignation, Gu Xiaobai scratched his head in confusion and turned to the Chengfeng sword, asking, "Did I say something I shouldn't have?" The Chengfeng sword chuckled, but remained silent. Gu Xiaobai found himself increasingly perplexed. Are humans truly such capricious beings? It's utterly incomprehensible. Don't speak ill of me in your mind. Song Xiuxuan protested loudly, having sensed Gu Xiaobai's thoughts through their bond. "Hey, weren't we supposed to refrain from prying into each other's minds? Why are you going back on your word?" Gu Xiaobai retorted. Song Xiuxuan huffed, crossing her arms defiantly. "Regardless, I'm still your nominal master, so I will do as I please." Gu Xiaobai was about to continue the argument when the Chengfeng sword interjected. "All right, let us not bicker. Don't you find something peculiar about this house?" It was only then that Song Xiuxuan snapped to attention, letting out a shriek, and without further ado, she clutched Xiao Xiao's tail, trembling uncontrollably. Following the Chengfeng sword's hint, Gu Xiaobai also sensed that something was amiss in the residence. After a thorough examination, he exclaimed, "Why does this place have an aura of death? Could there be a ghost here as well?" Song Xiuxuan whirled around. "Also, have you encountered other ghosts before?" Gu Xiaobai and the Chengfeng sword exchanged glances, both realizing the gravity of the situation simultaneously. Previously, they had speculated whether the ghost girl residing in their home was the sole creation of the Cheng family. But they hadn't given this much thought at the time. Now they understood that the ghost girl Gu Xiaobai had taken home was not the only artificial ghost. Others had infiltrated Wuyin town. Concerned that the ghost girl roaming the streets might incite panic among the townsfolk, Gu Xiaobai had, after consulting the Chengfeng sword, left her in Song Xiuxuan's home, entrusting her care to Fei while he and the Chengfeng sword searched for Xiao Xiao. Only to unexpectedly encounter Song Xiuxuan here that Gu Xiaobai intended to inform her about bringing home a ghost girl. But he found that upon mentioning the word ghost, Song Xiuxuan's complexion paled, and she trembled like a leaf, utterly terrified. Perhaps it was best to wait before divulging that information to be cautious. I sensed the death aura in the living room intensifying, a being of the undead. Gu Xiaobai was particularly sensitive to death energy. The ghost was drawing near. A human, a hellhound, and a being of the undead. The ethereal female voice reemerged, clearer this time, indicating that the presence was indeed approaching. Gu Xiaobai's expression grew increasingly grave. This female ghost could articulate words, her speech coherent and logical. These details suggested that she was far stronger than the ghost girl they had at home. And not just by a small margin. In other words, if she harbored malevolent intentions, the current situation was dire. Broken sword, can you inflict harm upon a ghost? Gu Xiaobai discreetly communicated to the Changfeng sword. I can, but little skeleton, you need to find a way to get close to her first. After all, the ghost would not simply stand still, waiting for Gu Xiaobai to strike. Without an opportune moment. Given Gu Xiaobai's abilities, he would likely be drained by the ghost in an instant. Understood? I'll do my best. Gu Xiaobai tightened his grip on the Changfeng sword, perhaps sensing the rising tension. Xiao Xiao emitted a low growl. Though the hellhound was an 8th-tier beast, it was not adept in magic. It relied on its formidable physique and sharp claws for direct confrontation. That a ghost capable of shifting between physical and ethereal forms was indeed a challenging opponent for Xiao Xiao. At that moment, the ghost lurking within the house finally revealed itself. Clad in a white robe, with long hair obscuring its face, the ghost floated silently in the air. Her bold appearance indicated that she had discerned no one in the house could harm her. Song Qiushuan, you should leave, we will handle this, Gu Xiaobai conveyed telepathically. Song Qiushuan hesitated, battling her fear as she murmured, I can help. I know a bit of magic. Gu Xiaobai looked at her in surprise. He anticipated that she possessed magical abilities. Given this, she could indeed contribute to the fight. In truth. Even if Song Qiushuan wished to leave, it was already too late. A milky white mist had mysteriously enveloped the room, encircling them all. This mist appeared no different from ordinary fog, but after glancing around, Song Qiushuan realized that the surroundings were utterly obscured. Scattered belongings and the doorframe that Xiao Xiao had crashed through were now invisible. This mist is suspicious, Song Qiushuan warned. Well, of course, a bunch of white mist suddenly appearing in a perfectly fine house is obviously not normal. Do I need to point that out? Gu Xiaobai couldn't help but retort. If I recall correctly, this skill is called illusory mist, designed to disrupt the senses and disorient enemies. A rather low-level mental skill. The Changfeng sword remarked, its tone dripping with disdain for what it deemed a trivial mental technique. Gu Xiaobai felt a surge of hope. If that's the case, then you must know how to dispel this spell. Right? The Changfeng sword replied smugly, Of course I don't. The atmosphere suddenly froze, plunging into an awkward silence. If you don't know, then don't pretend you have it all figured out. Do you not realize how infuriating you appear at this moment? Gu Xiaobai felt a surge of frustration. Ever since he emerged from the place of burial, his mental state had been in turmoil almost daily. That if this continued, his delicate bones would inevitably turn into old ones. Ahem, this cannot be blamed on me. Can it? After all, I am merely a sword, and the fact that I can remember these things is quite remarkable. As for the rest, you shall have to figure out on your own. The Changfeng sword remarked. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiao found herself enveloped by swirling mists, and no matter what she did, she could not dispel them, which made her increasingly agitated. She began to spin in place, waving her claws in a futile attempt to force the mist apart. However, the mist had no physical form. Even when temporarily scattered by her paw, it would quickly coalesce again. Xiao Xiao's efforts merely served to drain her energy without any real effect. As for the ghost. After releasing this mist, it had seemingly vanished, but one could surmise that she was now watching the spectacle with great interest. Gu Xiaobai attempted to break through the mist, hastening towards the direction of the original door based on his memory. To his dismay, no matter how hard he tried, he could not escape this shroud of fog, and to others, it appeared as though he was merely treading in place. Facing this rudimentary mental spell mentioned by the Changfeng sword had already thrown Gu Xiaobai and his companions into a state of disarray. If given the choice, Gu Xiaobai would prefer to confront the female ghost directly. After all, if it were the ghost, at least he could pierce her with the Changfeng sword. Song Qiushuan, do you possess any offensive spells capable of dispelling this mist? Gu Xiaobai inquired. Song Qiushuan hesitated for a moment before responding, I am not entirely sure. While I do have some knowledge of low-level magic, I am unfamiliar with what attributes can counter mental spells. Gu Xiaobai stroked his chin and nodded. This indicates a certain truth. You, my dear, have not been diligent in your studies at school. Song Qiushuan turned her face away, meeting Gu Xiaobai's gaze with unyielding defiance. Her eyes ablaze with determination. The next class was supposed to cover the interactions between different magic types, but I don't know which unreliable person let Xiao Xiao run amok, forcing me to be dragged out to catch a dog. Now tell me, whose fault is that? Gu Xiaobai immediately felt a sense of defeat. He had some understanding of the interactions between different types of magic. The Chengfeng sword interjected, mental magic is quite unique. Unlike other schools of magic, it can only be compared through direct confrontation. The depth of one's mental strength, the proficiency in manipulating it, and the techniques employed during offense and defense are all crucial factors. However, based on my observations, while the Song family's girl possesses slightly higher mental strength than the average person, it is evidently insufficient against that ghost. Moreover, she has certainly not learned how to wield mental attacks. So we shall not consider that approach. Song Qiuxuan grew increasingly apprehensive, leaning against Xiao Zhao's hind leg, clutching its tail tightly, her voice trembling as she glanced around. What should we do? Is there any solution? Of course there is none, the Chengfeng sword replied. However, Gu Xiaobai casually lowered his gaze, sensing the Chengfeng sword beginning to tremble slightly in his hand after uttering that last remark, as if trying to capture his attention. All right, I understand. After contemplating for a moment, Gu Xiaobai discreetly communicated. Upon receiving the transmission, the Chengfeng sword ceased its trembling, as if suddenly recalling something, its tone infused with excitement. Ah, Song family girl, I just remembered. A long time ago, I witnessed a remarkably powerful method for controlling mental energy. Song Qiuxuan was taken aback and quickly leaned closer to the Chengfeng sword. What? If you have such a valuable technique? You must share it immediately. Ahem, I only just thought of it. Now, draw nearer, and I shall reveal the incantation, the Chengfeng sword said in a mysterious tone. Following its instructions, Song Qiuxuan lowered her head, placing her ear against the sword. Then she heard the Chengfeng sword deliberately lowering its voice. Listen carefully, Song family girl. The incantation is Gu Xiaobai. The name Gu Xiaobai was nearly shouted from the Chengfeng sword, while Song Qiuxuan, who had been poised to listen intently to the incantation, deftly leaped aside as if she had anticipated this, her right hand flicking, causing a twig staff to slide from her sleeve in her palm. Like the moment the Chengfeng sword's shout erupted, Gu Xiaobai felt a sudden impulse, gripping the sword tightly, and executed a sweeping arc behind him, where there was nothing but a method. Certainly, there were alternatives. Beyond suppressing the opponent's mental force, a far simpler method remained, directly assaulting the entity itself. A piercing scream echoed suddenly, as the previously ethereal space rippled, and a white figure emerged into view, retreating in disarray. The ghost, clearly caught off guard, had unknowingly fallen into the trap, and was struck directly by Gu Xiaobai's attack, causing her immense pain and rendering her unable to maintain the illusory mist. Yes, the white fog dissipated. The sensory restrictions on Gu Xiaobai and the others were lifted. Naturally, Gu Xiaobai would seize this impeccable opportunity. Gripping the Chengfeng sword, he dashed towards the ghost. Simultaneously, Song Qiuxuan's magical energy surged within her, a vibrant red glow manifesting at the tip of her staff, heralding the fire-based low-level spell, Fireball. The ghost felt an alarm ringing in her mind. Sensing the imminent threat of death, the short sword wielded by the black-robed specter could inflict harm upon her, a realization she had never anticipated. If that sword were to strike her, or if the human girl-esque fireball were to connect, she would surely meet her demise today. Unexpectedly, an event unfolded that none anticipated. The fireball, fully formed yet unlaunched, began to roll at the tip of Song Qiuxuan's staff, poised to shoot towards the ghost, only to inadvertently graze the edge of the staff. With a resounding boom, Song Qiuxuan's staff ignited in flames. Gu Xiaobai. Chengfeng sword. Song Qiuxuan. Ghost. For a long time thereafter, whenever the Chengfeng sword reminisced about this incident, it could not help but exclaim, "In my several hundred years of existence, it is the first time I have witnessed a spellcaster inadvertently set their own staff ablaze while casting a spell." From that moment on, I was convinced that the Song family girl was indeed a unique magical disaster. Yes, a true disaster. With a shriek, Song Qiuxuan hastily discarded the flaming staff, transforming what should have been a fire-based magical attack into a haphazard physical projectile. However, in the ghost's eyes, this attack was utterly inconsequential. Her eyes sparkled with delight as she effortlessly dodged the burning staff thrown by Song Qiuquan and lunged directly at Don't Gu Xiaobai. Save me! Song Qiuquan cried out, her voice filled with desperation. Yet, Gu Xiaobai was still 5 to 6 meters away from her, unable to retract in time, watching the ghost close in on Song Qiuquan. He cursed under his breath and, in a moment of resignation, hurled the Changfeng sword towards her. His throw was powerful enough to reach her just before the ghost could pounce, landing the sword at her feet. Perhaps driven by an instinct for survival, Song Qiuquan moved with remarkable agility, bending down with one hand to grasp the Changfeng sword. Then she saw the ghost flash a triumphant smile, unhesitatingly turning to pounce at Gu Xiaobai. The ghost's target had always been Gu Xiaobai. The previous series of actions had merely been a feint, aimed at compelling Gu Xiaobai to relinquish the Changfeng sword. Once Gu Xiaobai was without the sword, he would be entirely defenseless against the ghost, merely awaiting his fate. Come, offer up your soul's flame. I shall relish it, the ghost cackled, leaning down to draw deeply from Gu Xiaobai. Gu Xiaobai found himself utterly powerless to resist. He collapsed to the ground, his black robe falling away to reveal his pale skeletal frame as the ghost drained him. An eerie white fire erupted from each of his bones, his soul's flame. Stop! No! Song Qiuquan let out a mournful cry, her hands gripping the Changfeng sword tightly as she recklessly charged towards the female specter. Regret consumed her heart. Why had she been so foolish as to purchase a subpar wand? Why was she so weak, and why did she drag others into her demise? It should have been her facing death. Yet, it was too late now. Gu Xiaobai lay motionless on the ground. Large tears streamed down Song Qiuquan's cheeks, blurring her vision. Just at that moment, the piercing laughter of the female specter abruptly ceased, replaced by agonizing wails that, "No, this cannot be. You were merely a skeletal creature. How could this happen?" This was the specter's final utterance. Infused with a myriad of complex emotions, disbelief, despair, and boundless terror and remorse, and one knew what had transpired. Even the Changfeng sword and Song Qiuquan merely witnessed the specter emit a chilling scream before its entire ethereal form ignited, ultimately transforming into a massive ball of milky white soul fire that gradually sank into Gu Xiaobai's body. Throughout this ordeal, Gu Xiaobai remained on the ground, seemingly in a deep unconscious state, in a frantic rush. Song Qiuquan knelt beside him, pressing her hands against his skeletal frame. Gu Xiaobai, are you all right? Speak to me. Were it not for the contract binding them, which allowed her to sense his life force, she would have already succumbed to despair. Broken sword? You've seen much. Quickly tell me what has happened to Gu Xiaobai. Will he be all right? Panic surged within her. He had no heartbeat. The Changfeng sword remained silent for a long moment before finally responding. Calm yourself. Song girl, that if he had a heartbeat, that would indeed be a terrifying situation, if I am not mistaken. It seems the female specter was attempting to absorb the soul fire of the little skeleton. But for some reason, it backfired. Not only did she fail to succeed, but she also lost her own life. The IT paused, then continued. You share a contract with the little skeleton, sense his current condition, and see how it differs from before. Nodding, Song Qiuquan forced herself to quell her turmoil, striving to perceive Gu Xiaobai's state through their mental link. She soon found herself in disbelief, unable to comprehend what she sensed. What did you discover? The Changfeng sword inquired. Song Qiuquan turned to the sword in astonishment. Gu Xiaobai has advanced. Advanced? The Changfeng sword was taken aback. Yes, he is now a low-tier 9-grade skeletal creature. Gu Xiaobai stirred from his unconsciousness. The first sensation he registered was the transformation within his body, as if every bone contained a reservoir of energy. In truth, he was awakened by the boiling power surging within him. Wait, I'm still alive. Gu Xiaobai marveled, astonished that he had not perished at the hands of the female specter. He did not hasten to rise, but instead took his time to feel the changes within. As a skeletal creature devoid of power ranks, he was intimately familiar with his own physique. After all, he was merely bone from head to toe, easily transparent to him. Moreover, for skeleton, every bone could serve as an eye. Any anomaly in his skeletal structure would be immediately perceptible to him. Now, he found that his bones felt sturdier than before, and his sensitivity to the external world had heightened, that if he had to describe it. It felt as though his entire skeletal frame had been reinforced. Could it be? Did someone secretly replace all my bones while I was asleep? A familiar voice chimed in beside his skull. You promised not to pry into my privacy. If you do, you will lose me, Gu Xiaobai retorted earnestly. Pushing himself up to SIT, it was only then that he realized he was lying on Song Qiushuan's bed. Through the window, he could see that night had fallen, and a small lamp illuminated the room, casting a faint glow over the limited space. Song Qiushuan sat on the floor, her upper body resting on the edge of the bed, staring at him with a disgruntled expression, pouting. I couldn't care less about what you're thinking, it's just that the broken sword told me to keep a close watch over you. However, before Song Qiushuan could finish her sentence, the Chengfeng sword interrupted with a teasing tone. Hey, Song girl, your evasive expression puts me in a difficult position. While I did say to keep an eye on the little skeleton, I never instructed you to take a leave of absence to tend to him. Song Qiushuan's face flushed crimson, steam seemingly rising from her head, rendering her adorably flustered. She turned away defiantly, glaring at the Chengfeng sword, gritting her teeth. Shut up. All right then, in this household, you are the ruler. Your word is law. The Chengfeng sword obediently fell silent, but Gu Xiaobai raised his arm and stretched, unable to contain his curiosity. Why do I feel so invigorated? Did you infuse me with energy? Song Qiushuan. Song Qiushuan opened her mouth, a deep sense of envy and resentment flickering across her face as she snapped. Are you doing this on purpose? Speak up. I've worked tirelessly for so long and still haven't reached the 9th grade. Yet you were inexplicably promoted after being drained by that specter. If I had known, I wouldn't have gone through all this trouble. I would have just sent you over for her to absorb. Now, not only do I get no reward, but I also have to compensate the homeroom teacher for repairs that I make this easy for myself. Listening to Song Qiushuan's incessant complaints, Gu Xiaobai felt utterly bewildered. Yet he caught a few key phrases, such as promotion. Had he truly advanced? That seemed improbable. That Gu Xiaobai shook his head. His memories were stuck at the moment he was captured by the female specter, his soul fire on the verge of eruption. After that, he had lost consciousness. Entirely unaware of what had transpired, he had assumed he was doomed, yet he not only survived, but had grown stronger. Furthermore, he sensed something new within his sea of consciousness. Hey, little skeleton, the Chengfeng sword suddenly called out. Gu Xiaobai blinked. Huh. What are you talking about? I don't understand that if you were a normal skeletal creature, it would be impossible for you to survive such an attack. Although I cannot accurately assess the strength of that female specter, she should be at least mid-tier 9. Logically, if she sought to forcibly absorb your soul fire, you would have had no means to resist. Yet, as you can see, not only did you survive, but you also counterattacked, which piques my curiosity that I have lived for centuries, and this is the first time I have encountered a skeleton like you. What secrets are concealed within you? Gu Xiaobai fell silent. Just as the Chengfeng sword had articulated, a typical skeletal creature could not have survived such an assault. In other words, he might indeed harbor some unknown secret. But what could it possibly be? Could it be? Am I the fabled chosen one? No, the chosen skeleton. The thought sparked a thrill within him. Chosen? What nonsense! Song Qiushuan's exasperated voice broken again. I have yet to settle accounts with you. Hey, if you continue to pry into my business, I will turn against you. Gu Xiaobai protested indignantly. Turn against me? Gu Xiaobai, do you think that just because you have reached the 9th grade, you can act all high and mighty? Song Qiushuan retorted angrily. The wall I painstakingly rebuilt has collapsed again. This must be your doing. And what of that female specter? I can't believe I went gallivanting to catch ghosts for others, only to return and find one sitting in my house. Are you trying to scare me to death so you can inherit my 30,000 taels? Just as Gu Xiaobai prepared to argue his case, he found himself cowed by Song Qiushuan's mention of the incident. Although the wall was slightly crushed, the primary cause lay in Gu Xiaobai's desire to attract Cheng's attention. Thus he indeed bore some responsibility for the matter. As for the female ghost he had brought back from Cheng's, Gu Xiaobai found it even more difficult to deflect blame. With no other option, he cautiously explained, "Well, when I first encountered you, I intended to discuss this matter. But the situation was urgent at the time, and I didn't have the chance that, oh, by the way, what happened to that ghost girl?" Song Qiuxuan paused for a moment before replying. "I banished her." The atmosphere in the room became suddenly inscrutable. It was as if everyone had silently agreed to refrain from speaking. Cheng Fengjian awaited the unfolding drama. Song Qiuxuan anticipated Gu Xiaobai's response, while Gu Xiaobai himself seemed lost in thought. After a long while, Gu Xiaobai finally seemed to come to his senses and asked Song Qiuxuan, "So you really sent that ghost girl away?" "Yes, I kicked her right out," Song Qiuxuan responded without a hint of emotion. "Where did she go? Was it far? How long ago was this?" Gu Xiaobai's questions came swiftly and urgently, revealing his inner tension and excitement. Song Qiuxuan felt a flicker of irritation and an inexplicable surge of anger. Suddenly, she stood up sharply, glaring at Gu Xiaobai, and exclaimed, "How would I know where I sent her? If you care so much about her, why don't you go look for her yourself? Why are you still here?" Her words, initially spoken in anger, unexpectedly prompted Gu Xiaobai to jump off the bed without hesitation. A sense of unease gripped Song Qiuxuan's heart. Could it be that Gu Xiaobai truly cared for that ghost? Cheng Fengjian watched the unfolding scene with keen interest, showing no intention to intervene. Then, an unexpected event took place. Gu Xiaobai appeared to breathe a sigh of relief and patted his ribcage, saying, "Oh, you scared me. Thankfully, you got rid of her. I wouldn't have known what to do." This left Song Qiuxuan momentarily bewildered. "What did you just say? You must have come across that ghost girl already, right?" Didn't she look a bit dazed? As if she understood nothing, Gu Xiaobai inquired. Song Qiuxuan instinctively nodded. Gu Xiaobai slapped his palm in realization. "Exactly, what do you mean, exactly?" Song Qiuxuan felt as if she was struggling to keep pace with his thoughts. "It doesn't matter if you can't keep up. Just know that I brought her back for self-preservation. Now that she's been sent away by you, I'm entirely safe and no longer need to worry about being absorbed." Gu Xiaobai's exuberance emanated a palpable wave of joy. "But at your homeroom teacher's place, you weren't absorbed at all. Instead, you even managed to turn the tables on that ghost," Song Qiuxuan remarked, perplexed that no, that can only be deemed a fluke. What if she was simply caught off guard at that moment? We must tread carefully regarding such unpredictable matters. Gu Xiaobai's tone turned serious. It was evident that today's events had left him with considerable psychological distress. Even though he had inexplicably advanced to the rank of a 9th-tier skeleton monster, this psychological shadow would likely linger for some time. Noticing Gu Xiaobai's relaxation following the ghost's departure, Cheng Fengjian suddenly chuckled and interjected. "Well, little skeleton, you might be rejoicing a bit prematurely." Gu Xiaobai froze, then exclaimed in shock, "Wait, are you saying Song Qiuxuan tricked me? Is that ghost still here?" "Hey, Song Qiuxuan, that's quite unfair. Honesty is paramount in human interactions. Where is the trust between a person and a skeleton monster?" The communication abruptly ceased. Song Qiuxuan, with a stoic expression, withdrew her hand from Gu Xiaobai's skull. Did this insufferable skeleton really think that just because he had reached the 9th tier, he could act recklessly? When it's time to discipline, discipline must be enforced. Song Qiuxuan had not entirely deceived him, as the ghost girl was indeed not present. Cheng Fengjian clarified, however, it wasn't Song Qiuxuan who expelled her. Rather, that gluttonous creature voluntarily offered to take her away for a while. As for what they intend to do, I'm not entirely certain. So, does this mean that the ghost girl will ultimately be returned? Gu Xiaobai asked with difficulty. "Congratulations. You are correct. That's precisely the case." Gu Xiaobai fell silent. His mind was consumed by one thought. He hoped that the while referred to by that gluttonous creature will be a lengthy duration. Song Qiuxuan glanced at Gu Xiaobai and suddenly said, "I suppose you can leave now, right?" Gu Xiaobai promptly flopped onto the bed, finding it significantly more comfortable than sleeping on the floor in the living room. He feigned weakness and transmitted to Song Qiuxuan, "Ah, I feel a bit dizzy. Perhaps I haven't fully recovered yet. I should rest on this bed for another night." Before he could finish, a cacophony erupted in the room. Secret technique, barehanded skeleton dismantling. Song Qiuxuan unceremoniously gathered Gu Xiaobai's bones in her black robe and tossed them out of the room. What nonsense! Just a moment ago, he was full of vigor. And now he pretends to be weak. Does she think I'm a fool? Chung Fengjian expressed his disbelief. Isn't that akin to courting disaster? Even I can't bear to watch this unfold, by the way. Song Xiaoshuan, seeing as it's already so late, why not let me stay in your room for the night? Outside the room, Gu Xiaobai was desperately trying to reassemble himself when a heavy object suddenly fell onto him, scattering the bones he had painstakingly pieced together. You two were kicked out? He sighed. Ah, discussing it only brings tears. Let's just wash up and sleep. That a skeleton and a sword lay dejectedly on the ground, imbued with a sense of desolation. Thus, the night passed in silence. The following day, Gu Xiaobai rose early, donned his black robe, and set out with Chung Fengjian. According to Chung Fengjian, the glutton had specifically instructed them to meet at the fountain in the commercial district that morning, to assist in submitting their mercenary task. The process for mercenary tasks was rather straightforward. Once the task issuer confirmed its completion and signed the task list, the mercenary would return the list to the guild for verification. If all was in order, the task would be deemed complete, and the reward granted. Gu Xiaobai's tasks included two that required capturing Fei and Bai, while the others mandated the capture of the glutton for punishment. However, after becoming acquainted, Gu Xiaobai found himself unable to carry out the latter, primarily because he could not defeat the glutton. After all, it was a 7th-tier lower-class magical beast. He feared that before he could even act, he would simply be crushed to dust by a single swipe. Upon arriving at the fountain, he found Fei already waiting, lazily basking in the sun atop a statue. Upon sensing a familiar aura approaching, Fei slightly opened his eyes and glanced at Gu Xiaobai. You're here. Then let's go. The subsequent events unfolded smoothly. Following the addresses provided on the task list, Gu Xiaobai visited each location in turn. During this process, Fei feigned a state of despondency while lying in a cage that had been prepared in advance, as if he had just endured a harrowing ordeal. Upon witnessing Fei's pitiful state, most of the task issuers were satisfied and promptly signed the task list. The only hiccup occurred during the final task delivery. The situation unfolded as follows. Hello, as per your commission, this troublesome glutton has been captured. Let me see. Yes, indeed, it is this wretched creature. Could you kindly sign this commission slip? Of course, no problem. Wait a moment. Why does it look like it's comfortably asleep? You misunderstand. This is due to the chastisement we administered after capturing it. Perhaps it was too brutal, and now it has completely fainted. Yes, that's so, but it's clearly drooling. That might be because I played with it a bit too roughly. Please don't mind the details. The dialogue between the task issuer and Chung Fengjian was entirely conducted by the latter, while Gu Xiaobai merely observed that it was merely a mystery why. At the moment when Chung Fengjian uttered his final words, Gu Xiaobai distinctly sensed a peculiar shift in the gaze of the taskmaster before him. That time, Gu Xiaobai thought little of it, attributing the guest's reaction to the shocking mention of brutal methods by Chung Fengjian. However, he had not contemplated the grave consequences that might ensue from this incident. Nevertheless, it mattered not, for he would soon come to understand. In any case, after completing this assignment, Gu Xiaobai found himself with only 2 tasks remaining, which involved escorting Fei and by back home. So, shall we take you back? Gu Xiaobai inquired, and what shall we do about that Yomi spirit? Fei lazily flicked his tail and casually remarked, there's no need for you to concern yourselves with the Yomi spirit. I've secured it in a very safe place, and that ghostly girl is keeping watch over it. Then this task, shall we forego it? Just think about it. Returning that Yomi spirit would be a calamity for that family. After a moment's reflection, Gu Xiaobai found Fei's reasoning quite persuasive, thus he no longer dwelled on the matter. Upon arriving at the girl's home on the southern edge of the town, Gu Xiaobai opened the cage door, and Fei gracefully leaped out. After stretching leisurely, he waved his paw at Gu Xiaobai and Chung Fengjian as a farewell. What a headache. This foolish girl comes from a poor family, and yet spends money at the mercenary guild to post some kind of search notice. Really, when will this cat be free from such worries? Fei muttered under his breath before skillfully slipping through a small hole beside the house. Shortly thereafter, Gu Xiaobai and Chung Fengjian heard the jubilant cheers of a girl emanating from within. After quietly listening at the door for a while, Gu Xiaobai turned to leave, feeling quite content. This is rather nice, isn't it? Broken sword. Our task is complete. Where shall we go next? Gu Xiaobai asked. without hesitation. Changfeng Jian replied, "Of course, we shall return to the mercenary guild. Once you hand in the signed task forms, you shall receive your corresponding rewards and mercenary points that, if memory serves, with the tasks you have just completed. You will have enough to elevate your rank from black iron to white jade." Wow, I can level up so quickly. That seems too easy. Gu Xiaobai could not help but feel a surge of excitement. With an upgrade in mercenary rank, he would have access to a greater array of tasks, thus accelerating his earnings. Changfeng Jian smiled noncommittally. Advancing from black iron to white jade is not particularly challenging. Complete 10 tasks and you shall succeed. However, transitioning from white jade to bronze is quite another matter altogether. The tasks you previously undertook were all of the lowest tier, if we calculate by points. Each task yields 1 point, totaling merely 10 points. Now, can you guess how many points are required to advance from white jade to bronze? After a moment's hesitation, Gu Xiaobai speculated, 100 points? 100? If it were that simple, there would be more than just 4 bronze-ranked mercenaries in Misty Hidden Town. In truth, it requires a staggering 3,000 mercenary points to elevate from white jade to bronze. At this revelation, Gu Xiaobai was genuinely taken aback. 3,000 points. He would have to undertake a total of 3,000 such tasks to achieve that rank. The enthusiasm he had so painstakingly ignited was extinguished in an instant. Upon returning to the mercenary guild, Gu Xiaobai submitted the task forms to the staff, awaiting confirmation. Completing tasks successfully should have been a cause for celebration. Yet the words of Changfeng Jian had cast a shadow over him, rendering him somewhat sullen and listless. Unbeknownst to Gu Xiaobai, on the second floor of the guild, a pair of eyes was intently observing him. It was the current acting president of the mercenary guild, Shangguan Shaolai. Shangguan Shaolai scrutinized Gu Xiaobai for several minutes before retracting his gaze and turning to his companion. Speaking softly, this individual appears despondent, entirely unlike someone who has just completed a task. It seems he has encountered some significant upheaval in his life, leading to his current state of dejection. I now believe he is indeed the young master of a prominent family. Lin Ling stood quietly behind Shangguan Shaolai, head bowed, silent. Let us leave this matter for now. In the future, we must be vigilant when encountering such situations. After speaking, Shangguan Shaolai patted Lin Ling's shoulder and turned to leave. Lin Ling watched him depart. And once he had vanished from sight, she sighed with a complex expression. She had narrowly escaped this ordeal. Meanwhile, Gu Xiaobai remained oblivious to the happenings above him, still lamenting his seemingly endless path as a mercenary. Was there truly no task available that could allow him to rapidly accumulate points? Just as he was pondering this, the doors of the guild were suddenly flung open with force, and a bloodied, burly mercenary rushed in, panic evident in his demeanor as he shouted hoarsely, "This is bad. The skeletal monsters from the burial grounds are launching an assault." The previously bustling mercenary guild fell momentarily silent. Soon, laughter erupted from the crowd, their mockery echoing as if to rend the very roof. Skeletal monsters, an assault. Have you been drinking too much? Indeed, how could such lowly undead creatures pose any real threat? Surely you must be dreaming, skeletal monsters? Impossible. Some in the crowd expressed skepticism, for the mercenary was indeed covered in blood, a sight not easily fabricated. Yet the notion of skeletal monsters was simply too absurd, faced with the derision and disbelief of the crowd. The mercenary's face reddened as he shouted, "Damn it, you fools! Those accursed skeletal monsters are nearly at the city gates. Do you think I would lie to you? Whether it's true or not, you could check for yourselves at the city gate." As they observed the mercenary's furious demeanor, the laughter gradually subsided, and everyone exchanged looks of incredulity and disbelief. Could it be true? The skeletal monsters were indeed attacking. An event of unprecedented absurdity was unfolding before them. Considered barely more formidable than a chicken, these undead beings were the lowest tier among their kind. Even boiling their bones for soup might yield a distasteful result. Yet, these derided skeletal monsters were now banding together to assault a human settlement. Moreover, according to the mercenary's account, his team, which had been out on a mission, had unexpectedly encountered a horde of skeletal monsters on the road that he alone had managed to escape, while the others had perished at the hands of the skeletal onslaught. Such words, typically dismissed as mere jokes, were now occurring in their very midst. Was this some kind of divine twist of fate? Outside, the air above misty hidden town had begun to resonate with the piercing sound of alarm bells. A signal reserved for emergencies. This served to corroborate the mercenaries' claims. Chung Feng Jian quivered slightly, hidden within Gu Xiaobai's robe, and whispered, "Hey, little bone, do you know what is happening?" Gu Xiaobai expressed his own confusion. "Please, I've been with you all these days. How could I possibly know? If you're unaware, what makes you think I would be informed? But aren't you a skeletal monster? How could you be oblivious to such a major event within your own kind?" "Ah, I see now. You, Gu Xiaobai, must have been dispatched as an undercover agent, right?" Chung Feng Jian's voice was laced with smug satisfaction, feeling as though he had unveiled a profound truth that Jiu Xiaobai found himself both amused and exasperated. "Stop it! When have you ever heard of skeletal monsters sending undercover agents before a battle?" "Humph. This sword has lived for many years, and this is indeed the first time I've heard of skeletal monsters launching an assault." Chung Feng Jian retorted. "Times are changing, skeletal monsters are evolving, but if you can rank up to the 9th tier, then being an undercover agent is hardly a stretch." Silence. A voice suddenly rang out, cutting through the noise of Gu Xiaobai and Chung Feng Jian's conversation, overpowering the murmurs of the crowd. "You there? What is your name?" The crowd parted, revealing Shangguan Shaolai striding forward, his brow clouded with an inescapable gloom. The bloodied mercenary visibly froze upon seeing Shangguan Shaolai, evidently failing to recognize his identity. Then his gaze fell upon the gleaming silver badge on the left chest of Shangguan Shaolai. It was the insignia denoting the president of the Mercenary Guild's branch. In addition, beside that badge, there was an unassuming small emblem, discreetly inscribed with the character Dai, so subtle that one would hardly notice it without squinting closely. I am Wang Ermatzi. The mercenary replied loudly. He appeared somewhat flustered, clearly taken aback by the unexpected honor of being personally received by the president of the Mercenary Guild's branch, which made him increasingly nervous. A peculiar glint flickered in Shangguan Xiaoya's eyes as he murmured softly, "Wang Ermatzi, what a rather casual name. Wang Ermatzi, please wait for me in the conference room on the 2nd floor. Shortly, I need you to recount in detail the events you encountered, along with the identity information of your team members." Wang Ermatzi meekly acknowledged and proceeded upstairs as instructed by Shangguan Shaolai. Shangguan Shaolai took a deep breath. On the surface, he appeared calm, but internally, he was tumultuous. This was not only due to the sudden emergence of such a significant issue during his stewardship, but also because his father, Shangguan Lai, was currently on a mission outside the town and had yet to return. Moreover, if Shangguan Shaolai remembered correctly, the location of Shangguan Lai's mission happened to be the burial ground. Yet, as the acting president, he could not afford to display any trace of worry or panic at this moment. He must be the epitome of composure. Clearing his throat to address the gathered crowd, Shangguan Shaolai proclaimed, "You have all likely heard the specifics by now, so I shall refrain from unnecessary elaboration. General Du, who is responsible for guarding Wuyin Town, has sent us a magical message requesting the Mercenary Guild to dispatch personnel for defense." Pausing for effect, he noticed the majority of faces in the crowd were marked by indecision, which irked him. Did this group truly not grasp the gravity of the situation if it were merely ordinary skeletal monsters? Would Wang Ermatzi have returned so grievously injured? If those skeletal monsters were indeed so easily dealt with, would the city defense forces have sounded the alarm? Such short-sightedness and poor awareness deserved a lifetime of remaining bronze level. Of course, Shangguan Shaolai would never voice such thoughts. Moreover, to compel these short-sighted individuals to take to the battlefield, he needed to devise a means to motivate them. For every mercenary participating in the defense, our guild will issue rewards.as for the details of the rewards. Shangguan Shaolai paused, seemingly contemplating the specifics, then continued, "For every 5 skeletal monsters slain, you will earn 1 point, with no upper limit." Upon hearing this, nearly all the mercenaries present collectively gasped. 0.5 skeletal monsters for 1 point. Could there be a simpler method for scoring points? From this moment until the siege concluded, those eager to accumulate points needed to act swiftly, lest they miss their opportunity. Before Shangguan Shaolai could finish his statement, the mercenaries within the guild were already rushing toward the city gates, fearful that their points would be snatched by others. If there were any discerning individuals present, they would easily deduce that these points were not as easily acquired as they might seem. 0.5 skeletal monsters for 1 point. If this were true, The Wuyin Town Mercenary Guild would soon be flooded with a multitude of bronze-level mercenaries, a scenario clearly undesirable to the guild. Thus, there must be some underlying issue. Unfortunately, not a single mercenary present possessed such insight. Even those who might have recognized it would lose their judgment due to the prevailing circumstances, precisely what Shangguan Shaolai wished to see as he observed the guild become increasingly vacant within a short span. Shangguan Shaolai nodded in satisfaction, preparing to turn toward the conference room when his peripheral vision caught sight of a dark figure standing still, seemingly indifferent to the lucrative points on offer. Shangguan Xiaoye's brow furrowed slightly. How could it be him? Gu Xiaobai was completely unaware that he had drawn Shangguan Xiaoye's attention, as he was currently discussing the skeletal monster uprising with Chang Fengjian. In any case, having spent so much time in the burial ground, no one knows those creatures better than I do, Gu Xiaobai communicated. You see, those skeletal monsters don't even possess proper weapons. Even when engaging in combat, they mostly just grab a random bone from their bodies and charge forward, lacking any real lethality. Thus, the notion of a mercenary team nearly being wiped out seems unrealistic to me. Are you suggesting that the mercenary who just spoke, Wang or Matsi, was lying? Chang Fengjian's voice carried a note of skepticism. No, you misunderstand. What I mean is, based on my knowledge of those skeletal monsters, they could not possibly reach the level described by Wang or Matsi. Moreover, after living in the burial ground for so long, I have not observed any intentions of invading human towns. Frankly, I find the burial ground to be much more comfortable than Wuyin Town. I suspect they feel the same way. So, you are implying that your skeletal brethren may have been controlled by someone. Chang Fengjian interjected, following Gu Xiaobai's line of thought. Well, it's not impossible. After all, skeletal monsters are generally used as cannon fodder to draw fire. But can mere skeletal monsters truly accomplish the feat of nearly annihilating a mercenary squad? Hey, that's excessive. Gu Xiaobai couldn't help but protest. Chang Fengjian then realized that he was still attached to a skeletal monster and felt a bit embarrassed, responding, my apologies, I misspoke. After all, the majority of skeletal monsters aren't as formidable as you. At least you are perceptive. Shoo. Lower your voice. Someone is approaching. Gu Xiaobai had intended to say more, but was interrupted by the sound of footsteps drawing near. Turning around, he found a young man who had issued the earlier task walking toward him. Regarding this individual, Gu Xiaobai had gleaned some information from the whispers of nearby mercenaries, understanding that he was a high-ranking member of the mercenary guild. However, knowing his identity left Gu Xiaobai somewhat bewildered. What is going on? Is the acting president of the mercenary guild here to have a heart-to-heart with me instead of attending to official matters? Then Gu Xiaobai noticed the young man offering him a warm smile as he spoke. What is the matter? Not interested in the task I just assigned. No, I was merely lost in thought about some personal matters, Chang Fengjian replied, but a glimmer of understanding flashed in Shangguan Xiaoye's eyes as he nodded. Then suddenly remarked, Are you perhaps contemplating matters regarding the Chang family? Gu Xiaobai's body stiffened abruptly. At Gu Xiaobai's gesture, Chang Fengjian spoke up. What do you know? Rest assured, I mean no harm, that I merely deduced a few things. Shangguan Shaolai said quickly. Since you prefer to keep it to yourself, I shall assume I know nothing. Gu Xiaobai fell silent, then nodded slightly. The two individuals, each with ulterior motives and believing themselves to be astute, exchanged a handshake, as if sealing some undisclosed agreement. In that case, I shall take my leave. By the way, are you planning to go slay skeletal monsters for points soon? Shangguan Shaolai inquired. Gu Xiaobai pondered for a moment before nodding. Very well, be cautious. The situation may be far more challenging than you anticipate. With that, Shangguan Shaolai turned and departed. The Gu Xiaobai remained in place, watching Shangguan Shaoye's retreating figure before turning to exit the mercenary guild. Upon reaching the second floor, a slender young boy approached Shangguan Shaolai. It was the very child who had gone to check on the Chang family situation. The boy tugged at Shangguan Xiaoye's sleeve and asked, Brother, why do you seem so happy? Has something good happened? Indeed, after our brief interaction, I can confirm that this self-proclaimed Gu Xiaobai is undoubtedly the heir of the Chang family, Shangguan Shaolai whispered, with the death of the Chang family head. The family has fallen to this young lad. Perhaps I might seize this opportunity to gain some benefits from the Chang family. This could be quite advantageous. The boy's eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? You truly are remarkable, brother. He, of course, Shangwan Xiaolai said with a proud smile. All right, you go sit in the office for a while that I'll take care of some business in the conference hall and come find you later. The little boy nodded vigorously. After exiting the mercenary guild and ensuring no one was around, Chengfeng Jian quietly remarked, Little Bone, why does it feel like something is off? You don't understand. The fact that the ghost girl has run off with me is already known. Gu Xiaobai helplessly communicated. However, judging by his demeanor, it was likely he intended to use this situation to blackmail me, perhaps wanted me to do some unpaid work for him. Surely, I, Gu Xiaobai, am not so easily threatened. For now, as long as I temporarily go along with that fellow's wishes, I can find a place to shed my robe later and continue pretending to be the headless knight, leaving him to wonder where I have gone. Wow, Gu Xiaobai, your cunning is such that even I, this sword, must concede, Chengfeng Jian exclaimed in admiration. However, if you proceed with that plan, you might lose the precious white jade token you have just obtained. That won't happen. If worst comes to worst, I can always go to another branch of the mercenary guild to continue taking on tasks, Gu Xiaobai replied fiercely. What about the skeleton monsters at the city gate? Will you still kill them? Kill them. Am I the kind of skeleton monster that would turn on my own kind? In fact, I've always had a wish for world peace. 5 skeleton monsters equal 1 point. Chengfeng Jian's tone was teasing. Hey, what do you mean by that? Are you trying to tempt me? I'll tell you, even if the sky were to fall, I wouldn't do it, Gu Xiaobai protested. Oh, so that's what you're worried about? Chengfeng Jian suddenly realized, I was wondering why you were being so hesitant to move. Turns out you were just being cowardly. Nonsense, Gu Xiaobai retorted, his face flushed. Can a matter of skeleton monsters be called cowardice? That's called a strategic retreat. You really know how to embellish your own reputation, Chengfeng Jian scoffed. Then, as if suddenly recalling something, it spoke up excitedly. Oh right, regarding your concerns, I happen to have a solution. Gu Xiaobai's spirit jolted. What solution? Mimicry technique. So, you're suggesting that in order to gain points, you plan to have Gu Xiaobai use the mimicry technique to transform into my appearance. In the living room. Song Xiaoshuan's eyes widened in astonishment, her face filled with disbelief. She had heard from Chengfeng Jian about Gu Xiaobai learning the mimicry technique before. However, at that time, Chengfeng Jian hadn't revealed the full details, merely stating that a passing master found Gu Xiaobai favorable and taught him this technique. Chengfeng Jian had also mentioned that this technique could only be used to mimic someone of lesser strength. At that moment, both Chengfeng Jian and Song Xiaoshuan thought this technique was no better than a useless trinket. How weak would one have to be weaker than the skeleton monsters? Yet now, everything had changed in just one day. Gu Xiaobai had astonishingly advanced from no rank to the 9th rank lower tier. In other words, most of the commoners in Wuyin town could now serve as Gu Xiaobai as mimicry subjects. This majority of commoners included Song Xiaoshuan, as she had yet to successfully advance to the 9th rank. I believe that rather than transforming into someone else and attracting unnecessary trouble, it would be better to transform into your likeness. That way, even if something goes wrong, we can coordinate to resolve it, right? Gu Xiaobai communicated. Song Xiaoshuan hesitated for a moment, intending to refuse, as having someone impersonate her roaming around felt inherently strange. However, she then heard Chengfeng Jian suddenly exclaim, Song family girl, don't rush to refuse. You must know this situation also brings benefits to you. Huh. What benefits could it possibly bring me? Are you suggesting that Gu Xiaobai could use my face to flirt with handsome boys and lure them back home? Song Xiaoshuan expressed her confusion. Chengfeng Jian was momentarily speechless, clearing its throat awkwardly, its tone tinged with embarrassment. If that is what you want, it's not impossible, right? However, that is not the main point. The main point is that if you agree to let Gu Xiaobai transform into your likeness, then in the future when you don't want to go to school... Oh. Song Xiaoshuan's eyes sparkled brightly, her entire being suddenly igniting with enthusiasm. Whenever she wanted to slack off, Gu Xiaobai could go in her stead. Goodness, this idea couldn't be more perfect. She jumped in front of Gu Xiaobai, placing her hands on his shoulders, her expression resolute as she urged, Hurry, scan me. Gu Xiaobai, is it too late to refuse now? I have a feeling you're scheming to make me go to school for you every day. Oh, how can you say that? Don't you want to learn more about human society? I'm creating learning opportunities for you, Song Xiaoshuan said, Unfazed, Gu Xiaobai still hesitated. Well, maybe I should transform into someone else instead. It seems like a safer option. Song Qiuxuan enunciated each word, her gaze flashing with a hint of menace. The sound of bones clattering echoed as Gu Xiaobai trembled in fear. All right, I'll scan. Let us communicate properly. Please don't resort to violence. Under the oppressive aura of Song Qiuxuan, Gu Xiaobai reluctantly used the scanning technique, filled with helplessness. What is this? Why did Song Qiuxuan suddenly turn from passive to active? The scanning was remarkably smooth. Within just a few breaths, Gu Xiaobai felt an additional body in his mind, clearly the information of Song Qiuxuan's body. Am I beginning to transform now? Gu Xiaobai inquired. Go ahead. Both Song Qiuxuan and Chengfeng Jian chimed in unison. Thus, Gu Xiaobai took a deep breath and began to cast the mimicry technique that a portion of the magical energy stored within Gu Xiaobai's bones was extracted, transforming into a milky white mist that enveloped him from head to toe. Due to the mist's obstruction, neither Song Qiuxuan nor Chengfeng Jian could see how Gu Xiaobai's transformation progressed. However, soon they heard a soft sound emerging from the mist. Indeed, it was not a mental communication, but a tangible sound that could be captured by the ears, as the luminous mist gradually dissipated. A figure clad in a black robe, resembling Song Qiuxuan, appeared before them. The mimicry technique could only simulate appearance, and it was powerless against clothing. Fortunately, Gu Xiaobai had worn a black robe earlier. Otherwise, he would have been exposed. Song Qiuxuan stared blankly at Gu Xiaobai, and after a while, she finally came to her senses, unable to suppress her amazement. This really looks exactly like me. Indeed, Chengfeng Jian also expressed surprise, marveling at the astonishing nature of this technique, as it was indistinguishable in height and appearance. Even the chest was, without exception, perfectly flat. Heh. Song Qiuxuan shot Chengfeng Jian a blank stare. I apologize, I was wrong, Chengfeng Jian readily admitted. Then Song Qiuxuan turned to Gu Xiaobai and asked, So, how do you feel now? Gu Xiaobai paused for a moment before responding. I feel okay. Wow, you can actually speak, Song Qiuxuan exclaimed, and what was more, even the voice was exactly like hers, Gu Xiaobai. However, did not rush to reply. Instead, he thoughtfully raised his hand and placed it on his own flat chest. Song Qiuxuan, what on earth are you doing? Seeing Gu Xiaobai's actions, Song Qiuxuan inexplicably felt as if she had been taken advantage of, causing her to feel a bit embarrassed. Yet the next moment, she completely cast aside her shyness upon hearing Gu Xiaobai's remark. Strange, why is there no chest? Fortunately, Gu Xiaobai quickly realized the gravity of his previous actions and hurriedly explained, Wait, it's not what you think. You have one chance to explain yourself, or else. Song Qiuxuan's gaze hardened, clearly indicating that unless Gu Xiaobai provided a reasonable explanation, the consequences would be unbearable. Taking a deep breath, Gu Xiaobai awkwardly said, Did you not notice? Aside from height, appearance, and voice, we aren't completely identical. What do you mean? Song Qiuxuan scrutinized Gu Xiaobai with a hint of suspicion, her gaze traversing up and down. Perhaps it was merely an illusion. After hearing Gu Xiaobai's earlier remarks, she genuinely felt as though something peculiar was observing her. Gu Xiaobai offered no further explanation, merely tilting her head to reveal her long and fair neck. At that moment, Song Qiuxuan finally comprehended the source of her earlier discomfort. Why on earth does she have an Adam's apple? In an instant, she quickly realized that Gu Xiaobai's earlier action of touching her chest was evidently far more complex than it appeared. Could it be? Oh my, what an exhilarating surprise! Gu Xiaobai carefully explored her newly formed body. Although this was merely a result of transformation, the sensations emanating from her body indicated that this simulated form bore no significant difference from that of a genuine human being. However, aside from this, there was one aspect that greatly concerned Gu Xiaobai. She could distinctly sense something strange situated between her legs. What could it possibly be? As she recalled the various books she had perused, salvaged from the hands of adventurers, a sudden epiphany struck her. Could this be what she thought it might be? Excitedly, Gu Xiaobai instinctively lowered her head, hastily adjusted her trousers, and cast a glance inside. Oh, Gu Xiaobai, how scandalous! Song Qiuxuan exclaimed with a shriek, swiftly raising her hands to cover her blushing face. which was now a deep crimson. Cheng Fengjian, however, chuckled mischievously and called out to Gu Xiaobai. "Hey, little bone, do tell us what you see." Gu Xiaobai pondered for a moment, an air of confidence gleaming in her eyes, and replied boldly, "I see a colossal appendage in the horizon." This was a term she had learned from a novel titled The Elder Scrolls V during her previous existence as a skeleton creature, where she had been unable to grasp its true meaning. Yet now, enlightenment dawned upon her. Cheng Fengjian paused for a moment before erupting into hearty laughter, causing the entire sword to quiver with mirth. Song Xiaoshuan's ears turned bright red, and she glared at Gu Xiaobai, stamping her foot in frustration and shouting, "Gu Xiaobai, shut your mouth. Just shut it." Accordingly, Gu Xiaobai obliged Song Xiaoshuan's request and ceased the topic, shifting her contemplative gaze towards a certain part of Song Xiaoshuan's form. Theoretically speaking, since the target of the scanning technique was Song Xiaoshuan, the resulting transformation should also resemble her appearance. Thus, if Gu Xiaobai had acquired such a feature post-transformation, was it possible that Song Xiaoshuan had as well? Furrowing her brow, Gu Xiaobai contemplated this and then raised her gaze towards Song Xiaoshuan, inquiring, "I say, Song Xiaoshuan, you wouldn't happen to have one as well, would you? Go away." Song Xiaoshuan, her face aflame with embarrassment, spat vehemently at Gu Xiaobai's feet before rushing in her bedroom, forcefully slamming the door behind her. It was only at that moment that Cheng Fengjian's laughter began to subside. He cleared his throat and earnestly addressed Gu Xiaobai. "Little bone, was that truly unintentional? I have a feeling that after employing the transformation technique, you become significantly more Rischu. Gu Xiaobai, her face tinged with awkwardness, scratched the back of her head and shyly replied, "It's just that it was never like this before. So, I was curious. I truly had no other intentions." Cheng Fengjian chuckled. Understood, understood. However, returning to the matter at hand, I am quite curious as well. According to that rotund individual's assertion, you can transform into whatever you desire, yet you emerged as a rather flamboyant lady instead. Heaven knows, Gu Xiaobai rolled her eyes. Despite currently inhabiting a male form, her visage remained an exact replica of Song Xiaoshuan's, making her eye-rolling gesture appear particularly charming. Cheng Fengjian couldn't help but tremble with laughter. "Ha! I can only imagine the chaos you would wreak upon a gaggle of naive, innocent youths if they were to see you like this. You should really don that burlap sack again." Gu Xiaobai, feeling quite disgruntled, retrieved the brown burlap sack from the side and placed it over her head, muttering, "Why do I feel like this transformation has only complicated matters further? Look at this dreadful idea you've concocted. This mess is not mine to bear. You should seek out that rotund individual instead. I suspect he may have led you astray. Well, never mind. This isn't so bad. At least I still possess a male body. After all, I am still a male skeleton creature, the male body with a female appearance. Little bone, you may very well find yourself pinned to the ground." Huh. An arrow pierced through the gaps of the skeleton creature's bones, plunging deep into the earth with a muted thud. Soldier 76 sighed. His previously raised longbow, now hanging limply at his side, his brow furrowed in distress. He was among the first to notice the emergence of the skeleton army. In fact, when the dark mass of skeletal beings surged into view over the horizon, he had almost doubted his own vision. How could such an unfathomable scene come to be? Indeed, arrows wielded against these skeletal entities as undead beings proved woefully ineffective. To combat such creatures, wielding swords and axes would undoubtedly yield far greater efficiency. Yet, inexplicably, the combat prowess exhibited by this horde of skeletons was entirely unlike what he had come to expect. In his memory, skeletons were typically sluggish, lacking in intelligence, and possessed minimal attacking capability, their only means of offense being to bludgeon with their own bones, rendering them virtually harmless. However, the skeletons before him now moved with startling agility. Furthermore, the majority brandished an array of weapons. Soldier 76 discerned that some were relics left behind by adventurers who had perished in the burial grounds, now repurposed by these skeletons. Others had simply scavenged sharp beast bones as weaponry. Consequently, their overall combat effectiveness had significantly increased. All of this was already enough to astonish, yet the most jaw-dropping revelation was that this cohort of skeletons had even mastered rudimentary battle strategies. Indeed, they were not merely mindlessly charging forward. They arranged themselves into formations. Given such a situation, the army could not remain passive, and hundreds of elite soldiers had been dispatched to engage. However, since the onset of the skeleton's appearance, and even now as they loomed at the gates, several small squads have been overwhelmed and devoured by this sea of bones, never to return. Each time the cries of despair echoed from below the city. Soldier 76's grip on his longbow would tremble violently. Those were his comrades. Just then, a deafening commotion erupted from within the town, drawing nearer as though a multitude was rushing towards the city gates. This tightened Soldier 76's chest with unease. Could it be that the skeletons had somehow infiltrated the town by some means unbeknownst to them? Fortunately, he soon realized that the source of the uproar was the mercenaries from Misty Town. Soldier 76 had always held a certain disdain for mercenaries that owe him. Risking one's life for a mere pittance was a blatant act of irresponsibility towards oneself and one's family. However, at this critical juncture, their presence here elevated his regard for them. Glancing about, Soldier 76 estimated that over 1,000 mercenaries had gathered at the city gates, invigorating him. With this reinforcements, holding the city gates now seemed considerably more feasible. Under the combined efforts of the mercenaries and the city defense troops, the skeleton army ultimately failed to breach the defenses of Misty Town. After nearly 2 hours of fruitless assault, they seemingly received a collective order to cease their attack. Retreating in an orderly fashion towards the burial grounds, scattered around the sturdy walls of Misty Town lay fragments of shattered bones, remnants of the skeleton's previous foray. For these undead beings, total annihilation could only be achieved through two means: either shattering their bones into dust or using magic to obliterate their soul flames. The former, though seemingly challenging, proved relatively straightforward in practice. Ordinary iron rods, swords, and heavy blades could easily break the bones of these skeletons. The latter, while sounding simple, posed significant difficulties in execution. After all, there are only a handful of mages in the entire Misty Town. Excluding the few novice mages of such low rank that they can only cast 2 single-target spells, there are hardly more than 10 left. Among these fewer than 10 mages, only 3 are present. The others have unfortunately formed a party and gone out on a mission. Otherwise, the time required to repel this group of skeletal monsters could have been halved. Once the skeletons are driven back, it would then be time to collect the spoils of war. Amidst the astonished gazes of the city defense forces, the group of mercenaries burst into laughter as they rummaged through their packs for large burlap sacks. Clamoring towards the battlefield. "Those 2 are mine. Put down the heads. Haha, I've slain 8 this time. What a haul. Hey, check out this fine skull I have in my hand. It's large and of excellent quality. How about I trade you this big skull for 3 smaller ones? Trade your sister. Do you think we're picking cabbages? Hey, don't be angry. If it's too much, I could trade one for 2. How about that? Wait, don't go yet. Let us negotiate." Looking at the chaotic battlefield, nearly all the city defense forces found themselves in a state of helpless amusement. They understood that these mercenaries were not here out of any sense of patriotic duty. Yet the sight of them scrambling for skeleton heads was undeniably awkward. Moreover, many more mercenaries, having received the news, were hurrying towards the city gates. However, it was evident that they had arrived too late. The skeletons had already retreated, leaving them with nothing to claim. Observing the first group of mercenaries joyfully stuffing skulls into their sacks, the later arrivals were naturally envious. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Everyone, we can't just leave empty-handed. Is there anyone brave enough to form a party and venture into the bone-burying grounds to hunt skeletons?" This declaration undoubtedly sent ripples across the already stirred waters, igniting excitement among the other mercenaries. In no time, one mercenary spat on the ground and cursed, "Damn it, I'm in." With one bold declaration, others quickly followed suit, deciding to test their luck in the bone-burying grounds. Even some who had arrived earlier but had little to show for it joined their ranks. Thus, a spirited group set forth towards the bone-burying grounds. Little did they realize that among this nearly 100-strong party, a cunning skeleton had infiltrated their midst. This skeleton, with shifty eyes and a furtive demeanor, appeared to be up to no good. "Damn crafty skeleton. I'm just here to rack up points too. What else with your ridiculous sword acting as a sidekick?" Goose Yowbai gritted his teeth and muttered under his breath, simultaneously flicking his finger heavily against the blade of Chung Feng's sword. Chung Feng's sword chuckled softly and replied in a hushed tone, "Well, it's not like I had anything better to do. But, truth be told, do you really plan on farming monsters for points? Something about this feels off. Gu Xiaobai, trailing at the back of the crowd, whispered, "Points aren't really my priority. It's merely a side quest. Just as we initially thought, I have a strong feeling that someone is manipulating this situation from behind. After all, the bone-bearing grounds have been my home for many years, and with such occurrences, I must investigate thoroughly. That makes sense, but how do you plan to investigate? The one who can control the army of skeletons is not someone easily dealt with." Chung Feng's sword pondered for a moment before adding, "Regardless, they're certainly not as formidable as that female ghost we encountered at Song Qiushuan's house yesterday." Jiu Xiaobai remained silent, merely nodding to indicate his understanding. The mercenaries were now gradually nearing the outskirts of the bone-burying grounds, and everyone was consciously lowering their voices in such circumstances, if Gu Xiaobai continued conversing with Chung Feng's sword, it would easily attract unwanted attention. Chung Feng's sword evidently recognized this, choosing instead to play the role of an ordinary short sword. Just as Gu Xiaobai fell silent, another individual approached him. This person was of average build, sporting a handsome, sunlit face paired with vibrant red hair, exuding an amiable charm. "Hey, brother, I'm Wei Chunshu. May I ask your name?" The man leaned closer to Gu Xiaobai, his face glowing with enthusiasm. Such individuals could be described as friendly or, less charitably, as bothersome. Jiu Xiaobai turned to him, puzzled, and replied coolly, "Gu Xiaobai, what do you want?" Ever since utilizing the mimicry technique, Gu Xiaobai no longer required Chung Feng's sword to respond for him. While this was convenient, the downside was that his voice now resembled Song Qiushuan to avoid being mistaken for a girl. He had to consistently lower his pitch, attempting to sound more masculine. "So your brother Xiaobai, I notice you have a short sword hanging at your waist." Jiu Xiaobai was taken aback, waves of anxiety washing over him. "What is going on? Has Chung Feng's sword been exposed?" Indeed, while they had exchanged a few words quietly during their journey, Gu Xiaobai had ensured that no one was within 2 meters of him at the time. This meant that their conversation should not have been overheard. Furthermore, even if someone had heard him speaking, who would guess that his interlocutor was the short sword at his waist? It was precisely for this reason that when Wei Chunshu mentioned Chung Feng's sword, Gu Xiaobai felt a jolt of panic flash across his face. "Not good. I should act as if nothing has happened. Otherwise, this Wei Chunshu will surely suspect something," Gu Xiaobai thought regretfully. Indeed, Wei Chunshu looked at Gu Xiaobai's face with confusion. Hesitating as he spoke, "Brother Xiaobai, why do you have a cloth bag on your head?" Gu Xiaobai was taken aback, then realized, "Damn it, I completely forgot about the cloth bag on my head. This is for carrying spoils. But since I had no place to put it, I just put it on my head," Gu Xiaobai replied earnestly. Wei Chunshu seemed unconvinced by this explanation, but since Gu Xiaobai had said so, he chose to accept it for the moment. "I noticed a short sword at your waist, so I wanted to give you a heads up," Wei Chunshu continued, gesturing towards the large group of mercenaries ahead. "Look, most of them are carrying blunt instruments or heavy swords. Only such weapons can effectively shatter the bones of skeletons. That a short sword like yours might work well against ordinary beasts, but it would be ineffective against skeletons." With these words, Gu Xiaobai finally sighed in relief. That was it. He had feared that the sentient nature of Chung Feng's sword had been discovered. Meanwhile, Wei Chunshu continued, "Take a look at my weapon. The golden-backed cleaver, with a single strike, it can cleave through bone without question." Gu Xiaobai suddenly felt a chill run through his bones, as if the cleaver in Wei Chunshu's hand was about to come crashing down upon him. That being said, the golden-backed cleaver indeed looked extraordinary. While most swords were of arm length, Wei Chunshu's blade was only slightly longer than a palm, perhaps a third the length of a typical longsword. Yet it was twice as wide. In fact, it resembled a butcher-esque cleaver, specifically designed for cutting bones. "Wait a minute." Gu Xiaobai scrutinized the object once more, and a smile immediately graced his face. Was this not the very cleaver used in butcher shops? The only difference was that it had been coated with a layer of gold paint, lending an air of authenticity at first glance. "Excuse me, may I inquire where you procured this, golden-backed cleaver?" Gu Xiaobai exerted considerable effort to suppress a laugh that threatened to escape him. This moment, he felt immensely relieved that he had a cloth bag over his head. Otherwise, it would have been quite embarrassing. Wei Chunshu wore a look of smug satisfaction. This golden-backed cleaver of mine cost a pretty penny. I acquired it from a weasel. It is said that any creature below the 8th rank, be it a magical beast or an undead, cannot withstand the might of my strike. Upon hearing Wei Chunshu's words, Gu Xiaobai inexplicably felt a flicker of recognition. Weasel. That name seemed familiar, but from where? He strained to recall, and suddenly, a scene leapt forth from the depths of his consciousness. What nonsense! I spent 20 coins to procure that damned high-level staff from that weasel. Clearly just a skeleton monster. And yet it dares to feign knowledge here. The girl, hands on her hips and face flushed, forced herself to declare loudly "da-da." So that was the incident, Gu Xiaobai mused. And no wonder the name sounded so familiar. Could it be that Wei Chunshu and Song Qiushuan both purchased their weapons from the same individual? Is Weasel the name of that person? Gu Xiaobai inquired. Wei Chunshu was momentarily taken aback and did not hasten to answer Gu Xiaobai's question. Instead, he retorted, "Aren't you a local, Brother Xiaobai?" Gu Xiaobai nodded. "I have traveled from afar, so I'm not particularly well acquainted with the happenings in Misty Hidden Town. From your words, it seems this weasel is quite renowned here." "Indeed, one could say he is rather famous," Wei Chunshu replied. "However, I must correct you. Referring to weasel as that person is somewhat inappropriate, for he is not human." "Not human?" Gu Xiaobai exclaimed in astonishment. Wei Chunshu nodded earnestly. "Indeed, weasel is actually an ORC. In other words, he is a genuine weasel." The notion that an orc resided within human territory seemed utterly ludicrous. Wei Chunshu appeared to sense Gu Xiaobai's astonishment and became animated. Eager to elaborate, "Let me tell you, this weasel is no ordinary creature. You must understand. Hey, that red-haired kid back there has been jabbering for quite a while. Shouldn't he quiet down?" Suddenly, a mercenary ahead turned impatiently, lowering his voice to snarl at Wei Chunshu and Gu Xiaobai. "We are nearing our destination. Don't you even know the basic rules?" Wei Chunshu's words were abruptly cut off as he sheepishly nodded and bowed an apology to the mercenary. Indeed, as the mercenary had pointed out, after another 10 minutes of walking, they would officially enter the burial grounds. Everyone needed to maintain utmost vigilance for safety's sake. After all, they had already learned from their comrades who had engaged in battle about the peculiarities of those skeleton monsters. Normally easily dispatched, these skeletons now seemed as if each had been enhanced. Not only were they significantly more troublesome to eliminate, but a moment's carelessness could cost one their life. Gu Xiaobai, meanwhile, scanned his surroundings with growing seriousness. Having resided in the burial grounds for so long, he was acutely aware of certain matters. For instance, at this juncture, they should ideally be spotting scattered skeletons wandering nearby. Yet, there were none to be found. What was once a familiar home now felt alien. Gu Xiaobai harbored a nagging suspicion that this journey was unlikely to unfold as smoothly as originally planned. Broken sword, I sense something amiss. There is likely danger ahead. Gu Xiaobai communicated to Chung Feng's sword. Should I warn the mercenaries in front? He chose to convey this through mental communication to prevent others from discovering the sword's peculiar nature, especially with an excessively enthusiastic individual nearby. Chung Feng's sword remained unresponsive. Very well, Gu Xiaobai sighed, falling silent. As the group pressed on, fragments of bones began to litter the ground, remnants of skeleton monsters. Each step upon them produced a creaking sound. Upon the demise of such undead creatures, their soul flames gradually extinguished, causing their bones to shatter and disintegrate until they were entirely reduced to rubble. The burial grounds earned their name precisely because so many skeletons had perished there, their remains forming a thick layer that enveloped the entire periphery of the area. The deceased skeletons became part of the burial grounds, while newly arisen skeletons would crawl forth from the scattered remains. Such was the nature of the burial grounds. Such are the skeleton monsters. The Mercenary Guild occasionally issued tasks requiring individuals to venture into the burial grounds to collect herbs like yuan flowers and cold star grasses, which only flourished in that locale. Among the mercenaries intending to hunt for points by slaying skeletons, only a small fraction had previously ventured into the burial grounds, and even they had only dared to operate at the periphery. avoiding deeper exploration, for delving further would lead them to encounter higher-tier undead beings, such as ghouls, gargoyles, and cave spiders. Furthermore, it was rumored that a formidable group of frostbone dragons resided in the very heart of the burial grounds. Nearly all the residents of Misty Hidden Town believed this tale, for occasionally, mercenaries returning from missions would recount hearing the distant roars of dragons emanating from the depths of the burial grounds. Such experiences quickly became the talk of the tavern, eliciting awe from listeners. Yet this seemed irrelevant to the mercenaries at hand. Their sole intention was to hunt skeletons, with no plans to delve deeper into the burial grounds. Ever since the appearance of bone fragments on the ground, all mercenaries heightened their vigilance, their sharp gazes scanning the surroundings for any signs of danger. Should anything unusual occur, they would undoubtedly be the first to notice. Meanwhile, Gu Xiaobai continued to trail behind, feigning a posture of alertness. "Brother Xiaobai, fear not. With me, Wei Chunshu here, I shall effortlessly handle any number of skeletons that may appear," Wei Chunshu boasted, brandishing his golden-backed cleaver with a flourish. Exuding an air of confidence, Gu Xiaobai nodded in feigned agreement, internally chuckling at the absurdity. A skeleton monster himself. Why would he fear his own kin? However, one thing puzzled Gu Xiaobai. Logically speaking, they were currently in a skeleton monster's habitat. Yet up to this point, he had not spotted a single skeleton in sight. Where had all the skeletons vanished to? Surely, they had not all retreated into the depths of the burial grounds. Since entering the burial grounds, Gu Xiaobai had felt an unsettling sensation, as though something familiar had suddenly changed. Yet no matter how he scrutinized the surroundings, he could not pinpoint the differences from his memories. In the end, he could only attribute this sensation to an illusion, thinking it might be due to his prolonged stay in Misty Hidden Town, causing a sense of unfamiliarity upon returning to the burial grounds. The group advanced several hundred meters further, and the bone fragments underfoot grew increasingly numerous, eventually surpassing the height of their knees. Under such circumstances, walking became considerably more laborious than before. Suddenly, a short mercenary ahead muttered to himself, "Damn it, why are there so many bones in this cursed place? One step in, and it's almost to my thighs." His words caught the attention of a taller mercenary beside him, who chuckled and replied, "You better watch out. Who knows when a living skull might leap out and bite off your—" "Haha. If that really happened, you'd be the first to face my wrath," the short mercenary retorted with a laugh. "But hey, since there are so many skulls here, why don't we just grab a few to take back as proof?" The taller mercenary's eyes lit up. "Hey, you clever little rascal. That idea sounds quite good." He turned his eyes and shouted loudly at the group of mercenaries ahead. "Hey, everyone, if we venture any deeper, our movements will become quite inconvenient. Why not just grab a few skulls here and take them back to report?" It can only be said that this tall mercenary was quite clever. Fearing that his opportunism might be reported, he decided to drag everyone into the fray. In truth, even without his suggestion, several individuals had already harbored such thoughts. Now that someone had taken the lead to voice it, the others naturally responded in kind, bending down to sift through the scattered bones for skulls. It was at this moment that Gu Xiaobai suddenly awakened to the grim reality. Staring in disbelief at the ground strewn with fragments of bones, he recalled that in the usual burial grounds, the bones were never so plentiful. At most, they would barely reach the calf. Yet now, they were knee-deep. Could it be that, before Gu Xiaobai could utter a warning, a shrill cry erupted from the previously short mercenary? "Ah, this skull bit me." The tall mercenary, thinking it was a jest, burst into laughter. "You're quite the actor. Come, let me see if your little friend has been bitten off." As he spoke, he leaned down, only to be struck with terror upon discovering that the short mercenary's legs were drenched in blood. His face drained of color. Overcome by excruciating pain, he let out one last wail, collapsing onto the bone-littered ground. The short mercenary could not rise again. That wail served as a signal for battle. And almost simultaneously, several other anguished cries echoed around. Commands, shouts, and cries of pain filled the air. Gu Xiaobai swiftly drew the sword at his waist, his expression darkening. "Damn it, I should have foreseen this. The density of bones in this burial ground is clearly far greater than before." He had only been away for about a week, and it was impossible for so many skeleton monsters to have perished here. The only explanation is that these excess bones all belong to living skeleton monsters, and the scattered bones on the ground evidently provided the perfect cover for those skeletons. This meant that this group of mercenaries from Misty Hidden Town had been ambushed by a swarm of skeleton monsters. Had those skeletons anticipated an incursion and chosen to hide here, waiting for prey? How utterly unbelievable. Based on Gu Xiaobai's understanding of his compatriots, they could not possibly possess such intelligence. However, the reason for the current situation eluded him for the moment. Yet there was no time for contemplation. The immediate priority was to escape. Many mercenaries had already begun to panic, retracing their steps along the path they had taken. However, having traversed the burial ground for nearly half an hour, it was evident that escaping in such a short time was improbable. Just as Gu Xiaobai was about to make a move, he felt a sudden tug at his waist. Looking down, he saw a ghastly white bony hand gripping his black cloak tightly, accompanied by a skull grinning menacingly at him. "Damn it, can't you see I'm one of you?" Gu Xiaobai certainly wouldn't voice such a thought. He raised his sword, poised to strike at the bony hand, only to have someone beat him to it. A flash of golden light sliced through the air, severing the bony hand with a bone-cutting knife. Gu Xiaobai, taken aback, turned to the side and met the gaze of a red-haired youth. "What are you dawdling for? Run!" Wei Chunshu shouted at Gu Xiaobai. Grabbing his hand, he attempted to rush out of the burial ground. Yet Gu Xiaobai yanked him back, halting him in his tracks. "It's too late to head out now," Gu Xiaobai said earnestly. "If you want to survive, we must charge deeper into the burial ground." Wei Chunshu felt a surge of urgency, nearly succumbing to the impulse to knock this obstinate fellow unconscious and carry him away. However, upon seeing the seriousness in Gu Xiaobai's eyes, he felt an inexplicable wavering within himself. "Fine, I will follow you." It was as if compelled by some unseen force. Wei Chunshu uttered those words. The ground of the burial site trembled. Skeleton monsters continuously rose from the bones, shaking off the remnants of their former selves and picking up bones as weapons. They charged at the nearest mercenaries. In such dire circumstances, the combat skills of the mercenaries present were put to the test. Some inexperienced young mercenaries, in their panic, only knew to flee back along the path they had come. However, traversing the bone-laden ground proved arduous, significantly slowing their escape. Meanwhile, their backs were left almost entirely exposed to the advancing skeletons. Thus, their fates were all but sealed. Aside from these ineffectual individuals, the remaining mercenaries were primarily seasoned fighters who had survived previous battles. After an initial bout of chaos, they quickly organized themselves, retreating steadily while fighting back. As a number of skeletons continued to swell, a dark-skinned giant among the outer ranks suddenly roared, his massive battle axe glowing with a milky light. With a powerful swing, the aura attached to the axe blade elongated and thickened, ultimately transforming into a blade of light that swept through, cleaving dozens of skeleton monsters in half. The skeletons struck by this light were reduced to powder upon contact, leaving them lifeless. This impressive display of power elicited exclamations and cheers from the mercenary team. The ability to unleash such a skillful attack indicated the might of this mercenary. He was a formidable warrior of the 9th rank. Whether beast or human, upon ascending their rank, they automatically comprehend a unique innate skill. The skill just displayed by the dark-skinned giant was evidently his innate ability. Holy Light Slash. It harnessed the power of divine light from the heavens and earth, enhancing the range and potency of the next attack, while possessing excellent properties against undead beings. Unfortunately, the oppressive atmosphere of the burial ground severely limited the amount of divine light that could be harnessed. Otherwise, the effectiveness of this Holy Light Slash could have been even greater. The giant's attack evidently boosted the morale of the mercenaries, hastening their retreat. Yet, upon observing the giant's complexion, it was clear that after executing the Holy Light Slash, his vitality had noticeably waned. It was apparent that, at least for the time being, he would be unable to perform another Holy Light Slash. Naturally, there were not just one but several 9th-rank mercenaries within the team. Whenever the group found themselves in peril, a 9th-rank warrior would step forth, using their strength to carve a path to safety. It seemed that they might truly escape. "Hey, Gu Xiaobai, are you certain we should head inward?" Wei Chunshu asked anxiously, surveying the myriad of skeletons surrounding them. "I feel like retreating with everyone else would increase our chances of survival." Gu Xiaobai glanced back without halting his steps, responding, if they were facing the skeletons of old, such a formation would indeed allow for an easy breakout. But the current situation is different. These skeletons have been significantly enhanced in every aspect. Without external assistance, these mercenaries will likely perish here. Wei Chunqiu's expression shifted dramatically, and he quickly said, then why don't you alert them, urging everyone to push in with us? Gu Xiaobai fell silent, pondering for a moment before responding. Do you think they would readily heed my warning? Anyone with a modicum of sense would choose to flee outward in a situation like this. If we head inward, they would only perceive it as a death sentence. Wei Chunqiu opened his mouth, struggling to find a retort to Gu Xiaobai's reasoning. Suddenly, he realized something, looking at Gu Xiaobai with an odd expression. So you're saying I lack intelligence? No, you're not unintelligent, Gu Xiaobai replied earnestly. You're simply rather foolish. In such a life or death scenario, not only did you fail to seek an escape promptly, but you also stopped to offer assistance to others, placing such trust in someone you barely know that I must say, individuals like Wei Chunqiu are exceedingly rare these days. At this moment, the two stood nearly 100 meters away from the mercenary battalion, and turning back was no longer a feasible option. Wei Chunqiu gritted his teeth, uncertain why he had so blindly believed Gu Xiaobai's dubious claims. Yet now, with the situation as it was, he had no choice but to continue placing his faith in him. Furthermore, Gu Xiaobai appeared to possess a certain familiarity with this forsaken land of the dead. Could it be that he frequented this place? No, that couldn't be right, that if he were accustomed to traversing such a graveyard. How could he possibly carry only a short sword? A short sword was hardly adequate to contend with this wretched horde of skeletal monsters. As Wei Chunqiu pondered these thoughts, Gu Xiaobai's voice suddenly pierced through the air. Hey, Xiaoxiu, can you believe you're daydreaming at a time like this? Did you even hear what I just said? My apologies, what did you say? Wei Chunqiu snapped back to reality, asking awkwardly. Gu Xiaobai sighed again. I said, if you have any useful tricks up your sleeve, now would be the time to unleash them, that we're about to be encircled. A shock ran through Wei Chunqiu as he noticed the large mass of skeletal monsters rapidly converging upon their position. Unlike their own arduous trek, the skeletal creatures moved with a speed that seemed to have increased on the bone-laden ground, that if they failed to take action, it was likely they would meet their demise here. With so many monsters around, you can't seriously expect me to unleash a skill that wipes them all out, can you? Wei Chunqiu grimaced that I don't expect you to eliminate them all at once. Gu Xiaobai retorted, gesturing towards a relatively weaker point in the encirclement. Can you clear a path through that direction? Wei Chunqiu glanced at the indicated spot, determination gleaming in his eyes. All right, if it's just one direction, I can give it a shot. With that, he took a deep breath, gripping the hilt of his bone-cleaving blade. Oh no, the golden-backed cleaver, raising it high above his head, and bellowed, heavenly flame annihilation slash. As Wei Chunqiu's furious cry echoed, the golden-backed cleaver suddenly ignited in a blaze, radiating a heat so intense that it forced Gu Xiaobai to step back. Gu Xiaobai was taken aback. Wow, what an impressive name for a skill. That sounds like a major attack. Just as Gu Xiaobai anticipated that Wei Chunqiu would strike down and incinerate the skeletal mob, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Wei Chunqiu hurled the golden-backed cleaver away. With a resounding boom, an explosion erupted, scattering bones in every direction. Gu Xiaobai stared, mouth agape, at the gaping hole created by the blast, then stiffly turned to face Wei Chunqiu. You call that heavenly flame annihilation slash? The thunderous noise of the cleaver's explosion drew the attention of the retreating mercenaries. Only then did they realize that two individuals had chosen to detach themselves from the main force and venture deeper into the graveyard. Are they out of their minds? Someone furrowed their brow and remarked. A nearby mercenary cast a cold glance at Gu Xiaobai and Wei Chunqiu's retreating figures and said in a low voice, "Why concern ourselves with others? We're barely holding on ourselves. Let us focus on saving our own skins. Exactly, if they wish to seek death, should we really try to stop them?" Thus, the mercenaries continued to push forward, as if oblivious to the peril behind them. In truth, even if they wished to assist Gu Xiaobai and company, the distance was simply too great. At this moment, the most prudent choice was to abandon the two fools daring to delve into the graveyard. Let them fend for themselves. Such was the consensus in the hearts of nearly all the mercenaries. Of course, while they spoke of self-preservation, they all believed that those two individuals were as good as dead. Although they were too far away to discern the exact situation, they could see that one of the two, dressed in a black robe, was gesturing animatedly at the other, a red-haired youth, as if berating him. Is this infighting? Even at such a critical juncture, they still have the luxury to squabble. Truly, fools will always be fools. You call that heavenly flame annihilation slash. Gu Xiaobai was nearly incredulous. What Wei Chunshu had just executed bore no resemblance whatsoever to the so-called heavenly flame annihilation slash. With an awkward cough, Wei Chunshu replied, I thought it sounded impressive to know. All I can sense is an overwhelming aura of juvenile delusion. Gu Xiaobai ruthlessly critiqued. Ouch, that stings, my friend. Though he jested, Gu Xiaobai seized the splendid opportunity presented by Wei Chunshu's blunder. He promptly grasped Wei Chunshu's arm and dashed toward the breach created by the explosion. Meanwhile, the skeletal monsters surrounding them, having been momentarily disoriented by the blast, struggled to regain their footing. That be why the time they did. Gu Xiaobai and Wei Chunshu had successfully escaped the encirclement as they ran. Wei Chunshu cautiously broached the subject. By the way, there is something I need to clarify. Gu Xiaobai, without looking back, replied, Speak. Earlier, when I detonated the golden back cleaver, it left me with only one weapon. Are you joking? Gu Xiaobai's legs trembled, nearly causing him to collapse onto the bone-strewn ground. He halted, incredulity etched on his face as he looked back at Wei Chunshu. So if danger arises next, it's all on me. Wei Chunshu flashed a brilliant smile and gave Gu Xiaobai a thumbs up. You got this. I believe in you. Believe in your sister. I can't perform any heavenly flame annihilation slash. Gu Xiaobai could no longer contain his outrage. Wei Chunshu was taken aback. How do you know I have a sister? Gu Xiaobai smirked, finally uttering two words. For the first time, he began to question whether bringing this fool along had been the right decision. To be fair, Gu Xiaobai's confidence in breaking through the throngs of skeletal monsters stemmed from the fact that he himself was a skeleton, that if he were to be besieged, he could simply dispel his illusion and ensure his safety. However, with Wei Chunshu by his side, such a tactic could not be employed recklessly. Such was the meaning of self-inflicted trouble. It was all too evident. Just hold on a little longer. We're almost there. Observing the diminishing number of bones beneath his feet, Gu Xiaobai urged. Wei Chunshu responded with a low beads of sweat already forming on his brow. The earlier so-called heavenly flame annihilation slash, though its actual effect bore no relation to its name, had indeed drained him of much of his magical energy. Coupled with the relentless pursuit alongside Gu Xiaobai, he was now propelled forward solely by the instinct for survival. Just as Wei Chunshu felt he could endure no longer, his foot suddenly slipped, sending him tumbling into a ditch. This is it. I'm going to be cornered by those skeletal monsters, he thought grimly. Struggling, he summoned every ounce of strength and shouted up toward the surface. Xiaobai, don't worry about me. Just run. Where are you calling to? A muffled voice sounded from behind. Run. Where do you expect me to escape to? Wei Chunshu paused, only then realizing there was something soft beneath him, making his fall rather comfortable. He even found himself shifting slightly to adjust his position. Get off me, you rascal, Gu Xiaobai cursed vehemently. Is it comfortable lying on me? My apologies. Gu Xiaobai was now face down in the mud. Had he not been straining to raise his head, he might have inadvertently performed a rather embarrassing act. By the way, Xiaobai, how did you end up down here as well? Are we both destined to perish here? Wei Chunshu lamented as he climbed off Gu Xiaobai, his tone heavy with disappointment. Gu Xiaobai turned his head and shot him an irritated glare before rising to brush the dirt off his clothes. What nonsense are you spouting? We have already arrived at our destination, he retorted. Did you not notice that the skeletal creatures did not follow us down? Wei Chunshu blinked, looking up as if to catch a glimpse of the pursuing skeletons. He waited for a while but saw no sign of them leaping down after him. Turning back to Gu Xiaobai with a look of surprise, he exclaimed, Hey Xiaobai, you really are something? They truly did not follow us in. Of course, it is only natural. After all, my foresight is exceptional. Everything was part of my plan. Gu Xiaobai boasted with a sense of pride. Wei Chunshu, thoroughly impressed, replied, Impressive, truly impressive. I must admit defeat. But why did those skeletal creatures not continue their pursuit? Ah, well, you see, this is the domain of the cave spider, Gu Xiaobai stated nonchalantly, his face betraying no hint of concern. Indeed, it had been Gu Xiaobai's intention from the outset to lead Wei Chuanshu into the cave spider's territory. Given that the cave spider ranks as a high-level 9, skeletal creatures typically do not dare to trespass within its realm as long as they could hide there for a while until the skeletal creatures retreated. Gu Xiaobai had every confidence in finding a way to lead Wei Chuanshu out of this perilous place. He had already devised a specific hiding spot. Previously, he had inadvertently stumbled into a cave spider's territory and had fallen into a narrow crevice. Though the crevice was not particularly deep, its entrance was quite constricted out of course. The term constricted was relative to the cave spider. Individuals of Gu Xiaobai and Wei Chuanshu's stature could easily squeeze into that crevice to hide. While the skeletal creatures, intimidated by the cave spider's presence, would never dare to follow them in. This arrangement significantly increased their chances of survival. After Gu Xiaobai explained his thoughts to Wei Chuanshu, the latter finally displayed a look of relief, his previously tense body relaxing swiftly. When he had first heard Gu Xiaobai mention that they were in the cave spider's territory, he had nearly fainted from fear. Although he felt somewhat better now, his face had turned ashen. "Tell me, do you truly not possess even a single tool for self-defense?" Gu Xiaobai asked, exasperation evident in his gaze. Wei Chuanshu hesitated for a moment. Instinctively raising his hands, after a moment's thought, he lowered his right hand. "Forget it, just pretend I never asked," Gu Xiaobai sighed. The skies over the burial grounds were perpetually shrouded in dark clouds, casting a pall over the entire area that seldom saw the light of day. In such conditions, the dim light filtering through the crevice made it difficult for Wei Chuanshu to discern Gu Xiaobai, who sat not far from him. Naturally, a man who stares too long at another man might easily be misinterpreted, and Wei Chuanshu was keen to avoid such misunderstandings. Thus, he merely confirmed Gu Xiaobai's proximity before turning his attention to the crevice, taking on the role of lookout in the midst of such a dire situation. This young man, named Gu Xiaobai, had managed to remain remarkably composed, swiftly devising an escape route. Now, he still maintained an air of calm, suggesting that he had planned for whatever lay ahead. Achieving such a level of composure at a young age was no small feat. Wei Chuanshu could not help but admire him. However, unbeknownst to Wei Chuanshu, had his strength reached the 7th rank. He would easily perceive the unmasked spiritual fluctuations flowing around him. This is absurd. The physical prowess of those creatures is nearly on par with mine. Gu Xiaobai conveyed a wave of crisis via spiritual communication to the Changfeng sword. "I nearly lost my life. I finally ascended to the 9th rank, and yet they have improved so significantly while merely loitering in this burial ground." The Changfeng sword trembled slightly, its tone laced with derision. "Nearly lost your life? Just how audacious are you to utter such words? Let's be reasonable here. You merely slept through an entire afternoon and awoke at the 9th rank. In all my years, I have never heard of anyone ascending in such a manner. That's not quite how it went. I certainly did not anticipate surviving, did I? We cannot judge solely by results. We must consider the process as well. Are you suggesting we factor in the entirety of your afternoon slumber? Must you keep bringing up my nap? Fine, then tell me what innate skills you acquired upon reaching the 9th rank. I am quite curious. Let's just stick to discussing my afternoon nap." Strangely enough, after Gu Xiaobai's ascension to the 9th rank, regardless of how much Changfeng sword and Song Qiuxuan inquired, he steadfastly refused to divulge the effects of his innate skills. Moreover, he took advantage of his superior rank to shield Song Qiuxuan's spiritual probing. Thus, save for Gu Xiaobai himself, no one else knew the nature of his skills. I truly yearned to know. What could it possibly be? The more Gu Xiaobai remained silent, the more restless Changfeng sword and Song Qiuxuan became. They were both intrigued. As a newly ascended 9th rank skeletal creature, what would his first innate skill be? Yet, Gu Xiaobai remained resolute in his silence, leaving them with no recourse. Both understood that it was only a matter of time before he would reveal his true capabilities. It was merely a question of when. "Xiaobai," Wei Chuanshu suddenly spoke up. "How long are we to wait here? I have no provisions or water on me, and if we delay too long, I fear something unfortunate may occur." That Gu Xiaobai had certainly considered this, as a skeletal creature. He required only a minimal amount of vitality to sustain his daily activities. Even without any intake of vitality, he could function normally for about half a month. However, Wei Chunxiu was merely an ordinary human. If they lingered in this crevice for too long, the consequences would be dire. Thus, they needed to devise a way to overcome this predicament. Rest assured, I will ensure your safe return to Wuyin Town today, Gu Xiaobai asserted confidently. Well, in that case, I can relax, Wei Chunxiu replied, his faith in Gu Xiaobai having grown exponentially after the recent events. Even if Gu Xiaobai now urged him to charge out, Wei Chunxiu would do so without hesitation. That, of course, Gu Xiaobai had no intention of letting Wei Chunxiu rush out. The latter was entirely unfamiliar with the burial ground, and venturing out would be tantamount to seeking death. In truth, Gu Xiaobai's outward confidence masked his internal uncertainty. He had yet to take action because he sensed the continuous influx of deathly aura from above the crevice. This indicated that the skeletal creatures had not departed, but were instead lying in wait near the entrance. What could possibly compel them to endure the oppressive presence of the cave spider while they lay in wait? Gu Xiaobai pondered for a moment. This scenario could only arise from two possibilities. Either way, Chunxiu inadvertently possessed an object that greatly attracted undead creatures, or someone was directing the skeletal creatures to lie in ambush at the crevice. The former was highly unlikely, given that Gu Xiaobai himself was an undead being, and he had felt no attraction from Wei Chunxiu's belongings. This meant that the skeletal creatures outside were indeed being commanded by someone. As time ticked away, the deathly aura outside showed no sign of diminishing. Rather, it seemed to be increasing, suggesting that more skeletal creatures were converging towards the crevice. Gu Xiaobai harbored not the slightest doubt that if he were to ascend and cast a glance outside, he would undoubtedly behold a throng of fervent compatriots extending their greetings. That, of course, their salutations would likely manifest in the form of bone spears prodding or stones being hurled his way. Xiaobai, do you think that group of skeletal creatures has departed? At that moment, Wei Chunxiu, with impeccable timing, posed the question, it has been quite a while. They should have retreated by now, shouldn't they? Gu Xiaobai forced a smile, albeit one that appeared rather rigid at, well, just to be prudent, I believe it would be wise for us to wait a little longer. Otherwise, if those skeletal creatures have not strayed too far, we might expose ourselves, and they could swiftly regroup, complicating our escape. Wei Chunxiu nodded in agreement, his face radiating admiration. Ah, Xiaobai, as expected, your considerations are truly meticulous. I was too hasty. One cannot help but wonder how Wei Chunxiu would react if he were to uncover the truth. Would he be so enraged as to pin Gu Xiaobai to the ground in a fit of fury? After waiting an additional hour, Wei Chunxiu cautiously inquired once more. Xiaobai, it has been an hour now. The skeletal creatures above should have largely retreated, correct? Gu Xiaobai felt on the brink of tears. He was acutely aware that the oppressive aura above them had begun to thicken ominously, far more than during their ambush by the skeletal creatures at the periphery of the burial ground. Could it be that the skeletal beings overhead had discovered that he too was one of their kind, and were now awaiting to rescue a wayward compatriot? No, that defied all logic. When had skeletal creatures ever exhibited such camaraderie? This was certainly not the kind of skeletal beings he was familiar with. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. More importantly, Gu Xiaobai surmised that even if he were to summon every skeletal creature from the burial ground, they should not emanate such a dense aura of death. This implied that what loomed above them was perhaps not merely a multitude of skeletal beings. Moreover, based on the fluctuations in the aura's density, Gu Xiaobai deduced that something else was gradually encroaching upon their position. As for Wei Chunxiu's earlier question, Gu Xiaobai found himself at a loss. He could no longer use the excuse of waiting for the skeletal creatures to move further away. After a full hour, if the skeletal creatures intended to retreat, they should have long since vacated the burial ground. What on earth should he do? Just as Gu Xiaobai was at a loss for words, he suddenly heard a peculiar sound resonating from above, akin to laughter. However, the sound bore no resemblance to that of a human. Rather, it resembled the coarse noise produced by two pieces of sandpaper rubbing against each other, imbued with an eerie and chilling undertone that sent shivers down his spine. Both Gu Xiaobai and Wei Chunxiu were momentarily taken aback before swiftly glancing upwards towards the source of the sound. There, at the edge of the crevice, stood a gaunt silhouette, peering eagerly into the gap. Wei Chuanshu, filled with excitement, grasped Gu Xiaobai's shoulder and exclaimed, "Xiaobai, look! Someone has come to rescue us." Yet he remained oblivious to the terror that now gripped Gu Xiaobai, whose countenance had transformed into one of sheer horror. As an undead being, Gu Xiaobai was not particularly sensitive to the aura of advanced undead, yet he could discern it nonetheless. Earlier, this aura had mingled with that of the skeletal creatures on the ground, rendering it unclear to him. However, now that the entity stood directly above him, unabashedly meeting his gaze with keen interest, it would be nearly impossible for him to remain unaware of its true nature. What stood above was no mere human. It was unmistakably a lich. A lich, a sixth-tier high-order undead being, is said to arise when an individual, consumed by overwhelming resentment and unwillingness, succumbs to death in an environment saturated with deathly energy. Whether this holds true, Gu Xiaobai could not say for certain, as he had gleaned such knowledge solely from texts, lacking any guarantee of its reliability. Each lich is an extraordinary mage endowed with formidable magical prowess, capable of casting powerful ice spells and necromantic magic. Furthermore, liches can command legions of undead beings to do their bidding. The ability to control undead for battle bears some resemblance to the powers of a wraith. However, liches are entities of the sixth tier, and among their innate skills lies a terrifying ability known as evil aura. This skill's effect is nothing short of horrifying, as long as undead beings under their control remain within a certain radius. Their attack power, defense, speed, and attack rate are all significantly enhanced. While this ability may not seem particularly extraordinary when applied to a single undead being, one must not forget that liches can manipulate entire hordes of them. In truth, it is solely through the combination of their ability to command undead and the evil aura skill that liches instill dread in the hearts of many, not to mention their own formidable magical capabilities, which can pose a greater threat than even fifth-tier lower beasts under specific circumstances that last. Gu Xiaobai comprehended why the skeletal creatures had inexplicably become more formidable, even going so far as to launch attacks on human settlements. This was undoubtedly linked to the lich hovering above him. Yet, where could a lich possibly have come from in the burial ground? Gu Xiaobai had resided in the burial ground for so long, and while the undead species were numerous, he could assert with certainty that no lich had ever existed here. At least, there had never been one before. This implied that this lich might have illegally crossed over from another location. But even if this creature had indeed smuggled itself in, why was it so eager to seize control of nearly all the skeletal beings in the burial ground to assault a human settlement? While Gu Xiaobai remained baffled, the lich above took the initiative to speak. "Oh, what have my little darlings discovered? A human and a skeletal creature that I have not yet controlled." As the words fell, Gu Xiaobai stood in stunned silence. Curse it! How could he have forgotten this crucial detail? The shape-shifting ability he possessed was ineffective against beings of superior strength. This meant that his true identity had long since been discerned by the lich. Sean was a lich. Unlike other liches, Sean retained vivid memories of his life before his transformation, including the inhumane torment he endured prior to his brutal demise. For Sean, the moment the blade pierced his heart was the most liberating moment in the last 6 months of his life. Perhaps even fate deemed it inappropriate for Sean to perish. Thus, when he awoke from his coma, he was astonished to find that he had transformed into a lich. Indeed, when Sean first realized he had become a lich, the foremost emotion that surged within him was one of joy. In life, Sean had been a mere 7th-tier low-order mercenary. While such a rank might have been rare in a small town, in the bustling city near the kingdom's heart, 7th-tier low-order individuals were merely considered average experts. Sean had been imprisoned by an organization after inadvertently uncovering a secret he should not have known, condemned to a life devoid of sunlight, ultimately meeting a gruesome end, with his remains carelessly discarded into a mass grave. In his final moments, Sean's sole thought had been of vengeance. Fortunately, fate granted him this opportunity. Upon transforming into a lich, Sean's power surged from 7th-tier mid-order to 6th-tier high-order, and the innate skills he once possessed were replaced by the 4 inherent abilities of the lich race. This was why he felt nothing but delight upon discovering his new form. For Sean, the chance to exact revenge was a monumental stroke of luck As for whether he was human or lich, did it truly matter? Since he had been powerless to shape his destiny as a human, he would gladly embrace his lich form to unleash his wrath upon those who had wronged him. From that moment forth, there would be no more human Sean, only lich Sean. Utilizing his ability as a lich to command undead beings, Sean transformed all the corpses in the mass grave into zombies in a mere single night. That organization was utterly obliterated. The group, comprising over 300 individuals, was left with not a trace of their remains, their very souls consumed entirely by Sean. Yet, despite this annihilation, Sean found no solace that he believed that his current plight was solely due to the inherent flaws of humanity. How could such a selfish species have survived to this day? Perhaps they should all perish. Unbeknownst to him, as a reincarnated lich, he had relinquished all vestiges of humanity and morality, leaving only cold indifference and a thirst for vengeance in his mind. He initially contemplated a massacre in the city he once called home, but reason prevailed that in that city, the highest-ranking individuals had reached the mid-level of the 5th tier, alongside 3 others at the lower echelons of the same rank. Collectively, they posed a lethal threat to Sean. Moreover, having slaughtered over 300 people in a single night had already raised alarms among those formidable beings, for the sake of his own survival. Sean was ultimately compelled to abandon his plans for the city and redirect his focus toward some remote towns. After much contemplation, he finally identified his ultimate target, the unfortunate little town of Wuin. Although it would take him a full half-month to reach Wuin from his current location, Sean deemed it entirely worthwhile, for there existed only a small area where the territories of humans and the realm of the undead converged, and Wuin happened to be the closest to the latter. If he could seize Wuin, it would serve as a stronghold from which he could establish his own kingdom of the undead, ultimately rising as a lord of the realm. Even if a human army were to attack, Sean could leverage the vast multitude of undead creatures at his command as a trump card, or at the very least, retreat into the realm of the buried bones. In his view, this plan was nothing short of flawless. Furthermore, Sean happened to possess a significant secret. While this secret held little value for him as a former human, it could potentially catapult him to great heights now that he was a lich. With such lofty aspirations, he ventured into the realm of the buried bones and successfully commanded a majority of the skeletal creatures therein. Launching a probing assault towards Wuin, Sean did not expect to conquer Wuin in one fell swoop. This initial foray was merely to gauge the town's defensive capabilities. To his surprise, under the influence of his aura, the skeletal army was unable to breach even the city gates, suffering considerable losses in the process. Reluctantly, he was forced to withdraw. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded that a group of fearless mercenaries from Wuin, intent on earning points, boldly ventured into the realm of the buried bones. Sean, recognizing this as an opportunity to weaken Wuin's living forces, orchestrated a cunning ambush with his skeletal minions. Apart from a few mercenaries at the upper echelons of the 9th tier who managed to escape, the remainder met their demise within the realm of the buried bones. This should have been Sean's most significant gain from the assault. Yet, even he could not foresee the third surprise that awaited him. And it was a monumental one. Oh, what have my little darlings discovered? A human and a skeleton not under my control. The flickering soul flame in Sean's eyes trembled slightly, indicating his current excitement. Of course, this thrill was not due to having found 2 stragglers, but rather because he had encountered Gu Xiaobai. Upon feeling the fervent gaze emanating from the lich above, Gu Xiaobai involuntarily shuddered. For some inexplicable reason, he felt as though the lich harbored peculiar intentions towards him. This simply would not do. Though I am merely a skeleton, I cannot compromise in such matters, even if you are a lich. That is absolutely unacceptable. But what if he resorts to force? This thought raced through Gu Xiaobai's mind, and the answer became glaringly obvious. Completely. No. Way. A 9th tier lower rank versus a 6th tier upper rank. They were not even in the same league. Was I to endure this? If he demands that I comply with such unreasonable requests, must I silently acquiesce? Gu Xiaobai found himself facing a grave crisis of integrity. Sean, of course, was oblivious to the chaotic thoughts swirling within Gu Xiaobai's mind. In fact, even if he were aware, it would matter little to him at this moment. Gu Xiaobai represented a key to a treasure trove, an essential cornerstone for the establishment of his dominion over the undead. Huh, I didn't expect you to be merely a ninth-tier lower-rank skeleton. This is somewhat surprising, Sean remarked in his rough, gravelly voice. I had anticipated you to be stronger, considering your uniqueness in the world. Surely there must be something exceptional about you. Yet now, you only leave me feeling that you are not as impressive as your reputation suggests. If those wretched individuals knew that what they had sought for decades was nothing more than a ninth-tier lower-rank skeleton, I wonder what expressions would grace their faces. The they Sean referred to were the members of the organization that had tormented him to death, according to the intelligence he had gathered. That organization had expended immense effort to find the key to unlock the secrets, yet had ultimately come up empty-handed. It must be said that Sean's fortune vastly eclipsed that of the organization's members. For he had discovered what they sought in a mere half-month's time. Perhaps it is inappropriate to refer to it as what they sought, for Gu Xiaobai was indeed a living skeleton. Gu Xiaobai's heart sank as he realized that although he could not comprehend the Lich's words, one thing was certain. His identity had undoubtedly been exposed in this narrow crevice. Only Gu Xiaobai and Wei Chunxu were present, the latter being a pure human. Thus, as long as he wasn't utterly devoid of sense, he could easily deduce the truth from the Lich's words. Sure enough, after Sean finished speaking, Wei Chunxu turned around, his eyes filled with disbelief. Xiaobai, could it be that? Gu Xiaobai sighed, reluctant to deceive Wei Chunxu. Indeed, could that person above be an imbecile? He actually mistook me for a skeleton. Wei Chunxu blurted out the latter half of his statement. Gu Xiaobai's words were abruptly cut off as he stared wide-eyed at Wei Chunxu. Had he just misheard? Wei Chunxu's expression was one of conflict. But this is too much, just because I'm slender. He thinks I'm a skeleton, and he spouted so much nonsense that I couldn't even comprehend. Xiaobai, we've drawn the short end of the stick this time. Encountering such a lunatic, it's quite frustrating. Gu Xiaobai silently bowed his head, lips tightly sealed. He feared he would not be able to suppress his urge to retort. Indeed, Wei Chunxu had reached a level of foolishness that was beyond help. Furthermore, it was even more absurd that he dared to insult a lich whose rank surpassed his by 3 tiers, claiming the latter had a problem with his intellect, though they were adversaries at this moment. Gu Xiaobai could not help but feel a twinge of sympathy for the lich. It was truly unfortunate to be belittled by Wei Chunxu's ignorance. Sean cast a disdainful glance at Wei Chunxu, raising his hand to unleash a pale, blue mist of ice. Upon seeing the lich raise his hand, Gu Xiaobai anticipated disaster. Just before the ice mist struck Wei Chunxu, he exerted all his strength to shove Wei Chunxu aside. Had Sean's ice mist hit Wei Chunxu, the latter would have undoubtedly perished. However, due to Gu Xiaobai's desperate push, Sean's attack missed its target. Yet Gu Xiaobai overlooked a crucial detail. The crevice was not particularly wide, and his forceful shove sent Wei Chunxu crashing into the nearby rocks, rendering him unconscious. Are you choosing to kill to conceal your identity? Sean regarded Gu Xiaobai with newfound respect, impressed by his cold-bloodedness and decisiveness. Respect? What are you talking about? Are you really the one with a mental issue? Gu Xiaobai felt himself on the brink of madness. What do you truly intend to do? Unable to endure any longer, Gu Xiaobai erupted in frustration. A 9th-tier lower-rank skeleton brazenly shouting at a 6th-tier upper-rank lich was indeed a comical sight. Sean, however, was unfazed. Ever since his reincarnation as a lich, his temperament had transformed drastically. The words that once had the power to infuriate him now fell upon his ears like the distant murmur of others, utterly failing to stir any emotional upheaval within him. The only thing that could disrupt his tranquil state was the monumental secret he harbored. Intuition whispered to him that there was something uniquely special hidden within you. Sean murmured, his voice laced with a haunting curiosity. What could it be? Before Gu Xiaobai could respond, he shook his head and declared, "Let me see for myself." As his words lingered in the air, the 2 pale flames of soul fire in Sean's eyes surged with newfound intensity. He fixed his gaze on Gu Xiaobai, as if attempting to penetrate his very being through his eyes. Instinctively, Gu Xiaobai stepped back a few paces, feeling an overwhelming mental force seeping towards him, as though it sought to merge with every bone in his body. This was the necromancer's manipulation of the undead. "Fear not, I shall treat you gently." Sean extended his tongue to moisten his parched lips, offering, "Surrender all to me." Gu Xiaobai's expression shifted dramatically. "Damn, what a repulsive line. You, necromancer, must surely be a queer." Just as despair threatened to engulf him, he sensed the mental pressure surrounding him dissipate in an instant. Simultaneously, Sean's countenance darkened as he turned towards the direction of Misty Town. A fifth-tier mid-level. How could such a small town host a fifth-tier powerhouse? Sean murmured to himself. Through the mental signals relayed by the skeletal sentinels stationed on the periphery, Sean discerned that a man clad in silver armor and wielding a spear was rapidly approaching his location. Just as Gu Xiaobai, having narrowly escaped death, felt a moment of relief, he found himself inexplicably levitating, landing directly into Sean's grasp. "Ha, let you live a little longer." Sean's laughter was tinged with a chilling aura. "Once you fall into my hands, escape shall be utterly impossible." Gu Xiaobai blinked, a flicker of hope igniting within him. Perhaps he might still survive. After all, that necromancer had just made a bold declaration. Damn it, was he a step too late? Sensing the heavy aura of death swiftly retreating, Du Ming's expression soured, his brows knitting tightly together. Initially, when the skeletal creatures besieged the town, the situation appeared dire. Yet Du Ming, with years of combat experience, understood that such an assault could not breach the gates of Misty Town. Thus, he refrained from immediate action, viewing this invasion as an opportunity for training. Although the soldiers of Misty Town trained daily, they had never truly seen battle. Should the demon race ever dispatch an army into their territory, relying on such troops for defense would likely yield disastrous results. Consequently, upon learning of the skeletal assault, he merely paid it a cursory glance and sent a request for assistance to the mercenary guild, without further concern. However, moments ago, Du Ming received word from his subordinates that a substantial number of mercenaries, approximately 100, were headed towards the boneyard, which captured his attention. The town's ability to endure was not solely due to its well-trained soldiers, but also the formidable walls encircling it. Yet if the battlefield shifted to the boneyard, the outcome could be entirely different. 100 mercenaries constituted a significant force for Misty Town, especially under the current circumstances, where losses could not be afforded. No one could predict what undead creature might follow the skeletal siege. Du Ming had initially intended to send a 7th-tier squad leader to rescue them. But at that moment, he sensed a surge of power emanating from the boneyard. It was a 6th-tier presence. Within the entirety of Misty Town, only Du Ming himself was a 5th-tier powerhouse. In light of the uncertainty regarding the nature of this entity, he could not risk sending anyone else into danger. Moreover, the foul stench of decay mingling with that aura could only indicate the presence of a high-tier undead creature. Just half an hour after the mercenaries set out, a 6th-tier being emerged from the boneyard, a situation that left Du Ming with no choice but to contemplate the worst. Thus, he unleashed his full speed, racing towards the boneyard. Fortunately, he arrived not too late. Upon reaching the boneyard, he witnessed a group of mercenaries besieged by skeletal creatures. From their condition, it was evident they were on the verge of collapse, as Gu Xiaobai had previously surmised. They were no match for the enhanced skeletal foes. Had Du Ming not arrived in time, they would surely have perished within the boneyard. Even so, when Du Ming intervened to rescue them, the group had already dwindled from nearly 100 to just over 80. The remainder had been irrevocably claimed by the boneyard, unable to return. Although Du Ming had successfully saved a considerable number, he could still sense that the 6th-tier presence had not retreated and lingered several thousand meters away. "As you evacuated, did you notice anything unusual?" Du Ming inquired gravely, particularly regarding that direction. The mercenaries exchanged glances, and finally, one spoke up, as if recalling something. "General Du, I remember. During our retreat, we saw 2 individuals enter that way. One was a young man with red hair, and the other wore a black robe, obscuring their features. Without hesitation, Du Ming replied, "There is no danger ahead. You should leave first. I will investigate further." With that, he did not wait for the mercenaries to respond, but leaped heavily onto the ground. Propelled by the force of his descent, and dashed deeper into the boneyard. .2 use capable of drawing the interest of 6th-tier undead creature. Whatever the reason, he had to ensure their safe return to Misty Town. To avoid attracting attention, Du Ming concealed his aura. However, just as he was about to approach the location of the sixth-tier undead, the entity seemed to sense something amiss and began to flee deeper into the boneyard. Du Ming had no choice but to gradually slow his pace, ultimately halting at the spot where the undead had previously lingered. Here, he detected a faint presence in a brief span of time. Du Ming discovered Wei Chuanxiu, who had succumbed to unconsciousness. Wedged within a crevice, he swiftly transferred a thread of his essence into Wei Chuanxiu, rousing him from his stupor. Wei Chuanxiu groaned and awoke. His eyes filled with confusion as he regarded Du Ming. He did not recognize Du Ming, as the general rarely ventured beyond the borders, making his presence in this moment quite unusual. Just as Du Ming was about to inquire about the situation, Wei Chuanxiu suddenly sprang to his feet, frantically scanning his surroundings while calling out, "Xiao Bai, brother Xiao Bai, where have you gone? Stop shouting. You are alone here," Du Ming interjected, his brow furrowed. Wei Chuanxiu regarded Du Ming suspiciously, asking, "Who are you? Instead of wasting time on my identity, you should urgently recount what transpired earlier. This way, your brother Xiao Bai might still have a chance at survival," Du Ming urged. Wei Chuanxiu snapped back to reality and hurriedly recounted the events that had transpired, including the necromancer's words, leaving nothing unsaid. Upon finishing, he could not resist a quip. "Honestly, do I really look like a skeletal creature?" Yet Du Ming had neither the time nor inclination to entertain his banter. His mind was consumed by 3 words: skeletal creature. Du Ming's intellect surpassed that of Wei Chuanxiu. He quickly deduced that the 6th-tier undead presence must be a lich based solely on Wei Chuanxiu's account. The skeleton monster spoken of by the lich is undoubtedly the Gu Xiao Bai, mentioned by Wei Chuanxiu. If memory serves, it seems he encountered a skeleton monster just a few days ago in Wuyin Town, during which the creature had been masqueraded as a headless knight by that girl from the Song family at that time. The skeleton monster bore no rank, a fact he could ascertain with complete certainty. Yet now, according to Wei Chuanxiu, this very skeleton monster has astonishingly reached the 9th-tier lower grade. When did skeleton monsters begin to ascend in rank? This cannot be mere coincidence. Du Ming unsheathed a sword from his waist and handed it to Wei Chuanxiu. "This sword bears my essence. Any other undead creatures sensing it will refrain from approaching you, allowing you to safely escape this graveyard. I shall now seek your brother Xiao Bai." Wei Chuanxiu cradled the sword, nodding in a daze. Just as Du Ming was about to rise, he paused, pondering deeply before earnestly stating to Wei Chuanxiu, "To be frank, you do bear quite the resemblance to a skeleton monster." The Gu Xiao Bai dangled upside down in Sean's grasp, the wind howling in his ears. Truth be told, he was utterly anxious, fearing that this lich might transport him to some shadowy, foreboding corner for unspeakable deeds. Unlike skeleton monsters, liches resemble zombies, at least in appearance. Their forms are merely desiccated, not reduced to mere bones. This implies that certain specific organs still exist. That it is shocking. A lich behaving in such a manner towards a skeleton monster. Gu Xiaobai frantically pondered his options. Even in the face of death, he could not allow himself to be subjected to indignities at the hands of a lich. Perhaps it was the dire circumstances that sharpened his wits. Ultimately, Gu Xiaobai contrived a rather clever plan. With a sudden burst of smoke, he forcibly dispelled his shape-shifting spell, reverting to his original skeleton form. Due to Sean's remarkable speed, the sudden cloud of smoke did not hinder him. Rather, it successfully captured his attention. As he continued on his path, he glanced down at Gu Xiaobai, whom he held captive. "You can switch effortlessly between human and skeleton forms? You continue to surprise me," Sean remarked, his tone laced with a hint of admiration. "It seems you harbor quite a few secrets. I shall thoroughly investigate how many you truly possess." Gu Xiaobai chuckled. "Go take a look at your sister." As Gu Xiaobai's words fell, Sean felt a sudden lightness in his grip. When he focused his gaze, he was astonished to find he was left holding only an empty black robe. The unique technique of Gu Xiaobai, known as the disassemble and reassemble technique. In simple terms, Gu Xiaobai merely disassembled himself. Strictly speaking, disassembling oneself cannot be classified as a skill. It is more akin to an innate ability of skeleton monsters. Gu Xiaobai had previously demonstrated this ability before Song Qiushuan, effortlessly scattering his bones with a mere whoosh. However, what he employed now differed from that earlier performance, as it was a talent he had grasped upon advancing to the 9th tier. You are not mistaken. The first innate skill Gu Xiaobai comprehended is the very act of disassembling, a talent inherent to all skeleton monsters. Why would Gu Xiaobai refuse to disclose the nature of his innate skill to Song Qiushuan and Cheng Fengjian? Naturally, because this skill is exceedingly embarrassing. Do skeleton monsters lack shame? Shan forcibly halted, his already gaunt and unattractive face contorting further in displeasure. He had never anticipated that Gu Xiaobai would escape his grasp in such a manner. Under normal circumstances, he would not mind retrieving each and every one of Gu Xiaobai's bones. But not now. He sensed a 5th-tier, mid-tier powerhouse rapidly approaching, following the trail he had left. Should he linger here? It would only take a few breaths for that individual to catch up to him. This was the first time Shan had felt a surge of rage since his transformation into a lich. How could he, a dignified 6th-tier upper-grade lich, be outwitted by a mere skeleton monster? This was utterly intolerable. You shall pay for this. Soon you will learn that provoking me yields nothing but dire consequences. Shan spat a fierce retort and angrily cast the empty robe to the ground before swiftly departing. Gu Xiaobai remained in his disassembled state, showing no inclination to move. That in truth, he was rather exposed. Shan had carried him far from the graveyard's periphery, the ground transitioning from bone-laden terrain to moist earth. Had Shan taken a moment, he could easily have captured Gu Xiaobai. Unfortunately, what Shan lacked most at this moment was time. Before disassembling, Gu Xiaobai had already grasped the Cheng Feng sword in his hand. Thus he was unconcerned about losing it. Once he confirmed that Shan had indeed moved on, Gu Xiaobai communicated with the Cheng Feng sword. Broken sword. Are we safe now? The Cheng Feng sword trembled slightly, finally able to cease its masquerade as an ordinary blade, which thrilled it. Damn it, I can finally speak. I thought I would suffocate from boredom. Had I known, I would never have lured you to the graveyard. What a ridiculous situation. If that lich had known my true nature, I might have been seized as well. Clearly in the future, I should remain at home, sleeping lazily. I shan't venture out again. Gu Xiaobai chuckled helplessly. Hey, you still haven't answered my question. The Cheng Feng sword huffed. How should I know if we are safe? There is still a human powerhouse pursuing us. I can sense his aura. If he bears no ill will towards you, then you are safe. However, I suspect humans generally harbor negative sentiments towards undead creatures. If you were to reassemble yourself, and he were to stumble upon you, should he not immediately strike you down, I would consider it a defeat. Gu Xiaobai plunged the Cheng Feng sword into the earth and dutifully ceased communication, striving to disguise himself as an ordinary bone. Simple and unpretentious. Almost in the blink of an eye, Du Ming's figure appeared at the spot where Shan had stood moments earlier. Was that lich searching for something here for the briefest of moments? Du Ming glanced around, his gaze sweeping over one of Gu Xiaobai's ribs. Gu Xiaobai forced himself to remain calm, betraying no hint of unusual behavior. He recognized this individual as General Du Ming, who had previously met with Song Qiushuan. In a sense, he was somewhat familiar. However, for the sake of safety, Gu Xiaobai decided to remain stilled. Du Ming seemed oblivious to any oddity, quickly turning to depart, likely resuming his pursuit of the lich. Once Du Ming vanished from sight, Gu Xiaobai breathed a sigh of relief, his bones swiftly returning to their original positions, reassembling into his former skeletal frame. He bent down and retrieved the Cheng Feng sword once more. The Cheng Feng sword appeared somewhat dazed. How did you manage to reassemble so quickly this time? You wouldn't happen to be an imposter, would you? Gu Xiaobai replied with exasperation. What the hell? This is my innate skill. Being an innate skill, the effects differ from the ordinary version of disassembly. This talent, which Gu Xiaobai temporarily named the disassemble and reassemble technique, consists of 2 stages. The first stage, disassembly. The second stage, reassembly. To the very least, he no longer had to laboriously piece himself back together. So your first innate skill is only this effective? The Cheng Feng sword incredulously inquired. This is the most useless skill I have ever heard of, bar none. Gu Xiaobai scratched his skull. Well, it does have a few other effects. Not completely disassembled. What does that mean? Well, simply put, Before, disassembly meant all bones had to scatter. Now I can choose to disassemble just a specific part of my body, while controlling the force and direction of the disassembly. That it's a bit complicated. So let me demonstrate. Gu Xiaobai lifted his left hand, casually aiming in a chosen direction, and then, whoosh, with a rush of wind, Gu Xiaobai's arm bone shot forth into the distance, exhibiting an impressive force. Vanishing from their sight in the blink of an eye, Changfeng Jian instinctively exclaimed, "What the heck?" This was no mere disassembly. It was akin to a powerful crossbow bolt. If anyone were to be struck by Gu Xiaobai's attack, their head would surely be obliterated. Then, Changfeng Jian recalled that Gu Xiaobai had previously mentioned that his disassembly skill had a second phase, which enabled automatic retrieval. In other words, the bone he had launched could return at the same speed. Suddenly, a thought struck Changfeng Jian, and its gaze began to wander over Gu Xiaobai. It pondered that if it could find a particularly sharp bone on Gu Xiaobai, it could effectively create a long-range weapon of destruction. Unfortunately, all the bones on Gu Xiaobai appeared rather rounded, and despite searching diligently, Changfeng Jian could not find a suitable bone that matched its vision. However, it quickly reconsidered, since there were no such bones on Gu Xiaobai. It could simply enhance one of his bones in some way. For instance, shooting out the hand that wielded the sword. Changfeng Jian merely envisioned itself riding upon Gu Xiaobai's arm bone, piercing through enemies. An excitement coursed through the blade, causing it to tremble with anticipation. Despite the fact that Changfeng Jian often boasted about piercing through foes, reality was always harsh. After all, it was a short sword, limited in length. Even if the entire blade were thrust, it could not fully penetrate anyone. This limitation had fostered an obsession in Changfeng Jian, which gradually morphed into its catchphrase. But now, it saw a glimmer of hope. Theoretically, as long as Gu Xiaobai launched his arm bone with sufficient speed, there was a significant chance that Changfeng Jian, firmly grasped in hand, could create a gaping hole in the enemy. Just the thought of it was exhilarating. Thus, Changfeng Jian could not help but urge, "Hey, little bone, retract your arm bone for now. I have a brilliant idea I wish to try." However, Gu Xiaobai did not heed Changfeng Jian's request. He remained in the previous position, having launched his arm bone, appearing rather stiff and immobile. "What's wrong with you?" Changfeng Jian noted that something seemed off with Gu Xiaobai. After a prolonged silence, Gu Xiaobai finally managed to transmit a message. "You may not believe this, but a large dog just jumped out and snatched my arm bone away." Changfeng Jian. "What the hell? What sort of situation was this? Why was there a large dog in the burial grounds?" "It's the one we keep at home," Gu Xiaobai added. Changfeng Jian was flabbergasted. "Are you sure?" Gu Xiaobai nodded firmly. "I am certain. Besides that dog, there is no other hellish hound with such a nauseating stench. Moreover, I even caught a whiff of pickled radish. That should be unmistakable." Feeding a hellish hound pickled radish was something only Song Xiushuan would do, as such a deranged act seemed unimaginable for anyone else. But why had Xiao Xiao suddenly appeared in the burial grounds? It piqued curiosity. Could it be that this creature had sneaked out to play again? "Little bone, did Song's girl come with Xiao Xiao?" Changfeng Jian asked. Gu Xiaobai shook his head. "No, I only saw Xiao Xiao, not Song Xiushuan. It's coming this way." For a hellish hound, following a scent to locate its target was not particularly challenging. Following the scent left by Gu Xiaobai's arm bone as it sailed through the air, within a few minutes, Xiao Xiao appeared within the line of sight of Gu Xiaobai and Changfeng Jian. It bounded up to Gu Xiaobai, placing the saliva-drenched arm bone on the ground, wagging its tail vigorously, displaying an expression of triumph. Gu Xiaobai helplessly picked up his arm bone, wiped it on Xiao Xiao to dry off the saliva, and then reattached it to himself. "Xiao Xiao, did Song Xiushuan come along with you?" Changfeng Jian inquired. Xiao Xiao let out a bark, showing no sign of guilt, indicating that it was likely Song Xiushuan who had sent Xiao Xiao out to find them. One could say Gu Xiaobai was quite fortunate. If the burial grounds were to be categorized into several concentric zones based on the levels of undead creatures, there would be a total of 8 zones. The first zone, the outermost layer of the burial grounds, was a gathering place for skeletons, constituting the largest of the zones. The second zone, further inward, was primarily inhabited by ghouls, cave spiders, and other level 9 creatures. with progressively more formidable beings occupying the subsequent zones down to the core area, home to the third-tier frost dragons. Gu Xiaobai and his companions currently found themselves at the boundary between the second and third zones, the dividing line between level 8 and level 9 undead creatures. Clearly, their fortune had favored them, considering Xiao Xiao was merely a mid-level 8 creature. If they ventured further in, even Xiao Xiao would be unable to rescue them. That said, they ought to extend their gratitude to Song Qiushuan. Had she not sent Xiao Xiao to search for them? Oh no, to seek out monsters, Gu Xiaobai and Chengfeng Jian would have had to pay a price to escape the burial grounds. All right, let's hurry back to Misty Hidden Town while we can. With Xiao Xiao here, ordinary level 9 undead creatures will likely refrain from attacking us, Gu Xiaobai said, firmly grasping Chengfeng Jian and mounting the dog. With Xiao Xiao's speed, they would definitely make it back to Misty Hidden Town before nightfall. Of course. This was assuming nothing unexpected occurred. In reality, plans often fall apart in the face of unforeseen changes, especially during times of misfortune. Just as Gu Xiaobai settled himself, the ground suddenly trembled violently, and the air became thick with an oppressive aura of death. A familiar voice echoed in his ear, raspy and coarse, reminiscent of sandpaper scraping against wood. This was a voice Gu Xiaobai had heard only moments before. It was Sean's voice. Did you think you could escape from my grasp? The voice taunted. From the looks of it, you wish to flee back to Misty Hidden Town? Very well. Return if you must. However, once I rid myself of this wretched human, you shall learn the dire consequences of your actions. Let me think. How about I ensure that all those foolish humans accompany you to your grave? What do you think? Upon seeing Gu Xiaobai's expression suddenly shift to one of horror, Chengfeng Jian keenly sensed that something was amiss. It quickly lowered its voice and asked, Little Bone, what is happening? Gu Xiaobai snapped back to reality and hurriedly relayed the situation to Chengfeng Jian, a short sword with hundreds of years of experience. Chengfeng Jian's knowledge surpassed that of Gu Xiaobai. Almost as soon as Gu Xiaobai finished speaking, Chengfeng Jian exclaimed, We're in trouble. You've been marked by that lich. Marked? Gu Xiaobai was taken aback. What does that mean? Chengfeng Jian explained patiently. As one of the few magical masters among undead beings, liches possess formidable psychic abilities. Once marked, they can locate you wherever you go. Gu Xiaobai's face fell in alarm. There's such a sinister tactic? Is there any way to get rid of it? Chengfeng Jian replied without hesitation. Removing a mental mark is indeed quite troublesome. The simplest method is to use overwhelming psychic force to disperse it. But given your condition, let's skip that option for now. Gu Xiaobai was aware of his limitations. His psychic strength was like a droplet compared to a vast lake when measured against that of a lich. There was simply no comparison. There's another method, which involves concealing the mental mark. This way, the lich will be unable to act against you for a time, Chengfeng Jian stated. So how do I go about hiding this mental mark? Gu Xiaobai inquired. For instance, one could locate the exact position of the mark that the lich placed on you. Then, you could remove the marked bone and dispose of it. That doesn't sound like a bad idea. I strongly suggest you give it a try, Chengfeng Jian remarked, its tone sounding quite serious, though Gu Xiaobai could still sense an undercurrent of schadenfreude. Hey, be serious. Gu Xiaobai's psychic wave surged, his situation growing increasingly dire. If this situation is not handled properly, I might be captured by that lich and forced to engage in all sorts of dreadful activities. I could be treated like a Japanese Q. Ahem. Let us stop right there, and not forget that this is a serious novel. It's best to refrain from uttering lines that could corrupt the youth. Chengfeng Jian forcefully interrupted Gu Xiaobai's mental transmission, stating that, in any case, there are indeed methods available, albeit quite perilous, and it ultimately depends on your courage to pursue them. Gu Xiaobai gritted his teeth and replied, What is there to hesitate about? Just tell me. Chengfeng Jian decided to drop the hints and spoke directly. From what I understand, in places where the yin energy is particularly dense, a plant known as mist condensing grass sometimes grows. The most remarkable aspect of this plant is that its sap can, to a certain extent, block the effects of mental energy. Gu Xiaobai's spirits lifted. Are you saying that if I can find this mist condensing grass and apply its sap all over my body, I can shield myself from that mental mark? Theoretically, yes, Chung Feng-jin affirmed, but the execution is fraught with challenges. This plant is quite rare and typically grows as a solitary specimen. Even if you manage to collect the sap from an entire plant, it would only cover an area the size of a fingernail. This means that even if luck is on your side and you find the mist condensing grass, you must first ascertain exactly where the lich has placed a mark on you. Otherwise, although Chung Feng-jin's words trailed off, Gu Xiaobai had already grasped the implication. In summary, he had two tasks at hand: to quickly identify the location of the mental mark inflicted by Shan on his body, and to find a mist condensing grass before Shan turned around to capture him. Perhaps then there might still be a glimmer of hope. Chung Feng-jin, do you have any means to identify that mental mark? Gu Xiaobai inquired. However, this time, Chung Feng-jin expressed his helplessness. Listen, little bone, you need to understand one thing. I am merely a sword, not an encyclopedia. There are indeed areas where I lack expertise. While Gu Xiaobai felt somewhat disappointed by Chung Feng-jin's response, he was not entirely surprised. After all, Chung Feng-jin had already assisted him greatly. It was unreasonable to rely on it for everything. A place dense with energy. Let me think, that Gu Xiaobai pondered carefully for a moment, only to realize with resignation that his usual activities were primarily around the outskirts of the burial grounds. He could not ascertain what lay deeper inside, let alone find a place rich in energy that, if all else fails, we can proceed while assessing the situation. Chung Feng-jin suggested, at least with Xiao Xiao here. If we can't fight, we can still escape. That's true. In that case, let's not delay any further. We shall set off immediately. Jiu Xiao wrapped one arm around Xiao Zhao's neck while firmly clutching Chung Feng-jin with the other, signaling for Xiao Xiao to continue advancing deeper into the burial grounds. Speaking of which, isn't this the classic scenario of starting with a sword and a dog, relying entirely on scavenged gear? Shan wore a solemn expression, arms outstretched, with swirling gray magical energy hovering in his palms. Gray signifies that this is a death attribute spell. Approximately 10 paces in front of Shan, Du Ming gripped his 2-meter-long golden spear tightly. Equally poised for battle, Du Ming had already clashed with Shan once. Although he held the advantage in level, one must not forget that they were in the burial grounds, where Shan's death magic was amplified, even accelerating his recovery speed. Under such environmental conditions, Shan managed to match Du Ming blow for blow. The tremors Gu Xiaobai had felt earlier were the result of Shan's spell casting, highlighting the depth of Shan's magical prowess. In contrast, Du Ming's silver armor appeared somewhat dimmer than before, indicating he had not gained much advantage in their previous exchange. However, he was aware that if this turned into a war of attrition, he would not be the one to lose, for it seemed Shan lacked substantial combat experience. This meant that if Du Ming could identify a flaw, he might be able to strike a decisive blow. Yet before that, several questions troubling Du Ming required confirmation from Shan. Lich, why do you invade human territory? Du Ming positioned his golden spear across his chest, his piercing gaze emanating a fierce intent as he spoke. Shan emitted a sinister laugh, his eyes glowing with pale, soul flames that flickered slightly, but a smirk graced his lips as he addressed Du Ming. The conflict between undead beings and humans is akin to the opposition between the dead and the living. It is a most ordinary occurrence that I wish to strike at you. So, I did it. Is there a problem? Foolish human. As he spoke, Shan's tone was utterly casual, devoid of any hint of the fact that just a month prior, he too had been among the ranks of foolish humans. Du Ming inhaled deeply, suppressing his anger momentarily, and inquired further, what about that skeleton creature? Where have you taken it? To Du Ming's surprise, a flicker of shock crossed Shan's face at the mention of the skeleton. Though it was fleeting and Shan worked hard to conceal it, Du Ming noticed it nonetheless. Clearly, this skeleton creature was far from the simple being it appeared to be. Du Ming mused. His intent in bringing it up was merely to gauge Shan's reaction. And it proved fruitful, as Shan's expression revealed much to as for the current whereabouts of the skeleton creature. Du Ming could not guarantee certainty, but had his suspicions that on his way here, he had observed scattered bones in a muddy area. Though he had not paid much attention at the time, reflecting back, the presence of bones in such a location was indeed noteworthy, especially since it was no longer within the skeleton's usual activity range. If that were the case, controlling the skeleton might give this lich pause, especially since he seemed particularly concerned about Gu Xiao. Du Ming resolved to allow the skeleton creature to escape. After all, as long as he thwarted the Lich's plans, he would have achieved his objective. If that little skeleton was clever enough, it should have already fled toward misty hidden town by now. Therefore, all he needed to do was buy it some time to escape, engaging the Lich in combat for an hour or two. He believed that would be feasible. Having made up his mind, Du Ming let out a hearty laugh, brandishing his spear once more as he charged at Shan. The spear aimed directly at the Lich's heart, slicing through the air with a fierce whistle. The spear in Du Ming's hand appeared formidable, its shaft a deep golden hue, while the tips featured two sharply curved blades, resembling a character. One could only imagine the devastation that would occur if Du Ming succeeded in plunging this spear into an enemy's body. Upon withdrawal, it would undoubtedly draw forth a substantial amount of flesh and blood. Shan's expression twisted into a snarl as he rapidly converged his palms, merging the two gray energy vortices into one. Its rotation accelerating and size rapidly expanding as Du Ming's spear approached his frail form. Shan leapt backward, and at that precise moment, the merged vortex exploded. The shockwave surged forth, momentarily halting Du Ming's advance and forcing him to stagger backward uncontrollably. This was one of the Lich's innate abilities, the 6th-tier necromantic spell, Death Decay. As a 6th-tier spell, the potency of Death Decay was evidently beyond what an ordinary individual could withstand. Any area enveloped by Death Decay would begin to rot and corrode in an alarmingly short time, with no living or inanimate being able to escape the decay, ultimately facing the fate of death. That it was said that a 3rd-tier Lich, solely through the use of the Death Decay spell, had completely eroded a vast city, leaving no survivors among the inhabitants. Fortunately, Shan had only recently transformed into a Lich, his power merely at the upper tier of 6, hence his Death Decay was not nearly as formidable as that of the 3rd-tier Lich. For Du Ming, such a spell merely posed a slight inconvenience. Moreover, upon realizing that his adversary was a Lich, he had already been on guard against this very trick. The somber mist, emblematic of death, began to emanate from Shan's palm. The resplendent silver armor adorning Du Ming's form suddenly shimmered with a faint glow. This luminescence enveloped him just as the mist threatened to encroach upon his being, effectively shielding him from its insidious grasp. This armor, known as the Armor of Radiance, was undeniably one of Du Ming's most cherished pieces of equipment. During its forging, the craftsman had infused the materials with a portion of luminous stone, endowing the armor with a degree of light affinity and significantly enhancing its resistance against necromantic spells. However, such exquisite armor, should it sustain damage in battle, would undoubtedly incur repair costs that were far from trivial. Thus, while Du Ming outwardly exuded an air of nonchalance, even a sense of inscrutable foresight, this demeanor was merely a fade intended for Shan's benefit. In truth, his heart was bleeding. Little skeleton, do not let me down, or I shall truly find it impossible to bear the repair expenses, he lamented inwardly, recalling the last time he had given a bonus to that little girl from the Song family, which had come straight from his own pocket. Perhaps I should devise a scheme to reclaim some funds from her. What Du Ming did not anticipate was that Gu Xiao not only refrained from heading toward Wuyin town as he had envisioned, but instead delved deeper into the buried bone grounds. Little's pace was considerably slower than usual, a deliberate choice to allow Gu Xiao and the Chengfeng sword to meticulously observe their surroundings for any signs of mist-condensing grass, while also remaining vigilant against the potential presence of high-tier magical beasts. I say, Chengfeng, we are nearing the territory of the gargoyles. Why is there still no sign of the mist-condensing grass? Gu Xiaobai could not help but express his frustration. Gargoyles, mid-tier undead beings of the 8th rank, possessed the ability to fly and exhibited formidable physical prowess, alongside a petrification skill that allowed them to solidify their forms into stone, thereby accelerating their recovery of magical and life force. As a low-tier skeleton creature of the 9th rank, Gu Xiaobai felt a twinge of apprehension. Chengfeng, however, appeared unfazed and casually remarked, "What is there to panic about? I've already stated that mist-condensing grass only manifests in areas heavy with chill. Gargoyles, which leave behind nothing but shattered stone upon defeat, typically inhabit relatively dry environments. Thus they are unlikely to generate substantial chill that I propose we seek out a more humid location. We might yet stumble upon unexpected gains. Gu Xiaobai nodded in agreement. Indeed, let us find a pond to investigate. Oh dear, what are you doing, Little? Just as he began to communicate, Little suddenly halted, nearly throwing him off balance that Little's body arched forward, emitting a warning growl, signaling to Gu Xiaobai that the situation had become precarious and that they should prepare for battle. Unbeknownst to them, a swarm of gargoyles had encircled Gu Xiaobai and his companions. Some of these gargoyles flapped their robust, iron-blue wings hovering in mid-air, while others perched upon stout branches, claws resting against the trunks, coldly regarding the uninvited intruders into their domain. Whether soaring through the air or standing on branches, the gargoyles' crimson eyes flickered ominously. Leaving one to speculate on their intentions, Ji Xiaobai instinctively shrank his head and tightened his grip on the Changfeng sword. At a cursory glance revealed that there were no fewer than 10 gargoyles present. In a situation where only one or two of these 8th-rank creatures appeared, Gu Xiaobai might have stood a fighting chance with the aid of the Changfeng sword and Little. However, given the current predicament, not only was combat a daunting prospect, but ensuring the safety of all their lives while attempting to break free was an even greater challenge. Little Bone, we are in a rather dire situation. Changfeng muttered. With your strength, it seems you may be doomed. Ji Xiaobai clenched his teeth and communicated, I am fine. I can use the bone separation technique to escape, but the main issue lies with Little. The gargoyles are swifter in flight than Little is in running. If we flee, they will undoubtedly target Little. After all, it has painstakingly journeyed from Wuyin Town to the buried bone grounds in search of monsters. How could I heartlessly abandon it here? Changfeng fell silent. As a sword that had endured for centuries, it was somewhat indifferent to various matters. For instance, in this situation, even if Gu Xiaobai and Little perished here, it would not significantly affect Changfeng. After all, it was merely a sword. The gargoyles would have no use for it beyond perhaps picking it up for a brief period of amusement before discarding it. What would follow? Naturally, it would pretend that nothing had transpired and indulge in a deep slumber. Yet a sword knows no distinction between good and evil. The deeds it performs, whether virtuous or malevolent, are dictated solely by its wielder. A calm voice suddenly echoed within Changfeng's consciousness, suggesting that even it could not ascertain what form the sword's spirit gestating within it might ultimately take. This voice was hauntingly familiar, yet bore an estrangement. Perhaps due to the long passage of time since it had last been heard. What I am about to undertake may be just or it may be wicked. The outcome remains unknown to me. Thus, if I, in this state, cannot even discern the righteousness of my actions, then I cannot dictate the future of Changfeng. If that is the case, let it remain within these death-laden mountains, with the hope that we may one day meet again. The voice gradually faded, until it was no longer perceptible, as if it had never existed at all. These were the words left behind by someone before departing. Changfeng murmured softly, Fool. Hey, broken sword. What are you mumbling about? Hurry up and think of a solution. Gu Xiaobai's transmission abruptly interrupted Changfeng's musings. I have a feeling these gargoyles are about to charge at us. Changfeng steadied itself and retorted, somewhat irately, This sword is indeed devising a plan for you. If you keep interrupting my thoughts, how can I assist you? But you've been dazed for several minutes, Gu Xiaobai replied. Doesn't that just demonstrate my deep contemplation? Wait, how long did you say I was dazed? Several minutes? Changfeng was taken aback. Ji Xiaobai then conveyed a wave of triumphant emotion. See, even you admit to being in a stupor. Blast it, that is not the crux of the matter, Changfeng hissed. Though it quickly calmed itself, do you not find it peculiar that these gargoyles have yet to launch an attack? Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaobai turned to survey their surroundings and realized that the gargoyles had merely been watching them without any intent to strike. The flickering crimson light in their eyes may not have been a threat, but rather an indication of hesitation. Little, slowly take 2 steps back and observe the gargoyle's reaction, Changfeng instructed in a low tone. Following the command, Little, still on edge, cautiously regarded the surrounding gargoyles, then subtly lifted a hind leg in a gesture of retreat. Roar! The gargoyles became agitated, bellowing fiercely, their eyes glinting with menace, clearly threatening, as if to say, if you dare to back away, we will tear you apart. Little trembled violently, unable to lower the raised leg. This posture appeared rather odd, as if it were about to unleash its bladder upon a nearby tree. Oh, it was not merely an appearance. The little dog had truly relieved itself. How dare they intrude upon my territory? And now they even contemplate claiming it. Do they truly wish to court their own demise? A sudden mental communication resonated within Gu Xiaobai's consciousness, infused with a tempestuous fury akin to raging tides. Startled, Gu Xiaobai was taken aback. Concurrently, the surrounding gargoyles abruptly leapt from the air and trees. Descending to the ground, their bodies prostrated in reverence, trembling uncontrollably, not daring to lift their heads at a gargantuan gargoyle, larger than its ordinary kin, descended from above, its flapping wings conjuring a fierce wind that sent dry twigs and leaves swirling into the air. Upon landing, the ground quaked subtly beneath its weight. This imposing figure loomed before Gu Xiaobai. He was struck by an overwhelming pressure, a primal urge to kneel and bow surging within him. Yet, drawing upon an inexplicable strength that surged forth from deep within, Gu Xiaobai managed to remain standing resolutely. Aside from Changfeng Jian, which exhibited no signs of distress, Xiao Xiao too displayed a hint of restlessness. However, under the indifferent gaze of the Gargoyle King, Xiao Xiao merely whimpered softly, collapsing onto the ground, its entire form drooping in submission. It was only at this moment that Gu Xiaobai comprehended why the gargoyles encircling them suddenly adopted such a deferential demeanor. They were here to honor their king. The Gargoyle King, as a sovereign among gargoyles, it was naturally distinguished from the common ones. For instance, the Gargoyle King's physique was markedly more robust, its muscular definition a clear testament to the formidable strength concealed beneath its imposing stature. Its fangs, curved and razor-sharp, resembled elongated daggers, extending a good 2 inches longer than those of ordinary gargoyles, almost rivaling the length of Changfeng Jian. Gu Xiaobai had no doubt that a single bite from this creature would leave him with 2 gaping wounds, regardless of any armor he might wear. Nevertheless, Gu Xiaobai pondered, was it really necessary to mobilize such a grand display merely for a stealthy intrusion into their territory? The very leader had appeared. What an overreaction! Gu Xiaobai felt a sense of grievance. He merely sought a passage, unaware that such a multitude of gargoyles would suddenly emerge, just as Gu Xiaobai braced himself for imminent annihilation. The Gargoyle King remained motionless, fixated on him, its eyes flickering with a mixture of suspicion and intrigue. Why do you bear the aura of a 6th-tier superior undead? After a prolonged pause, the Gargoyle King inquired telepathically. Gu Xiaobai was initially taken aback, but he quickly realized that the Gargoyle King had sensed the mental mark left upon him by the Lich. Otherwise, it was unlikely that these gargoyles would have made such a fuss over a mere triviality. Given this revelation, he considered the possibility of leveraging the Lich's mental mark to intimidate this assembly of gargoyles into retreat. With unwavering courage, Gu Xiaobai advanced slowly, raising his right hand deliberately. The Gargoyle King instinctively recoiled a step. Despite recognizing Gu Xiaobai as merely a 9th-tier inferior skeleton, the audacity displayed suggested he might possess some formidable hidden strength. Then, the Gargoyle King witnessed Gu Xiaobai's elevated right hand descend directly onto his own skull. A look of astonishment washed over the Gargoyle King's face. Such an odd posture had never crossed its experience. What peculiar technique was this? With a decisive motion, Gu Xiaobai removed his skull and casually tossed it behind him. The headless figure evoked a sense of eerie familiarity. Indeed, Gu Xiaobai resolved to masquerade as a headless knight. In truth, I am not merely a skeletal creature. Gu Xiaobai communicated coldly. My true identity is that of a headless knight. Ouch, ouch, ouch! Why did that damned hellhound bite my skull again? The Gargoyle King maintained a stoic expression as it regarded Gu Xiaobai's skull, which was currently being gnawed upon by the hellhound. It was utterly ridiculous to be intimidated by such a skeletal being, especially in front of so many subordinates, an undeniable embarrassment for the gargoyles. Nevertheless, observing the demeanor of this skeleton, it seemed to be merely posturing. That 6th-tier superior aura might have been unintentionally acquired from somewhere. With that in mind, the Gargoyle King resolved to eliminate this audacious creature, perhaps salvaging some semblance of dignity in the process. Having made up its mind, The Gargoyle King opened its cavernous maw and let out a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air. Just as Gu Xiaobai, having reclaimed his skull from Xiao Xiao, felt despair wash over him at the sound of the roar, contemplating whether his peculiar existence was destined to meet its end. An unexpected event transpired. A beam of ethereal light, seemingly shot from nowhere, struck the Gargoyle King's left eye, glowing with a dark crimson hue, and continued unabated, piercing through the back of its skull. The roar abruptly ceased. The Gargoyle King, frozen in its bellowing stance, could no longer produce a sound. The crimson glow in its eyes gradually dimmed, eventually extinguishing. With a resounding thud, the Gargoyle King collapsed to the ground, devoid of life, kicking up a cloud of dust upon impact. This scene was entirely unforeseen by both Gu Xiaobai and the surrounding gargoyles. They watched in disbelief as the once mighty Gargoyle King, who had barely made an entrance and had yet to assert its dominance, was effortlessly felled by that ethereal light, extinguished in an instant. Admittedly, using extinguished to describe its demise felt somewhat distasteful. Nevertheless, the Gargoyle King, who had been so imperious just a moment ago, had succumbed with such alarming ease. The gargoyles erupted into chaos, roaring in outrage, their blood-red eyes scanning the surroundings. They sought vengeance for their fallen king. Yet, how could they, mere ordinary gargoyles, hope to contend with a force that could dispatch their king in a single blow? Ethereal beams of light shot forth from the trees, each one striking true against the gargoyle, each attack delivering a fatal blow. It was only then that Gu Xiaobai realized the beams were not arrows, but rather magic. "Get down if you wish to live." A man's voice echoed from a distance. Without hesitation, Gu Xiaobai dropped to the ground. Not daring to move an inch, he observed that the targets of the magical attacks were exclusively the gargoyles with their glowing red eyes. And none missed their mark. What astounding precision! However, on another note, that voice had sounded distinctly human. Why was a human present in this domain? As Gu Xiaobai pondered this question, he cautiously pulled his black robe's hood lower while rapidly channeling his magical energy. With a flicker of soft luminescence, Gu Xiaobai transformed back into his human form. Almost as soon as he completed his transformation, a figure swiftly approached, crouching beside him, and whispered, "Are you all right?" The voice matched that of the man who had urged him to lie down. Confirming it was the same individual, Gu Xiaobai hesitated before responding, "I'm fine." In his reply, Gu Xiaobai noted that the magical onslaught was still ongoing. This indicated that the man was not alone. He had comrades nearby, ninth tier inferior. The man furrowed his brow. "With your level of power, how did you manage to intrude into the territory of the gargoyles? Should I commend your luck or your recklessness?" Gu Xiaobai scratched his head, about to respond, when suddenly an injured gargoyle emerged from behind the man. Its left eye bled profusely, perhaps due to its remarkable vitality or a final surge of life. In its dying moments, it lunged at the man's back, determined to take down this accursed human even in death. "Watch out!" Gu Xiaobai exclaimed. Yet the man merely smiled slightly, driving his elbow forcefully backward. The gargoyle, renowned for its defensive prowess, was unexpectedly sent sprawling, crashing to the ground, clearly lifeless. After executing this maneuver, the man glanced down at Gu Xiaobai, still prostrate on the ground, and remarked, "Even we, seasoned mercenaries of the 8th tier, occasionally misstep. What gives you, a mere 9th tier inferior, the audacity to venture deep into this graveyard?" Gu Xiaobai found himself once more facing an immense crisis. From the man's words, it was clear that he and his companions were all above the 8th tier. While Gu Xiaobai was only a 9th tier inferior, this meant his disguise could easily be seen through. If this man were to discover the truth about Gu Xiaobai being a skeleton monster, the consequences would be dire. To Gu Xiaobai envisioned the scene of a ghostly light piercing through his left eye socket, causing him to shudder involuntarily. No, to deal with a 9th tier skeletal monster, there was no need to resort to magic. He could simply have this man strike him apart with an elbow, just as he had done when he sent the gargoyle flying. That said, kid, the forest is so dark that one can hardly see. And for those of us at a distance, we must rely on the light emitted by the gargoyle's eyes to lock onto our target for attack. Oh, why are you deliberately wearing a black robe? The man asked in confusion. Aren't you afraid of running into trees while walking? Gu Xiaobai opened his mouth, intending to fabricate a reason to brush it off, but to his surprise, the man did not wait for an explanation. He reached out and pulled back the hood of Gu Xiaobai's robe, saying, "Look, doesn't your vision improve immediately?" As an 8th-tier powerhouse, Gu Xiaobai's clumsy disguise technique was utterly exposed, seeing the man's horrified gaze. Gu Xiaobai's heart sank, realizing the gravity of the situation. You actually—" The man stammered in shock, unable to articulate further. Gu Xiaobai waved his hands repeatedly, seeking a chance to save his life. "No, big brother. Let me explain." However, the man abruptly waved his hand. "No need to say anything. I already understand everything, and no wonder you dare to venture alone into the bone burial grounds. It all makes sense now." Gu Xiaobai's face fell, knowing that no amount of words could change his fate. In a matter of seconds, he might be struck dead by the man's elbow. "Your talent must be in disguise. Indeed, so lifelike that even I was almost fooled. Huh?" The man's hearty laughter echoed through the woods, sounding innocent and unpretentious. Gu Xiaobai was momentarily dumbfounded, struggling to keep up with the man's train of thought. "Almost fooled? What does that mean? President, could you please refrain from laughing so loudly? Aren't you afraid of attracting other undead creatures?" A mature female voice came from behind the two, accompanied by the rustling sound of footsteps on fallen leaves. Gu Xiaobai and the man turned simultaneously to see a woman with a wand gracefully approaching them. The woman had chestnut short hair, delicate features, and a hint of baby fat on her face, making her appear quite charming. The magical fluctuations emanating from her indicated that the sea blue robe she wore was likely a mage's robe. Typically, such robes easily conceal the wearer's figure, but this rule did not apply to the woman before them. Gu Xiaobai glanced once, and could only think of 4 words: tremendous waves. "Ahem, I say, Yin, we finally have this chance to take down the Gargoyle King. Can't I even laugh a little?" The man complained helplessly, glancing at the woman approaching from behind. "Sure, when you return to Misty Town, feel free to laugh as you wish. I won't stop you." The woman walked straight up to them, and only then did she notice Gu Xiaobai's skeletal face, gasping in shock. "Hey, President, why is there a skeleton monster beside you?" Before Gu Xiaobai could react, the man beside him laughed and said, Yun, you've misjudged. This kid is no skeleton monster. He is a newcomer from our Misty Town Mercenary Guild." As he spoke, he pointed to the white jade badge hanging from Gu Xiaobai's waist, attached to his black robe. "This is a white jade badge. You are a white jade-level mercenary?" the woman asked, furrowing her brows. Yes, I'm a white jade-level mercenary. My name is Gu Xiaobai," he replied hastily. This appearance of yours must be your talent skill, right? For instance, disguising yourself as a skeleton monster allows you to blend in easily within the bone burial grounds." The man interjected, answering for Gu Xiaobai, his tone laced with a sense of pride, as if to assert his keen perception in seeing through the disguise. At last, Gu Xiaobai understood. So, this man believed that his skeletal appearance was a result of some talent skill. That was why he dared to venture deep into the bone burial grounds without a care. This is quite the operation. This brother's imagination is rather expansive. However, the woman accompanying him seemed quite rational and perhaps would not be swayed by the man's words. "Oh, is that so? I truly apologize. I misunderstood you earlier. It was my fault," the woman said sincerely to Gu Xiaobai. Gu Xiaobai was utterly bewildered. Do humans nowadays enjoy concocting such narratives? "Anyway, let me introduce myself," the man said casually. My name is Shangwan Lai. "And this is my partner, Murong Union." Gu Xiaobai politely chuckled. "I am honored. Honored indeed. Wait, did you just say your names? Shangwan Lai, Murong Union? These names seem vaguely familiar." Gu Xiaobai pondered deeply until suddenly a spark of realization struck him. "Shangwan Lai, Shangwan Xiaolai? And if I'm not mistaken, that Murong Union just referred to this Shangwan Lai as president. Wow, what a coincidence. Just stepping out for a moment, and I happened upon the vice president of the Misty Town Mercenary Guild." Seeing Gu Xiaobai's astonished expression, Shangwan Lai sheepishly scratched his head. It seems I've been recognized. I thought I kept a low profile, and not many people would have heard my name." Murong Yinyin shot him a glare. "There are only 4 bronze-level mercenaries in the entire Misty Town, and you're one of them. Moreover, you're the vice president of the mercenary guild. Do tell how you managed to keep such a low profile. Gu Xiaobai was nearly at the brink of losing his ability to think. When he applied for his mercenary qualifications, he had received a pamphlet introducing the 4 bronze-level mercenaries of Misty Town, but he had only skimmed through it and paid little attention. He could never have imagined that within just a few days, he would luckily encounter the real deal. The man standing before him was none other than the renowned Western Ridge Tiger, Shangguan Lai. As for the powerful 8th-tier mage standing beside him, known as Shadow Radiance, Murong Yinyun, her memory swiftly resurfaced in Gu Xiaobai's mind. Somehow, I now truly feel as if I become the treacherous and cunning skeleton monster you described, Gu Xiaobai whispered to the Chengfeng sword hanging at his waist. Taking advantage of their secluded surroundings, could it be that humans are this Na'vi? Who would have thought, little bone, that you would attain such awareness? The Chengfeng sword chuckled. Indeed, you are, after all, a scheming and despicable skeleton monster. As for whether humans are Na'vi or not, I can't say, but from my perspective, those humans you encountered seem quite foolish. Now past noon, Shangguan Lai and Murong Yinyun suggested they address their lunch needs. Gu Xiaobai, striving to play the role of a normal human, pretended to exclaim, "Ah, is it already this time? No wonder I'm so hungry," and readily agreed. They casually hunted some swift mice in the bone burial grounds. These 9th-tier lower-class beasts were extremely fast and had particularly sharp claws. Additionally, they boasted another significant trait. Their meat was exceptionally delicious. Fast, ferocious, these were trivial matters in the presence of 2 8th-tier elites. Furthermore, Gu Xiaobai had with him an 8th-tier mid-class hellhound. Although this creature had shown some cowardice against the gargoyle, it could still run faster than the swift mice, leaving only the delectable meat as their primary concern. After gathering firewood, Gu Xiaobai returned to the designated meeting spot previously discussed with Shangguan Lai, just in time to see Murong Yinyun enveloping her right hand in a layer of dark, ghostly light resembling a blade of unparalleled sharpness. The magical energy radiating from her left no doubt that this was a high-tier spell. With dazzling speed, she executed several slashing motions, the ease of her movements indicating countless hours of practice. Then, several branches before her were stripped of their bark, ready to serve as skewers for roasting. "Hey, Gu Xiaobai, you're back. The pace is quite swift." I senti it. Murong Yun sensed someone approaching, and upon turning her head, she discovered it was Gu Xiaobai. With a smile, she greeted, "The president is still away washing the swift mice. Please take a seat beside me for a while." Gu Xiaobai casually acknowledged her and set down the firewood he had been holding, dusting his hands before seating himself opposite Mu Rinjiyun, and Yu Rongyun skillfully arranged the peeled branches into a makeshift grill, casually inquiring, "Gu Xiaobai, you aren't a local of Wuyin Town, are you? I believe I have never seen you before." Gu Xiaobai pondered for a moment before responding, "There are so many mercenaries in Wuyin Town. Surely, you cannot have met them all, Sister Yu Rongyun smiled gently. "While that may be true, I have yet to hear of anyone successfully taming an 8th-tier, mid-level hellhound at the 9th tier. Such a feat is remarkable for any expert in our Wuyin Town." Gu Xiaobai felt a stir within and gazed at Mu Rongyun. "Sister Murong, you and Brother Shangguan have been in this desolate land for quite some time. Haven to you?" Mu Rongyun was taken aback momentarily, then nodded. "Yes, it has been nearly half a month. This is a collection task, which is rather cumbersome. However, there is an item in the reward that we currently require. Otherwise, we wouldn't have accepted this task. Why do you ask?" "Well, to put it simply," Gu Xiaobai cleared his throat, contemplating how best to explain, "I just arrived here a few days ago, seeking refuge with relatives. As for the hellhound, it was not I who tamed it. Rather, it was my sister who captured it while on her expedition for contract beasts in this desolate land." He referred to Song Xiaoshuan as his sister primarily because his appearance closely resembled hers, even down to their meager busts. Thus, claiming to be her twin brother seemed plausible. "Your sister?" Mu Rongyun regarded Gu Xiaobai with intrigue. "To tame such a hellhound, your sister must possess extraordinary abilities." "Well, one could say that." Gu Xiaobai felt a hint of embarrassment in admitting that Song Xiaoshuan had not yet reached the 9th tier. Nonetheless, the fact that someone like her could capture a hellhound was commendable. And even Gu Xiaobai realized that she indeed deserved such praise. "Hey, what are you two discussing? You seem quite merry." Shang Wanlai's voice came from behind them, carrying a few freshly cleaned swift mice and some washed branches. Mu Rongyun chuckled. "Oh, it's nothing, just a casual chat." She stood up, grasped her staff, and lightly touched the dry wood, igniting it instantly. Then she took the gutted swift mice from Shang Wanlai and expertly began skewering the meat onto the branches. "By the way, Brother Shangwan, I heard from Sister Moron that you two have been collecting items in this desolate land for over half a month now. What exactly are you seeking? Perhaps I could provide some information." Gu Xiaobai asked curiously. Shang Wanlai glanced at Mu Rongyun, who casually shrugged. "It's not a highly confidential task. Almost every mercenary in Wuyin town is aware of it, so telling him is no issue." Thus, Shang Wanlai nodded. "All right, let me explain. About a month ago, an alchemist came to Wuyin town and posted a task at the Mercenary Guild. The task requires entering the desolate land to collect certain materials and locate a relic. The materials are fairly straightforward. 2 pairs of cave spider compound eyes, a heart from a gargoyle king, 2 vials of vile poison, and 7 soul-filled spirit orbs. We have nearly collected all of them. However, the relic remains elusive as the alchemist provided scant clues, making our search quite troublesome." Jiu Xiaobai nodded slightly. "So your primary goal now is to find this so-called relic?" "Exactly," Shang Wanlai confirmed. "It is said that the relic does not appear at all times. It only manifests briefly during the new moon when the aura of darkness is at its peak, which is why we have been waiting in the desolate land for so long." After several days of observation, Mu Rongyun and I finally deduced that tonight is likely the new moon. The flames licked the tender, peeled mouse meat, slowly transforming it into an enticing golden brown, releasing a delicious aroma. Mu Rongyun retrieved several jars from her backpack, all filled with seasonings, indicating her frequent outdoor missions and thorough preparation. Jiu Xiaobai sat beside them, earnestly contemplating Shang Wanlai his earlier words. He furrowed his brow and spoke. "The items the alchemist requested make sense, but do they actually require those 7 soul-filled spirit orbs in the alchemical process?" Shang Wanlai thought for a moment before shaking his head. "To be honest, I'm not well-versed in alchemy. However, as mercenaries, once we accept a task from a client, we are obliged to fulfill it. That is a principle every mercenary should uphold." Jiu Xiaobai nodded and inquired further. "But according to what you just said, the relic only appears during the new moon for a brief time. What if you miss it? Wouldn't you then have to wait another month?" Shang Wanlai dismissed his concerns. "In undertaking tasks, patience is paramount. The longest task I ever completed took nearly 6 months. Without patience, one cannot thrive as a mercenary. Moreover, if it's a matter of detecting the aura of darkness, it's a simple task for Mu Rongyun." Upon hearing this, Mu Rongyun blushed and smiled. "Well, President, I'm not quite as formidable as you suggest. At tea times like these, modesty is unnecessary. This is precisely your forte." Shang Wanlai remarked, patting Mu Rongyun on the shoulder. Jiu Xiaobai tilted his head, curious. Sister Morong is sensitive to the aura of darkness. "Well, to put it simply," Mu Rongyun tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. "Appearing somewhat shy, I'm a dark magic user, so my sensitivity to the aura of darkness is indeed stronger than the average person's." Gu Xiaobai understood now why Shang Wanlai was so confident. Indeed, if that were the case, their chances of success would certainly increase. However, the desolate land is vast, and finding the right location in one attempt is still quite challenging. Mu Rongyun added, "If luck is on my side, I might locate it tonight, but if not, I fear this task could take half a year or even a year, given that there is only one opportunity each month." Jiu Xiaobai fell silent for a moment before speaking up. "Actually, Brother Shangwan, Sister Morong, there is something I must inform you of." Faced with the puzzled gazes of Shang Wanlai and Mu Rongyun, Gu Xiaobai spoke candidly. "Wuyin town was just attacked by a horde of skeleton monsters today, and the orchestrator of this attack is a 6th-tier high-ranking lich." Shang Wanlai and Mu Rongyun were immediately taken aback, exchanging alarmed glances. "A 6th-tier high-ranking lich? How is that possible? My heavens! What about Wuyin town now?" Seeing their shocked expressions, Gu Xiaobai hastily reassured them. "Rest assured, Wuyin town is currently safe. The skeleton monsters have been temporarily repelled. However, the lich remains in the desolate land, and I worry that if you stay here, you may encounter danger. Therefore, if possible, I urge you both to return to Wuyin Town and postpone this task until next month. Shang Wanlai lowered his gaze, his brow furrowed in thought for a while before addressing Gu Xiaobai. Gu Xiaobai, such crucial information should have been conveyed to us sooner. It's not too late to mention it now, Mu Rongyun interjected. While the Lich has yet to launch a second assault, I believe we should return post-haste. Indeed, you are right. Shang Wanlai turned to Gu Xiaobai. Since the desolate land is currently fraught with peril, do you wish to return with us? Gu Xiaobai forced a smile, saying, I appreciate your kind intentions, Brother Shangwan. However, I have a pressing matter to attend to in this burial ground that must be resolved swiftly. Might I inquire what exactly it is? Perhaps we could be of assistance. Shang Wanlai asked, I need to locate a plant known as mist-condensing grass. Gu Xiaobai replied with a wry smile. This herb is rather rare, found only in places steeped in chilling, dark energy. I'm not sure if you have encountered it before. Murong Yun's expression grew solemn as she murmured, Are you referring to the herb whose sap can obscure mental energy? Now that you mention it, I've sensed a 6th-tier high-level undead aura emanating from you. Wait, 6th-tier undead? Her face paled, disbelief flooding her features as she stared intently at Gu Xiaobai. Gu Xiaobai nodded helplessly. Yes, it's that accursed lich. He has placed a mental mark upon me. Du Ming continued to grapple with Sean. Theoretically, one would expect a spellcaster like a lich to possess limited melee capabilities. Yet, the lich before Du Ming matched him in combat, not allowing him to gain any significant advantage. Had Du Ming known that this lich had once been a 7th-tier swordsman in life, he might not have been so astonished. Nevertheless, for Du Ming, the goal of stalling had been achieved. He had been engaged in combat with the lich for a full 3 hours, leaving a trail of devastation in their wake. However, for reasons unknown, Du Ming began to sense that the situation was amiss. Initially, he had been the one keeping the lich occupied, preventing its escape, but now it seemed the tables had turned. With the lich pursuing him, an ominous premonition gripped Du Ming. Feigning a move, he retreated, declaring, Listen well, if you dare to encroach upon the territories of humanity again, I shall ensure we are locked in a fight to the death. As he uttered these dramatic words, Du Ming was already preparing to leave. Yet, the lich let out a peculiar laugh, laced with mockery. Fight to the death? Huh. Do you truly believe I cannot defeat you? The reason I have been entertaining you here is solely to prevent you from disrupting my plans. Yet you have unwittingly played into my hands. Now you wish to depart. I fear it may be too late. Du Ming was momentarily taken aback, his grip on the spear trembling slightly. Could this be a strategy to lure him away? This is bad. Mist-hidden town is in peril. The paths through this burial ground are treacherous. I shall never return here again. Wei Chunshu muttered softly. He gasped for breath, struggling onward toward Mist-hidden town. Due to excessive exhaustion from earlier, it took him nearly 3 hours to traverse from the domain of the cave spiders to the outskirts of the burial ground. Perhaps it was due to the remarkable efficacy of the sword Du Ming had given him. But throughout his journey, he had not encountered a single skeleton monster. Alas, I wonder how Brother Xiaobai is faring. Has he managed to escape? The thought of Gu Xiaobai's uncertain fate filled Wei Chunshu with deep concern. He could not believe that Gu Xiaobai would abandon him to flee alone. After all, if Gu Xiaobai were that kind of person, he would not have dragged Wei Chunshu along in the first place, but would have opted to escape solo. Moreover, the last image imprinted in Wei Chunshu's mind before losing consciousness was Gu Xiaobai pushing him aside at a critical moment, aiding him in avoiding that spell. Yet because of Gu Xiaobai's intervention, Wei Chunshu still bore a painful bump on his head. How terribly it aches! I sincerely hope Brother Xiaobai is safe, Wei Chunshu thought to himself, just as he was about to continue for another half hour. With the walls of mist-hidden town soon coming into view, Wei Chunshu suddenly halted. Even from several kilometers away, he could faintly hear the sounds of battle, although the distance rendered the details indistinct. The anger, despair, and unwillingness conveyed within those cries rang clear. Wei Chunshu's heart skipped a beat. Could it be, despite his body being utterly exhausted, he somehow summoned a few more strands of strength, gritting his teeth? He clutched Du Ming's sword and staggered toward mist-hidden town. Why had he not encountered a single skeleton monster along the way? Were they truly deterred by Du Ming's sword? Or had they seized the opportunity while Du Ming was absent to launch a second wave of attack on Mist-Hidden Town? Wei Chunshu dared not speculate. His only option was to muster all his strength and sprint back to Mist-Hidden Town at the fastest pace he could manage. Hurry, just a bit faster. Wei Chunshu clenched his jaw and pressed forward. Though he was on the brink of collapse, each time he felt he could no longer persevere, a flicker of strength ignited within him, propelling him onward. Even if it was merely to ascertain the current state of Mist-Hidden Town, it was better than remaining in ignorance. As he pressed on, the once indistinct sounds of battle became increasingly clearer. At last, after climbing a hill, Wei Chunshu finally caught sight of the situation in Mist-Hidden Town. Just one glance left him too weak to continue, collapsing to the ground, yet a smile of relief graced his face. What he beheld was a vast expanse of skeleton monsters, alongside nearly 100 cave spiders. These undead invaders were launching wave after wave of assaults on Mist-Hidden Town. This onslaught was evidently more ferocious than the previous one, and the situation was far more dire. Yet even so, Mist-Hidden Town held strong. Catapults had been set up atop the walls, each stone weighing 1,000 pounds, with each stone that soared from the battlements. It meant that a considerable number of skeleton monsters would be reduced to dust beneath the falling boulders. Such powerful weaponry, in the face of the current crisis, needed no precise aim. Merely adjusting the direction to launch the stones would suffice for a harvest. On fortunate occasions, they might even strike the cave spiders. Unfortunately, the reloading speed of the catapults was painfully slow. After firing one stone, a full 10 minutes elapsed before another could be launched. Wei Chunshu lay on the ground, gazing at the ocean of skeletons and the cave spiders hidden among them, spitting corrosive webs at the walls and human soldiers, his brow furrowed in deep concern. Although the walls provided some protection, this horde of skeletons could not be held back indefinitely. Moreover, they were not alone. The cave spiders posed an even greater threat. Each spray of their corrosive webs left fist-sized craters in the walls. Were it not for their slow attack speed and the necessity to pause for web production, the walls of Mist-Hidden Town would have undoubtedly collapsed by now. Even so, the situation remained grim. If humanity could not identify a pivotal turning point to alter the tide of battle, the fall of Mist-Hidden Town would merely be a matter of time. Wei Chunshu's eyes burned with fury. He longed to rush down and engage the undead in battle. Yet he restrained himself. It was not out of fear of death, but rather because he was well aware of his dwindling strength. To charge recklessly would be tantamount to delivering one's self as fodder. Furthermore, if he were to perish, he wished it to be of value. Simply slaying a few skeletons would not assist the overall struggle. He needed to devise a plan, a well-thought-out strategy. That it was crucial to recognize that the most significant threat to Mist-Hidden Town was not the overwhelming numbers of skeletons, but rather the nearly 100 cave spiders. If he could find a way to eliminate as many cave spiders as possible, perhaps there was still hope for Mist-Hidden Town. Wei Chunshu turned his gaze toward the sword he had been gripping tightly, the one lent to him by General Du Ming. He could sense the surging waves of energy emanating from the blade, undoubtedly a high-tier piece of equipment. While he could not specify its exact grade, he mused if it were to explode, it would surely be exhilarating. The most pressing issue at hand is that the magical energy within him has not yet sufficiently replenished, rendering him unable to wield the heavenly annihilation once more. Moreover, should he wait for recovery, it would take at least another hour. Can Wuyin Town truly endure for that long? Just as Wei Chunshu was consumed by concern, a gentle radiance suddenly erupted from the ramparts of Wuyin Town. This brilliance caused Wei Chunshu's pupils to constrict slightly, his face illuminating with surprise. It was an 8th-tier healing magic, the Resurgence Radiance. Within the entirety of Wuyin Town, only one person could invoke such a spell, Tang Mingho, one of the 4 prominent bronze-tier mercenaries, renowned as the Light of Dawn, an 8th-tier upper-level powerhouse. Tang Mingho, the youngest among the 4 bronze-tier mercenaries in Wuyin Town, had once been lauded by Shangwan Lai as one of the unparalleled prodigies of cultivation in the town. At the age of 19, he possessed a sunny disposition with a warm smile, and his character was famously amiable, despite his 8th-tier upper-level prowess, which granted him a place of esteem in Wuyin Town. He never carried himself with arrogance. Moreover, He would invariably step forward to lend a hand whenever someone was in need, earning him an excellent reputation throughout the town. It is worth mentioning that Tang Mingho had consecutively secured the first place in the male category of Wuyin Town's Dream Lover selection for 4 years. Incidentally, had the event not been divided by gender, Tang Mingho's score might have been even higher. The title Light of Dawn was predominantly attributed to his penchant for altruism. Wherever he appeared, it seemed that nothing was impossible, much like the first rays of dawn bringing hope to the world. Additionally, according to a certain Ms. Song Xiaoshuan, who preferred to remain anonymous, Tang Mingho's smile radiated warmth akin to the light of dawn, thus solidifying the appropriateness of the title Light of Dawn. This sentiment was echoed by all of Tang Mingho's admirers in Wuyin Town. Yet now, the warm smile that once adorned Tang Mingho's face had vanished, replaced by an expression of profound seriousness. Having just unleashed a resurgence radiance, and without a moment's respite, Tang Mingho leaped high, standing on the very edge of the city wall, his body erupting once more with a dazzling glow. "Prepare for defense," Tang Mingho bellowed, as his words echoed. Thousands of attacks were already hurtling toward him from the base of the wall. Due to the radiant glow enveloping him, he had become a conspicuous target on the battlefield. Furthermore, the holy aura emanating from him was precisely what undead creatures abhorred. In an instant, a storm of bone spears was hurled forth, mingling with corrosive spider silk that obscured the sky, all aimed directly at the defiant Tang Mingho, standing atop the ramparts. Just as the onslaught seemed poised to strike him, a faint golden barrier suddenly enveloped his form. The attacks that would have pierced his body were deflected upon contact with this protective layer. This was the 8th tier Holy Magic, Vengeance Barrier. This spell siphoned the user's magical energy, converting it into a protective shield that enveloped the caster. The shield's durability could be restored by withdrawing more magical energy. In other words, as long as the user retained any magical energy, the barrier would remain effective. Its function, while seemingly straightforward, was astonishing in its efficacy. It rebounded attacks. In that moment, many of the skeleton foes who had launched their assaults against Tang Mingho found themselves impaled by the very bone spears they had thrown, littering the ground with their remains. Additionally, several strands of corrosive silk spat by cave spiders were also repelled. Though these retaliatory strikes did not inflict fatal harm, they did leave several gaping wounds on the creatures. Aside from the attacks that accurately targeted Tang Mingho, a substantial number of bone spears veered toward other soldiers stationed on the city wall. While they lacked the defensive skills of Tang Mingho, the soldiers had already taken precautions thanks to his earlier warning. Except for a few unfortunate souls who were struck by bone spears, the overwhelming majority of the defending soldiers remained unscathed. However, the faint golden barrier enveloping Tang Mingho was rapidly dimming, and his expression grew increasingly grave, for the sheer volume of attacks was draining his magical energy at an alarming rate. Perhaps in just a second, his vengeance barrier would shatter. Naturally, such a scenario had been anticipated by Tang Mingho. Thus, sensing that his magical reserves were nearly depleted, he exerted his legs with great force, leaping backward while calling out, "Xia Xiaoyu, I'm on my way." A clear, crisp voice rang out before he could finish that. In that instant, a figure appeared before Tang Mingho. It was a petite girl, her ponytail symbolizing youth and vitality bouncing behind her. Anyone who laid eyes on her would undoubtedly think, this is a girl brimming with energy, yet astonishingly, she wielded a shield that towered over her, seemingly as large as a door. Even more incredible was that this girl could effortlessly hold the shield with one hand, prompting skepticism about its actual weight. Long ago, Tang Mingho had shared such doubts and had even sought confirmation. Upon hearing his intentions, the girl named Xia Xiaoyu simply smiled and tossed the shield toward him with ease. Following that encounter, even with Tang Mingho's remarkable recovery abilities, he found himself confined to his home for over half a month before he could venture outside. Xia Xiaoyu, like Tang Mingho, was a bronze-tier mercenary affiliated with the Wuyin Town Mercenary Guild. Boasting 8th-tier upper-level prowess and the moniker Fearless Shield, it had been mentioned earlier that Shangguan Lai had praised Tang Mingho as one of the unparalleled prodigies of cultivation in Wuyin Town. And the reason for the one-of was the presence of Xia Xiaoyu. Though she appeared diminutive, she was actually several months older than Tang Mingho. Xia Xiaoyu was quite a notable figure in Wuyin Town. Not merely because she became a bronze-tier mercenary at such a young age, but also because it delightfully charming to see a petite girl wielding a massive shield. Xia Xiaoyu, an 8th-tier upper-level warrior, stood apart from the other 3 8th-tier bronze mercenaries in Wuyin Town. The skills she possessed, whether innate or self-taught, were all defensive in nature. In other words, she had no offensive abilities. Her only means of inflicting damage was her extraordinary strength as she swung the large shield at foes. With a series of metallic clangs, an untold number of bone spears collided against the large shield in Xia Xiaoyu's hands within mere seconds, yet the girl stood unwavering, even turning her head to glance at Tang Mingho with a cheerful expression. "Hey, you good? Quite all right. Fortunately, your timing was impeccable. Otherwise, I might have met my end today," Tang Mingho replied with a smile, his tone devoid of any lingering fear, as if he had always believed Xia Xiaoyu would appear before him in time. "How long until the vengeance barrier cools down? Can your body withstand it?" Xia Xiaoyu inquired. Tang Mingho pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "The vengeance barrier consumes too much. For me, I can only use it once a day now." Upon hearing this, Xia Xiaoyu sighed in frustration, lamenting, "This is troublesome. If only Uncle Shangwan and Aunt Yin weren't out on a mission, we wouldn't have to be working ourselves to the bone." Pausing briefly, Xia Xiaoyu blinked her eyes and asked Tang Mingho, "Xiaohao, do you think we can hold our ground this time?" Without a moment's hesitation, Tang Mingho nodded vigorously. "We absolutely can, little brother Gu." "Are you truly not coming with us?" Shangwan Lai inquired with a furrowed brow. Murongyan echoed, "Indeed, it's far too dangerous here. Even if you could transform into an undead creature, what if you were discovered?" With your 9th-tier lower-level strength, in response to their well-meaning concerns, Gu Xiaobai simply flashed a confident smile at Shangwan Lai and Murongyan. "It's all right, if things go awry, I still have Xiaoyu. The moment the situation turns dire, I will withdraw immediately. Just rest assured." Then he paused for a moment and continued, "Now that I am aware of the information regarding the misty condensation grass, I must seize the opportunity to obtain it as soon as possible. Otherwise, being constantly monitored by a 6th-tier lich is rather unsettling." Just moments ago, Murongyan had handed Gu Xiaobai a map, which was presumably for her and Shangwan Lai's personal use, adorned with elegant annotations. One particular location was circled by Murongyan, with the words "misty condensation grass" inscribed nearby. Previously, while gathering alchemical materials, Shangwan Lai and Murongyan had encountered this plant, but, lacking any immediate need, had merely marked it on the map without collecting it, inadvertently facilitating Gu Xiaobai's quest. The marked location lay deeper within a settlement of 8th-tier undead creatures, where, theoretically, 7th-tier magical beasts might occasionally roam, although the likelihood was minimal. Nevertheless, Gu Xiaobai needed to remain exceedingly vigilant. Should he find himself surrounded by a horde of gargoyles as before, escape would be utterly impossible. "We shall take our leave now. Do take care, young brother Gu," Shangwan Lai advised before stepping in front of Murongyan and squatting down with his back turned her, to Gu Xiaobai's astonishment. Murongyan effortlessly climbed onto Shangwan Lai's back. "Well, you see, mages tend to have weaker physiques and cannot run swiftly," Shangwan Lai hastily explained. "So, farewell." Gu Xiaobai stood there, dazed, watching Shangwan Lai's retreating figure, rendered momentarily speechless. "Understand the reasoning, but really, you two are crossing the line," he thought. "Have you considered Shangwan Xiaoya's mother's feelings? Wait, what if Murongyan is actually Shangwan Xiaoya's mother? When the opportunity arises, I must investigate this further." Gu Xiaobai turned to glance at Xiao Xiao, who sat forlornly, gazing at Shangwan Lai's departing silhouette, a look of melancholy etched upon his face. "Time to prepare for our journey. Why are you being so sentimental?" Gu Xiaobai gently patted Xiao Xiao's back, ready to mount. "That you're such a large dog. Haven't you ever seen affectionate dogs before?" Due to Shangwan Lai and Murongyan's departure, the Qingfeng sword finally had the opportunity to speak. With a cheeky laugh, it remarked, "Ahem, this sword knows why Xiao Xiao is feeling down. Oh. Do enlighten me," Gu Xiaobai replied, intrigued. "It's quite simple. Look at Shangwan Lai. He is carrying a stunning beauty on his back. And think about it. During their run, there must be some physical contact, right? Perhaps a little breast massage?" Gu Xiaobai's face darkened instantly. "What the hell? How can this broken sword be so filthy? This is a serious novel, for goodness sake. Stop talking. All right. Since you're the protagonist, your word is law, the Chung Feng sword muttered. But you should understand my point. He's carrying a beauty and enjoying benefits, while Xiao Xiao here is left with nothing but a mere skeleton to carry. Gu Xiaobai's face flushed. How can you say there are no benefits? I take very good care of him. The Chung Feng sword replied disdainfully. Oh, then why don't you break off a bone for him to chew on? Gu Xiaobai fell silent. See? If I were in your position, I wouldn't be pleased either, the Chung Feng sword boasted, using this statement to conclude their debate. The outcome of the argument was a complete defeat for Gu Xiaobai. Xiao Xiao, I'm truly sorry. I promise to find you a beautiful female dog in the future, Gu Xiaobai swore, tears streaming down his face. Whoosh, Xiao Xiao softly responded, his eyes glimmering with tears as well. The Chung Feng sword remarked from the side. Still thinking of finding a partner for another dog, when you yourself are a single skeleton. Hey, that's enough, Gu Xiaobai retorted, as expected of a sword that had lived for centuries. Gu Xiaobai felt as though he could never win an argument against it, even if he combined forces with 10 of himself. Riding on Xiao Xiao, Gu Xiaobai navigated through the desolate forests of the burial grounds. According to the map in his hand, he was nearing the location of the misty condensation grass discovered by Shangwan Lai and Murongyan. In no more than 5 minutes, the grass would likely come into view. According to Shangwan Lai, there were no signs of undead creature activity in the vicinity of the misty condensation grass, which was excellent news for Gu Xiaobai. This meant he would not have to engage in combat with other undead for the sake of this grass. After all, he stood no chance against any of them. However, as he progressed, a sliver of doubt crept into Gu Xiaobai's mind. He sensed that something was amiss. I say, broken sword, could your information be flawed? Gu Xiaobai inquired. The Chung Feng sword retorted indignantly. What nonsense! How could my intelligence possibly be incorrect? Dare you doubt me? And I might just pierce you through, but look for yourself. According to the map, we are almost at the location where the misty condensation grass grows, correct? Gu Xiaobai pointed out. The Chung Feng sword, confused, asked, so what? So, don't you notice that this place lacks any substantial chill? Gu Xiaobai sighed. This is completely different from the information you provided. Only then did the Chung Feng sword realize that the area truly lacked the coldness it had previously mentioned. Not only was there no water source, but there is also nearly no chill at all. Logically, such a place should not support the growth of misty condensation grass. Perhaps the map given by those two humans is erroneous. Marking the wrong location, the Chung Feng sword suggested, attempting to concoct a reasonable excuse for the current situation, or perhaps they misidentified the plan entirely, and what grew here was not misty condensation grass at all. Regardless, the Chung Feng sword was adamant about not admitting any faults in its information, but Jiu Xiaobai did not rush to counter it. Instead, he gestured for Xiao Xiao to halt and extended his hand forward. Look over there. Is that not the misty condensation grass you mentioned? The Chung Feng sword's incessant chatter abruptly ceased. Before them, less than 20 meters away, stood a silver-white blade of grass enveloped in a delicate mist. Oh my goodness, this is actually the misty condensation grass. The Chung Feng sword was taken aback. Just ahead of Gu Xiaobai, less than 20 meters away, the silver-white misty condensation grass grew quietly, its seemingly tender blades trembling gently in the breeze. Surrounding the grass was a faint mist. If Gu Xiaobai looked closely, he would notice that the white mist was being continuously absorbed by the misty condensation grass and then slowly released back into the air. This can't be right. It shouldn't be like this, the Chung Feng sword protested. For misty condensation grass to develop such a perfect silver hue, it must have accumulated hundreds, if not thousands, of years of medicinal properties. How could such a precious treasure go unnoticed by magical beasts? Curiously, Gu Xiaobai asked, so according to you, the misty condensation grass wasn't originally silver-white. Correct, the Chung Feng sword replied, vibrating slightly. Ordinary misty condensation grass is typically blue-white. They absorb the chill from their surroundings to obtain nutrients and expel waste gases, which manifest as the mist we see. Over time, their surfaces develop silver stripes. The older the misty condensation grass, the more silver stripes it will have. However, this is the first time I've seen a whole plant turn completely silver white. It is truly astonishing. After hearing the Chungfeng sword's explanation, Gu Xiaobai scratched his head and mused. Perhaps the undead in this burial ground are simply ignorant and have left it undisturbed, allowing it to thrive until now. In truth, Gu Xiaobai was aware that this explanation was somewhat far-fetched. He just couldn't think of any other reasoning to justify the situation before him. The Chungfeng sword remained silent for a considerable time, clearly just as perplexed by the misty condensation grass's condition. Of course, this broken sword was not known for its intelligence. After a long pause, it quietly remarked, "The most critical issue is that for a misty condensation grass to grow to this size, it must require an immense amount of chill. But look at this area. The chill is pitifully sparse. Even the most resilient of low-grade fog herbs would find it impossible to survive. Yet what could be the reason for this particular specimen's extraordinary growth?" Gu Xiaobai stroked his chin, and a sudden flash of inspiration struck him. Could it be that the chilling energy lies beneath the surface? The Chungfeng sword paused for a moment, but quickly regained composure and inquired, "Are you suggesting it absorbs through its roots?" "Exactly." Gu Xiaobai felt he had unearthed the truth. Perhaps something underground was continuously supplying this fog herb with chilling energy. "Well, that is quite a thought." "Little Bone," the Chungfeng sword exclaimed, clearly impressed by his idea. "Let us first collect that fog herb, and then we can dig deeper to see if we can unearth any treasures that be by the way." "I have good news. A high-grade fog herb like this one has a significantly greater volume of sap within its roots and leaves, making its effects much more potent. If you can locate that spiritual mark and apply this fog herb as sap over it, you might even erase the mark entirely." Ji Xiaobai was elated. "Is there really such a possibility? How delightful!" He hastily dismounted from his companion, the little creature, and prepared to dig up the herb. Although the Chungfeng sword was somewhat displeased at being treated as a mere shovel, the thought of a treasure lying just beneath its nose made those minor grievances vanish in a thin air. However, just as Gu Xiaobai was about to dash toward the fog herb, the little creature suddenly clamped its jaws onto the hem of Gu Xiaobai's black robe, refusing to let him advance. Gu Xiaobai turned in confusion to the little creature. "What is wrong, little one? Is something amiss?" The little creature glanced around, its expression perplexed. Since entering this area, it had sensed that something was off. Yet despite its keen observations, it found no traces of magical beasts or undead creatures nearby. Thus, it seemed safe here. Nevertheless, an inexplicable sense of unease lingered within Ji Xiaobai, scanned the surroundings for quite some time, but saw no sign of any other beings. He gently patted the little creature's back and reassured, "Don't worry. Nothing will happen." He assumed the little creature's anxiety stemmed from their earlier encounter with the gargoyle, leading it to be overly suspicious. After finally calming the agitated little creature, Gu Xiaobai looked up at the sky. Although the burial grounds obscured the sun, he could still discern that nightfall was approaching. This meant he needed to hasten his actions. He was eager to finish his task and return home for dinner. However, the moment he stepped within 10 meters of the fog herb, an unexpected change occurred. A fierce chill suddenly erupted from within the fog herb, swiftly expanding to envelop a vast area around it. What in the world is happening? Gu Xiaobai was caught off guard, unable to escape as the frosty mist enveloped him. The little creature behind him was also ensnared. As soon as it sensed the danger, the chilling fog had already swept over, mercilessly consuming it as well. Heavens, how could such a torrent of chilling energy manifest so suddenly? The Chungfeng sword shouted in panic, "Little Bone, you must escape. You won't last long against this." Gu Xiaobai thought, "Do I need you to tell me that?" He was acutely aware of his own limits. Yet he lacked the strength to respond. The power of this chilling fog far exceeded his capacity to endure, and even moving his mouth felt daunting, let alone fleeing. What is this? Just a simple mission in the burial grounds turned into a near-death experience. After laboring to find a refuge, he encountered a lich. Barely escaping its clutches, he was then besieged by a horde of gargoyles, nearly losing his life. And now, just when luck seemed to favor him with the arrival of Shangguan Lai and Murong Yun, his life was once again on the line. That perish at the hands of Fog Er would be a disgrace even Gu Xiaobai could not bear. What on earth is going on? Is it a streak of bad luck? Why has the entire day been fraught with life-threatening crises? Yet, The thought of endangering the little creature alongside him filled Gu Xiaobai with guilt. A woo! From the other side of the chilling mist came the low growl of the little creature. Gu Xiaobai frowned in confusion. The growl sounded surprisingly robust. Could it be that it was unharmed? Moreover, it seemed as though the growl was charged with energy. Woof! Before he could ponder further, a resounding bark erupted, accompanied by a blazing inferno. As an 8th-tier, mid-level hellhound, the little creature theoretically possessed 2 innate skills. However, throughout their time together, Gu Xiaobai had yet to witness it utilize either skill. Even when directly asked, it merely gazed back at him blankly. Now, however, the little creature astonished Gu Xiaobai. The bright flames were a stark contrast in the icy mist, allowing Gu Xiaobai to easily locate the little creature. There it was, continuously spewing forth a stream of fire as thick as a bowl, unwavering. Thanks to this fiery display, the surrounding temperature began to warm slightly. Little one, splendid work, Gu Xiaobai exclaimed, unable to contain his praise. With such a powerful technique, why didn't you use it sooner? The little creature responded with a display of excitement, but the Changfeng sword observed with a hint of concern. Wait a moment. Little Bone, don't you think something seems off about the little one's state? Huh. I think it looks quite normal. Isn't it just being its usual playful self? Gu Xiaobai scrutinized the exuberant little creature, failing to detect anything amiss. But don't you feel that it appears to be panicking? The Changfeng sword stated seriously, I can't shake the feeling that it has lost control. Ji Xiaobai paused, then began to closely observe the little creature. Under the Changfeng sword's prompting, he finally recognized the issue. The little creature was spewing fire uncontrollably. It wasn't just an enthusiastic outburst. It seemed unable to stop, as if its mouth could not close. Watching the little creature roll and howl in the icy mist, the unyielding fire seemed glued to its mouth, refusing to cease. Ji Xiaobai couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of the situation. Although he felt guilty, the scene was undeniably amusing. In any case, thanks to the little creature's fiery stream, the icy mist had dissipated significantly, and the temperature remained within a bearable range. Ji Xiaobai's life was once again precariously sustained. However, this also birthed a profound question in Gu Xiaobai's mind. The little creature was undoubtedly employing its innate skill, so the question arose, why couldn't it control its own talent? Observing the little creature's frantic demeanor, Gu Xiaobai sensed that it had no foreknowledge of what would transpire before unleashing the fire. The occurrence seemed to stem from a subconscious reaction triggered by the icy mist, which was clearly illogical. If this line of reasoning continued, it was possible that the little creature, possessing 2 innate skills as an 8th-tier beast, was entirely unaware of what its other skill might be. Hey, Broken Sword, is there any innate skill among the Hellhound S2 that involves fire? Gu Xiaobai couldn't help but inquire. The Changfeng sword responded with uncertainty. As far as I recall, their ISN T1 to Hellhounds are wind element beasts, and their 2 innate skills from birth are speed and windblade. Some may develop a fire-related skill upon reaching 7th tier, but this little one is clearly still at 8th tier. Before Gu Xiaobai and the Changfeng sword could reach a conclusion, they witnessed the little creature emit a pitiful wail of relief. Collapsing exhaustedly to the ground, motionless, with the fire stream finally extinguished. Wait, it can control the fire now, Gu Xiaobai exclaimed in delight. The Changfeng sword replied quietly, take a closer look. It has exhausted its magical energy and can no longer produce fire. Gu Xiaobai, how do you know? Can't you see its eye feel completely drained expression? It's unmistakable. Cheng Fengjian was resolutely confident in his conjecture. As anticipated. Just as Cheng Fengjian had asserted, the magic power within Xiao Xiao had been utterly depleted. Due to excessive overextension, Xiao Xiao's physical state was now exceedingly frail, rendering even the slightest movement a formidable challenge. Although the icy mist in the air had largely been dispelled by Xiao Xiao, the price paid was the temporary loss of combat capability. This meant that should any unforeseen circumstances arise henceforth, Gu Xiaobai would most likely be left to await his demise. The one in grass quivered gently, possessing a rudimentary intelligence that recognized its ice mist had failed to deter the unwelcome guests before it. Thus it naturally became agitated. After being stirred by the one in grass, the sky had completely darkened. Fortunately, Gu Xiaobai, being a skeletal creature, had long since acclimated to such an environment, having resided in the land of the dead. He strode forward and unceremoniously uprooted the wanting grass. To his astonishment, he discovered that the root system of this wanting grass was not particularly developed, though the roots were resilient and did not break despite Gu Xiaobai's tug. Their length was quite limited, appearing incapable of burrowing deep underground to absorb the chilling energy. Pondering thoughtfully, Gu Xiaobai crouched down, inserting his fingers into the soil to discern its qualities. However, this only deepened his suspicions. "Little Bone, have you made any discoveries?" Cheng Fengjian inquired with eager anticipation, awaiting the revelations. Gu Xiaobai shook his head, his expression peculiar as he replied, "The soil here is quite dry. It seems the wanting grass's chilling energy does not derive from beneath the surface." "Well, that is indeed strange," Cheng Fengjian remarked in astonishment. "Could it be that this wanting grass is a variant? One that thrives without the need for chilling energy?" Upon hearing the term variant, Gu Xiaobai could not help but feel a pang of anxiety. Hey, Broken Sword, please don't frighten me. I went to great lengths to find this wanting grass. If its medicinal properties truly change due to mutation, where will I go to lament? That's not for me to decide. Is it? If it comes to it, why not give a try and find out? Cheng Fengjian suggested. Gu Xiaobai stroked his chin, considering Cheng Fengjian's logic. He placed the wanting grass into the inner pocket of his dark robe, intending to bring it back to Wuyin Town for experimentation. After all, conducting tests in such a perilous location was ill-advised. Though Xiao Xiao's magic power had been entirely exhausted, its recovery was not overly sluggish. Observing its current state, Gu Xiaobai estimated that after resting for about an hour, it should regain a significant portion of its strength. Idly waiting was evidently dull, so Gu Xiaobai began conversing with Cheng Fengjian to alleviate his boredom. I actually think we are quite fortunate. Look, there are hardly any magical beasts near this wanting grass, just like a safe zone. Indeed, this matter has eluded this sword-esque understanding thus far. Cheng Fengjian replied. Even Xiao Xiao's casual emission of a fire pillar was sufficient to dissipate the ice mist of this wanting grass. If a mere 7th-grade creature were to appear, wouldn't it be a simple task to pluck it away? Surely there have not been so many years in the land of the dead without a single undead creature recognizing its worth. Gu Xiaobai chuckled, whimsically suggesting, perhaps this wanting grass has some powerful backing? "Oh, quite insightful. Little Bone, you possess quite a vivid imagination. Perhaps once you transform, you could write novels in human society to earn a living. Really? I believe I had a knack for it as well." "Ha ha!" Gu Xiaobai laughed, but his mirth was abruptly cut short as he felt a sudden chill creeping down his spine. He remained silent for a long while before cautiously speaking up. Broken Sword. I can't help but wonder if I've inadvertently stumbled onto something serious. Why do I suddenly feel a chilling sensation on my back? How coincidental. This sword feels the same way. Why don't you take a glance behind you? No. My mental fortitude is quite fragile. What if I were to be scared to death? Speaking of which, I've been concealing something from you. It seems now is the time to reveal the truth. I have a congenital heart condition and cannot withstand fright. "Pa, you are but a skeletal creature. How could you possibly have a congenital heart condition? Do you want me to pierce you through?" As their banter escalated, both Gu Xiaobai and Cheng Fengjian's voices began to tremble, not solely from the cold, but from rising panic. "Shall we turn back together?" Cheng Fengjian suggested. "Good idea. Let's do that." Gu Xiaobai concurred. He raised Cheng Fengjian, took a deep breath, and slowly turned around. As Gu Xiaobai pivoted, a wave of chilling energy surged toward him. This chilling aura was significantly more potent than the icy mist previously exhaled by the wanting grass, even evoking a sensation as though one's very soul could be frozen. Yet, Gu Xiaobai was too preoccupied to fully register this chilling energy. His attention was entirely consumed by the mysterious entity that had appeared before him. His heart brimming with profound astonishment. What is this? Gu Xiaobai would never have imagined that he would encounter such a marvel in the land of the dead. He and Cheng Fengjian stared intently at the phenomenon before them, remaining silent for an extended period before simultaneously exclaiming in awe, "What on earth?" Before them, approximately 10 paces away, stood an imposing palace, having seemingly materialized out of nowhere. At each corner of the palace stood 4 stout white stone columns, while the surrounding walls were constructed from an unknown gray material, imparting a somber and oppressive atmosphere to the entire structure. Towering spires rose on either side of the palace's facade, their apex adorned with pure white skulls, seemingly symbolic of something profound. In contrast to these spires, the palace's dome soared high into the clouds, resembling a sharp sword poised to pierce the heavens. At that moment, the grand entrance of the palace stood wide open, revealing flickering blue-white flames dancing upon the walls within. The dense, chilling energy emanated forth from these ajar doors. Jiu Xiaobai had previously occupied a vast expanse of open land, now entirely overshadowed by the palace. Earlier, he had wondered why there was such a large clearing in the forest, but now he harbored an inkling of suspicion. Perhaps this seemingly incongruous clearing had been reserved from the very beginning for the arrival of this palace. Even Xiao Xiao, lying on the ground to regain energy, could not resist lifting its head, its gaze fixed curiously on the palace shrouded in darkness. Yet what surprised Gu Xiaobai was that even though the chilling energy spilling from the palace was more intense, he felt no bone-deep coldness. The chilling aura flowed past him, bestowing only a refreshing sensation of comfort. Jiu Xiaobai pondered whether he had encountered a mere illusion of chilling energy. However, it raised an intriguing question. Was the thriving of this wanting grass due to the continuous cooling provided by such a grand ice repository? He glanced back at the spot where the wanting grass had previously grown, discovering it positioned precisely at the palace entrance. Little Bone, do you remember when those 2 8th-grade humans mentioned something to you? Cheng Fengjian suddenly inquired. Jiu Xiaobai paused to reflect, then quickly connected the dots with the current situation, realizing the answer. Are you saying this is the relic they sought? Cheng Fengjian softly affirmed. Indeed. That fellow, Shang Wanlai, once mentioned that the relic they were searching for would only manifest during the new moon and would release a significant amount of nether energy. It seems that what we encountered before was not chilling energy at all, but rather nether energy. Otherwise, given your 9th-grade constitution, you would have been frozen solid by now. Jiu Xiaobai came to a realization, looking up as the last vestiges of twilight vanished from the horizon. With the departure of daylight came the peak of the Yin energy. It seemed certain. Jiu Xiaobai gazed at the wide-open palace doors, murmuring, I wonder what treasures lie within this palace, and how that so-called alchemist came to learn of its existence. I can't shake the feeling that this palace evokes a strange sense of familiarity. Cheng Fengjian was taken aback. Familiar? You can't possibly mean to say this was where you resided in your childhood, can you? Gu Xiaobai scratched his head. How could that be? What I mean is, I feel a sense of belonging within this palace, as if it resonates with the essence of skeletal beings. That he stared at the grand hall of the palace from a distance, hesitating for a considerable while before finally voicing, Broken sword. If you wish to die, then go in by yourself. This sword has no time to accompany you on your adventure. What if you were to meet an untimely demise within? Would it not mean that the sword would have to laboriously extricate itself? Chung Feng's sword unceremoniously interrupted Gu Xiaobai's words, asserting that the palace had materialized out of thin air, which implied that it could just as easily vanish without warning. What if you stepped inside, only for the palace to suddenly disappear? Indeed, that is a valid point. Jiu Xiaobai cast a lingering glance at the palace, reluctantly suppressing his curiosity. Given the circumstances, perhaps it would be best if I refrained from entering. Just as Gu Xiaobai resolved to abandon his intention to explore the palace, he noticed Xiao Xiao suddenly struggle to rise and boldly charge into the grand hall. Panic surged within Gu Xiaobai. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed after Xiao Xiao, disregarding the pitiful cries of Chung Feng's sword. Gu Xiaobai, could you please put me down first? However, the palace doors were not far from Gu Xiaobai, and with his recent ascension to level 9, his physical abilities had significantly improved. In mere seconds, he found himself within the palace, as if by coincidence, the moment Gu Xiaobai burst through the entrance. The doors thunderously slammed shut behind him, sealing him within. When he turned back, the doors were completely closed, leaving no trace of a crevice. Chung Feng's sword sighed deeply. Well, there we have it. Did I not just warn you? It seems we are trapped. Yet Gu Xiaobai appeared unfazed, simply responding with a soft "oh" as he hastened deeper into the hall, scanning for Xiao Zhao's whereabouts. Regardless, we cannot escape now. Regretting will not change our fate. Let us focus on finding Xiao Xiao. It seems I am utterly powerless against you. Gu Xiaobai glanced down at Cheng Feng's sword, stifling a chuckle. Despite its fierce proclamations, the sword had shown no inclination to resist when they charged into the palace. Clearly devoid of any intention to slip away unnoticed. Perhaps this was what one might call prideful arrogance. This palace seems deserted. Xiao Gu, did you not sense the presence of skeletal creatures? Where are they? Cheng Feng's sword glanced around for an extended moment, only to find nothing. Unable to contain its inquiry at Ji Xiaobai too was uncertain. You ask me, but I have no answers. For now, let us prioritize finding Xiao Xiao. I wonder what it sensed that prompted such a hasty entrance. Yes, soon as the words left his mouth, Xiao Zhao's urgent voice echoed from ahead, clearly having discovered something that necessitated Gu Xiaobai's immediate attention. The blue-white flames flickered gently along the walls, illuminating a small area nearby. Under normal circumstances, Gu Xiaobai would have eagerly approached to investigate the peculiar nature of these flames, but his priority was to locate Xiao Xiao, and thus he paid them no heed. Currently, Gu Xiaobai stood in the main hall of the palace, his feet resting upon a dark red carpet, which appeared tattered and long neglected. The voice of Xiao Xiao emanated from the left front. Filled with urgency, but devoid of any indication of danger, Ji Xiaobai surmised that Xiao Xiao must have stumbled upon something intriguing, the very reason it had recklessly charged into the palace. Guided by the dim light, Gu Xiaobai swiftly made his way towards Xiao Zhao's direction. After traversing a corridor of moderate length, he entered a side chamber where blue-white flames also adorned the walls. There he spotted Xiao Xiao, not far from the entrance, intently sniffing a circular object on the ground. Upon noticing Gu Xiaobai's approach, Xiao Xiao joyfully called out, wagging its tail excitedly and spinning in circles. A clear sign of its exhilaration. What has you so worked up? You just overexerted yourself magically, and now you rush in here without a care for your safety. Shouldn't we first ascertain the situation? Gu Xiaobai remarked, approaching with a mix of exasperation and curiosity. Let me see what treasure has you so thrilled. What on earth is this? A collar for a dog. Cheng Feng's sword paused, then replied, No. Xiao Gu, I believe you ought to scrutinize it further. It may merely resemble a collar. Look, it is attached to a long iron chain, perhaps akin to a chain flail. Gu Xiaobai gazed at Cheng Feng's sword in disbelief. Finally retorting, Old sword, have you lived this long without ever encountering a dog collar? This is clearly a dog leash. Cheng Feng's sword fell silent, before finally admitting, Oh, is that so? It truly is a dog collar. Ha ha ha, today I shall pierce this wretched dog through. Gu Xiaobai, do not impede me. Gu Xiaobai shrugged. If he can leap out of your sheath, I concede defeat. To facilitate matters. Gu Xiaobai had crafted a sheath specifically for Cheng Feng's sword, which the sword found quite satisfactory. Nonetheless, it was indeed surprising that Xiao Xiao had bravely dashed in merely for a dog collar, a fact that neither Gu Xiaobai nor Cheng Feng's sword had anticipated. However, there was no point in dwelling on such thoughts now. It was wiser to focus on finding an exit. Ji Xiaobai glanced around, noting that this side chamber was even more expansive than Song Qiushuan's entire residence. It was clear that the main hall he had not fully explored was undoubtedly larger. Who, he wondered, could be the owner of such a vast palace? Lost in thought, he was abruptly interrupted as Xiao Xiao nudged against him, its big, watery eyes fixed intently on the collar in Gu Xiaobai's hand, seemingly asking him to put it on. All right, I shall put it on you, but do not fidget, Gu Xiaobai said, gently ruffling Xiao Zhao's head before beginning to search for the collar's clasp. The collar felt light and was likely made from some animal hide, its surface smooth and comfortable to the touch. Additionally, intricate patterns appeared to be carved into its interior, but due to the dim lighting in the side chamber, Gu Xiaobai could not discern their design and chose to pay them no further mind. After securing the collar around Xiao Zhao's neck, Gu Xiaobai took another look around the side chamber. It appeared to have once served as a resting area for a magical beast, with remnants of food bowls and bedding scattered about, leaving Gu Xiaobai to wonder what kind of creature had once inhabited this space. Well, there seems to be nothing else of note. Shall we head out? Gu Xiaobai suggested. Xiao Xiao led the way, looking quite pleased. Ever since donning the collar, it strutted proudly, exuding an air of arrogance. The sound of their footsteps echoed throughout the palace, creating an eerie ambience, as if many were walking simultaneously. Of course, there were no people here, only a dog, a sword, and a skeletal creature. Since Xiao Xiao had called out so loudly in the side chamber without attracting any monsters, Gu Xiaobai was inclined to believe that this palace had long been abandoned. What should we do next, Xiao Gu? Chengfeng's sword inquired. Gu Xiaobai pondered for a moment, then pointed deeper into the main hall. Let us proceed further inside. I am curious about what lies ahead. Very well, but exercise caution. The aura of death here is palpable. I sense that the situation is not as simple as it appears, Chengfeng's sword cautioned, having been around for a considerable time. Chengfeng's sword's insights were worth heeding. Gu Xiaobai drew the sword from its sheath, gripping it firmly as he slowed his pace, listening intently to the sound around them. Should any unexpected events arise, he would be prepared to respond swiftly. They continued onward for about 5 minutes, finally reaching the end of the main hall. The sight before Gu Xiaobai left him utterly astonished. Before him stood several steps, ascending to a platform, upon which loomed a grand throne. The throne was entirely constructed from stark, white bones, with jagged, pointed spikes protruding from either side of the backrest. Even a distant glance could convey the overwhelming aura of malevolence emanating from it. However, what astonished Gu Xiaobai was not the throne itself, but the figure seated upon it. This silhouette wore a dark crown and a deep purple robe, hands resting thoughtfully on the armrests. The dim lighting obscured his features, rendering them indistinguishable. Even his physique was shrouded by the robe, making it impossible to discern further. Gu Xiaobai stared blankly at the figure on the throne, his expression one of confusion, and he unconsciously loosened his grip on the Chengfeng sword that he had been clutching tightly. Hey, Gu Xiaobai, what are you doing? This sword has seen many years. It cannot withstand such treatment. You believe I will demand compensation for medical expenses? The Chengfeng sword exclaimed indignantly. Yet Gu Xiaobai offered no explanation, instead murmuring in a daze, "Broken sword. Do you sense it? This is the aura of a king." A gust of wind swept in from afar, carrying with it a potent scent of death, yet within that aura lingered an inexplicable sense of familiarity. As the wind brushed past Gu Xiaobai's ears, it dislodged his black robe's hood, revealing his true visage. Unbeknownst to him, his disguise had faltered, and he had reverted to the original skeleton creature. Where is this place? Gu Xiaobai pondered, gazing around at his surroundings in bewilderment. He found himself standing upon a field of bones, with nothing but a sea of stark white remnants stretching before him. But he realized, to his dismay, that both Xiao Xiao and the Chengfeng sword had vanished. If his memory served him correctly, he had just entered a grand and solemn palace. And then what had transpired? Gu Xiaobai could not recall, to the point that he could not even remember why he had entered the palace in the first place. What surprised Gu Xiaobai was that he felt no shock at his current predicament. Instead, he accepted it with an unexpected calmness. He slowly surveyed his surroundings, scrutinizing the bones beneath his feet, appearing contemplative. This was not a burial ground. While burial grounds also contained many bones, they could not achieve the perilous heights of accumulation as seen here. However, a place with such an abundance of bones would undoubtedly be inhabited by a colony of skeleton creatures. Gu Xiaobai had no doubt about that. Moreover, he had already sensed the distinct aroma of skeletons in the air. This scent was not chaotic. Rather, it was somewhat singular, indicating that the number of skeleton creatures here was not particularly large. Indeed, it could be said to be quite rare in a theoretical expanse of bone. One would expect thousands upon thousands of skeletons to exist, yet the reality seemed otherwise. Gu Xiaobai, puzzled, decided to move forward without lingering. He was unaware of how far he walked or how long he had been traversing this bone-laden expanse. As time passed, he forgot the reasons for advancing, his consciousness reduced to a singular intent to move forward. Without pausing, without fatigue, Gu Xiaobai continued his slow march, oblivious to whether it had been mere minutes, hours, days, months, or even years. The sky remained unchanged throughout, as if it had always been this way. During his trek, The entire expanse of bones was eerily silent. He had not encountered a second skeleton creature. Perhaps, from the very beginning, he was the only one in this vast sea of bones. Finally, he halted, standing still, head lowered, in silence. After a long moment, a man's voice suddenly resonated in Gu Xiaobai's ear. "Why have you stopped?" The voice seemed to echo from afar, yet was also unnervingly close, making it impossible to discern its origin. Gu Xiaobai did not seek the source of the voice, keeping his head bowed as he softly replied, "I feel there is no meaning in continuing like this. That is remaining stagnant meaningful then? Or do you intend to give up?" The voice inquired again, its tone calm and unperturbed, revealing nothing of the speaker's emotions. "Stagnation is for deeper reflection, as for giving up. I have never pursued anything, so how could I speak of giving up?" Gu Xiaobai stated, in truth, even he found his words puzzling. "Goodness, this doesn't seem like something I would say. Why does it sound so philosophical? Since you have never pursued anything, why then do you wish to move forward?" The voice pressed, now tinged with a hint of scrutiny if one were not to listen closely. "It would be easy to overlook." Gu Xiaobai pondered for a moment, and then smiled, "because I want to move forward. So I do." "What does that signify?" The voice inquired, perplexed. "It signifies my stubbornness." Gu Xiaobai chuckled. The voice paused for quite some time before bursting into laughter. "What a delightful display of obstinacy. I quite like that answer." It was only then that Gu Xiaobai lifted his gaze to the ever-constant sky and said, "Have you laughed enough? If so, it's about time you let me go. There's a broken sword and a dog outside who are causing quite the ruckus. Are you not curious why I brought you here? Is curiosity useful? If you had something to say, you would have said it long ago. If you do not wish to speak, my inquiries are futile." Gu Xiaobai replied dismissively. "All right, if there is nothing else. Please let me out quickly." "Very well. Since you insist, I shall not detain you any longer. Do take care, little skeleton. I have high hopes for you." The voice retained a hint of mirth, suggesting a relatively good mood. Gu Xiaobai rolled his eyes, awaiting his expulsion from this illusion. The sea of bones began to stir, as if some colossal entity was preparing to emerge. "Before I send you away, I have one last question." The voice echoed again, insistent and haunting. "How did you realize that this place was not the real world?" Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaobai could not help but chuckle, yet he refrained from answering directly, instead posing a counter-question. "Have you ever eaten pickled radish?" The conversation came to an abrupt halt as a pair of enormous bony hands forcibly breached the surface of the bone sea. The hands appeared fractured and bore the weight of ages. Gu Xiaobai quickly recognized that the aura of skeleton creatures he had sensed earlier emanated from these two skeletal hands. After a brief comparison, he realized he was roughly the size of one of their finger joints. However, the more pressing matter was that he stood directly in the center of these massive skeletal hands. And as he watched, the palms drew closer, clearly threatening to crush him in an instant. Hey, can we talk this through? I can tell you whatever you want." Gu Xiaobai pleaded desperately. What I meant by that last statement was, with a resounding clap. The bone sea fell silent, leaving only a lingering laugh echoing above it, refusing to fade away. "What an amusing little fellow." "Ah!" Gu Xiaobai screamed in anguish, feeling as though every bone in his body was being dismantled. With his skull in particular throbbing with unbearable pain, it was merely an illusion. So why did it feel so vivid? As his consciousness returned to his body, Gu Xiaobai found himself once more within the palace, the previously hazy memories flooding back. Yet, why did his skull still ache so? After carefully sensing his surroundings, Gu Xiaobai suppressed the fury rising within him, gritting his teeth and articulating each word with effort. "Xiao xiao." "Woof!" A muffled bark sounded from above, accompanied by the creaking of jaws. Oh, you know why I called you. It's because I want you to know I'm still alive. You rascal. Now loosen your grip and stop biting me." Gu Xiaobai shouted in exasperation. That moment, the Changfeng sword chimed in. "Ah, little bone, you finally woke up. You fainted earlier over a trivial matter and scared me half to death. Luckily, I acted swiftly to rescue you from the brink." "Oh, well, thank you. But did you think I would express gratitude? Do you have any idea how much the scent of pickled radish from your mouth is suffocating me? It's unbearable. Ouch! 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 Stop biting me. You were about to crack my skull." Perhaps spurred by Gu Xiaobai's mention of its name, Xiao Xiao, in its excitement, tightened its grip even further. Thus, Gu Xiaobai's skull once again endured inhuman, or rather, monstrous torment. In an instant, the entire palace echoed with Gu Xiaobai's wails, the tiny barks of a dog, and the gleeful laughter of Cheng Fengjian, filled with an atmosphere of sheer delight. After much struggle, Gu Xiaobai finally escaped from the jaws of a small dog. He hastily reattached his head to his neck, clutching it with both hands, vowing not to let go. Did I say, little bone, why did you suddenly faint just now? Cheng Fengjian, dropping his playful banter, inquired earnestly. Gu Xiaobai pondered for a moment and replied, I don't really know the specifics. I only saw an enormous skeleton monster. An enormous skeleton monster. How large? Cheng Fengjian pressed further. How should I put it? Gu Xiaobai deliberated. It felt somewhat like a flea looking at something minuscule. Cheng Fengjian, taking a moment to visualize this, couldn't help but exclaim, What? Is it really that big? And then what happened? Gu Xiaobai continued his recollection. Then I was swatted dead by that gigantic skeleton. Cheng Fengjian waited for a while, observing that Gu Xiaobai had no intention of elaborating, and asked in astonishment, That's it? Gu Xiaobai nodded. Yes, that's it. Why? You seem quite shocked. Did something stimulate you? Little did he expect. As soon as Gu Xiaobai's words fell, Cheng Fengjian began to tremble violently, in a voice filled with indignation. He accused, You still have the audacity to ask what stimulated me. Good grief, I have never encountered such a shameless skeleton monster as you. The little dog yelped in fright, leaping back several feet, its fur bristling. Oh, little one, my apologies, don't misunderstand. I had no intention of doing anything to you. Gu Xiaobai. You should take a moment to assess your own capabilities. Gu Xiaobai, confused, began to sense the level of magical power within him, casually responding, What else could it be? I'm merely at the 9th rank lower tiered. It seemed something was amiss. After multiple checks, Gu Xiaobai finally looked down at Cheng Fengjian with an expression of disbelief. Am I at the 9th rank upper tier now? With a sudden thud, Gu Xiaobai unexpectedly collapsed to the ground once more, causing Cheng Fengjian and the little dog to jump in alarm. Hey, little bone, why have you fainted again? Is this some sort of demonic practice gone awry? Cheng Fengjian inquired hastily. Gu Xiaobai remained silent, appearing to have lost consciousness. The little dog, concerned, approached Gu Xiaobai and sniffed at him a few times, yet Gu Xiaobai offered no response. Soon enough, a creaking sound emanated from Gu Xiaobai's head. You wretched dog, shut your mouth. Gu Xiaobai finally couldn't contain his anger, shouting, This is my skull, not your dinner. Do you hear me? Cheng Fengjian gazed at Gu Xiaobai in silence for a moment before finally saying, So what are you playing at this time? Gu Xiaobai pushed the little dog away, straightened his posture, and casually wiped the drool from his skull with the hem of his black robe. Before saying, I was just contemplating whether fainting again would allow me to level up a few more times. I actually worried about you. Next time, I should decisively pierce you through first, Cheng Fengjian remarked. I won't comment on your height anymore. After all, discussing matters of dignity too often is rather inappropriate, isn't it? However, speaking of which, the last time you leveled up was due to absorbing the essence of a ghost. What triggered this advancement? Gu Xiaobai queried. And the key question is, why did I faint inexplicably? Was there something that attacked me just now? Cheng Fengjian returned to a serious demeanor, stating solemnly, if that's the case. Then indeed, something quite peculiar occurred earlier. Oh, Gu Xiaobai perked up. Do tell what happened. Cheng Fengjian's tone turned grave. I ask you, was your action of throwing me to the ground genuine? Gu Xiaobai replied. Was the little one's action that damaging? Must I act as a gentleman just to converse with you? The little dog barked softly, seeming to recognize its name. Hey, can we be serious? We're discussing important matters here. Cheng Fengjian expressed his dissatisfaction. Oh. Seeing Gu Xiaobai obediently quiet down, Cheng Fengjian continued. When we reached this spot, you suddenly threw me to the ground, claiming to sense the aura of a king, and then you fainted. Gu Xiaobai was taken aback. The aura of a king? Did I say that? I have no recollection. Then I am not clear on that. All I know is what I witnessed, and the rest remains a mystery. However, I have a nagging feeling that this incident may be related to the figure seated above. Gu Xiaobai suddenly comprehended, swiftly turning around to cast a wary glance at the silhouette perched upon the throne. He had almost forgotten about this matter after awakening. Yes, he recalled that it was the sight of this figure, seemingly toying with the supernatural from the throne, that had caused his sudden, fainting spell. Despite the ruckus they had caused earlier, this figure remained seated upon the throne, utterly unmoved. Previously, Gu Xiaobai had instinctively relaxed his guard due to the deathly aura emanating from the figure, only to be ensnared by it. In hindsight, anyone capable of commanding such a massive palace could hardly be an ordinary being. One could speculate that there might be some triggering mechanism set upon him, ready to ensnare anyone who drew near. Indeed, he had been overly naive. Gu Xiaobai stood up, stretching his limbs, uncertain if the vividness of the earlier illusion had instilled a psychological suggestion, as every bone in his body now felt as if it had been crushed. Yet when he focused his gaze, each bone appeared intact, showing no signs of distress. After repeated examinations yielded no abnormalities, he dismissed it as mere mental overstimulation. Cautiously, he approached the figure seated on the throne, prepared for a hasty retreat should the need arise. Since comprehending the art of dislocating bones, Gu Xiaobai's escape skills have been significantly enhanced, enabling him to propel his bones to safety and then reassemble mid-air for a seamless evasion. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Gu Xiaobai held his breath, inching closer. However, even as he reached the throne, the figure clad in purple robes remained utterly still. Little Bone, lift his hood. Let me see if he is an old acquaintance from my era. Cheng Fengjian suggested. From the aura he emanates, I can surmise he was undoubtedly a formidable being in life, perhaps having reached a rank above 3. Gu Xiaobai feigned calmness, nodding, while internally his heart raced, summoning his courage. He reached out to grasp the edge of the hood. At that moment, the figure showed no signs of resistance, appearing like a mere corpse. Pardon my intrusion, Gu Xiaobai whispered, slowly lifting the hood. Upon unveiling the figure's face, Cheng Fengjian's expression shifted to disappointment as he remarked, Alas, he has already decayed into a skeleton. There's nothing to discern. Indeed, as Cheng Fengjian noted, the man beneath the purple robe had become nothing more than a skeleton, devoid of any distinguishing features. However, Gu Xiaobai staggered back in shock, exclaiming, This is impossible. Little Bone, what madness has seized you? Cheng Fengjian asked skeptically, What could be impossible? It's normal for the body to decay over time after death. Gu Xiaobai gazed incredulously at the skeleton before him, finally managing to utter, Broken sword, do you not realize that he is, in fact, a skeleton monster? Cheng Fengjian was momentarily at a loss for words, taking a long time to stammer. A skeleton monster? Are you certain? Isn't that obvious? I'm a skeleton monster myself. Could I possibly misidentify one? Gu Xiaobai shot Cheng Fengjian a glare, yet his heart remained in a state of shock. Combining Cheng Fengjian's earlier deductions, it implied that this skeleton monster had once possessed a strength of at least rank 3 for undead beings, as long as the flame of their soul remains unextinguished. They are considered alive. Before him stood a towering skeletal creature, devoid of any trace of the soul fire that signifies life, clearly a being that had perished beyond resurrection. Yet, inexplicably, a voice from an earlier illusion echoed in Gu Xiaobai's mind, accompanied by a pair of bony hands that exuded an air of ancient sorrow. Hellish, flanked by a cadre of soldiers, hastened up the city walls. His countenance was grim, particularly upon witnessing the soldiers stationed atop the walls, each bearing wounds, while outside loomed a vast expanse of undead creatures, his brow furrowed deeply in concern. Mayor, a vice captain hurriedly approached, positioning his robust frame protectively before Li Qing, urging him to retreat to a safer location. It is far too perilous here. You must seek refuge. Li Qing, however, shot him a fierce glare, his voice resonating with authority. The soldiers are fighting valiantly for the safety of our people, and I, as their mayor, shall not cower in the shadows to preserve my own life. Such cowardice is unacceptable. The vice captain, frantic as an ant on a hot stove, implored, but General Du is not within the city. Should anything happen to you, who will maintain order? Maintain order? Li Qing retorted with disdain that if the city walls fall, there will be no need for me to concern myself with order. With a defiant huff, he commanded, "Step aside." The vice captain, still eager to reason, hesitated. "You do remember I'm addressing the mayor, don't you? Now, I command you to move aside." "Very well." The vice captain gritted his teeth, stepping aside reluctantly, watching anxiously as Li Qing strode purposefully towards the battlements. His unease compelled him to turn to his two personal guards, instructing, "You two, from this moment forth, remain glued to the mayor's side. Ensure his safety at all costs." "Understood." The two guards, obeying the vice-captain's orders, hurried away. Upon reaching the walls, Li Qing was immediately engulfed by a pungent stench of blood. Observing the wounded defenders, he narrowed his eyes and bellowed, "Where are the scouts? Are there any survivors?" In response to his thunderous call, a burly soldier approached briskly, saluting while declaring, "Scout 76 reporting for duty." Li Qing, his brow furrowed, waved dismissively. "No need for formalities at this juncture. Speak. What is your unit doing? With so many cave spiders about, can you not manage to slay even one?" Scout 76 grimaced. "Mayor, as you can see, those cave spiders are scattered across the battlefield, surrounded by countless skeletal creatures, it's akin to targeting foes while concealed behind a barricade of bones. Under such conditions, it proves exceedingly challenging to hit them." Impatiently, Li Qing interjected, "Spare me the excuses. My question is simple. If those cave spiders were to stand alone, do you possess the confidence to eliminate them with a single strike?" Scout 76 replied earnestly, "If there are no skeletal creatures obstructing our aim, we can certainly achieve that." "Very well," Li Qing commanded. "You have 1 minute to prepare. Afterward, commence the hunt for those cave spiders. I shall create an opportunity for you to—" Li Qing was not inclined to extend the preparation time for the scouts. The battlefield, this urgency, left no room for delay, but a mere moment more, and the gates of Wuyin town might be breached by the relentless tide of undead. The minutes swiftly elapsed, and soon the scouts signaled their readiness. Taking a deep breath, Li Qing turned to his two guards who had been shadowing him since he ascended the walls, stating, "You two, wait here, I must descend." "Descend?" The guards were taken aback. Below lay a veritable sea of undead. To leap down now would be tantamount to seeking death. Yet, before they could voice their concerns, Li Qing executed a graceful leap, plunging directly into the throng of skeletal adversaries. "Break through!" Li Qing's voice thundered as he soared through the air, delivering a forceful punch towards the skeletal horde below. A brilliant orb of white light rapidly coalesced around his fist, enveloping it entirely. In concert with his strike, the radiant light transformed into a lion-like figure, roaring as it charged downwards toward the skeletal creatures. With a resounding crash, bones shattered. This singular blow instantly devoured the soul fires of 5 skeletal foes, thereby clearing a small area for Li Qing to stand. He landed with a thud, propelling himself upward once more. The very spot where he had landed was swiftly reclaimed by the skeletal creatures. Yet they could not even brush against his garments. In the midst of battle, Li Qing resembled a graceful butterfly, flitting through the ranks of the undead. Meanwhile, Scout 76, watching anxiously from the walls, felt his heart nearly leap from his throat. He could hardly fathom that Li Qing would personally enter the fray to create an opportunity for them to strike. "Now is the moment!" Li Qing bellowed from within enemy lines. Simultaneously, an invisible force erupted from him, radiating outward. The skeletal creatures beneath him were blown apart, unveiling a cave spider that had previously been shielded by their ranks. Scout 76 seized the chance. Roaring fire, a torrential rain of arrows erupted from the battlements, striking the cave spider before it could react, pinning it to the ground. On the walls, Tang Mingho, sheltered behind Xia Xiaoyu's shield, was momentarily startled by the eruption of cheers. He quickly shifted to the side to discern the cause of the commotion. However, before he could fully peek out, he received a sharp rap on the head from Xia Xiaoyu. "What are you thinking, exposing yourself like that? What if a bone spear skewers you? Really, how could you?" Xia Xiaoyu scolded, then promptly peered out to catch a glimpse of the ongoing battle. Hey, you're also peeking out," Tang Mingho retorted, disgruntled. Xia Xiaoyu chuckled. "Can our situations truly be compared? I am a resilient warrior. My defenses far surpass yours at most. I might sustain a minor injury, but death, that is out of the question. That is hardly a valid argument. Tang Mingho protested. You're too beautiful. What if you get a scratch on your face? Wouldn't tea that mar your looks? At this, Xia Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled with delight. Duh. Did you just compliment me? Tang Mingho blinked, awkwardly averting his gaze. Did I? You did. I heard it, Xia Xiaoyu beamed, her eyes crescent-shaped with joy. A blush adorning her cheeks. Now is not the time for such discussions. Tell me what is happening down below. Tang Mingho stammered, desperately attempting to shift the topic. In her buoyant mood, Xia Xiaoyu opted not to press him further, stating straightforwardly, it's the mayor. The mayor has taken action. In the eyes of the majority of Wuyin Town's residents, Mayor Li Qing epitomized a dedicated public servant, cherishing his people as if they were his own kin. Ever since his appointment to Wuyin Town, he had worked tirelessly, earning an impeccable reputation. Yet, unbeknownst to them, beyond his role as mayor, Li Qing bore another title, a mid-tier 7th-grade Qi master. Were it not for General Du Ming, who had been assigned to guard the borders, Li Qing would undoubtedly hold the position of Wuyin Town's most formidable figure. However, due to his naturally low profile, only a select few within the town were privy to this fact, like Du Ming, or the 4 bronze-tier mercenaries of the 8th grade. Of course, following today's events, it was likely that the entire town would soon learn of their mayor's profound and enigmatic powers as a cultivator. Second one, Li Qing roared. Once again, he unleashed a punch mid-air, sending the skeletal creatures within the punch's radius sprawling, allowing the scouts to capitalize on the opportunity. Despite having never coordinated before, their teamwork was now seamless. As a 7th-grade powerhouse, Li Qing certainly possessed the capability to single-handedly dispatch cave spiders. Yet, given the overwhelming number outside the city, he resolved to optimize his effectiveness through this tactical plan, relying solely on his strength. He could eliminate perhaps 10 cave spiders, but any attempt to exceed that would risk his very life. However, if it is merely a matter of shaking off the skeleton monsters, thereby exposing the cave spiders to the watchtower's line of sight, this is but a trifling task for Li Qing. In the earlier skirmishes, the number of cave spiders had already diminished. Now, with Li Qing's exceptional skills, the population of cave spiders gradually dwindled from nearly 100 to approximately 60. A truly remarkable achievement. It is about time to return and recuperate, Li Qing mused silently. Yet at that very moment, he was suddenly struck by a familiar aura. Following the source of the sensation, he discovered a red-haired youth reclining on a nearby hilltop, wielding a finely crafted and razor-sharp longsword. Isn't that General Du Ming's sword? Li Qing furrowed his brow, his mind already made up. Instead of retreating, he advanced, leaping directly onto the hill where the red-haired youth stood. Who are you? Where is General Du? Li Qing inquired. The red-haired youth's eyes sparkled with joy, a gleam of relief after calamity. Mayor, my name is Wei Chunxiu, a mercenary from Wuyin Town. General Du has gone to the burial ground to search for someone and left this sword with me for protection. Li Qing blinked, seemingly perplexed. Searching for someone? Who is he looking for? A mercenary named Gu Xiaobai. Mayor, have you heard of him? Wei Chunxiu replied. Li Qing pondered briefly before shaking his head. With so many mercenaries in Wuyin Town, it was unlikely he would recognize them all. However, for someone to warrant General Du's personal search, they must indeed be extraordinary. Never mind, I'll just ask General Du directly when he returns. Li Qing hoisted Wei Chunxiu onto his back and prepared to retrace his steps. Just then, a familiar voice called out from behind. Old Li? Is that you? The voice sounded quite familiar. Li Qing turned around and locked eyes with a burly man sporting a full beard. Shangwan? Upon recognizing the individual, Li Qing's eyes sparkled with excitement, especially when he noticed that Shangwan Lai was carrying Mu Rongyun on his back. The light in his eyes intensified. Damn it, why is it that Shangwan Lai carries a stunning beauty while I am left with a mediocre male? It hardly seemed fair. On another note, Mu Rongyun, known as the Shadow Phantom, was the most formidable mage in Wuyin Town. With her presence, the horde of undead would surely face dire consequences. Mu Rongyun swiftly leaped down from Shangwan Lai's back, and upon catching sight of the relentless tide of undead below, her expression paled. However, when she realized that the city gates had yet to be breached, she breathed a sigh of relief, with a graceful flick of her staff. Deep purple shadow arrows materialized around her, rippling with ominous energy. This was her innate spell, Shadow Arrow, which she had comprehended upon reaching the 9th tier, and it possessed devastating power. As the area around Murong Yun became engulfed in shadow arrows. The skeletal monsters and cave spiders below finally sensed that something was amiss atop the hill. Yet by the time they realized it, it was already too late. Countless shadow arrows rained down upon them like a torrential downpour, each arrow unerringly claiming the life of a skeleton or a cave spider. By the time this spell concluded, the number of skeletal creatures on the battlefield had decreased by nearly 10%. Thus, it is often said that a truly powerful mage can decisively alter the outcome of a battle. This is no mere saying. Shangguan, Murong, weren't you both undertaking a mission in the burial grounds? You appear to have received news that prompted your hasty return, Li Qing inquired. Shangguan Lai nodded. Indeed, we encountered a mercenary in the burial grounds who informed us that Wuyin town was under siege by undead creatures. Which is why we hurried back. It seems we have returned just in time. Li Qing's heart stirred, and he promptly pressed Shangguan. Do you know the name of that mercenary? Without hesitation, Shangguan Lai replied, yes, his name is Gu Xiaobai. Just as I suspected. When you encountered him, did you see General Du? Li Qing asked eagerly. General Du? Is he also in the burial grounds? We did not come across him on our way here. Shangguan Lai answered if Li Qing could only nod in resignation. Very well. Considering General Du's prowess, he should be safe. Let us return to the town and strategize further, agreed. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shan, who was in combat with Du Ming, suddenly changed countenance. He had previously placed a mental mark on Gu Xiaobai. With this mark, no matter where Gu Xiaobai hid, Shan could easily locate him. However, just moments ago, Shan realized that he could no longer sense the mental mark. Something is amiss. There is definitely foul play afoot. At this moment, he could no longer afford to engage Du Ming, for Gu Xiaobai held far greater importance than the mere town of Wuyin. Thus, after casting an ice magic to repel Du Ming, Shan dashed toward the last known location of the mental mark without looking back. As for Du Ming, he too had grown impatient with the battle. Seeing Shan retreat, he decided not to pursue further and turned to race towards Wuyin town, that on the throne of bones. The skeletal king, draped in a purple robe, was shrouded in shadow. His drooping skull gave Gu Xiaobai an unsettling impression, as if it might lift at any moment. Just as this thought lingered in Gu Xiaobai's mind, accompanied by a series of crackling sounds of bones grinding against each other, the skull of the skeletal king before him began to rise ever so slightly. This horrifying sight nearly caused Gu Xiaobai to fall apart on the spot. If not for the enormous dog head perched atop the skeletal king's skull. Xiao, you can't just grab bones, Gu Xiaobai reprimanded helplessly. This was once a supreme expert. Even in death, you should show at least a modicum of respect. Now, put his head down. Xiao whined pitifully, reluctantly releasing its grip. Seeing that Xiao was somewhat obedient, Gu Xiaobai let out a sigh of relief. Yet, before he could fully exhale, he suddenly noticed that the skeletal king's skull had shifted from its original position due to Xiao's earlier grip. The skull wobbled slightly on the shoulder blades before plummeting downwards. What the hell? Gu Xiaobai gasped in shock, hastily reaching out to catch it, but alas, he was a moment too late. The skull fell to the hard ground with a resounding crack. This sound startled Gu Xiaobai into a panic, and his first instinct was to look up and check if the skeletal king had been angered into reanimation. That I say, Little Bone, why are you so anxious? Clearly, he's been dead for countless years. Are you worried he might suddenly spring up and beat you? Changfeng Jian expressed its confusion. Yet Gu Xiaobai found himself at a loss for words. Earlier, he had a casual conversation in a mirage with an unknown individual, and that person's aura was eerily reminiscent of the seemingly long-dead skeletal king before him. Thus, he harbored doubts about whether this skeletal king was truly lifeless. Not even Changfeng Jian could grasp the logic behind his reasoning, and Gu Xiaobai himself felt that such an explanation was forced and absurd. With a resigned sigh, he bent down to retrieve the skull and replied, I don't know how to explain it. Just consider a sign of respect for the deceased. As he spoke, Gu Xiaobai picked up the skull, cradling it in his hands, ready to return it to its rightful place. However, to his astonishment, just as he intended to place the skull back, it suddenly shattered without warning. No, not merely shattered. The skull disintegrated into a fine, grayish powder in Gu Xiaobai's palm. Simultaneously, the skeletal king's torso collapsed into ash. Xiao Xiao whimpered weakly, seemingly feeling a tad guilty. It had never anticipated that merely lifting the skull would lead to such an outcome. Turning to dust meant no more playtime. It seemed that in the future, it was better off just grabbing Gu Xiaobai's skull. After all, when pushed to the limit, he would merely fall apart and not disintegrate into a pile of ash. Chengfeng Jian gazed curiously at the pile of bone ash in Gu Xiaobai's hand and couldn't help but ask, "Little Bone, what just happened?" Gu Xiaobai shook his head in confusion. "You ask me, and I have no idea." Though such words were spoken, Gu Xiaobai felt an inexplicable surge of speculation within his heart. The Skeleton King's sudden collapse into dust was presumably due to the loss of some vital force that had once sustained its bones. Ashes from the skull of the Skeleton King drifted through the gaps between Gu Xiaobai's fingers, some landing upon the collar encircling his small neck. In the next moment, a crimson light erupted from the collar, illuminating the entire hall in an instant. The sudden brilliance compelled Gu Xiaobai to instinctively shield his eyes with his hands. Once he managed to adjust to the brightness, he was startled to discover an additional figure had mysteriously appeared within the hall. It was a gigantic hound, several times more robust than Xiao Xiao, adorned in a coat of black and white fur. Yet atop its neck rested 3 identical heads, each radiating intense elemental fluctuations, suggesting that with a mere thought, it could unleash extraordinarily powerful magic. Beneath this 3-headed beast lay Xiao Xiao, collapsed and motionless, eyes shut, teetering on the brink of life and death. This the hellhound. Chengfeng Jian exclaimed in disbelief that Ji Xiaobai stared intently at the strange creature that had seemingly materialized from nowhere and quickly bent down to grasp Chengfeng Jian tightly, simultaneously inquiring, "Hellhound? What is that?" Chengfeng Jian replied in a tone heavy with gravity. "The hellhound is an ancient divine beast that exists only in legends. That it is said that its 3 heads can wield 3 different schools of magic. While no one knows for certain if such a creature ever existed, rumors suggest that the hellish hounds are descendants of the hellhound. However, due to the passage of time, the bloodline of the hellhound within these creatures has become exceedingly diluted, rendering them incapable of growing the remaining 2 heads. Of course, the veracity of this claim is uncertain. Yet, I never imagined I would witness a true hellhound with my own eyes." Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaobai's heart trembled violently. 3 heads, 3 distinct high-tier magics. Why would such an ancient beast suddenly appear here? The hellhound cast a cold glance at Gu Xiaobai, and the central head spoke. "It is you who has disturbed the eternal slumber of our king." "Are you referring to the Skeleton King?" Gu Xiaobai inhaled deeply and endeavored to respond with utmost respect. "I sincerely apologize. I had no knowledge that such a situation would arise. In truth, it was an accident." "I have no interest in your excuses," the hellhound interrupted brusquely, its 6 eyes devoid of any warmth. "9th rank? How could you be so weak? I wonder how you managed to enter here," Ji Xiaobai instinctively muttered. "But I'm just a skeleton creature. Other skeletons don't even have ranks." The moment the words left his lips, he regretted them. Who could say that other skeletons lacked ranks? The Skeleton King, who had just turned to dust, had a rank. Moreover, according to Chengfeng Jian, it had been at least a 3rd-tier monster in its prime. This statement did not escape the hellhound's ears, and its expression darkened. Voice growing colder. "Enough of your prattle. Since the king has chosen you, you have but one option. Pass my trial and become a master of this hall of the dead." Ji Xiaobai shrank back, feeling somewhat bewildered. Why was this hellhound speaking so nonsensically? However, he did comprehend the last part. He was about to undergo a trial and had to find a way to succeed. "Excuse me, may I ask, what if I fail the trial?" Gu Xiaobai inquired timidly. The glint of severity flashed in the hellhound's eyes. "Then you shall remain here forever." "Forever?" Gu Xiaobai hesitated, daring to ask, "Are you suggesting that if I fail the trial, I will spend my life here, keeping this old Skeleton King company?" He felt a surge of panic. He was still so young, in the prime of his life. How could he squander his days in such a place? The hellhound regarded Gu Xiaobai with derision. "Keeping company. If you were a female skeleton, that might be plausible. Shall I make it clearer? If you fail, you shall die here. Yikes, Gu Xiaobai gasped in horror before he could voice any protest. The hellhound coldly stated, "The trial is quite simple. I will attack you with all my might, and you must ensure your survival against my onslaught. Just endure for 10 seconds. Gu Xiaobai still clung to a sliver of hope. No, the hellhound dashed his hopes. The ultimate goal is to kill you. Gu Xiaobai scratched his head, momentarily perplexed. Before him stood an ancient beast. Even one of its heads was larger than Gu Xiaobai's entire form. Not to mention it could wield 3 different types of magic. How could he possibly fight? Charge at it head first. Are you ready? Then let the trial commence. The hellhound declared it. No, wait. I think there are some issues with the trial itself. Can we discuss this a bit more? Gu Xiaobai protested hastily. Before he could finish, the left head of the hellhound began to emanate a faint red glow. It was evident that it was preparing a fire-based magic, and what made Gu Xiaobai even more anxious was that the temperature in the hall had already begun to rise drastically before the spell was even fully cast. This skill, could it be? Gu Xiaobai instinctively glanced toward Xiao Xiao, his heart racing, and without a second thought, he dove to the side. Indeed, just as he anticipated, the hellhound unleashed a formidable pillar of fire in his direction. Gu Xiaobai observed closely. Had he reacted even a moment slower, he would have been reduced to ashes by the inferno. This wicked hound's breath. Yet, it also sparked a thought in Gu Xiaobai's mind. If it could unleash such an attack, then perhaps the earlier claim about the hellish hounds harboring a faint trace of the hellhound's bloodline was true after all. Seeing its attack miss, the hellhound's expression remained unchanged. It simply tilted its head, redirecting the fire toward Gu Xiaobai. Wait, are you coming again? Gu Xiaobai threw himself onto the carpet in a desperate roll, narrowly evading the fire. Well, it seems the aim of that dog isn't very good either. Gu Xiaobai felt a surge of pride in his agile dodging. If it was merely this, he still had confidence in his ability to survive the forthcoming attacks. However, before he could bask in his moment of triumph, Cheng Fengjian suddenly shouted, "Watch out above!" As Gu Xiaobai heard the warning, a bolt of purple lightning, as thick as a barrel, descended upon him, coupled with the sweeping fire. It sealed off Gu Xiaobai's escape route. It seemed he was about to meet his end under the dual onslaught of these spells. The hellhound exhaled fire from its left head, thunder from its right, while the central head observed Gu Xiaobai's plight with a glint of disdain. After all, it was an ancient beast. How could it possibly miss a lowly skeleton? The previous attacks were merely to gauge the skeleton's physical resilience and reaction speed. Since the creature appeared to handle the situation with apparent ease, it was only natural to escalate the challenge. Now it seemed that the skeleton's reaction speed was commendable, though its vigilance left much to be desired. During the evasion, Gu Xiaobai had focused solely on the fire pillar, neglecting the thunderbolt descending from above. This, indeed, was a fatal oversight, as the lightning drew closer to Gu Xiaobai's crown, with a resounding bang. His limbs suddenly exploded outward, scattering across the hall. Heavens, Gu Xiaobai has exploded! Cheng Fengjian cried out in despair. The hellhound stared blankly at the spot where Gu Xiaobai had stood, momentarily at a loss. What just happened? It had clearly withdrawn all its magical power, hadn't it? That lightning was merely a show of strength. It should have been a trivial matter upon impact. Previously, it was mentioned that out of 10 statements, 11 were false, all devised to confound Gu Xiaobai, compelling him to reveal his true capabilities. To be frank, this is a skeleton creature chosen by the Skeleton King. Even if it were granted 10 more lives, it would not dare to truly endanger him. However, at this moment, the 3-headed hellhound's 6 eyes widened in disbelief, its expression one of utter incredulity. Truly, it was a sight to behold. Yet amidst its turmoil, it failed to notice that when Gu Xiaobai had detonated earlier, a bone had fallen behind it. Now, the scattered bones silently converged, assembling into an intact skeleton creature. This skeleton warrior, wielding a sword, swiftly lunged towards the hellhound's abdomen with great force. "I have triumphed," Gu Xiaobai declared with a triumphant smile. Upon hearing his voice, the hellhound finally reacted, yet it showed no inclination to evade. Instead, it calmly turned to face Gu Xiaobai, who was advancing with his sword drawn, a hint of mockery glimmering in its eyes. "No, you have lost," it whispered. With those words, Gu Xiaobai's sword had already plunged deep into the hellhound's body, only to meet with emptiness. Gu Xiaobai, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events, lost his balance and fell to the ground, the sword slipping from his grasp and tumbling down the steps. "Are you a spiritual entity?" Gu Xiaobai managed to utter through clenched teeth. The hellhound glanced down at its own abdomen and chuckled. "Indeed, did you not anticipate this? As a spiritual entity, I possess no physical form at this moment." Gu Xiaobai found himself precisely in the belly of the hellhound, after enduring the cycle of the hellhound's assault, followed by Gu Xiaobai's counterattack, and another retaliation from the hellhound. It remained unconvinced that Gu Xiaobai had any hope of a comeback. Yet, reality often surprises. It did not foresee that Gu Xiaobai harbored thoughts of retaliation. Gu Xiaobai lifted his head, a cunning smile gracing his face as he shouted. When he exclaimed, "Suck it to me," the hellhound leapt in terror, as if struck by a bolt of lightning. In its despair, it realized that an invisible energy chain had formed between itself and Gu Xiaobai, its energy flowing like a tidal wave into Gu Xiaobai's being. "You are not merely a spiritual entity," Gu Xiaobai pronounced slowly. "You are an energy entity." At this revelation, the hellhound's countenance shifted dramatically. Initially, Gu Xiaobai had not discerned that the hellhound was an energy entity, even when he had forcefully maneuvered behind it and thrust the sword. He still presumed it to possess a physical form. That it was only at the moment the sword met nothingness that the realization struck him. Regardless of being physical or spiritual, the sword could inflict harm. This had been established during his previous encounter with the ghost at Song Qiushuan's residence. Yet, astonishingly, his recent thrust had missed entirely. Thus, the hellhound was neither a physical nor a spiritual entity. This left Gu Xiaobai pondering its true nature. An energy entity, much like a spiritual entity, lacks a physical form, entirely composed of pure energy. In such a state, an energy entity is impervious to conventional physical attacks and even immune to spiritual ones. Furthermore, being energy-based, it can cast spells. Were it merely this, an energy entity could be deemed invulnerable until its energy was depleted. Alas, it possesses a fatal flaw. It can be absorbed at will, regardless of the circumstances. The fact that it is composed of energy cannot be altered. Since it is energy, it can be safely absorbed. In other words, a bouncy jelly remains jelly. It cannot transform into slime, so one might as well enjoy it. Thus, Gu Xiaobai indulged with glee. "Wait, do not absorb me. Stop." The hellhound lamented weakly, completely devoid of any resistance, writhing on the ground as if its very essence had been drained. Were these words uttered by a delicate beauty or a motherly skeleton? Gu Xiaobai might have felt a tinge of compassion. However, this hellhound was a male, its voice deep and resonant, akin to a mighty warrior. Imagine a burly man with a thick beard before you, uttering words like "stop" or "I cannot endure any longer." What feelings would that evoke? Indeed, it would be nothing short of repulsion. Gu Xiaobai forcibly ceased the absorption, feeling not only a sense of fullness, but also a wave of nausea. The hellhound lay helplessly on the ground, panting heavily, as if its very being had been hollowed out. Gu Xiaobai squatted nearby, reveling in its misfortune. "Did you play yourself? Did you not foresee this? You appeared far less timid when casting spells earlier." Gu Xiaobai smirked, reaching out to pat the hellhound's head. Yet, as his hand was raised, he remembered that it was an energy entity, intangible and ungraspable, and thus he begrudgingly lowered his hand. The hellhound shot Gu Xiaobai a fierce glare. "You insufferable wretch," it growled. Gu Xiaobai grinned wickedly and took another sip, saying, "Even in this state, you dare to act so arrogantly before me. Speak, will you concede? If not, I shall drain you dry." The Chungfeng sword silently interjected. "Enough already, little bone. You are starting to resemble a villain." Gu Xiaobai cast a helpless glance at the Chungfeng sword. "Could you refrain from interrupting? I worked hard to cultivate this menacing aura, and now you've ruined it." In truth, Gu Xiaobai had no intention of completely draining the hellhound. Firstly, his own strength was merely at the upper echelons of the 9th rank, limiting his capacity, and he had just recently advanced. His energy still in a state of fullness. Even with vigorous absorption, he could not take much. Secondly, he was not a cruel, bloodthirsty skeleton. His dream was to hope for world peace, that, if he could spare the hellhound's life, he would do so. Moreover, he perceived no trace of hatred in the hellhound's eyes. Alas, what misfortune to encounter such a freak! The three heads of the hellhound sighed in unison, their resignation evident. And Gu Xiaobai felt a pang of guilt, as if he truly were a heartless and ruthless skeleton. The hellhound struggled to rise, casting a lingering glance towards the throne, its eyes filled with deep longing. After a moment, it reluctantly redirected its gaze to Gu Xiaobai. Very well. I must concede that you have passed the trial. Though I am loath to admit it, rules are rules, and even I cannot contravene them. The hellhound stated with gravity that Gu Xiaobai adopted a serious demeanor. So, according to your earlier declaration, this palace now belongs to me, correct? Indeed, the hellhound nodded. May I leave now? Gu Xiaobai inquired further. At any moment, the hellhound affirmed. Gu Xiaobai then pointed to the still unconscious Xiao Yi. Can you explain what has happened to my dog? Just as the hellhound was about to clarify, Gu Xiaobai smiled ominously. If you dare deceive me or take any harmful actions against it, I will drain you dry. Upon hearing Gu Xiaobai's threat, the hellhound's fur bristled in alarm, particularly around its tail, which fluffed up dramatically, resembling a sword grave. This hellhound has fallen into a stupor due to the stimulation of its own hellhound bloodline, unable to withstand strain. However, this is not a grave issue. It will recover shortly. Avert losing energy to Gu Xiaobai. The hellhound hastily responded, bitterness flooding its heart, a dignified ancient beast reduced to such a state by a mere skeleton. What a disgrace. Really? Gu Xiaobai scrutinized the hellhound skeptically. Absolutely. I assure you, not a single word of deceit. After all, you are the chosen heir of our king, and I would never act against your interests, the hellhound replied. Bah, you clearly just wish for a lightning bolt to strike me dead. Gu Xiaobai scoffed in disdain. Oh, by the way, you mentioned earlier that I am some kind of heir. What is that all about? Please elaborate. Well, even if you hadn't asked, I would have felt compelled to inform you. The truth is rather intricate. Sean emerged from shadows, his expression as cold as ice. He stood at the very spot where Gu Xiaobai had last paused. His fierce gaze sweeping the surroundings, he could sense the lingering presence of a significant amount of ghostly energy in this place. Moreover, even now, traces of that ethereal energy still remained. Then, Sean retrieved an object from his bosom. It was elongated and entirely white, exuding a crystalline luster. It was, unmistakably, a bone. This bone had been procured from within that organization and was closely tied to a profound secret of a certain undead clan. It was said that this bone had fallen from the body of an ancient undead lord, still harboring a fragment of that lord's soul. This fragment was the key to unlocking a certain relic. Sean had contemplated whether he could somehow extract and absorb the soul trapped within the bone. Should he succeed, he was confident he could ascend directly to the 5th rank. Unfortunately, no matter how he tried, that fragment of soul seemed entrenched within the bone, refusing to be coaxed out. Reluctantly, Sean abandoned that thought. After all, if he could inherit all the treasures of that undead lord, the rewards might be even greater. When Sean first spotted Gu Xiaobai, the bone in his possession began to tremble violently. This indicated a direct connection between Gu Xiaobai and the relic. Although Sean could not fathom why this was so, it did not deter him from marking Gu Xiaobai with a mental marker. In his view, the reaction of the undead lord's relic upon encountering Gu Xiaobai could not be mere coincidence. Thus, if he kept a close watch on Gu Xiaobai, he was certain he would eventually discover the relic. However, to his surprise, events did not unfold according to his plan. First, a human powerhouse unexpectedly intervened, engaging him in a fierce battle for nearly 3 to 4 hours. During the fray, the mental marker left on Gu Xiaobai inexplicably vanished, eluding his senses no matter how hard he tried. At that moment, the bone was quaking intensely, and Sean could even discern a hint of excitement emanating from it, given the residual ghostly energy in the area and Gu Xiaobai's sudden disappearance. Sean had ample reason to believe that Gu Xiaobai had already entered the domain of the undead lord's relic ahead of him. Damn it, that cursed skeleton creature! Sean seethed with rage, muttering furiously. How could that skeleton creature enter the relic without the undead lord's soul to guide it? It defied all logic. Just as his low growl faded, the void before him suddenly rippled, and a magnificent palace materialized out of thin air. Its grand doors swung open, and a familiar figure emerged from within. You actually thought you could reason with a skeleton creature? What a ridiculous notion! Have you lost your mind? The figure remarked, upon seeing this figure. Sean's pupils constricted sharply, and he roared in fury. You wretched skeleton! The treasures within this relic are rightfully mine. Mine! With that furious exclamation, Sean leaped into the air, charging directly towards Gu Xiaobai, his palms radiating with surging magical energy. Clearly preparing a high-level spell. Faced with a skeleton creature whose power was far beneath his own, he nonetheless opted for high-tier magic to obliterate it, demonstrating just how deep his hatred for Gu Xiaobai ran. Moreover, he noticed that the skeleton had clearly been at the lower 9th rank during the day, yet now it had reached the upper 9th rank, indicating that it had undoubtedly gained considerable benefits within the palace. How could he endure this? In the face of the 6th rank Lich Shan, Gu Xiaobai exhibited not the slightest hint of trepidation. Instead, he merely smiled slightly and casually pointed a finger at Sean. Spit in his face, don't be polite with me, he murmured, to your service. From the shadows behind Gu Xiaobai emerged a robust hellhound, gazing disdainfully at the approaching Sean. Upon seeing this, hellhound stepped forth from the palace. A sense of foreboding washed over Sean, yet he did not halt his actions. It was merely an intermediate 8th rank hellhound after all. Could it possibly defy the disparity in power and forcibly retaliate? No, that was inconceivable. With unwavering confidence, Sean roared, and the magical cyclones in his hands took shape. Should a knowledgeable observer be present, they would instantly recognize this as the immensely powerful 7th rank ice magic. Frost Nova. If struck by this spell, one's blood would freeze in an instant, transforming them into a mere ice sculpture. Die, Sean shouted, bringing his hands together as 2 pale blue magical cyclones merged into a swirling mass of blue and white ice mist. This mist surged forward at breakneck speed towards Gu Xiaobai and the hellhound before him. Gu Xiaobai felt no disturbance within. In fact, he was almost amused. The creature poised before him was indeed small. Yet it was not quite the same as the original. Within this intermediate 8th rank form resided the soul of an ancient magical beast. Such trivial tricks dare to appear before my true form? Xiao Xiao scoffed, then unleashed a pillar of flame from its maw. This fire engulfed the ice mist conjured by Sean, incinerating it entirely, and without losing momentum, it surged directly towards Sean. Startled, Sean hastily dodged. Relying on his reflexes and agility honed as a swordsman, that he narrowly avoided being hit. Nevertheless, he was left deeply shaken by Xiao Zhao's previous breath attack. Could it be that this hound was also a beneficiary of the undead lord's relic? Sean felt a surge of despair. He had conducted countless simulations for this relic, enduring numerous hardships, and had finally reached Misty Township, only to be outpaced by a skeleton creature and a hellhound. To make matters worse, that very skeleton creature now reveled in mockery. How infuriating! You can't even best an intermediate 8th rank hellhound. Are you a fake lich? Gu Xiaobai grinned wickedly. Sean trembled with rage, nearly on the brink of losing control.